Chapter 1. Bounty Hunter. The room was very cold. The thin cabin door unable to block the pervasive cold wind. It was early winter, and the day was cold enough to make one shiver. In the cramped boathouse, there was a bed with two thin cotton blankets piled on it. A cabinet stood nearby, with a bottle of water no more than 200 milliliters at its base. Aside from the precious water, the only valuable items left were 2 bags of high-protein liquid food in the cabinet. Enough for 2 days he had to go out and take on a job. Besides being out of food, the rent for the boathouse was also due. Shu Xingbei licked his chapped lips, tightened the canvas jacket he wore, and pulled out a foot-long cutting knife from under the bed before stepping out of the boathouse. It was close to noon, but the sunlight was blocked by a distant tall tower. The boathouses were arranged in a fan shape around the towering structure that reached into the clouds. The boathouses were densely packed, layer upon layer, with a channel in the middle for small boats to pass through. The missions were issued by Spear Company. In the water surrounding the boathouses, there were submerged remnants of ancient civilizations. Items salvaged that were needed by Spear Company could be exchanged for food and water, as well as payment for rent. Yes, the boathouse was also rented from Spear Company. About 200 years ago, the planet experienced global warming, with increasing heat causing glaciers at the poles to melt continuously, leading to rising sea levels that gradually flooded low-lying areas and spread toward higher elevations. The sea water moved towards the planet's center from both sides, inundating everything in its path, like 2 massive armies extending towards the middle, unwilling to retreat. Half an hour later, Shu Xingbei arrived at the mission release area. Water, 1,000 milliliters, 5 bags of food, a mezzo-soprano voice shouted from inside the room. Though there were several people in between, Shu Xingbei knew without looking that it was the deputy manager of Spear Company's bounty department. She was responsible for issuing tasks to bounty hunters. After completing their missions, the hunters would report back to her for rewards. Completing tasks could be exchanged for food and water. If the salvaged items were valuable enough, they could be exchanged for even more desired goods. More than a dozen bounty hunters remained silent. 1,500 milliliters, 5 bags of food. The deputy manager adjusted her glasses and shouted again. Still, no one responded. What's a mission? Shu Xingbei felt a spark of interest and gently nudged an adjacent hunter with his elbow. The other person had arrived a bit earlier. For Shu Xingbei, having 1,500 milliliters of water and 5 bags of food would allow him to survive for at least 5 days. Taking on missions was about survival. If one couldn't even guarantee their life, what was the point of taking on missions? Food stays the same. Water increased to 3,000 milliliters, with 1,000 milliliters available in advance. The female manager adjusted her glasses again. Upon hearing about the advance payment, the previously silent atmosphere showed signs of loosening up. Some people were whispering to each other. Still, no one took the initiative to accept the mission. Forget this task. Let's move on to the next one. The manager lazily prepared to announce the next task. At that moment, Shu Xingbei raised his hand. He'll take it. Is this kid stupid? Someone whispered. Youth, just a hothead. A murmur spread through the crowd that he'll probably die before he gets past the fog barrier. One person who understood the situation said. Shu Xingbei ignored the comments and walked out after receiving the task. Once he got his tools, he could set off, but then he was called back by someone behind him. Is there something? Shu Xingbei looked at her. He didn't know her and didn't need to. Survival was hard, and everyone lived for themselves. Staying alive was the only goal. Socializing was unnecessary. The girl, battered by the sea breeze, had a slightly darkened face but could hardly hide her delicate oval face. She wore the same gray canvas clothing as Shu Xingbei. There was a hint of gray mist in her bright eyes. I want to team up with you for this mission. And oh need, Shu Xingbei replied flatly. That place has a long fog barrier to get through, she said. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. That's my concern. He had heard the discussions in the boathouse. He wasn't worried. Ever since he fought for his life against a sea beast and drank the blood of that unknown creature, his vision had greatly improved, allowing him to see situations 2 kilometers away and navigate the dark planks with ease. There's a route that can avoid the robbers, she insisted earnestly. Robbers blocking the way? Shu Xingbei's heart sank, but he wasn't surprised. There were always those who wanted shortcuts, to seize others' possessions without risking their lives underwater. Why wouldn't they? Some robbers waited for hunters to surface after successful harvests to plunder their loot. Others were even more despicable, cutting away the diving gear from hunters before they reach their destination and selling it to those who wouldn't take on Spear Company's tasks, instead scavenging for relics alone. When submitting tasks to Spear Company, diving equipment also had to be surrendered. If one failed to submit it even once, the company would blacklist them. Not only would they be unable to take on future tasks, but even renting a boathouse from the company would be impossible. Xu Xingbei ignored her words and jumped onto another boat. He had encountered robbers before. Facing them alone posed no threat to him. Though Xu Xingbei was only 17, he was quick to react and agile. If he couldn't win, he could always dive underwater to escape. Unless he was surrounded by robbers. I know the way, I don't need the advance, she called out eagerly. With more people, we can salvage more. Xu Xingbei hesitated for a moment. Let's team up. By 2 p.m., they had donned their diving suits and fins, strapped the oxygen tanks to their backs, and the tubes extended from the helmets, which Xu Xingbei wrapped around his neck, for a tight fit before plugging it into the tank. Just as Nialan was about to put on her helmet, her stomach growled loudly. Xu Xingbei glanced at her and casually took out a bag of liquid food, handing it over. Nialan hesitated and did not take it. Eat it. I don't want my partner to die underwater, Xu Xingbei said coldly. There were too many dangers underwater. Not to mention the chaotic seaweed and dense kelp. Just the fierce sea beasts were enough to make one's heart race. Once encountered, a sea beast with a massive body could swallow them whole with just one bite. Nialan took the food, her eyes slightly red, twisted open the lid, and poured a third of the food into her mouth. She returned the rest to Xu Xingbei. Half an hour later, a white mist blocked their way. Xu Xingbei looked around. The entire sea area was shrouded in fog. The further they went, the thicker the mist became. Soon, they entered the dense fog zone. Xu Xingbei's already enhanced vision was compressed to a 50-meter range, but it was enough he could see the coordinates he was heading towards behind the fog. Nialan had lost her sense of direction and couldn't even see Xu Xingbei anymore, flailing around aimlessly. After passing through the fog barrier, the two dove into the depths of the water, one after the other. The seabed in this area lacked seaweed and kelp, but black seaweed floated about, some meters long, already dead from lack of nutrients. The dense kelp seemed unbound, swaying in the water like headless giants beckoning to them with clawing arms. Xu Xingbei checked the depth gauge. He and Nialan were already at 400 meters underwater, but there was no sign of the ruins. That he was about to look far away, but Nialan continued to dive down, not forgetting to signal Xu Xingbei to keep going down. Sure enough, she had been here before. This was also the reason Xu Xingbei agreed to come with her. Nialan's diving direction had already deviated from the coordinates given by Spear Company. Without her, even if Xu Xingbei dived down, he would not gain anything. 500 meters. Xu Xingbei glanced at the gauge again, hesitating. If he went down another 50 meters, it would be his limit. The water pressure was increasing, which was beyond his capacity to withstand. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure, and the longer he would need to recover after getting ashore to this depth. If he dove any deeper, he wouldn't be able to take on another task without a recovery period of at least 3 days. The current task might not succeed. If he couldn't complete the next task either, he wouldn't be able to afford food, let alone pay rent. Rent, which was collected on time and paid monthly, could not wait until Xu Xingbei recovered to be paid. Spear Company would immediately throw his belongings out of the cabin. He vaguely saw the smile in Nialan's helmet, thinking it was just his illusion. However, he still believed in her and dived down once again to that moment, a piece of kelp wrapped around Nialan's leg. Nialan didn't notice it at all. She continued to dive down, oblivious, as the kelp tightened its grip and soon pulled her back. Xu Xingbei shook his head and followed her, pulling out a foot-long cutting knife from his leg. Just as he was about to cut the kelp off Nialan's leg, he suddenly felt a gray shadow float towards him. Not good, it was a sea beast. The sea beast was a mutated creature that appeared in the ocean after it gradually swallowed the continent, growing up to nearly 50 meters long. This type of sea beast had a terrifying appetite. Before Xu Xingbei could clearly see the shape of the gray shadow in front of him, the sea beast lunged towards Nialan, who was swimming with both hands and feet. In fact, it couldn't even be called a lunge, it just swam over unsteadily. To it, Nialan, who was as small as an ant, was just an appetizer. Then, the sea beast raised its short, enormous paw, which was like a small hill, and swatted at Nialan's head. The helmet shattered instantly. Her black hair spread out in the water. Terrified, Nialan could only open her mouth in a silent plea for help. In fact, she was already prepared, waiting for the impending doom. When the helmet broke, the straw naturally fell. Sea water poured into Nialan's mouth, and a few bubbles emerged from her lips. This was troublesome. Not only could she not help, but she had also caused more chaos. Chapter 2: Escape. 2. Escape. Shu Xingbei had swum to the underside of the sea beast, where its navel looked like an open sea clam. Ignoring the danger, Shu Xingbei thrust the cutting knife into it. The sea beast, in pain, released Nialan, who was waiting to be rescued. As long as it retreated and raised its large paw to strike again, he would have no hope of survival. But Shu Xingbei believed that with just a few stabs, he would at least cut through the sea beast's insides and reduce its combat power. His success was entirely due to his enhanced vision and calmness, which allowed him to find the softer parts of the sea beast's body. Blood gushed from the sea beast's belly. The sea beast's paw waved and slowly retreated. It was angry, its cold gaze fixed on Shu Xingbei. Retreating was for the purpose of attacking. Shu Xingbei knew this all too well. He couldn't think too much and swam towards Nialan. Nialan was already stunned in fear. Although she had seen everything that just happened, she didn't know what to do next. She saw Shu Xingbei swimming towards her, her lips quivering as if she wanted to say thank you, but the cold seawater rushed into her mouth. Really useless. Shu Xingbei sighed, swung the cutting knife, severed the kelp that was wrapped around her, grabbed her arm, and decisively swam sideways. The sea beast was injured, but it was not dead. As Shu Xingbei dived, it swatted down with its paw, its sharp claws tearing into Shu Xingbei's back. As the sea beast looked at Shu Xingbei, who was swimming slowly like a snail, it was about to strike again when it suddenly sensed something, glanced at the injured Shu Xingbei, and slowly retreated, turning to swim away. Nialan was stunned by Shu Xingbei's calmness. She steadied her mind and actively tightened her grip on Shu Xingbei's hand, guiding him to swim forward. Shu Xingbei swam closer to her and tightened the valve on the gas cylinder behind her. As they sank further down, the seabed mud became clear. The two landed on a layer of seabed mud and gently stood still. As they moved forward, they noticed dark buildings on both sides, with broken walls and ruins. When Shu Xingbei was young, his father told him that generations ago, there was land beneath their feet in various buildings. Between the buildings were well-connected roads, and those places where buildings existed were called cities. Back then, people could communicate over long distances using a device called a phone or even the internet. Generations ago was a vague concept. His father didn't tell him more precise years. People living in a cabin had no right to attend school. The concept of school was something that only people living in high towers had seen. Now was not the time to think about those issues. Shu Xingbei shook his head. He took the straw out of his helmet and exchanged breaths with Nialan. Then, he turned on a headlamp. The faint light spread out like a lonely star hanging in the winter night sky. Nialan led Shu Xingbei to move forward. Based on his sense of time, he knew it was getting dark. Also, Nialan no longer had her helmet, and he felt a sharp pain in his back, clearly having been injured. This was a big problem. Just as Shu Xingbei was worried, Nialan made a gesture indicating they had arrived. Shu Xingbei was a bit confused, but he quickly guessed what Nialan meant. In front of them was a building covered in layers of sea mud. When Nialan pushed open a door along the gap, some small shells fell down with a clatter. The door closed again, revealing what seemed to be another space. A spacious hall, a gray ceiling, and a clearly visible staircase. The enclosed space formed by the door at the bottom of the water isolated the flow of water, allowing them to chat for a moment. However, it was limited to just a few sentences. The enclosed space cut off the flow of water and air, and staying here for a while felt like a heavy stone had dropped in their chests. More things were discovered. Brushing away the sea mud on the table, a series of telephones with handles emerged. Shu Xingbei curiously picked one up. Could this make long-distance calls? Next to the phone were machines with screens, which should be what his father referred to as computers. The computers were different from what his father had described. They were a bit taller and larger. Were these special-purpose computers? Shu Xingbei was unsure. After they opened another sealed door, inside were rows of tall, pointed cans, taller than a person. Counting them, there were at least hundreds of cans. Pure oxygen, and more pure oxygen. Shu Xingbei wiped the cans clean and read the words on them one by one. That joy is just a fleeting thing. When Shuxingbai's emotions calm down, he clearly understands that these things, which are enough to ensure a worry-free life for him and Yelan in the future, are merely a beautiful dream for them now. They cannot take these things with them. If they could take them, perhaps they could exchange them for tickets on the Noah's Ark. According to the deputy manager of the mission office at Spear Company, the Ark from the Spear headquarters will arrive here in 2 or 3 months at most. Those who can afford a ticket will be taken aboard and then sail to places with land. For Shuxingbai, a ticket used to be a distant dream. Now, if he could just take what's in front of him, he could realize that dream. But neither he nor Yelan can grasp it. I'll give you my helmet and oxygen tank. You take 1 canister up. Shuxingbai quietly gestured in Yelan. Yelan was taken aback and shook her head in refusal. The one who can leave is Shuxingbai, and she is just a burden. I am injured. Just the smell of blood on me will stop me from leaving. Shuxingbai pointed to his wounds, his expression helpless. The smell of blood would attract more sea beasts and fish. Yelan continued to shake her head, tears brimming in her eyes, spilling over. Shuxingbai saved her life. Without him, she would have died today. Now, asking her to take Shuxingbai's gear and leave to save herself, Yelan couldn't do it. Shuxingbai said no more people like them could only face reality, unrelated to emotions. Just like Yelan's brother, who pushed his sister away from these waters while he stayed here forever. Life and death. When one has no choice, follow the law of the jungle. The strong survive, the weak perish. Like Spear Company, powerful and possessing various unknown trump cards, they immediately dominate this world. If Spear Company were even slightly weaker, they wouldn't exist at all, let alone arrange everything in the boat district. Yelan stubbornly passed Shuxingbai's headlight and came to his back. The back of his shirt had already torn. Yelan glanced at his back and gasped. The sea beast's giant claw had torn through Shuxingbai's skin, penetrating half a centimeter deep, with a wound over 5 inches long. There will be a way, a voice in Yelan's heart said. She fought back her tears. She seemed to see her usually taciturn brother after their father sold himself into servitude. Her brother would only hand her food and drink. He never mentioned how they were earned. Only once, when her brother went on a mission, he said he would take her along to see the life of a bounty hunter. Don't panic. Stay here for now. Yelan pointed to the room, continuing to gesture, not caring whether Shuxingbai could understand, then took the light and walked toward the stairs. She didn't know how much time had passed. In her hands, she had a bottle and some gauze. This is alcohol. It can help disinfect your wound. Yelan indicated the instructions on the bottle. She signaled Shuxingbai to take off his shirt. Shuxingbai didn't stop her. Even so, dying beautifully is just a consolation, Shuxingbai thought. He didn't refuse her kindness. His back indeed hurt terribly. Before dying, reducing some pain is also good. Of course, Shuxingbai couldn't hear Yelan's inner voice. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Before today, he didn't know Yelan. Now, they had a tacit understanding. Yelan pointed to the oxygen tank and then to her nose. She meant to say that oxygen can be used for breathing. She even wanted to explain that oxygen is abundant in the air. But if they wanted to gather oxygen and put it into these canisters, only Spear Company could do that. Would they use oxygen to save people? For someone like herself, no need to ask, definitely not. Yelan also didn't know how to express what she wanted to say in other ways. Here, speaking was impossible. That if she wanted to express something to Shuxingbai through drawing, she didn't have that ability either. After a long struggle, Yelan drew a large head in the mud. It had no facial features, indistinguishable as male or female. She pointed at the pure oxygen and then at the big head. An important person? A big shot in the tower or a leader in Spear Company? Shuxingbai was surprised to find his understanding actually made sense. That a special person? Shuxingbai was unclear. What kind of person is a special person? By saying this, Yelan clearly indicated that her brother was an important person. But if he was a special person, did he still need to be a bounty hunter? They would at least live in the tower above, looking down at the people in the boat district with disdain. Perhaps they wouldn't even have the interest to glance at them. Chapter 3. The Organization for the Welfare of the World. Various sea beasts, various large and small plankton, and various strange-looking fish pose a threat to human life. Shuxingbai remained non-committal. Of course, if one could survive, who would refuse? He wasn't foolish. My brother used to be a material collector for the Organization for the Welfare of the World. The organization's purpose is to provide a way for the poor living above the sea to survive. After finding underground relics, the organization studies those items to uncover what humanity was like, and how they lived in the past. The organization also produces food and purifies seawater. But these are not for sale. They're distributed directly to the poor. Nielon spoke with a look of longing. Shu Xingbei did not interrupt. He waited for Nielon to continue. Still, the previous question lingered. Since her brother was a member of the organization, why did he become a bounty hunter and ultimately lose his life because of it? Nielon did not continue directly. She stood there, looking at Shu Xingbei with her bright black eyes. I'm proud of my brother. With someone like him, poor people can survive. Just think, if someone in a boathouse can't afford the rent, what measures would the company take? Shu Xingbei avoided her gaze, his expression suddenly turning cold. Selling them into slavery and claiming it is voluntary. Shu Xingbei had seen too many of such tragedies and had become numb to it. Do you have family? Nilan asked. I used to. Shu Xingbei replied flatly. My father died 2 years ago from illness. My mother died even earlier, at the age of 15. Shu Xingbei had to dive to salvage items. He was too young, and the company wouldn't provide diving equipment. His bounty hunter career began as a lone wolf. Fortunately, he survived and even rented a boathouse to live in. Indifference can also be contagious. Nielon lost the impulse to continue speaking. She clearly felt she had touched the deepest pain within Shu Xingbei, and her own heart was gnawed by past suffering. Let's go find out what's left in the hospital, Nielon said, stepping onto the stairs once more. Shu Xingbei followed behind her. Nielon had just cleaned his wounds and wrapped them with bandages, and he felt a bit better. His previously dazed mind became a little clearer. The upper floors were filled with hospital rooms. As they opened door after door, they revealed beds inside. When they reached a room at the very top corner, they saw a rectangular box inside. The box was sealed and covered with a transparent dome. Is this a coffin? Shu Xingbei suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. No, it's a transparent sterile dome for critical patients to lie in, Nielon explained. She seemed to know quite a bit. Surely something her brother had told her. Shu Xingbei didn't say anything else and pointed to the dome. You lie inside. Me? Nielon was taken aback for a moment, then realized. She climbed in and lay down inside. Before Shu Xingbei could say anything else, Nielon waved to him from inside. We can both lie in here. It's big enough. Shu Xingbei hesitated. Can this work? A layer of rust red appeared on Nielan's dark face, but her gaze remained firm, showing no signs of shyness. Let's wait a bit. Try again when it gets light to see if this dome can support 2 people. Shu Xingbei felt uncertain. However, if someone lies inside, connects the oxygen, and covers with the dome, it would be waterproof and quite safe. As long as they were lucky and didn't encounter a current, it was still possible to come up alive. Shu Xingbei shook his head sadly. If they lie inside and go up, then this trip would be for nothing. His plan was for Nielon to take an oxygen tank up. He would stay here, and once his injuries improved a bit, he would slowly float up. The new year was approaching. In the past, during the new year, the family would hang some red seaweed at the bow of the boat. Shu Xingbei thought about the days he spent living with his parents, and his mood grew increasingly low. Life for the poor is the same. Shu Xingbei pointed to the dome. You go in and sleep for a while. When I think it's light, I'll wake you up. Nielon looked at him and softly agreed, then crawled back into the dome. Shu Xingbei sat down on a nearby stool and turned off the headlamp. The headlamp only lasted 5 hours, so he had to conserve its use. Nielon, after all, had no diving experience. Today had truly frightened her. She lay in the dome and soon fell asleep. Shu Xingbei sat there, gradually leaning against the table. Brother, brother, Nielon suddenly called out. Shu Xingbei was startled awake. Nielon stopped calling and began to snore softly. It turned out she was sleep-talking. In the darkness, Shu Xingbei smiled. His heart trembled. In that moment, he made up his mind. At dawn, he would let Nielon take a helium tank up. No matter what she said, he would insist on this. He too fell into a drowsy sleep. When he woke up again, he guessed it was already light outside. Shu Xingbei turned on the headlamp and was about to carry an oxygen tank over when he felt a pull after just 2 steps. Shu Xingbei was about to untie the straw when Nielon had already woken up. Shu Xingbei, we should go up together. We can't make the trip for nothing. Shu Xingbei shook his head. I knew you would secretly push me out. Nielon pleaded. We'll go up together at worst. Just take 1 oxygen tank. Shu Xingbei smiled bitterly. Just 1 tank? If we're both lying in there, We can't take even one. The sealed dome can't possibly support the weight of 2 people plus a tank of gas. Let's try. Let us give it a shot, Nialan insisted. Shu Xingbei brought an oxygen tank and placed it inside the sealed dome. Then, as he climbed in, the dome immediately tilted. Too heavy. Shu Xingbei shook his head. He looked at the sealed dome, then at the gas tank, and suddenly thought of an idea. He found some soft tubes, tied them together with Nialan's breathing tube, and then hung the gas tank underneath the sealed dome. When he lay back inside, the dome remained stable without shifting. It worked. Nialan smiled happily. Brother Shu, you're so smart. Shu Xingbei lay beside Nialan, and he could clearly feel her breathing. At that moment, his heart softened like puddled water. The sealed dome successfully brought them to the surface of the ocean. After Shu Xingbei and Nialan exited the dome one after the other, Shu Xingbei eagerly looked down at the dome, and his heart sank. The straw that held the tank was floating there, clearly bitten off by some sea creature from the bottom. That tank of gas was gone. Shu Xingbei and Nialan pulled the dome up to the water surface. And sure enough, there was nothing below. We're still alive. That's enough. Also, the sealed dome can be appraised. It should be worth quite a bit in gas, food, and water. Nialan comforted him. The company quickly appraised it. The sealed dome was worth 5 bags of food and 1,000 milliliters of water. Exactly the reward Shu Xingbei was entitled to. The situation worsened. Shu Xingbei's back wound showed no signs of improvement and began to ooze pus. Shu Xingbei lay in the boathouse, starting to run a fever and talk nonsense. Nialan took care of him. The water was gradually consumed by Shu Xingbei. The rent for the boathouse was also due soon. Shu Xingbei was sometimes awake, sometimes dazed. When he was awake, he looked at Nialan. You should go. I don't want to burden you. You Haven Tea burden me. My life was given by you. Nialan stubbornly shook her head. Brother Shu, don't be afraid. The company has approved my application, and the doctor will be coming soon. A doctor? Shu Xingbei was startled. Where did you get the payment? I saved up before. Nialan smiled slightly. When you get better, we can join the Organization for the Welfare of the World and help the poor find a way to survive. Okay? Okay. Shu Xingbei held her hand and said, I will be fine. But we still can't find that organization. And will the organization really accept us? Don't worry. As long as we have a refer, it's enough. My brother is our refer. Look, he even left a token for me. With this token, we can join, Nialan said, taking out a token and handing it to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei held it in her hand. The token was round, and she didn't know what material it was made of, but it felt solid in her hand. In the center of the token was a large character for light. We need to have light. Yes, we need to have light. Shu Xingbei smiled, pressing her lips together. She held the token tightly in her hand. A few days later, Shu Xingbei was awakened by the doctor who came to change her bandages. Who are you? She asked, confused. I'm the doctor sent by the company. The doctor replied, unhappily. The smell in the boathouse was unpleasant, and the smell on Shu Xingbei was even worse. If it weren't for the pay, he wouldn't have come at all. What about Nialan in my room? Shu Xingbei panicked. The doctor glanced at her, certain that she had sold herself into slavery. Impossible. Shu Xingbei suddenly stood up. Believe it or not, the doctor said with pity in his eyes. Do you have the money to pay for the doctor? If not, what do you have that is worth my coming? Chapter 4 Awakening of Abilities. Shu Xingbei slumped back down on the bed. Yes, there could be no more reasonable explanation than this. She had no ability to pay the doctor, so how could Nialan hire a doctor for herself? Moreover, the time to pay the rent should have passed. Why hadn't the company kicked her out? Shu Xingbei gripped the token still in her hand, tears streaming down her face. Ever since her parents passed away one after the other, Shu Xingbei's tears had dried up. She had been living in a daze like a walking corpse. But now, Nialan had sparked a desire in her to fight back. No, I can't let Nialan leave like this. No, absolutely not. The tears that flowed from her tear ducts seemed to mark Shu Xingbei's rebirth, and her gaze became unusually firm. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. But Shu Xingbei remained oblivious. Find Nialan, set her free. Nialan, wait for me. He was sure that Shu Xingbei wouldn't have the chance to get that much water again, just to give her a price, merely to let her know the market situation. Shu Xingbei had clearly felt the doctor's disdain for her earlier, along with that self-righteous arrogance. The doctor's treatment had some effect, but it hadn't healed the wound on Shu Xingbei's back. According to experience, the colder the weather, the harder it was for the wound to heal. The pain in her back was like the curtain on the small window of the boathouse being ripped open, the tearing pain becoming increasingly unbearable. She wanted to be warmer. But fires were not allowed in the boathouse. The company strictly prohibited residents from starting fires. The dilapidated boats were tied together by heavy iron chains, like fruits hanging from vines. If any part of the boathouse leaked, the fire would inevitably sweep through and consume everything. Food was liquid, water was too, and starting a fire seemed unnecessary. Everyone gradually got used to living without fire. Anything that people gradually got used to became taken for granted in their eyes. Shu Xingbei decided to go to the only place in the boathouse area that could bring her warmth. That place was a crematorium. In the boathouse area, deceased individuals could not be thrown directly into the water. To avoid causing an epidemic, the company specifically built a crematorium on the outskirts of the boathouse area. The crematorium was separated from the boathouse area by insulating materials, with the fence portion blocked by iron sheets, resembling the colored steel tiles commonly seen on Earth, but built higher than those. The crematorium was built on several large barges, and there was a small house at the entrance. Inside the small house was a middle-aged man with hair as messy as a straw pile, a bushy beard under his jaw, and a pair of yellowing eyes. Named Xiaolian. Xiaolian and Shu Xingbei's father had once been bounty hunters, salvaging underwater ruins together. Later, Xiaolian, for unknown reasons, came to work at the crematorium. Shu Xingbei had visited the crematorium with her father to see Xiaolian. At that time, Xiaolian had told Shu Xingbei in front of Shu Jinan that if she encountered difficulties in the future, she could try to find him. When Shu Xingbei's father came for cremation, Xiaolian had said the same thing. What would she seek Xiaolian for in times of trouble? For a free cremation? Cremation was supposed to be free. Even if the crematorium wanted to charge, the residents of the boathouse area had no money to pay. The crematorium was not powered by electricity. The staff pushed the deceased body into a large, tall cylindrical cabinet, then poured various plastic barrels of unknown animal fat into it, which was then ignited. The roaring flames in the furnace instantly turned the deceased's body to ashes, even skipping the burial process. Xiaolian was responsible for registering the bodies. Shu Xingbei wasn't sure if Xiaolian was still working at the crematorium. However, she had no other choice. Shu Xingbei followed the boat house's outer railing westward, encountering groups of bounty hunters along the way. Each person's face bore signs of numbness and weariness. After more than 2 hours, Shu Xingbei finally arrived at the crematorium's location. She peeked through the opening of the steel plate. The small house at the crematorium entrance was there, the door half ajar. "Sha, uncle," Shu Xingbei called out inside. After a while, someone pushed the door open, poked their head out, and looked over at Shu Xingbei. "Has the body been brought?" "Oh, it's Xingbei?" The middle-aged man with hair in a mess stared with wide and yellow eyes. "You? Come in." Xiaolian walked over, opened the door next to the hollowed-out position, and let Shu Xingbei inside. Once inside, the room was indeed as warm as before. A pipe ran along the walls of the room, circling around, filled with seawater. The pipe was connected to the cremation furnace, and the heated seawater provided warmth. The warmth enveloped Shu Xingbei, making her shiver with comfort. Just as she was about to sit down, a sudden pain in her back made her cry out. "Injured?" Xiaolian's gaze fixed on Shu Xingbei's face. "A sea beast." Shu Xingbei replied, "It's better now." Xiaolian brought over a stool, positioning it closer to the water pipe for Shu Xingbei to sit. "Do you feel like your strength has suddenly increased?" Xiaolian asked, scrutinizing Shu Xingbei. "What do you mean?" Shu Xingbei shook her head in confusion. "Have you felt any abnormalities in your body?" Xiaolian asked again. Shu Xingbei found Xiaolian's questions a bit nonsensical. She continued to shake her head. Her gaze focused on Xiaolian's face. "No awakening of abilities?" Xiaolian mumbled. "Awakening abilities?" Shu Xingbei was even more confused upon hearing this phrase. "What abilities?" "Yes, abilities," Xiaolian replied. "Before, the boundless seawater was once land. Whenever there are significant changes in the natural environment on the land, the creatures above will undergo mutations. Just like the sea beast that injured you, there were no such creatures in the ocean before. Humans will certainly also undergo changes. What are the manifestations?" Shu Xingbei was intrigued by this explanation. "The manifestation is the awakening of abilities," Xiaolian said, taking a glass vessel filled with a black, gooey substance. Xiao opened the lid and handed the vessel to Shu Xingbei. "Take a sip and try." Shu Xingbei hesitated for a moment, then bravely took a sip. If Xiao wanted to harm her, he wouldn't be acting like this now. Xiao was not indifferent to her arrival, but she sensed no malice from him. It was gooey and had a slight fishy taste. Shu Xingbei took another sip. In a harsh survival environment, animals that ran slowly would run faster, and those that were not good at attacking would become aggressive, suddenly gaining assertiveness. People are the same. They can awaken various strange abilities. Some call this ability awakening. Xiaolun paused for a moment. Even plants are the same. The tendrils of plants can wrap around things that fall within their range of power, turning them into food. Shuxingbai listened quietly, analyzing everything Xiaolun said in his mind. "Are you hungry?" Xiaolun suddenly asked. Xiaolun's way of speaking is rather random, Shuxingbai thought to himself. He shook his head. Food and water are the golden means of survival in the boathouse district. How could he dare to take food from Xiaolun's hands? Xiaolun got up and walked behind the bed, taking out a dark object and handing it to Shuxingbai. It was sea beast meat cooked. "Eat it." Shuxingbai did not take it. Eventually, he accepted it, bringing the sea beast meat to his mouth and taking a bite. The meat smelled fragrant, was dry to bite, but was quite flavorful and chewy. This must be what they mean by the cheeks are fragrant. For some reason, Shuxingbai felt that Xiaolun was studying him. His gaze was like that of a professor conducting an experiment, observing a little white mouse in a cage. Abilities are categorized. One type is power-based, which is the most common. The harsher the survival conditions, the more important power-based abilities become. "How much power do you think you can exert with a punch?" Xiaolun asked. "About 200 pounds, Shuxingbai replied, not very confident. "You haven't awakened a power-based ability," Xiaolun said calmly, neither disappointed nor regretful. "Are there other ability systems?" Shuxingbai was intrigued by Xiaolun's words. "There's also the supernatural ability system. Some can create fire with their thoughts, some can bind objects with their thoughts, and some can fly for a short time with their thoughts. Of course, there are many more. The supernatural ability system is mostly caused by mutations in physical genes. You haven't awakened this ability either," Xiaolun smiled, gesturing for Shuxingbai to eat. "Besides these two, there's also blood ability awakening. Blood can exert pressure on other creatures, making them fear, cower on the ground, trembling, or simply terrified, lacking the courage to even glance at the other. You haven't awakened this blood ability either." Xiaolun said like a teacher evaluating a student's work, saying you don't have this, you can't do that. In short, the result is one word: poor. Not at all. 3 types of ability awakening have nothing to do with him. If he had truly awakened any ability, he wouldn't be in this situation now. But it's not impossible. As far as I know, there's another type called the mysterious source. However, I haven't heard of its specific manifestations, Xiaolun said, his yellow eyes seeming to want to squeeze out some depth. Chapter 5. Coercion. Without waiting for Shuxingbai to ask, Xiaolun began to explain. In primitive society, humans survived by eating raw flesh and drinking blood. What did they rely on? Eating raw animals. Wouldn't that cause disease? Drinking water randomly. Wouldn't they fear being poisoned? Yet, despite this, humanity managed to survive, relying on the mysterious source or survival code. Who knows? Xiaolun shrugged. From the moment Xiaolun started talking about his research results, Shuxingbai had an uneasy feeling. The warm environment slowed his brain's thinking. In other words, he was warm and comfortable, well-fed, and didn't want to think about any problems. But what kind of person is Xiaolun? He is a crematorium worker. What could he study? What would he study? Dead people? Shuxingbai sensed something was wrong, and just as he was about to ask, a sudden cramp in his stomach hit him. The pain felt like someone was stabbing his organs with an iron awl, twisting it afterward. Even with Shuxingbai's strong character, he couldn't bear such inhuman pain. He gritted his teeth and endured, but within a few minutes, he fainted from the pain. Before passing out, Shuxingbai was sure that something was wrong with either the food he ate or the water he drank. But there was no way to get out what had gone into his stomach. Everything boiled down to one question. Why? Xiaolun looked at Shuxingbai's distorted face due to the pain and couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Kid, I really want to help you. He just wanted to apply the results of his observational experiments to Shuxingbai to see what would happen. If Shuxingbai died, he would be the next one burned in the crematorium. The benefit was that it saved him the trouble of having others bring him in. He delivered himself. Shuxingbai fainted for several more hours before waking up. He opened his eyes to see Shaluan's anxious face. "Are you okay?" Shaluan asked. Shuxingbai checked himself and felt that everything seemed normal. There was no pain in his stomach anymore, so he shook his head. "Don't you feel your blood boiling? Or that your muscles are sore, as if you had just punched something with all your might?" Shaluan asked again. Shuxingbai looked at Shaluan in confusion. Why was Shaluan so concerned about his reactions? Was this like a lab teacher observing experimental animals? "You really don't feel anything?" Shaluan confirmed again. Shuxingbai was at a loss for words. He didn't want to say much more. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Sorry for the trouble." Shuxingbai sat up and realized he had been lying on Shaluan's bed. He got up and left. This shouldn't be happening. This really shouldn't be happening. With so much animal blood, and that blood of supernatural beings he secretly bought from the tower, and the potions mixed together, it shouldn't have had no effect at all. Shaluan thought, scratching his head, making his hair even messier. He had also drunk a lot, but it hadn't worked. The only change was that his eyes turned yellow. Shuxingbai confirmed that this place was very dangerous. Other places might lead to death, and here was no different. Back in the boathouse, Shuxingbai felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't evaluate Shaluan's actions towards him. Shaluan had no malice. However, the pain he had experienced before had nearly cost him his life, and that was true. "Is anyone there?" A voice sounded from outside. Shuxingbai recognized it as his neighbor, Ida Hu. Before Shuxingbai could respond, Ida Hu had already pushed the door open. The light outside dimmed. The big man, Ida Hu, blocked the entrance like a mountain of flesh. Ida Hu was smiling, but his face, full of flesh, looked even more menacing because of the grin. "What do you want?" Shuxingbai frowned and asked. The neighbors in the boathouse weren't very familiar with each other. To survive, they were wary of each other over the scarce resources. Since they lived close together, whenever someone got something good, it was always the first thing the neighbors knew. So neighbors often brought danger. Shuxingbai knew what kind of person Ida Hu was. He relied on his strength and size, forming a hunting team with others to capture sea fish and sea beasts deep in the ocean. Sea fish and sea beasts are valuable all over, and as long as they can get them, selling them to companies earns far more than just a bit of food and water. Companies sell clothes, shoes and socks, milk, and various canned fish products. As long as they can get enough to trade, weapons like daggers and crossbows can also be obtained. Did you discover a sea beast and want to let little brother Shushing profit? Come with me. I guarantee you'll gain something. Ida Hu's smile grew even brighter. So kind-hearted. Shuxingbai secretly scoffed at Ida Hu's suggestion. Shuxingbai was all too clear about what kind of person Ida Hu was. He had lost everything and had never seen Ida Hu come to say a word of concern. When they passed each other on the deck, Ida Hu's gaze towards him was filled with disdain. "I don't have that ability." Shuxingbai shook his head, thanking Ida Hu. "You dare not go when I call you?" Ida Hu paused for a moment and immediately became angry. In the eyes of Ida Hu, he was giving Shu Xingbei an opportunity to work with him, but this kid actually refused. Shouldn't he be grateful? Ida Hu rolled up his sleeves and approached Shu Xingbei. "Wait," a female voice rang out. "Let me persuade the young brother from the Shu family." A woman rushed in, first rolling her eyes at Ida Hu. "I knew you were more likely to mess things up than to get them done. Is this how you ask someone for help? It's really annoying." Then she turned to Shu Xingbei. "Are you called a Bei or Xingbei?" What Ida Hu said is true. That sea beast is injured, and our hunting team originally had enough manpower, but one of our brothers got sick today, so we are short one person. We thought of you since we are neighbors and should look out for each other. Originally, Deng Yinghao wanted to call someone else, but I and Ida Hu stopped him. There are benefits involved. We can't think of outsiders first, right? This woman was named Qin Chunli, and her home was not far from Shu Xingbei's residence. Qin Chunli spoke very eloquently, but she was also a formidable character, strong, bold, and ruthless. She had been married before, but her husband was weak and frequently ill, so she sold him to a company as a slave. Her husband didn't even dare to speak up. When company representatives came, he was so intimidated by Qin Chunli that he claimed it was his own choice. "I actually want to participate," Shu Xingbei sighed. "A few days ago, I was injured by a sea beast in the back, and it hasn't healed yet." His meaning was clear. He was refusing. Collaborating with someone like Qin Chun-Li or Yi De, who could hardly be called collaboration. It was more like risking his life. If there were real benefits, Xu Xingbei would definitely not get even a whisker from the fish. He knew that the reason they wanted him was purely because they lacked bait, and he would have to be the bait. Xu Xingbei had been a lone fisherman and had seen how hunting teams operated. Qin Chunli stared at Xu Xingbei for a long time before saying, "I see. I heard you were injured. But if you come, all you need to do is help us keep an eye on the boat. Make sure it's going in the right direction, and don't let it drift away." Xu Xingbei still shook his head. Seeing his unyielding demeanor, Qin Chunli became angry. She sneered, "If you know what's good for you, agree quickly. We'll leave soon. If you want to suffer." I and Ida, who are not afraid of the trouble. Ida, who chuckled, "I told you, just give him a beating, and he'll follow obediently." After all this talk, in the end, it's still me doing the heavy lifting. Seeing the situation, Xu Xingbei gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. If it's just watching the boat, I agree." Xu Xingbei had essentially torn his face with them, even though he agreed to join. It didn't bring any good expressions to Qin Chunli or Ida, who both had forced smiles on their faces. Stepping out of the cabin, Xu Xingbei noticed that the sky was getting darker. Going to hunt sea beasts at this time was truly not a wise move. Sea beasts were massive and usually stayed in one place unless disturbed. If they fought with a sea beast for too long and night fell, with little light outside, they might end up as food for the sea beast. Outside, there was already a fishing boat about 10 meters long docked at the port. 3 people were waiting inside the boat. One was bald, with a cigarette in his mouth, holding a knife and preparing to trim his nails. Another was bare-armed, with a gloomy expression and a build comparable to Ida Hu, and a tattoo on his forehead. The third was sitting in the cockpit, feet resting on the helm, lazily watching the dock. When he saw Qin Chunli and the others approaching, the man in the cockpit sat up straight and shouted, "Set sail." The engine roared to life, and the sails were raised. The boat began to move. There were 5 people in total. Xu Xingbei only recognized Ida Hu and Qin Chunli, and he had no intention of getting to know the others. The implication from the two was almost explicit. They wanted Xu Xingbei to be the cannon fodder. Knowing these people was unnecessary. In their eyes, Xu Xingbei was likely just bait for fishing. Once thrown into the water, it would attract the fish, and his fate was no longer their concern. As for whether the bait was alive or dead, it had little to do with the fishermen. As the boat sailed, Qin Chunli and Ida Hu sat together, while Xu Xingbei sat alone in a corner. His gaze occasionally drifted over the others on the boat. Each of them wore clothing made from sea beast skins. They looked to be of good quality, though he didn't know how well they kept out the cold. At least to Xu Xingbei, they seemed much better than his own clothes made of 2 layers of sailcloth. Then, Xu Xingbei couldn't help but laugh silently. His situation was truly worrying. He had just been distracted by thoughts of clothing. Each of those guys had gear. On Qin Chun Li's high-top leather boots, the leather sheath on her right leg clearly contained a dagger. Ida, who had a short spear slanted against his back, about arm's length. The bald man, besides the knife in his hand, also had a long steel crossbow slung over his shoulder. The crossbow bolts were inside the cabin, with a small opening on the side. Not far from the crossbow bolts was a coil of rope. The rope wasn't tied tightly, but rather loosely placed in the cabin. The thickness of the rope matched perfectly with the opening for the crossbow bolts. After a moment of thought, Xu Xingbei immediately understood the purpose of the crossbow bolts. The rope would surely be threaded through the small opening of the crossbow bolts, and once the bolts hit the sea beast and embedded in its body, the rope would effectively secure the sea beast. No matter where it fled, it would remain in the hunter's sight. Good stuff, Xu Xingbei secretly envied. Chapter 6. Unexpected changes. How much longer? The smoking guy asked after finishing his cigarette, flicking the butt into the sea and turning to Ida Hu. He was wearing leather gloves, and when he flipped his hand, a long knife appeared. "Half an hour. If they haven't run away," Ida Hu replied. "They're clever. They know to find warm water. Once they settle, they won't easily move." The smoking guy was called Lao Wu. Among the 5, he was the most scheming. Earlier, Lao Wu had casually glanced at Xu Xingbei's face. He even caught a glimpse of the cold glint in Xu Xingbei's eyes. But Lao Wu didn't think much of it. Whether it was Lao Wu or the other 3, including the one driving the boat, they had long agreed to find a kid with no family or connections, one who would go unnoticed if he died, to use as bait to provoke the sea beast. A thin, tall kid like Shu Xingbei was just right for the job. In their view, Shu Xingbei was inexperienced. Even if he tried to resist, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Once Shu Xingbei was in the water, serving as bait to attract the sea beast's attention, the others would seize the opportunity to attack the sea beast. Since the sea beast was injured, even if it fought back, it would likely only devour the bait. Qin Shunli held a grudge against Shu Xingbei. She thought that the naive Shu Xingbei would be swayed by her words, but unexpectedly, he remained unyielding. You little brat, just wait. Even if you survive today by luck, I'll make sure you lose a layer of skin. Shu Xingbei returned to his indifferent demeanor. Forget it for now. Fighting them right now would be pointless. He wouldn't gain anything from it. Everything will be settled once we are in the water. Shu Xingbei seemed to have forgotten to ask them for a diving suit, and those guys hadn't even thought about giving him one. As the sky grew darker, Lao Wu furrowed his brows. Check the coordinates and see how far we are. We're almost there, the helmsman Deng Yinghao replied. Their SA positioning device on the helm. The others fell silent, their gazes fixed on the water's surface, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Qin Shunli pointed to a spot ahead. Among this group, though her physical strength was not the best, her eyesight was exceptional. What is that? The bald man asked as he leaned in. I'm not sure. The color of the water over there is clearly different. It's much darker, Qin Shunli explained. She was also responsible for knowing that sea beasts lingered in this area. Whatever, let's shoot a crossbow and see, said the bald barbarian, as he took the iron crossbow off his shoulder and ready to bolt, aiming it deep into the sea. Damn waste, old Wu scoffed. To him, the bald barbarian was just a guy who knew how to gain weight, but not how to use his brain. He wasted a bolt without even confirming what it was. The bolt shot out with a whoosh and then sank into the water. The few people on the boat watched nervously, but the surface of the water remained unchanged. Just a few minutes later, the sea suddenly stirred and a flat-headed creature rose from the depths, gazing at the boat from a distance. It continued to surface until its massive body was fully out of the water. Roughly speaking, this creature was at least 20 meters long, while the flat-bottomed boat was only about 10 meters. As for the bolt that had just been shot, there was no trace of it. It's a killer whale, Qin Shunli exclaimed. Killer whales are notoriously aggressive. Encountering one usually leads to shipwrecks and fatalities unless the opposing force is far stronger. Shu Xingbei looked at the killer whale with a calm gaze. The whale appeared unharmed, which meant that Qin Shunli and the others had never told him the truth from start. The whale had been startled by the actions of the people on the boat, and its lingering presence only made it angrier. Killer whales don't have great vision, but their ability to track prey is exceptional. The whale slowly sank back into the water, indicating that its target was the flat-bottomed boat. The hunting team members understood the killer whale's next move all too well. This species, nicknamed the killer whale, can adapt to various water temperatures, allowing it to swim freely and feed without issue. Get away, keep your distance, Old Wu shouted at Deng Yinghao. Run? Qin Shunli asked. Run? Can you outrun it? Old Wu laughed at Qin Shunli's words. The hunting team had never captured a killer whale before. This creature was incredibly fast underwater, with a smooth body surface, and its large size made it nearly impervious to regular attacks. As soon as the killer whale got close and collided with the flat-bottomed boat, if the boat didn't capsize, they'd be lucky. Little brother, jump in the water and swim over there. We'll hold it off from behind. As long as you survive this, you're one of us. Old Wu pointed toward the side of the flat-bottomed boat. Old Wu's words were sincere, and Shu Xingbei nodded slightly. He knew the situation was dire. Not just him, but the others were likely to meet a grim fate. Shu Xingbei jumped onto the deck and leaped into the water. The water was cold, at most 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Once in the water, Shu Xingbei quickly dove down, moving with great coordination, disappearing from sight in an instant. Old Wu couldn't tell which direction Shu Xingbei had gone. Damn it, he cursed, gripping his knife tightly. Shoot him dead. Let him attract the killer whale, Qin Shunli shouted. The boat suddenly lurched as a massive tail rose from the water, crashing heavily against the hull. A few people lost their balance and stumbled, swaying forward and then backward. Hurry up! Deng Yinghao. Deng Yinghao had fallen to the ground from the sudden impact and got back up, shaking his head and cursing Easier said than done. The surface of the water had already churned up into a whirlpool, making it difficult to steer the boat away. Before Deng Yinghao could take further action, the hull was struck hard again. Having learned from their previous mistake, everyone crouched down, intently watching the water below. The bald barbarian held the iron crossbow tightly. He didn't dare to tangle with the rope. Even if the crossbow with the rope hit the killer whale, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Even if it didn't capsize the boat, dragging them into the deep sea would mean certain doom. Damn you. If you knew this would happen, why did you come? Qin Chunli retorted. She was not one to easily back down. Old Wu and the barbarian had no intention of mediating. They wanted to seize the slim chance to escape the whale's jaws. This area wasn't too far from the boathouse, at most 30 kilometers. Large marine animals typically don't inhabit this area due to the shallow seabed. They had anticipated that a 10-meter-long sea creature would be satisfied after consuming the bait, Shu Xingbei. Then they could work together to capture the sea creature, guaranteeing a profit. Who knew it would turn out to be a killer whale? Another heavy impact shook the flat-bottomed boat, creaking as water splashed up along the hull, soon filling the boat with water. I'll fight you to the death. Idaho pulled out his spear and leaped toward the shadow in the water. The spear struck heavily at the killer whale's head, and Idaho felt a surge of joy, but the spear slipped off the whale's smooth surface. Be careful, Qin Chunli shouted at him. The whale's flat head turned toward Idaho, its massive mouth open wide, creating an irresistible suction that pulled Idaho toward its belly. Deng Yinghao, from the control cabin, jumped into the water right after them. Qin Chunli watched in horror as Idaho was swallowed by the killer whale. She and Idaho had been together for a while, more like a couple than just partners, and she felt a pang of emotion, hearing the splash of the three falling into the water. She finally reacted and hurriedly jumped in as well. This woman had lost her mind. The other three had jumped to the other side of the boat, while she dove directly toward the spot where Idaho had just been. The killer whale attacked, and Qin Chunli didn't even have time to draw her dagger before she became a ghost in the belly of the whale. She met a worse fate than Idaho, as she was bitten in half. Shu Xingbei had already swum away, at least a kilometer from the scene. Underwater, Shu Xingbei noticed that his heartbeat had slowed. A slower heartbeat meant slower heat dissipation in the water. Normally, as diving depth increases, the body's heat dissipation rate also speeds up. Now, at a depth of at least 50 meters, Shu Xingbei felt no significant drop in body temperature. Moreover, he could clearly see the killer whale's body structure. The reason the killer whale hadn't been pierced by Idaho's spear was that its skin was incredibly smooth, and beneath it was a thick layer of blubber. This fat layer allowed the killer whale to maintain its body temperature even in low temperatures. Upon closer observation, Shu Xingbei discovered that the killer whale possessed a self-contained heat exchange system. No matter how cold the ocean, it would not feel cold. The black killer whale swirled below, quick and agile. The killer whale, having already consumed 2 people, was not satisfied and turned its gaze toward Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei immediately felt a prickling sensation on his back, realizing that his perception of danger had heightened. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Chapter 7. Mysterious Source Activation. The change in Shu Xingbei's body temperature confused the killer whale. It swam toward him, but its speed had slowed significantly. Moreover, Shu Xingbei no longer felt any hostility from it. Now was not the time to think about this. As the killer whale drew closer, Shu Xingbei became more alert. He had clearly seen the fate of Idaho and Qin Chunli. Under the power of this massive creature, any human resistance was laughable. Idaho, armed with a spear, hadn't even managed to pierce the whale's skin, let alone Qin Chunli, who hadn't even had time to draw her dagger. The killer whale's flat head came close to Shu Xingbei. He dared not move an inch, but the whale clearly had a desire to get close to Shu Xingbei, emitting a soft call that seemed to carry a hint of flattery. Shu Xingbei reached out to touch its head. The orca immediately became excited, swaying its body, and the sea water was swept up by its massive tail, creating a large whirlpool. Are you trying to kill me? Shu Xingbei shouted angrily. The water pressure pushed him upwards. The orca understood Shu Xingbei's words and became docile. The wild appearance it had when it was crashing into the flat-bottomed boat was gone. The orca actually understood him, letting out a soft call and gently rubbing against Shu Xingbei. Are you letting me ride on you? Shu Xingbei asked in surprise. The orca's head nodded slightly. The orca's back was wide. Shu Xingbei initially intended to ride it, but he had to change to a sideways position in the end. He couldn't lie down, as that would be too undignified. The orca swam forward, close to the water's surface. Following the direction Shu Xingbei pointed, the orca took him to the outskirts of the boathouse area. Underwater, at the outskirts of the boathouse area, the company had set up protective barriers. There were several layers of steel protective nets to prevent giant marine creatures from directly crashing in. At the protective barrier, Shu Xingbei reluctantly parted ways with the orca. He didn't know when he would see this giant whale again. However, at this moment, he had more important things to do. Before the injury on his back had fully healed, he went into the water. To avoid the wound getting infected, Shu Xingbei gritted his teeth and continued toward the crematorium where Shaolin was. It was warm there and conducive to healing. As for the drinks provided by Shaolin, he could just not drink them, Shu Xingbei thought. By midnight, he finally arrived. Shu Xingbei called out Shaolin's name, not knowing how many times he shouted. Before Shaolin finally responded, "Who is it? At this hour? The dead are brought in during the day." Shaolin replied impatiently. "Shaolin, it's me, it's me." Shu Xingbei yelled. "Is it Xingbei?" Shaolin was surprised. He quickly opened the door to his small room, ran outside, opened the door again, and let Shu Xingbei in, carefully looking outside. It was pitch black outside, with no signs of life. Shaolin's room was lit. A thick wick was soaked in a large iron container. The container held an unknown dark, viscous substance. Above the wick, thick smoke wafted upward. No wonder this room always had a dark, musty smell. "Are you okay?" Shaolin's yellow eyes kept darting around Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei felt the familiar sensation of being scrutinized again. "I'm fine. What'd be wrong?" Shu Xingbei replied. "My back injury hasn't healed, and I've been in the water, so I came here to feel some warmth." The room was indeed warm. Shu Xingbei sighed inwardly, thinking that surviving in this environment would allow him to live much longer than in the boathouse area. "Take off your clothes. Let me see the wound." Shaolin finally shifted his attention. Is there anything stranger than a cremator wanting to be a researcher? Shu Xingbei thought. He took off his wet clothes, and the warmth of the room caused a layer of steam to rise from his body. "No wound," Shaolin said, lifting the oil lamp to examine Shu Xingbei's exposed back. "No wound? How is that possible?" Shu Xingbei didn't believe it at all. He still had the bandages the doctor had wrapped around him. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that the bandages had slipped down to his waist, likely due to soaking in the seawater. "Really no wound, but there is a long scar," Shaolin said, poking a finger at Shu Xingbei's back. "What does it feel like?" Shu Xingbei felt no pain. Could it really be healed? "All right, as long as the wound is healed, I could take on tasks again." He and Yelon were going to the underwater site to salvage relics, and there were so many oxygen tanks. If he could bring some up, it would solve his winter problems. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Uncle Sha," Shu Xingbei said as he put on his clothes and prepared to leave. "Don't rush. Don't rush. I remember you got injured just a few days ago. Did the doctor change your bandages today?" Shaolin scratched his messy hair. "It can't be healed so quickly. Could it be?" Shaolin's yellow eyes lit up. "Kid, did you awaken your powers?" "No." Shu Xingbei felt uneasy at Shaolin's probing. He hadn't awakened any powers. How much strength could he punch? He hadn't even counted that. Right now, he had no difference in strength compared to a few days ago. Superpowers? Even less likely. He didn't even understand what thoughts were, let alone what to do with them. To restrain others with blood, making enemies tremble in fear? Impossible. If that were the case, would he have been forced onto the flat-bottomed boat by Qin Chunli and Idahua? Compared to before drinking this mixed potion, do you feel any changes? Shaolin seemed skeptical. If he hadn't awakened his powers, why would this kid's wounds heal so quickly? Shu Xingbei pondered for a moment. If he had to say there were changes, there were indeed a few. He could see farther and clearer. His body temperature could change according to the environment, and the orca hadn't tried to kill him. Instead, it had shown him a friendly disposition. All of this was very strange. After listening to Shu Xingbei recount everything that had happened in the afternoon, Shaolin's expression grew dark. As he listened, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Until Shu Xingbei finished speaking, Shaolin was still pondering the issue. "Uncle Sha, I still want to leave," Shu Xingbei said. After he entered, Shaolin glanced outside. indicating that this place wasn't easy to enter. Otherwise, Shaolin wouldn't have been so tense. Shu Xingbei didn't want to trouble Shaolin. Since his injury had healed, there was no need to stay here. He certainly wanted to stay in a warm place. But that was just a wishful thinking, and Shu Xingbei was very clear about that. Uncle Sha means no harm. He just wants to help you. Just like I said when your father was here, when you encounter difficulties, seek help from Uncle Sha. That's why Uncle Sha gave you that mixed drink. Shaolin began to explain. I know. I don't blame you, Shu Xingbei repeatedly said. He could clearly differentiate between good intentions and ill will. I want to apply my research to you. Someone told me that external stimulation can awaken powers, Shaolin said, then smiled bitterly. While I work here, aside from the essentials for living, my compensation has been exchanged for various potions, marine beast blood, and superhuman blood. However, at this point, Shaolin still had an unyielding look. Come over and arm wrestle with Uncle Sha. Shaolin squatted by the bed, raised his arm along the edge of the bed, and opened his palm. Shu Xingbei had no choice but to squat down, raise his arm, and grasp Shaolin's palm. Put in some strength, start. Shaolin's arm muscles immediately bulged. Shu Xingbei also gathered his strength and strained to wrestle Shaolin's wrist. Shaolin twisted his right hand and pressed down Shu Xingbei's arm. Explosive power at most 300 pounds. Not good. Without awakened powers, Shaolin sighed. He didn't even want to test the other abilities with Shu Xingbei anymore. Whether it was blood abilities or super abilities, there should be external manifestations. But Shu Xingbei had none. Then what is the reason for the changes in my body? Shu Xingbei began to doubt. The orca was inexplicably close to him, as if the sea creature also let him go for some unknown reason. He had clearly seen Shaolin's process of exerting strength just now. Shaolin's strength was much greater than his, but after Shu Xingbei understood Shaolin's process of exerting strength, he realized one thing. If he concentrated all his strength together and then applied it through his arm to his palm, Shaolin might not necessarily be his opponent in arm wrestling, unless some mysterious source is activated, giving you a bit of strange ability. The orca's goodwill towards you is likely because you drank that mixed potion. I've heard of cases where orcas can be tamed. Anyway, you're not the first. At least the mysterious source can be activated, something I've never even heard of. Shaolin shook his head and said, you have no special qualities, so you can't join the organization. Organization? Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Is it the Ji-Shi organization? Shaolin was surprised. Yes, you know. Someone gave me a badge with a character for light on it. She said it was a membership badge that would allow entry into the Ji-Shi organization. Shu Xingbei thought of Nielon and felt a pang in his heart. Do you have the badge? Let me see, Shaolin asked without confirming. Shu Xingbei took out the badge from his pocket. He had put it away when Qin Chunli and the others pressured him. Shaolin took the badge and gently stroked it with his fingers. Having the badge doesn't mean you can enter. They want useful people, warriors who can fight, researchers who could desalinate seawater or forge weapons. Without a special skill, even survival is a problem. How can you dream of saving others? There was no trace of disdain in Shaolin's tone, only a sense of lament and helplessness. The person who gave me the badge said her brother was a materials collector for the Ji-Shi organization, Shu Xingbei said. The threshold is not low. It means they don't support idlers. Chapter 8. The price of redemption materials collector? L'alliance militaire non commerciale periphéral personnel. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to collect blood from various sea beasts and buy those potions here? Shu Xingbei suddenly understood that Uncle Sha was also peripheral personnel. Shaolin nodded. Peripheral personnel do not enjoy any benefits of formal members. Impossible situations. The organization can prioritize assistance. That's all. Prioritize assistance means that help is given when possible. Quite cruel, isn't it? Shaolin asked. Shu Xingbei remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together. The more cruel, the more reasonable. Capable people band together to save themselves before they can talk about saving others. There are too many people in the boathouse area who need help. Is it possible to save them all? Shaolin asked. Shu Xingbei suddenly felt that all the confusion before him was resolved in an instant. Yes, one must first have the ability to save oneself before talking about saving others. He had never even had the ability to protect himself. How could he talk about rescuing Yelon? Here, keep the badge as a memento. Shaolin threw the badge back to him. Shaolin looked at Shu Xingbei with interest and squatted by the bed, raising his arm. 1, 2, 3, start. Shu Xingbei exerted force and firmly pressed Sha Lian's arm against the edge of the bed. Sha Lian was startled and stood up. You little brat, not bad. Sha Lian's unusual excitement did not infect Shu Xingbei. He felt no excitement at all. The reason he wrestled with Sha Lian earlier was just to let him know that the years of accumulation and attempts were not entirely useless. At least those mixed potions had shown effects on Shu Xingbei, just comforting Sha Lian a bit. Quick, tell me how you did it? Sha Lian urged. I watched how you exerted force, and then applied the same method to gather strength, Shu Xingbei explained. Imitation? Sha Lian was disappointed again. Imitation is not a skill. It doesn't require activation. Seeing birds flying in the sky makes humans want to grow wings. Seeing non-powerful animals building nests makes humans build houses. And they even learn to create multiple burrows. The examples of imitation are countless. How can that be considered a capability awakening? Shu Xingbei was just an ordinary person, just like himself. Sha Lian couldn't tell if he felt helpless or frustrated. He was only a peripheral member of the Illuminati. Even as a core member, he couldn't recommend Shu Xingbei for membership. Shu Xingbei didn't tell Sha Lian that he could actually see the coordination of Sha Lian's bones and strength when he exerted force. And he wasn't imitating, he was copying. A powerful copying ability, just one glance at what others can do, and he can follow along. Isn't that a remarkable ability? As for what this ability is called, or what type it belongs to, Shu Xingbei wouldn't care, no matter what ability it is. If it can enhance strength and save one's life at a critical moment, that's an incredibly valuable ability. Since Sha Lian thought he was just imitating, then so be it. Abilities are for survival, not for showing off. Just when Sha Lian was feeling downcast and disheartened, Shu Xingbei left. After Shu Xingbei left, Sha Lian remembered that he had Ti brought some food for him. He always acted a beat too slow. There was someone in the room. The faint sound of breathing didn't escape Shu Xingbei's ears. After listening for a few seconds, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in, feeling for the headlamp placed on the bedside cabinet, turned it on, and a body tensed under the blanket, followed by a head popping out. Brother Shu, you're still alive? The boy lying in bed was from the neighboring house, named Tong Ziyun. I'm leaving. I'll leave right now. Tong Ziyun hurriedly scrambled out of bed and started to get dressed. Forget it. If you don't mind being cramped, just sleep here tonight. Shu Xingbei shook his head. Then, I'll stay here, Tong Ziyun blinked. The child didn't T-smile. Shu Xingbei didn't T-smile either. People in the boathouse area never laughed. Did your parents say, I died? Shu Xingbei asked, taking off his clothes and crawling under the blanket. The thin cotton quilt barely covered Shu Ziyun's body. After all, there was an extra person. Then he swore, I didn't touch anything in the house. I didn't move anything. My parents didn't let me touch, and I didn't want to. I felt you were still alive. Good people live a long time. Shu Xingbei's heart softened, but he said, stop talking. Sleep. The reason he didn't explode in anger was also because the water and food in the house hadn't been touched. Tong Ziyun's parents, including him, still had a bottom line. At least they knew to confirm his death before taking his things. The next day, Shu Xingbei got up very late. Tong Ziyun didn't sleep well at night and ran away as soon as it was light. Not long after, Tong's father came over to apologize to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. He didn't take this matter to heart. The other three in the beast-catching team are all alive? Shu Xingbei was stunned. Thinking about it, the orca later came to him, so it's normal for those three guys to have survived. Thank you. If there's nothing wrong, let Tong Ziyun come over to play. Shu Xingbei said politely. Good. The kid Ziyun has always admired you, saying you're amazing, that at 15 you can support your own sky, Tong's father said, leaving with a sense of propriety. Shu Xingbei increasingly felt the cruelty of this world. If he had really died yesterday, there wouldn't have been anyone sad. The first ones to think about taking his things would certainly be numerous. Shu Xingbei thought deeply about the path ahead of him. First, he needed to settle his own life, find a way to understand where the company's slaves were sent and what they were doing. If items could be exchanged from the ruins, that would be even better. Shu Xingbei thought as he tidied up, inserting his knife into his pants leg, and headed straight for the company's task office. The bounty hunters in the room were as numerous as ever. More than 30 people waiting for tasks. Among them about 10 familiar faces. When they saw Shu Xingbei, Not only were the bounty hunters stunned, but even the female deputy manager distributing tasks was taken aback. She adjusted her glasses on her nose and looked at Xu Xingbei twice. A guy injured by sea beasts can get up and come out to take tasks? The surprise was brief. In fact, there was no pause in between. Tasks were assigned one by one, and Xu Xingbei quietly watched, without speaking throughout. The ruins he went to with Nialan were not among today's tasks. After the bounty hunters in the boathouse took their tasks and left to get their tools, only Xu Xingbei and the female deputy manager remained in the room. "Aren't you here to take a task?" The female deputy manager asked. "Is there something?" "Oh, are you talking about that woman?" Nialan sold herself to find a doctor for Xu Xingbei, and it was the female deputy manager who handled the matter herself. Upon hearing Xu Xingbei's question, she immediately thought of Nialan. Xu Xingbei remained silent, waiting for the female deputy manager to continue. The female deputy manager stopped tapping the table and instead began to play with a pen in her hand, flipping it over and back again, assessing the situation. A coldness accumulated in Xu Xingbei's gaze. What kind of company is this to be so shameless? Just as the female deputy manager was secretly sneering, Xu Xingbei spoke up. "I want to redeem someone. Her name is Nialan. She sold herself a few days ago. You can check the exact time, right?" Xu Xingbei had fainted in between and truly didn't know when Nialan had sold herself. The female deputy manager checked the records and told Xu Xingbei that the woman named Nialan signed the agreement on December 17th. "Good," Xu Xingbei said tersely. Chapter 9. Wits and Strategy. The female deputy manager believed she had done her best to explain clearly. If it weren't for having nothing to do, she wouldn't bother to chat with Xu Xingbei. Redeeming someone? What a big face. TSK. Before coming in, Xu Xingbei had thought that if everything went smoothly, he could ask about the redemption price for Nialan, and then he would take on that previous relic task. With so many jars, Xu Xingbei didn't believe the company wouldn't be tempted. After accepting the task, Xu Xingbei went to pick up his equipment. The female deputy manager watched Xu Xingbei's departing figure and muttered to herself, taking on such a task, wanting to redeem someone, and even thinking of redeeming 3? Bah! Unaware of the female deputy manager's contempt for him, Xu Xingbei drove a small iron boat, piling the diving suit, oxygen tanks, and helium tanks all in the cabin. The small iron boat was only about 3 meters long. Calling it a cabin was an exaggeration. It was merely a few partition boards at the bottom of the boat. Fortunately, the boat's draft was not deep, and Xu Xingbei estimated that it would be no problem to load 2 to 3 large tanks later. There were many good items under that relic, but the location was far from the boathouse area. Normally, relic salvage is done within 10 kilometers of the boathouse area. The farther away, the greater the unknown dangers, easily encountering sea beasts or large fish. Moreover, the journey back would not be safe either. The boathouse area maintained basic order thanks to the company, and the residents living there couldn't afford to be too greedy, as it would ruin their reputation and lead to no one wanting to cooperate with them again. Therefore, once inside the boathouse area, there was almost no one who would snatch others' profits. It wasn't until the afternoon that Xu Xingbei boarded the small iron boat and leisurely headed toward the relic site, where he and Nialan had previously salvaged. As for the task he accepted, that was merely to mask his true intentions, so it could go to hell. Once the small iron boat sailed out of the isolation layer between the boathouse and the endless sea, Xu Xingbei felt as if he was being watched. He clearly sensed that the other party had murderous intent toward him. If it came to a real fight, it was uncertain who would win. Besides, if he couldn't beat them, he could always dive underwater. With his current slow heat dissipation, no bounty hunter could outlast him underwater. After leaving the boathouse area, Xu Xingbei increased the throttle, and the speed of the iron boat shot up. A long boat followed closely, speeding up and heading straight for Xu Xingbei's back. "Old dang, don't go so fast. Be careful he slows down. You won't be able to react," Old Wu shouted from the deck to the cockpit. The 3 men on the large iron boat were all familiar faces to Xu Xingbei. Old Wu, the barbarian, and Deng Yinghao. That kid can't be that clever? Deng Yinghao didn't believe it. From a distance, he vaguely heard Old Wu saying something. The bald barbarian also didn't believe it. He thought Xu Xingbei was just a kid. Although he was called the barbarian, He wasn't merely brute. He thought Old Wu made sense and asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" "Slow down. See where he is going. If he finds something, we can rob him. It wouldn't be a wasted trip." Old Wu replied slyly. While the two were talking, Deng Yinghao in the cockpit grew anxious. He had lost sight of Xu Xingbei ahead. Normally, with a wind speed below level 6, ships on the sea shouldn't be far apart, and they could all be seen. However, he couldn't see the small iron boat Xu Xingbei was driving at all. Could the boat have sunk? Deng Yinghao absurdly thought. A sunken boat was impossible. But on a calm sea with clear visibility and bright skies, where had Xu Xingbei gone? Damn it, that kid came behind us. The barbarian stood on the deck and looked back, suddenly appearing as if he had seen a ghost. "I told you that kid is not simple," Old Wu said, dropping his cigarette, but then leisurely pulling out another. Although Old Wu said not to underestimate Xu Xingbei, he still regarded him lightly. After all, Xu Xingbei's age was apparent. He was probably not even 20, so how could he compare to them in strength? In experience, did he have more than them? In adaptability, was he more cunning than them? "Are you all waiting for me to be the bait?" Xu Xingbei stood at the bow of the boat, hand on the steering wheel, deliberately provoking them. He believed the other party wouldn't turn against him on the sea without any task benefits. The barbarian's face turned beet red with anger. Old Wu took a puff of his cigarette and replied loudly, "How could that be? Little brother, it was Erda whose idea yesterday. It has nothing to do with us. I was still thinking of helping you. And now what?" Xu Xingbei ignored Old Wu's explanation. He revved up the iron boat, making the engines sound louder. The pursuing boats would naturally increase their speed as well. Xu Xingbei took advantage of the small boat's agility, changed direction, made a circle, turned off the engine, and slowly moved along the protective layer. Once the other party chased ahead, he could clearly see the group that harbored murderous intent toward him. "You go your way, we go ours." Old Wu certainly didn't want to clash with Xu Xingbei immediately. He wouldn't engage in something without benefits. If they encountered him elsewhere, he would unhesitatingly send Xu Xingbei to his demise. "Then you go ahead," Xu Xingbei replied lazily. The barbarian understood Old Wu's intention. But if Xu Xingbei told them to go first, once they separated, how would they find this kid again? The barbarian couldn't just say, "You go first, we'll follow behind you." Deng Yinghao, who had been listening to their back and forth, realized his boat was speeding up, so he slowed down, listening to Old Wu and Xu Xingbei negotiate. "Give him a taste of his own medicine?" The barbarian asked. "What if we can't find him?" The barbarian lost confidence. "Good idea," the barbarian replied. Deng Yinghao, far away in the cockpit, watched as Old Wu and the barbarian mumbled to each other without giving him any input. He couldn't stand it anymore and ran over. Once Deng Yinghao left, Xu Xingbei immediately started the engine, increased the power, and the small iron boat quickly sped forward. The three men saw Xu Xingbei taking on a task, wanted to make a profit from him before sending him to his end, while Xu Xingbei had his eyes on their equipment. If it hadn't been too late last night to find that capsized large ship, Xu Xingbei would have gone to salvage the spoils long ago. That iron crossbow was a great item. Xu Xingbei drove the boat far away until he could no longer see the three men's boat, then slowed down, letting out a soft call. Although this waterway deviated slightly from the one he took yesterday, perhaps the harpoon whale would swim over here. If he had the harpoon whale as an ally, the salvage of the relic today would go much more smoothly. Xu Xingbei called out for over an hour but didn't see the harpoon whale come. As he approached the relic site, he stopped calling and first changed into his diving suit and flippers, then tied a long rope to the steering wheel. The rope was nearly 1,000 meters long, originally bundled and stored in the boat, and now it was thrown into the water. Xu Xingbei leaped into the water and slowly sank. This time he was alone, and he had to be careful. If the boat was swept away by a big fish or someone took it away, he wouldn't have any tools to carry the salvaged items. Fortunately, he did not encounter any crises during the descent, and the devourer beast did not appear. Xu Xingbei let out a silent sigh of relief and planned to finish things quickly. He descended to a place not far from his last visit and quickly found the isolated house. Those long iron cans were still there, looking no different from before. Xu Xingbei shouldered an oxygen tank, biting down on the lowered rope, and released the helium tank with one hand. The pressure pushed his diving suit. causing him to float quickly to the surface. When he emerged from the water, Shushing Bei saw the boat still spinning there. He immediately pulled a rope, and the boat slowly moved toward him as he swam in that direction. Once he placed the oxygen tank into the small iron boat and changed out of his diving suit, he let out a long sigh of relief. If things had gone as smoothly with Nyalan last time, she wouldn't have had to sell herself into slavery. As this thought crossed his mind, Shushing Bei quickly dismissed his wild imaginings. This was not the time for him to be distracted. Shushing Bei started the boat and was about to increase the power to leave when he suddenly felt the presence of the orca. This feeling was unmistakable. He was sure he would not be wrong. He stopped the boat again and looked in a certain direction. Sure enough, there was a shadow drifting toward him. "Hey, I'm over here," Shushing Bei shouted happily. It didn't matter if the orca had been summoned by him on the way here. What mattered was that he had a trustworthy partner, and this partner was incredibly strong. The orca drew closer and let out a low call towards Shushing Bei. "Are you saying you were already here and helped me drive away some sea beasts?" Shushing Bei was greatly surprised. No wonder he had managed to retrieve a large oxygen tank so smoothly. Chapter 10. Crossbow Shushing Bei piloted the boat while the orca dove to the bottom. Following closely behind, the sun sank in the west, casting a remnant red glow over the undulating ocean surface, resembling a cluster of brilliant stars floating on the water. More than an hour later, the boathouse area came into view. As Shushing Bei's gaze landed there, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old Wu and the other two were actually guarding the area near the protective layer. It seemed they were determined to get him. They didn't attack him right away, and Shushing Bei understood well why. They wanted to see his mission completed, hoping to reap their own rewards while taking his life as well. Times had changed. Their plans would not only fail completely, but they themselves would not come to a good end either. "Do you see clearly? Did you gain anything?" As Shushing Bei's boat drew nearer, Old Wu and his companions also noticed him. Their field of vision was far inferior to Shushing Bei's. Completely unaware that he had already discovered them. "There is something in the boat," the barbarian replied. Old Wu outlined his plan. "All right, we get closer, we'll act." The barbarian never doubted Old Wu's strategy. As the distance closed, the people on both boats could see each other clearly. Old Wu shouted, "Hey kid, what a coincidence. Got anything?" "Yeah." Shushing Bei nodded towards the boat. Old Wu and the barbarian had already seen the long canister in the boat, their eyes filled with greed. "You bring the boat over so we can have a look?" Old Wu still wore a nonchalant expression. "Run. Shushing Bei can't escape." Old Wu's boat was bigger and faster. Shushing Bei was not in a hurry. He moved slowly in his boat, making a low sound. "What is going on?" The barbarian looked at Shushing Bei in confusion. A flat-headed creature suddenly rose from the water, appearing in front of the barbarian. The barbarian took one look and nearly lost his mind. It's that killer whale." He stammered, turned to run. Old Wu was also stunned. At this moment, it was no longer a question of whether Shushing Bei could retrieve the relics, but whether they could survive. Old Wu jumped into the water from the boat, desperately swimming towards the boathouse area. He had always found the protective layer a nuisance when navigating the big boat. Now he just hoped he could reach it. The orca could not pass through that heavy protective layer. The barbarian also jumped into the water and swam desperately toward the protective layer. After all, it wasn't too far away, at most 2 or 3 kilometers. The most unfortunate was Dang Ying Hao, who was in the big boat's cockpit. He had no idea what was happening. Seeing his companions jump into the water, he followed suit. There were definitely fierce fish or sea beasts in the water. As long as he could outswim his companions, it would be fine. Screams came from the surface of the sea, and blood occasionally rose in the water. First, it was Dang Ying Hao, then the barbarian, and finally Old Wu. None escaped the grim fate of death. Shushing Bei slowly brought his small boat alongside Old Wu's big boat, grabbed a rope, leaped onto the big boat, and then tied the 2 boats together, staying inside the big boat. The big boat was his trophy, and the weapons inside, a long knife, an iron crossbow, and 3 crossbow bolts, also became Shushing Bei's possessions. "This is great." A rare smile appeared on Shushing Bei's face. He had long coveted the iron crossbow, and it finally fell into his hands. As for whether this crossbow was the one the barbarian owned yesterday, Shushing Bei did not care at all. The orca transmitted a message, telling Shushing Bei that it could only swim this far. Any further would cause its massive body to run aground. You go ahead, if possible. Help me keep an eye on the place I've visited today. Don't let others salvage the underwater items. Shu Xingbei communicated his message to the orca. After 3 attempts, the orca finally understood some complex information and dove into the water to leave. Shu Xingbei started the big boat and headed toward the boathouse area. The scene on the water had been witnessed by other boats in the distance, but they did not see it clearly. They only knew that the barbarian and Old Wu were eaten by sea beasts or giant fish, without realizing that the orca could be commanded by Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei steered the boat in front of the boathouse he occupied, continued to secure the 2 boats and the boathouse together with ropes, and then moved the items from the big boat into his boathouse one by one. When he hoisted the oxygen tank onto his shoulder, the surrounding boathouse residents were stirred. The boathouse area, which had always seemed somewhat quiet, suddenly became lively, with an unknown number of people emerging from their boathouses, standing on the deck and looking this way. Their gazes were either eager, greedy, or envious. Shu Xingbei paid them no mind. He placed the oxygen tank in the boathouse, carefully set it on the bottom, ate a bag of food, drank a few sips of water, and then turned his gaze to the iron crossbow. I need to find a place to practice. Shu Xingbei played with the iron crossbow, unable to put it down. As the sky darkened, Shu Xingbei closed the hatch and walked towards the big boat with the iron crossbow. Brother, Tong Ziyin ran out, waving at him. Shu Xingbei smiled at him. The smile seemed encouraging, and Tong Ziyin quickly ran over, whispering, Brother, are you going out? Shak Xingbei nodded. I knew it. My dad said that if you go out, I should keep watch for you. Tong Ziyun's voice grew a little louder. Shu Xingbei glanced at all the boathouses belonging to Tong Ziyun. His father was watching him there, nodding slightly. It was a kind gesture, and there was no need to disappoint it. Shu Xingbei went out to test the iron crossbow he had obtained, lacking a reference. Shu Xingbei did not know the range and power of the crossbow. The only places he could try were the sea beasts and fish in the deep sea area. In the thick, unyielding darkness, the boat sailed out of the boathouse area. Just after leaving the protective house, Shu Xingbei noticed the presence of sea beasts in the water. Strange. According to past experience, there shouldn't be any large sea beasts within 20 kilometers of the boathouse area. However, apart from the fierce sea beast encountered at that ruin, there was also the encounter with the orca. How could such sea beasts and giant fish have come this way? Shu Xingbei did not dare to be careless. He watched the movements in the sea closely. Encountering a sea beast or fish over 30 meters long would spell disaster. It was unnecessary to test the crossbow in the dark and invite trouble. As he moved forward, along, strange fish appeared in Shu Xingbei's line of sight. In the darkness, the creature's gaze met Shu Xingbei's. He was shocked to see that this fish had 3 eyes. It moved slowly, clearly having no intention of attacking him. Shu Xingbei turned the helm to avoid it. A little further ahead, about 50 meters away, another sea beast appeared. It lay lazily in the water, its black back exposed above the surface. No, he couldn't go any further, at least not at night. Ahead was a sea beast, measuring about 10 meters long, lying there lazily. This was it. Shu Xingbei picked up the crossbow, secured the cable to the front of the bolt, and loaded it into the launcher. He then pulled back the crossbow with all his might, aiming at the sea beast's massive head. Holding his breath and concentrating, he pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt flew out with a whoosh. The powerful recoil caused Shu Xingbei to lean back suddenly, almost falling into the cabin. The sea beast sensed the danger, shrank its body, and with all 4 limbs moved, churning the water as it darted forward. However, it was too close to Shu Xingbei, merely 300 meters away. Just a moment behind its movement, the crossbow bolt struck. The sea beast suddenly halted. The bolt hit its neck and then slipped down, sinking to the bottom of the water. The range was too far, and Shu Xingbei felt a pang of regret. He finally understood why the barbarian had no success against the orca. The barbarian had shot from at least 500 meters away, and the crossbow bolt would face resistance in the water, posing no threat to the orca. But the sea beast was already enraged, heading straight towards Shu Xingbei. With powerful strokes, it moved rapidly, its body gliding across the surface of the sea. The water splashed loudly. Shu Xingbei had no time to reel in the rope. He steeled himself, grabbed another crossbow from his side, loaded it, and calculated the distance between the sea beast and him in silence. 100 meters. He released the bolt, hitting the sea beast between its eyes. A dull thud echoed as it penetrated. The sea beast writhed in pain, thrashing angrily on the surface of the water. Blood flowed continuously from the hole in its face, filling the air with a strong metallic scent. The sea beast struggled in the water for more than 10 minutes before going still. The surrounding waters began to echo with continuous splashing sounds. The smell of blood attracted more sea beasts and fish, all swimming towards this way. Shu Xingbei realized he had to act quickly. He dove into the water, lifting the dead sea beast, which was heavy, over 500 pounds. Using all his strength, he pushed the sea beast to the side of the boat. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to use his shoulder to shove the sea beast into the boat. The boat was already spinning in the churning waters. Once aboard, Shu Xingbei quickly restarted the engine, pushing the power to maximum, and fled the area. After returning, Shu Xingbei turned on the headlamp and entered the cabin, seeing Tong Ziyun sitting on the edge of the bed, resting his chin on his hand. What's wrong? Shu Xingbei opened the cabinet and handed him a bag of liquid food. Shu Xingbei's expression darkened. Did someone come? They didn't come in. They're all outside. Probably waiting for me to fall asleep, Tong Ziyun replied. Chapter 11. Faces go to sleep, Shu Xingbei said without elaborating. He had barely slept for a few hours when there was a knock on the boathouse door. It was Tong Ziyun's father. Uncle Ping, Shu Xingbei greeted him. Xingbei, it's a problem. The neighbors met last night and are about to come find you. Tong Ziyun's father frowned. Looking for me? Shu Xingbei was taken aback, and before he could respond, voices began to rise outside. Xingbei is in the house. I'm your Uncle Ping. A man entered, who was Shu Xingbei's neighbor. Behind him followed a group of people, all neighbors of Shu Xingbei. What's up? Shu Xingbei assessed them, his face revealing no emotion. Shu Xingbei said, Oh, what does this have to do with good kids? Shu Xingbei understood. They were here to take advantage of him. They had planned to steal last night, but were thwarted by Tong Ziyun's presence. Today they intended to play the sympathy card. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. You all get out. Uncle Ping was taken aback by Shu Xingbei's motion. I say, Xingbei, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? I mean it clearly. The things I pulled up are mine, and it has nothing to do with you. If you're envious, go fish for your own, Shu Xingbei said impatiently. Exactly. The others chimed in. You, Shu Xingbei, are just one person. How much can you eat? How much can you use? Share some with everyone. It's not forgetting your roots. Shu Xingbei glanced at Uncle Ping. Since we're talking about distant relatives not being as good as close neighbors, then I'll speak frankly. I don't clearly remember when my mother died, but when my father died, I remember it clearly, from when he was bedridden until he took his last breath. Did anyone among you come to see him? Uncle Ping was speechless, not making a sound. The others exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Is it because you're afraid of catching a disease? Uncle Ping finally managed to come up with a response. If my father had a contagious disease, leaving a child alone at home, wouldn't that child be pitiful? Did anyone give him a bite to eat or a sip to drink? Shu Xingbei's tone grew cold. You kid, you're fine, so why say such nonsensical things? What's the point? Uncle Ping said. Since we VE come, you can't just keep it all to yourself, right? Another middle-aged man spoke up. Oh, soft tactics don't work. So you're going straight for hard tactics? The angrier Shu Xingbei became, the calmer his expression. I'll lay my cards on the table today. Don't bring up useless things. If you want things from me, there's no way. So? Shu Xingbei looked at Uncle Ping with amusement. Unless you agree to share those 100 bags of food and 500 liters of water with us. Otherwise, those 3 households coming to your door, no one can protect you. Uncle Ping's tone was chillingly severe. The others sneered. You mean to say that everything I can obtain has to be shared with you, right? Shu Xingbei saw through these people's true faces completely. If you think so, then that is even better, Uncle Ping said, hands on his hips, wearing a smug expression. He felt no anger, nor sadness. After his father died, he had carried his father's body to the crematorium on his frail back, and since then, he held no hope for anyone. Even if someone helped you, it might not necessarily be out of goodwill, compared to deliberate assistance. Shu Xingbei preferred to believe in kindness expressed unintentionally. Just like Shalian, just like Nielon, their goodwill was naturally expressed. Get lost, Shu Xingbei pointed outside the boathouse. If you have any thoughts, you can go see the fate of the sea beast in the boat outside. The sea beast in the boat outside? Uncle Ping looked confused. Among the others, someone had indeed seen the cabin. Was that sea beast killed by him? What sea beast? Someone asked. Just go and see for yourself. The person speaking earlier replied nervously. A few people went outside, all looking at the large ship next to the boathouse. A sea beast lay in the cabin, measuring several dozen meters long and weighing several hundred pounds. The triangular head of the sea beast was covered in scales, and its body was pitch black. Its forelimbs were short while its hind limbs were long, with claws that shone like blades at the tips of its toes. Uncle Ping saw the hole in the center of the sea beast's face and gasped. He had hunted many sea beasts before, so he could tell how it had died. The key point was that getting the dead sea beast from the sea onto the ship was impossible for just one person's strength. At least Uncle Ping couldn't do it. This kid is ruthless and strong enough, Uncle Ping muttered. How could he possibly bring the sea beast onto the ship by himself? Didn't you notice that Tong didn't say a word the whole time? And that Tong's kid was watching the door for Shu last night. What does that mean? Someone coldly mocked. Stop talking so much. Since Shu's kid hasn't shown up, let's send someone to notify those 3 families and let them come find him for an explanation. Another person suggested. Yes, Uncle Ping, you go. One problem at a time. All right, I'll go then. Even if he goes to the company to submit his task immediately, we can still find him. Can the monk run away from the temple? Uncle Ping said loudly, not worried about being overheard by Shu Xingbei. Chapter 12. Redemption. In the morning, a thin young man arrived at the bounty posting area. He was wearing a canvas coat and carrying a long canister. His gaze calm and his expression neither sad nor happy. Who is that? The bounty hunters in the boathouse asked as they saw the young man walk by. Rather than asking who he was, they were more interested in the canister he was carrying. He seems to have the surname Shu, one hunter replied, having some impression of Shu Xingbei. The female assistant manager also noticed Shu Xingbei. Her gaze lingered more on the canister, and unlike the hunters, she immediately recognized it as a gas canister. Regardless of what gas it contained, that kid named Shu had made quite a haul this time. Although the female assistant manager could post tasks, she was just a low-level leader in the company and had a bunch of people at home waiting for food and drink. The task posting ended quickly, and she hurriedly went to the acquisition office. Shu Xingbei, carrying the canister, was of course headed to the acquisition office behind the bounty posting area. The person in charge on the deck of the acquisition office was aware that there were very few people coming to submit tasks in the morning, so he took the opportunity to relax. When this male assistant manager saw Shu Xingbei, a smile appeared on his face. Here, to submit a task? He greeted Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei was taken aback for a moment and nodded. In his impression, the assistant manager at the acquisition office was usually aloof and rarely bothered with others. It was quite unusual for him to take the initiative to greet someone today. The assistant manager watched as Shu Xingbei placed the canister on the deck, and his keen eyes had already noticed the writing on the canister. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. How much is it worth? Shu Xingbei asked. Well, assistant manager Yao Lu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. His gaze swept over Shu Xingbei's face. Despite being buffeted by the sea breeze countless times, Shu Xingbei's face still revealed a hint of youthful innocence. It needs to be evaluated and tested, Yao Lu said again, his eyes lingering on Shu Xingbei's face. A young man who understands the rules. Doesn't he know he should show some appreciation at this time? The female assistant manager, Zheng Meihua, arrived and bent down to pat the canister, exclaiming it was a good item. Then, Zheng Meihua said to Yao Lu, the canister shows no signs of being opened. Yao Lu acknowledged, Manager Zheng is an expert. If she says it hasn't been opened, then we can skip the testing. I'll buy it at the normal price. 500 bags of food and 200 liters of water. After Yao Lu finished speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Meihua. Zheng Meihua immediately understood his meaning. She would also get a share of what Yao Lu skimmed off from Shu Xingbei. So much. Zheng Meihua made a gesture as if to cover her mouth, looking very surprised. Shu Xingbei asked lightly, Does Manager Yao think I'm young and easy to deceive? Upon hearing this, Yao Lu's expression darkened. What do you mean? I think Manager Yao might be a bit forgetful. Was the previous acquisition price like this? Shu Xingbei said slowly. He had survived to this point alone, having seen many deceptions. Whether it was the neighbor's expressions this morning or manager Yao's attempt to take advantage now. Xu Xingbei was not surprised, but also firmly refused to back down. Could something earned at the cost of one's life be casually given away as a favor? Is that so? Did I really remember wrong? Yao Lu dared not be too extreme. Since he couldn't fool Xu Xingbei, he planned to accept the item at the normal price. After all, if he clashed with Xu Xingbei over taking advantage, the company would find out, and he wouldn't have a good outcome. Yao Lu pretended to pull out a ledger, flipped through it, and then slapped his forehead. Indeed, I remembered wrong. 1,000 bags of food and 500 liters of water. Do you want to redeem it? Of course, Xu Xingbei nodded. At this point, Yao Lu hated Xu Xingbei to the core. That damn kid, not understanding what filial piety means and being impervious to threats. Once I find an excuse, you'll regret it. Yao Lu called over 2 workers to take the oxygen tank away, then handed the corresponding food and water to Xu Xingbei. There's still a sea beast in the ship outside. Manager Yao, how about you quote a price? Xu Xingbei said. There's a sea beast? Yao Lu felt even more envy and jealousy. The sea beast could be exchanged for a year's rent for the boathouse and the necessary fuel for sailing. Xu Xingbei also submitted the ship and was about to leave. Brother Xu, you've redeemed quite a bit. Don't you need a waterproof storage bag? Zheng Meihua, who had been silent, suddenly said, a waterproof storage bag? Is there such a thing? Give me one, Xu Xingbei said to Yao Lu. Bring 100 bags of food in exchange. Yao Lu replied in a bad mood. Xu Xingbei saw the waterproof storage bag Yao Lu brought, and his eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate to exchange for one. With the large ship that Deng Yinghao and the others had now belonging to him, he no longer needed to rent the company's ships. Xu Xingbei packed the food and water into the storage bag, which only took up a small portion of the space. Closing the storage bag, Xu Xingbei left without lingering. Once Xu Xingbei left, Yao Lu looked at Zheng Meihua with dissatisfaction. Manager Zheng, why didn't you say anything just now? There are benefits, and you have a share too. Why did you help him? Zheng Meihua replied softly, lower your voice. I'm telling you, that kid named Xu is not simple. Not simple? Yao Lu sneered a few times, it's just a bit of luck. He didn't believe that Xu Xingbei could hunt a sea beast. The risks of survival at sea were immense, but luck couldn't be ruled out. Other people could also stumble upon an injured sea beast. The tiger beast hunting team. 5 people, all wiped out, Zheng Meihua said softly. Did he kill them? Yao Lu shuddered. If that were the case, Xu Xingbei truly wasn't someone he could offend. I don't know if it was him directly, but it's definitely related to him, Zheng Meihua said. Then, we can only let him go, Yao Lu sighed. The ruthless guys in the boathouse area were not something Yao Lu dared to exploit easily. Only young people like Xu Xingbei gave Yao Lu the guts to take advantage of. He never expected that this kid would also be a tough nut to crack. Is that so? Not necessarily, Zheng Meihua smiled lightly. Yao Lu's eyes brightened. Manager, Zheng has a plan? Didn't he bring the ship over? What could be on the ship that you don't know? Zheng Meihua reminded. Yao Lu understood in a second. The recorder. Navigation recorder. How could I forget this? Yao Lu suddenly slapped his forehead. Let us find the places he has been to and have our relatives from both families go there to salvage. I don't believe there is only a can of gas down there, Zheng Meihua said. Also, let us spread the word about what he exchanged today. I don't believe those bandits want to be interested in him. Hearing Zheng Meihua come up with 2 cunning plans, Yao Lu was startled. No wonder people say the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. This saying is indeed true. In Yao Lu's view, Xu Xingbei had not offended Zheng Meihua at all, but Zheng Meihua had a plan to bring Xu Xingbei to his demise. It's better not to provoke women easily. Otherwise, you might die without knowing how. Xu Xingbei had no idea that Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu had already discussed how to deal with him in such a short time. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was heading toward Shaoyan. Now that he had food and water, he had to share some with Uncle Shaoyan. When Shaoyan saw Xu Xingbei enter, he opened the waterproof storage bag to take out food and was stunned. Xu Xingbei took out 100 bags of food and was about to take out more when Shaoyan stopped him. I can't eat this much alone, Shaoyan said, feeling an indescribable emotion. The Xu family kid is truly a person of great loyalty. The reason Shaoyan accepted the 100 bags of food was that he knew refusing would be futile. so he simply accepted Shu Xingbei's goodwill. Then I won tea disturb Uncle Sha. Shu Xingbei didn't tea linger. There were more staff at the crematorium than just Sha Yin. Every time he came by himself, Sha Yin was careful, so Shu Xingbei didn't tea want to cause any trouble for him. Watching Shu Xingbei's departing figure, Sha Yin thought to himself, Xingbei, no matter what, Uncle Sha will get you into the Jishe organization. Although Sha Yin was merely an outer member of the Jishe organization, he had heard of some treatments given to formal members within the organization. If Shu Xingbei could enter the organization, his life would be at least dozens or even hundreds of times better than now. Shu Xingbei didn't expect that a single act of gratitude would lead Sha Yin to make such a determination. After leaving the crematorium, he once again headed towards the outer sea area of the boathouse. He still wanted to go to the ruins. As Shu Xingbei's boat passed through the protective barrier of the boathouse area, two large ships that had been anchored there for a long time also moved. They followed Shu Xingbei's boat at a leisurely pace. Each ship had 3 people besides the helmsman. It goes without saying that they were relatives of Yao Lu and Zheng Meihua. Don't follow too closely. Let the Zheng family scout ahead. The ship from the Yao family was led by Yao Zichuan, Yao Lu's cousin. The Yao family's ship slowed down slightly, and the Zheng family's ship rushed to the front. The Zheng family was led by Zheng Wufa, who is Zheng Meihua's older brother. Zheng Wufa had long developed an arrogant attitude because his sister worked at the company. Seeing the Yao family's ship slow down, he sneered and cursed, calling them cowards, then commanded to speed up. Don't get too close. The Shu family might notice something is off, someone beside Zheng Wufa reminded. What is there to fear? A poor kid, what can he do? Once we're out of the boathouse area, if he dares to disobey, I'll make him pay, Zheng Wufa said, patting something at his waist. There was clearly a gun there. Chapter 13. Poison Frog. Originally, according to the plan discussed by Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, their relatives were supposed to locate Shu Xingbei using the navigation recorder on the boat he rented and wait to ambush him there. However, upon hearing that Shu Xingbei had exchanged for many items, both families were already itching to snatch everything from him and didn't want to bother with slowly playing the trap game. Shu Xingbei was at the helm when a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. The ship in front of him was moving as fast as his. It was only about a kilometer away from him and was getting closer. The guy standing on the deck pulled out a loudspeaker and shouted to Shu Xingbei, Shu Xingbei, don't waste your efforts. Surrender peacefully, and I'll spare your life. The guy lightly patted his waist. Shu Xingbei saw clearly that the guy had a weapon at his waist. Zheng Wufa chuckled, Shu Xingbei, you can only blame yourself for lacking strength while acquiring too many good things. Shu Xingbei's gaze grew increasingly cold. If you have the ability, catch me first. He decided to ignore the guy behind him. Zheng Wufa didn't expect Shu Xingbei to dare to stand against him. He drew his gun and aimed at Shu Xingbei while shouting, hurry up, faster. Shu Xingbei suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. That sense of crisis returned, even stronger than before. Not good. Shu Xingbei gritted his teeth, pushed the boat to its maximum speed, and slowly turned the helm to avoid becoming a live target. Shu Xingbei's boat swerved left and right, making it impossible for Zheng Wufa to aim. He became infuriated. How is this boat being driven? Can't you steer it like him? The helmsman from the Zheng family cursed Zheng Wufa for being stupid in his heart, but didn't dare to retort, replying meekly, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Although he said this, he was thinking that if it weren't for you being Zheng Meihua's older brother, I wouldn't give a damn about you. They could have followed Shu Xingbei unnoticed, but Zheng Wufa had turned it into this mess. Zheng Wufa aimed several times but failed to hit Shu Xingbei, then turned to shout at Yao Zichuan behind him, Hey Yao family, don't just watch without doing anything. Yao Zichuan glared at Zheng Wufa in frustration. Zheng Wufa was clearly being brainless, but Yao Zichuan was also afraid Shu Xingbei would escape. So he had to let his ship move in from the side to encircle Shu Xingbei. The sense of crisis in Shu Xingbei's heart grew stronger. He had to encounter the ships on the side to head towards the ruins. He couldn't be sure if there were guns on the ship behind him. No, he could only keep running toward the outer area. Shu Xingbei looked at the distant sea area, gritted his teeth, and continued to sail forward. As he sped through, Shu Xingbei unknowingly sailed out of the safe sea area of the boathouse. The boathouse was originally positioned to avoid giant waves and provided a buffer zone for the tower. As Xu Xingbei dashed outward, he unwittingly broke out of the safe sea area. Meanwhile, Zheng Wufa was still relentlessly pursuing him. As for Yao Zichuan, he had long given up on chasing Xu Xingbei. Wufa, we can't chase any further. We've already deviated from the coordinates Mei Hua provided. Several others from the Zheng family advised Zheng Wufa. No way. Zheng Wufa completely ignored the suggestion. If we keep chasing, we won't have enough fuel on our ship, the Zheng family members urged again. Hearing this, Zheng Wufa was infuriated. Suddenly, a brown deep-sea poison frog jumped into his boat with a splash. The poison frog, with its entire body colored brown, stared with its round, bulging eyes that shone with fluorescence. It jumped into the boat, its gaze never leaving Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei's mind buzzed. During this series of actions, he didn't dare to take his eyes off the poison frog. The sacks behind the poison frog were filled with toxins. Just when Xu Xingbei was at a loss, another poison frog jumped into the boat. The two poison frogs stared at each other and suddenly began to croak loudly. It seemed they were arguing, like one saying it came first while the other retorted that it didn't matter who came first. Croak? Xu Xingbei tried to croak a sound. The two poison frogs suddenly stopped croaking and stared at Xu Xingbei with wide eyes. A glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes. This is insane. Xu Xingbei cursed himself for having such a strange thought. Could they express joy? The next scene completely left Xu Xingbei dumbfounded. Two poison frogs croaked a few times, and one after another, they jumped eagerly into the boat. In an instant, the boat belonging to Xu Xingbei was filled with poison frogs. Even beneath his feet and on his precious waterproof storage bag, 3 poison frogs were perched. This is a problem. Xu Xingbei felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He observed for a while. These poison frogs did not attack Xu Xingbei. Instead, they lay quietly in the boat, motionless. If it weren't for the glowing eyes, Xu Xingbei would even suspect they had gone into hibernation. Xu Xingbei pondered. The sun had set, and this escape had taken quite a long time. Xu Xingbei smiled bitterly. Today's plan to salvage the relics had failed. He had no certainty in his heart. If it weren't for the guy with the gun at his waist, Xu Xingbei wouldn't have feared them at all. The current issue was that he couldn't determine the range of the gun, so he also couldn't be sure if his crossbow could take a life. Now, the poison frogs in the boat were no longer his most pressing problem, because they had not attacked Xu Xingbei and showed no hostility. If only you could help me a bit, Xu Xingbei chuckled bitterly. The poison frogs, of course, did not understand what Xu Xingbei meant, and as his boat got closer to the boathouse area, they began to jump into the water continuously. They left. Xu Xingbei felt a wave of disappointment. The sky was gradually darkening. Xu Xingbei simply stopped the boat and let the waves crash against the sides. To survive, he could only wait. He would have a chance to use his extraordinary vision and fight for his life once it was completely dark. As the last rays of red sunlight were swallowed by the dark sea and the final glimmer of light disappeared, Xu Xingbei started the engine and headed toward the boathouse area. He had slung his crossbow over his shoulder, and one of the crossbows was already loaded with a string. I told you, Zheng Wufa, you were too impatient today. If you hadn't scared Xu Xingbei away, we wouldn't still be empty-handed at this hour. Yao Zichuan couldn't hold back any longer. They had been chasing Xu Xingbei since noon, and after a whole day of effort, they hadn't managed to catch him, wasting a lot of fuel in the process. Zheng Wufa also felt he had been too hasty, but he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the Yao family. Do you think the one with the surname Xu can survive today? Zheng Wufa snorted coldly. Zheng Wufa had extreme confidence in his own strength. As long as he hit Xu Xingbei, no matter what information Zheng Wufa wanted, he wasn't afraid Xu Xingbei wouldn't tell him. The sound of the engine caught the attention of those on the Zheng family's side. The people on both boats held their breath and listened intently. Sure enough, the sound of the engine came from afar. The boat was getting closer. Who? Zheng Wufa pulled out the gun from his waist. No one on that boat answered. Zheng Wufa's palms began to sweat. He suddenly felt that things were becoming strange. Yao Zichuan's expression also changed. He sensed that something was wrong, so he pulled out his tranquilizer gun. Their guns came from Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu. The company provided them with guns for self-defense, in case the residents of the boathouse area revolted. If you don't speak, I'll shoot, Zheng Wufa warned as the boat closed in to within 200 meters. He fired a shot in that direction. Bang! However, there was no response from that boat. Whoosh! The sound of a crossbow followed, and a long scream pierced the silence. Chapter 14. Oh no! Wufa is dead. Wufa is dead. Surname Shu. We are the family of Manager Zheng from the company. How dare you? The Zheng family members shouted in panic. The female deputy manager of the task department? Xu Xingbei thought for a moment and understood the identities of these people. There was another boat, and the people on that boat also had guns. This was not the time to relax. Lying on the water's surface, Xu Xingbei loaded another crossbow into the launcher and shot it at Yao Zichuan. Whoosh! The crossbow flew through the quiet night sky and struck Yao Zichuan in the head. Yao Zichuan fell without even a grunt. Surname Xu, our Yao family will not let this go. The Yao family members began to roar in anger. Yao family? Is it the family of Yao Lu from the acquisition department? They had indeed come prepared. Unfortunately, they were a bit too foolish. Xu Xingbei had eliminated two major threats and leaped onto the Zheng family's boat. As soon as he landed, he gripped a knife and slashed at the nearest Zheng family member's neck. A clean cut to the throat. Although Zheng Wufa was dead, the headlamp was still shining there. Another Zheng family member died, causing the other two to tremble in fear. What kind of terrifying existence had they provoked? Please, don't kill me. I won't dare again. A Zheng family member knelt down. The helmsman from a Zheng family was so scared that he froze, forgetting to steer the boat. It was too late. Since he had already killed someone, Xu Xingbei would not hold back anymore. Letting these people go would mean he would never be safe again. Killing them all would prevent any future denials. Having made up his mind, Xu Xingbei slaughtered all the Zheng family members and casually took the gun from Zheng Wufa's hand, stowing it in his clothes. Looking again, the Yao family members had already fled far away in their boat. Xu Xingbei calculated the distance. It was about 500 meters. He could still catch up. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The Yao family members shouted frantically, faster, faster, but was all too late. With a loud crash, the two boats collided. A burst of flames erupted from the Zheng family's boat. That demon, is he dead? One person on the Yao family's boat trembled in fear. What do you think? A cold voice rang out, and Xu Xingbei climbed over the side of the boat and flipped inside. Get him! Another member of the Yao family was much calmer. He also had a knife in hand. Although scared, he knew that in this situation, it was either Xu Xingbei or the Yao family members who would die. It was too late. Facing the knife coming down, Xu Xingbei heightened his senses to the extreme, lightly dodged, squatted down, and the knife fell on the opponent's knee. A scream rang out as another Yao family member was incapacitated. By the time Xu Xingbei had killed another Yao family member, only two remained on the boat. One was injured, and the other had dropped the helm, trembling uncontrollably. Please, spare me, spare me. The helmsman pleaded with Xu Xingbei repeatedly. The response to him was Xu Xingbei's merciless knife. If he fell into the hands of the Yao family or the Zheng family, the outcome would definitely not be good. Since he had done it, he would go all the way. Kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Xu Xingbei found the gun that Yao Zichuan had dropped on the boat and also tucked it into his pocket. The last remaining member of the Yao family looked at Xu Xingbei in terror, not knowing if his injured self could survive. Unless Xu Xingbei saved him, he wouldn't escape death either. The damaged boat was already flooded to the ankles. Xu Xingbei took out the gun, examined it for a moment, and pulled the trigger at the last remaining Yao family member. There was no sound. The man was completely stunned. He understood now. The reason he was still alive was that Xu Xingbei wanted to test the gun. Xu Xingbei didn't even glance at him, muttering to himself, and looked at the gun again, then realized that like the crossbow, the gun also had a safety. He disengaged the safety and fired another shot at the man. The bullet hit the man's stomach. The man looked at Xu Xingbei, trembling continuously. Not dead? Xu Xingbei was taken aback. He switched to another gun, which belonged to Zheng Wufa. Another shot. They were all tranquilizer guns. They couldn't kill. I beg you, give me a quick end, the man cried. If Xu Xingbei kept playing with him, he would either be shot or bleed to death from his leg injury. Like this? Xu Xingbei understood. He secured his gun, picked up the 3 headlamps in the boat, and jumped into the water, swimming towards his own boat. If he didn't act quickly, his boat would crash into him. Shoo! You'll die a terrible death. Someone from the Yao family cursed as he watched the water level in the cabin rise continuously, sinking into despair. Shu Xingbei ignored him and headed straight for his cabin. Today was truly a wasted day, he lamented. If it weren't for acquiring 2 tranquilizer guns, he would have left empty-handed. As for the grudges formed with Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, they were not on Shu Xingbei's mind. He had already decided to deny everything, and what those 2 families thought was none of his concern. He didn't believe that the 2 deputy managers of the company would dare to openly deal with him in the cabin area. As for leaving the cabin area, well, it was uncertain who would die first. Indeed, as Shu Xingbei had thought, the boats of the Yao and Ma families sank one after another, which obviously did not go unnoticed. With the rising flames lighting up the sky, those with malicious intentions towards Shu Xingbei couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. That kid named Shu is ruthless. Entering the cabin, Shu Xingbei turned on a headlamp and found Tong Ziyun sitting in the corner, trembling. He had no aversion to Tong Ziyun, but he was also unwilling to take him in. Previously, when Tong Ziyun lived in his cabin, it was undoubtedly because the Tong family thought he was dead and wanted to take advantage. Now, it was inappropriate for Tong Ziyun to stay here. Tong Ziyun could sense Shu Xingbei's displeasure. "Oh, what's the matter?" Shu Xingbei asked. Tong Ziyun spoke and turned to leave. After thinking for a moment, Shu Xingbei handed him a headlamp. "Be careful, don't drop it in the water." Tong Ziyun responded and took the headlamp, leaving. Shu Xingbei then turned on another headlamp, placed it on a small table, and took out a bag of food to eat. There were still some water containers left from before in the cabin, and he poured himself some water, feeling much better. Having nearly killed everyone on the 2 boats, Shu Xingbei was a bit tired. Now, whether it was his vision, strength, swimming speed, or perception of danger, he had greatly improved. The only thing that hadn't changed was his recovery ability. If he could enhance his recovery ability, then regardless of whether he faced people, sea storms, or fierce sea beasts, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Shu Xingbei thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was already a blessing to have the changes he did. Thinking of anything else was impossible. About an hour later, Tong's father arrived. He came alone. Shu Xingbei nodded slightly. "After you left during the day, several families from the Tiger Beast Capture team came looking for you, saying they wanted to settle accounts." Tong's father explained uneasily. "And then?" Shu Xingbei asked quietly. "Then several groups of bounty hunters came, saying they wanted to go with you to salvage the ruins." Tong's father said, looking at the unchanging expression of Shu Xingbei, genuinely surprised. Shu Xingbei was so young, yet had such composure. It was truly remarkable. And then they left. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Shu Xingbei's lips. Wanting to go with him to salvage the ruins? It would be more accurate to say they wanted him to salvage the ruins and hand them over to them. Yes, even those like Uncle Ping, who wanted to deal with you. "Didn't T come out to discuss it anymore?" Tong's father said, glancing at Shu Xingbei. "Ziyun kept watch for you all day. He was worried someone would come in to steal your things." Tong's father thought for a moment and added, "I'm sorry I didn't help you before." Shu Xingbei shook his head. "Who isn't just trying to survive? It's already difficult enough to stay alive, let alone talk about helping others. I'm already very grateful that Uncle Tong has that intention." Hearing this, Tong's father felt even more embarrassed. After all, he had thought about picking up the pieces after Shu Xingbei's death. "Xingbei, there are so many people who resent you. Why not live somewhere else?" Shu Xingbei was taken aback. "Live somewhere else? Do people living in the cabin area have other options?" "Yes, although it's more dangerous there if you don't have anything eye-catching. The people there one team make things difficult for you," Tong's father explained. "Where?" Shu Xingbei asked curiously. "In the northwest area, outside the cabin zone. There's a place called the Chaos Zone. It's inhabited by some extremely vicious people, and the company's influence can't reach there," Tong's father introduced. "I heard about it. I'm not sure how far it is." Shu Xingbei nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Uncle Tong." He then picked up a bag of food and handed it over. "This is for Ziyun." This, how can I accept this?" Tong's father said. But he couldn't resist and took the food. "It's dangerous here. It's better not to let Ziyun come to watch the door for me," Shu Xingbei said, standing up and seeing Tong's father out. At this moment, Xu Xingbei could hardly imagine that the Yao and Zheng families had stirred up a huge uproar. Chapter 15. Guaranteeing not to make things difficult whether it was Zheng Meihua or Yao Lu, although they were low-level managers in the company. They also had a fast communication method, electronic communicators. The electronic communicators they possessed, while not the company's core product, were still very useful. At least they could receive messages within hundreds of kilometers. Zheng and Yao both learned about the deaths of Wu and others. They rushed home to discuss the situation with their families. Both the Zheng family and the Yao family were in a state of furious anger. Each family had their own backing and usually looked down on everything in the cabin area. They had never suffered such a loss before. "I want him dead immediately," Zheng Meihua's father shouted. "Kill him right now. I can't wait a moment longer." Yao Zichuan's father echoed with hatred. Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu also got in touch. "Clearly, we intended to bring some benefits to our families. What do we do now?" Yao Lu asked Zheng Meihua. "If Xu Xingbei runs away, can we still catch him? Run? Where can he run to?" "There's something you don't know. Xu Xingbei has a good woman who is willing to sell herself as a slave. And right now, he is still waiting to redeem her," Zheng Meihua sneered. "As long as that girl named Nielan hasn't been redeemed, he won't run away at all." "Oh, in that case, there are many operable opportunities." Yao Lu's eyes lit up. "You and I will reassure our families, and tomorrow morning, we'll report the situation to the company and let them send someone to catch this kid," Zheng Meihua said. "What is the reason?" Yao Lu asked. "If the company could directly deal with Xu Xingbei without their families getting involved, that would be best. He killed all 6 people. Xu Xingbei's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. If we say he randomly killed people in the cabin area, the Tiger Beast capture team has been wiped out by him, affecting the stability of the entire cabin area. When a company sends someone to investigate, we will have Xu Xingbei's neighbors provide statements, saying that he has always acted alone and that he intimidates his neighbors at the slightest dissatisfaction." Zheng Meihua had already planned this carefully. After listening, Yao Lu couldn't help but applaud Zheng Meihua's cunning plan. Cunning, truly ruthless. If Xu Xingbei weren't his enemy, he would almost feel sympathy for him. What did this kid do to offend Zheng Meihua? After discussing, Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu each reassured their families. Xu Xingbei was completely unaware of all this. He was considering another matter. Furthermore, he had to find a place to store his items. If the gas canisters from the underwater ruins could be moved to a safe place, then he would have a certain level of power and could use it to make demands from the company. As for where to find a place, Xu Xingbei thought about moving away from the cabin area and seeing if he could find an isolated island in the farther sea. Having made up his mind, Xu Xingbei went to rest. Early the next morning, before dawn, Xu Xingbei untied the ropes and set off in his boat. The food and water in the houseboat were all packed into a waterproof storage bag by him. If this trip went smoothly, he would put these things in a safer place. As Bu Xingbei left, hundreds of small boats followed him out of the houseboat area. These were bounty hunters tracking Bu Xingbei. If Bu Xingbei could get a gas canister, they could naturally salvage it by following behind. Bu Xingbei sensed the movements behind him but did not take them seriously. Whether they were robbers or bounty hunters, as long as they did not harbor any ill intentions toward him, he would naturally ignore them. If they wanted to take action, once they entered the distant sea, Bu Xingbei would certainly not sit idly by. As the boat sailed farther, the sky grew brighter. Bu Xingbei reached the protective layer of the houseboat area, where a large ship blocked his path. Already on high alert, Bu Xingbei reached for the tranquilizer gun in his pocket. This gun belonged to Zheng Wufang, while another one was stored in the waterproof bag. There were still 4 bullets left in the magazine. "Please move your boat," Bu Xingbei shouted to the opposite side. There was no response from the cockpit, but a person walked out from the cabin. Bu Xingbei was taken aback when he saw the person in front of him. It was a round-faced man with a stocky build and small eyes, looking very cheerful. What surprised Bu Xingbei was not the man's appearance, but his clothing. The man was wearing a light blue cotton jacket and black pants. Such attire was completely different from the people in the houseboat area. The poor in the houseboat area wore canvas clothes, while those slightly better off wore animal skin clothes. Bu Xingbei had never seen anyone dressed like this before. "Out at sea this early?" The man greeted Bu Xingbei. "Can you take me along?" Bu Xingbei watched the man warily. He did not believe that this person was a bounty hunter. "You're joking. That's not a job for someone like you." Bu Xingbei replied. Oh, then what do you think I am? The middle-aged man asked playfully. You from the tower? Bu Xingbei thought for a moment and stated what he believed was the most likely answer. The man smiled. That's right. I'm an investigator from the company, specifically here for you. Bu Xingbei's heart sank. It was indeed directed at him. He had a premonition when he saw the other party's ship stop at the exit. The man, seeing that Bu Xingbei did not respond, asked again, someone reported you, saying you indiscriminately killed innocent people. Do you have anything to say? Indiscriminately killing innocent people? Like what? Bu Xingbei's tone grew cold. For instance, several members of the Tiger Beast capture team. You killed them and took their ship. The investigator glanced at Bu Xingbei's boat. Bu Xingbei's heart stirred. The other party understood the situation so thoroughly. If he wanted to turn against him, he would have acted long ago. Since he said so much, he must have other plans. Most importantly, Bu Xingbei felt no hostility or murderous intent from this person. Killers are always killed. They don't provoke me, and I have no reason to provoke them, Bu Xingbei replied without hesitation. The middle-aged man looked at Bu Xingbei with more appreciation. That's right, killers are always killed. You have guts. I wish you good luck. With that, the middle-aged man shouted to the cockpit, and the large ship quickly moved aside. Bu Xingbei clearly heard the middle-aged man's words and felt a wave of confusion rise in his heart. What did this mean? Not only did he not punish him, but he also wanted to help him? Could it be that he wanted to get rid of those two deputy managers? Bu Xingbei thought for a while and decided not to dwell on this issue any longer. The safety of the houseboat area was guaranteed by the company. If those two deputy managers chose to act against him in the houseboat area, Bu Xingbei was not afraid of not having a place to reason with them later. As Bu Xingbei's boat sailed farther and farther away, the boats following him gradually hesitated. That kid doesn't seem to be going to the ruins. How could there be ruins that far? Someone exclaimed. Yeah, he must have sensed our intentions and is deliberately leading us in circles, another agreed. Damn kid, I won't let this go, someone cursed. The fewer people, the better. This kid is so cautious. He must have discovered some big ruins, someone pondered. At this moment, Bu Xingbei was too preoccupied with the trouble he had encountered to care about what the boats behind him were thinking. Several poisonous frogs had jumped into his boat again. Soon, more and more poisonous frogs filled the entire cabin once more. The frogs lay in the cabin, staring with their glowing eyes, croaking in unison. Bu Xingbei gradually understood their meaning. It seemed they were warning him not to go any further. Is there danger ahead? Bu Xingbei also croaked a couple of times. The frogs fell silent. That's right, Bu Xingbei recalled the strange occurrences he had encountered recently. First, there was the dagger whale, which came near the houseboat area. Then a large group of giant fish and sea beasts also arrived at the houseboat area. Now it was the poisonous frogs. Could it be that there was indeed some enormous danger ahead that even the sea beasts and frogs dare not face? Bu Xingbei increased the boat's power and continued to sail forward while paying attention to the frog's reactions. The poisonous frogs once again began croaking wildly. What exactly is the danger ahead? Bu Xingbei froned. No one on the other boats spoke, but judging by their expressions, they clearly shared the same thoughts as the earlier speakers. If you're not going to salvage the ruins, why are you following me around? Bu Xingbei shouted at the 10 or so boats. Bu, stop playing tricks. Just obediently go salvage. As long as we're satisfied, we won't make things difficult for you. Someone yelled at Bu Xingbei. Bu Xingbei sneered coldly. You're satisfied? If I satisfy you, I certainly won't be satisfied. Even though there were many things in the ruins, they couldn't withstand so many people dividing them up. Kid, don't play tricks, someone raised a crossbow. Looking for death, Bu Xingbei's expression immediately changed. Now, there were more than 10 boats following him. No matter what, he couldn't deal with them all at once. If they all shot at him with crossbows, even Bu Xingbei would meet his end. Let's talk it out. Someone tried to mediate. Bu Xingbei, as long as you take us to your ruins, we won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 16. Wasted time. The mediator deliberately used this statement to deceive Bu Xingbei. He was well aware of the true intent behind it. Can you guarantee that? Bu Xingbei askitkoldi. Flames of anger burned in his heart. What had he done to provoke them? Why couldn't they leave him alone? This is fine, just kill quickly. Of course, Bu Xingbei would not act immediately. He had used up 2 of his 3 crossbows yesterday, killing members of the Yao and Zheng families. This last one, along with the 2 tranquilizer gun bullets, would not be enough to deal with the more than 10 people in front of him. I guarantee, the speaker deliberately raised his voice. At least I can guarantee myself. Bu Xingbei said nothing further. There was no point in saying more in the current situation. Frogs, frogs, I wonder if I can count on you? Bu Xingbei turned his gaze to the poisonous frogs in his boat. If they did not understand his meaning or were unwilling to help, he would have to jump into the water and deal with each of these guys one by one. The poisonous frogs began croaking loudly, and then one by one, they jumped into the water. Did they understand him? Bu Xingbei could hardly believe his eyes. Whether it was the dagger whale or the poisonous frogs, they had brought him too many shocks and surprises. Bu Xingbei, have you made up your mind? Shouted the guy, aiming the crossbow at Bu Xingbei. He was growing impatient. All right, Bu Xingbei pretended to consider, hesitating for 2 minutes before finally nodding in agreement. You're smart. The man put away the crossbow. Just then, he let out a scream. Poisonous frogs. How did they jump onto my boat? The guy shouted and suddenly yelled again, poison my leg, my leg. This person was also tough. He pulled out a knife and slashed at his own leg. Blood splattered everywhere. The hunters on the surrounding boats were stunned. But soon after, they all started shouting frantically, "Oh no, I have some on my boat too." Seeing the situation was dire, these hunters jumped into the water one by one, taking advantage of the fact that the poison frog hadn't shot its venom at them yet. What they didn't expect was that after falling into the water, they became live targets for the poison frogs. The frogs floated on the water's surface, spraying venom at the people in the water. "My face, came a mournful cry. My eyes, my eyes." Another cried out in despair. In no time, all the hunters who had jumped into the water were wiped out. The boats that were a bit farther away quietly avoided the scene, raising their sails and increasing their speed to escape. As the poison frogs hadn't jumped onto their boats yet. You see, in the boathouse area, let alone being threatened by multiple people, even getting slightly injured and needing a doctor's help would be a disaster for the hunters. Shuxingbai had experienced this painful ordeal once and never wanted to go through it again. There was no choice. Today he had taken a long detour, and the fuel on the boat was running low. The purpose of going back was not only to restock, but also to verify what that round-faced man had said in the morning. He remembered the man saying that he no longer needed to worry about the 2 managers, surnamed Yao and Zhang. When he arrived at the task office, Shuxingbai found that the company's person in charge was indeed no longer Zhang Meihua. The current female deputy manager was also a middle-aged woman with a soft and somewhat pleasant voice. The task has already been issued today. Do you have anything to discuss? The female deputy manager asked. You know, Shuxingbai was curious. What item? He asked. The female deputy manager pulled out a piece of paper from the desk and handed it to Shuxingbai. You can take a look for yourself. Under the ruins detected by the detector, there are many secrets unknown to this world. Shuxingbai was puzzled. I'm not sure what it is specifically. The female deputy manager shook her head, but since it's an instruction from above, there must be a big secret at ruins number 7. Am I supposed to find a specific item, or is there something I can take? He wanted to confirm. Take whatever you can. Just one. The female deputy manager replied without hesitation. Here is the location of the ruins. You can go there anytime. She also handed Shuxingbai the coordinates for ruins number 7. Thank you. Shuxingbai carefully noted the requirements and accepted the coordinates, then headed towards the acquisition office. The female deputy manager watched Shuxingbai's back, her eyes narrowing. It seemed that the higher-ups had quite an interest in this guy, considering they had managed to get rid of both Zhang Meihua and Yao Lu. What a pity. You see, the salvage mission for ruins number 7 had never been assigned to bounty hunters in the boathouse area. Shuxingbai purchased some fuel at the acquisition office, paying with 100 bags of food. At this time, the news of the bounty hunters from more than 10 boats dying at sea because of Shuxingbai had spread wildly, creating a ripple effect that far surpassed the deaths of all members of the tiger hunting team. At that time, not many people believed that the deaths of the tiger hunting team members were related to Shuxingbai. But now, with more than 10 people dead because of him, no one dared to provoke Shuxingbai easily anymore. The bounty hunters didn't dare to act against Shuxingbai openly, but if they had the chance in secret, they certainly wouldn't let it slip. Shuxingbai headed towards his boathouse. He didn't plan to go out again today. The coordinates for ruins no. 7 were more than 120 kilometers away from the boathouse area, in the direction he had gone in the morning while searching for the deserted island. As a result, He had been driven back by the poison frogs. Now Shuxingbai could be sure that something major was about to happen on the sea. If nothing unexpected occurred, at least a superstorm was coming. According to the warning from today's investigator, the sea area around the boathouse was about to face a storm of level 12 or higher, with waves potentially reaching hundreds of meters high. This news, Tang Yuan planned to share with the hunters who would come by tomorrow. As for Shuxingbai, she completely ignored him. From what Tang Yuan understood, the reason Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu had fallen out with Shuxingbai was also because Shuxingbai was being uncooperative. A guy like Shuxingbai would not be liked no matter which company sent someone over. Of course, Tang Yuan didn't know that the information she considered valuable enough to trade for food and water had already been guessed by Shuxingbai. In the crematorium on the east side of the boathouse area, a surprise guest arrived at Sha Lian's small house at this time. Brother Sha, a round-faced, stout man, greeted Sha Lian with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Yu. What brings you here?" Sha Lian stood up in surprise. "Didn't you ask me to come over?" Yu Feng replied. "You use your only chance to seek help from the organization to recommend someone. I heard about it and volunteered for a company investigation task. That young man is really impressive." Sha Lian got excited upon hearing that Yu Feng had come for this reason. He knows his place, is sensible, decisive in action, and knows how to repay kindness. Yu Feng waved his hand. "No need to introduce. I've met him." "No, I want to say, Shuxingbai is really good." "Ah, you've met him?" Sha Lian was taken aback. Yu Feng replied with a hum. Doesn't he have any special abilities, does he?" Sha Lian felt embarrassed. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "The qualities you mentioned, there are quite a few people outside who fit that description. The organization can't possibly attract them all. Not to mention others. Even you, Sha Lian, have many good qualities, yet you still didn't get in, did you?" Yu Feng didn't hold back at all. Sha Lian lowered his head in embarrassment. He indeed hadn't handled this matter very reliably. Seeing Sha Lian's awkward expression, Yu Feng sighed. "You're considered an old-timer. That young man is indeed not simple. He has killed quite a few people. He killed the families of 2 deputy managers from the task office and the acquisition office." "Huh?" Sha Lian's mouth dropped open, forgetting to close it. "Shuxingbai, how did I not realize you had such guts?" Yu Feng patted Sha Lian's shoulder. "Don't worry. If I hadn't come out this time, that kid Shuxing would probably have only one way to die. When I saw that kid in the morning, he even gave me a lesson." Sha Lian was even more shocked. He dared to. He asking for trouble, wanting to peel off a layer of skin. He even dared to confront Mr. Yu. Yu Feng casually shrugged. "It's fine. He doesn't know my identity, so it's not surprising. Although he gave me a mediocre impression, I still gave him a chance. If he can complete it, I will let him join the organization." "Really?" Sha Lian was excited. "Mr. Yu, are your words true?" "Of course," Yu Feng said nonchalantly. "I say, old Sha, after so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. Don't you want to ask what task he is going to complete next?" "What task?" Sha Lian finally realized that things were not as simple as he thought. There's a ruin that the company is very interested in, and the organization is interested as well. For ordinary people to salvage it, just getting there alive would be a miracle. Yu Feng smiled. "So I don't have high hopes for that kid Shuxing. You've basically wasted your only opportunity to seek help from the organization." Chapter 17. The Towering Waves. Because he predicted the impending storm, Shuxingbai had a good sleep. Another reason he could sleep soundly was that the poison frogs somehow found their way near his boathouse, their croaking sounds echoing all around, with a few even lingering at the door of his boathouse, guarding him like door gods. To an average person, the croaking of frogs might seem annoying, but to Shuxingbai, it was like heavenly music. There were quite a few who coveted his current wealth in the boathouse area. The families of those he had killed inevitably harbored thoughts of revenge, but under the protection of the poison frogs, all of this became trivial. Shuxingbai didn't feel the slightest sense of crisis. Of course, the disappearance of the sense of crisis was temporary. Those watching Shuxingbai's every move from the shadows were gnashing their teeth in hatred. It was too bizarre. This kid was too strange. The poisonous frog, feared by all, had become Shuxingbai's guardian spirit, leaving everyone helpless. Those with ill intentions had no choice but to retreat into the darkness. For the first time, Shuxingbai slept until dawn. This sleep left him refreshed. Outside, he could hear hunters calling to each other, all preparing to go out to sea. There were also the coughs of people in their 40s and 50s, each weaker than the last, their voices clearly raspy with phlegm. At that age, if they couldn't gather enough food and water, it was akin to stepping into old age. The poisonous frogs at the door of the ship had already dispersed. Shu Xingbei opened the cabin door, only to see them still guarding the ship's rail. What were they doing, always surrounding him? However, the poisonous frogs posed no harm to him. In fact, they had become a great help, and Shu Xingbei didn't mind them at all. As long as the poisonous frogs were willing, he wouldn't object to them staying in his cabin. Poisonous frogs were much better than people. For some reason, shortly after getting up today, Shu Xingbei felt a strange restlessness. After consuming some liquid food and drinking some water, that sense of unease and irritability intensified. Could it be that something was about to happen today? By 10 in the morning, Shu Xingbei distinctly felt the temperature drop, and the air around him began to move faster. First, the half-open cabin door was slammed shut by the wind. Immediately, a continuous whistling sound filled the ship area. The wind grew stronger and the sky darkened. Gradually, heavy black clouds completely obscured the horizon, plunging the ship area back into darkness. Curses and worried voices echoed both near and far. Bang, bang, bang. The waves rose. The wind pushed the seawater, and within 3 to 5 minutes, massive waves loomed like giant sea beasts, wide-eyed and ready to swallow the entire ship area. The waves crashed in, and the iron chains between the ships were pulled, making screeching sounds. A wave that resembled a collapsing mountain fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ship. The interconnected ships groaned under the weight, and with a loud crash, some ships were torn apart by the furious waves, breaking into pieces like small boats. There were also terrified cries for help, but they were quickly swallowed by the waves. Just as the first wave passed, a second giant wave came crashing in. The iron chains that had just been pushed aside had not yet recovered when they were pulled apart again. After the second wave came the third. In less than half an hour, the ship area had suffered over 10 violent impacts. Finally, the outermost iron chain was snapped, and at least tens of thousands of ships were swept into the sea, with the people inside having no chance to struggle, some merely raising their arms, trying to do something, but the giant wave rolled them all into the depths. After the first layer of iron chains surrounding the ship area was snapped, the second layer of ships immediately took its place as the outer layer, along the path of the waves. Another tens of thousands of ships were mercilessly pulled into the ocean. Beneath the black waves, they had no strength to fight back, let alone the chance to call for help. In the raging wind, it was difficult for everyone to even open their mouths, not to mention calling for help loudly. With 2 layers of ship areas being swallowed by the giant waves, the residents living slightly further forward were left in shock. An unstoppable natural disaster. Whoever encountered it could only lament their misfortune. If they were lucky enough to survive, it would be a sign of their ancestors' good fortune. Shu Xingbei lived in the rear ship area, and for the time being, he was not in danger of being swallowed by the waves. Most importantly, the poisonous frogs were still on his ship. This indicated that his position should be in a safe area. The giant waves had swallowed 7 layers of ships, and finally, they began to calm down. At this point, darkness still enveloped the ship area, and someone like Shu Xingbei, who could see clearly in the dark, was not only rare, but unique in the ship area. The giant waves finally subsided, and the darkness gradually receded. When people bravely stepped out of their ships, they were surprised to find countless fish floating on the surface of the sea, some unconscious, some already dead. "Catch them, hurry!" exclaimed the survivors, excited. The fish near the ship area were small in size, posing no danger to the people. "This one's mine, and this one's too." As more and more people gathered to catch fish, competition inevitably ensued. While fishing, someone pulled up a corpse. He didn't even look at it and simply pushed it away with a spear, thinking it was a waste of his time. He didn't care that this corpse was his kind, who before the giant waves came, was also a living person like him. But no one cared. The chaos in the ship area certainly didn't escape Shu Xingbei's eyes. He didn't intervene or compete. As for food and drink, he currently lacked nothing. The poisonous frogs on the ship had already disappeared, so it was presumed that there was no longer any particular danger after the giant waves. Shu Xingbei decided to go out and explore the route first. It would be best if he could find a safe island to take shelter and store his belongings while exploring the ruins of Number 7. Chapter 18. Encounter with the arrowfish. Shu Xingbei refueled the ship, got on board, and slowly sailed out of the ship area. Along the way, he encountered those who were still frantically scrambling for the floating fish. Shu Xingbei looked on indifferently. "Hey, there's still some who dare to go out to sea," someone commented while fishing. "What do you care?" Another replied. "Shu, do you know who he is?" Someone whispered, recognizing Shu Xingbei. "Who? Someone from the tower?" Someone began to laugh. Someone from the tower wouldn't wear canvas clothes. Not someone from the tower, but definitely not someone from the bottom level. Those in the know quickly snagged a fish and dragged it into their cabin. Is he just bluffing? Trying to attract our attention so we can catch fish? Someone thought they had seen through the other scheme. The female deputy manager at the task office has been replaced, and the deputy manager at the purchasing office has also been replaced. It's related to him. Moreover, I heard he killed the family members of those two deputy managers. A knowledgeable person said, lowering their voice. "Have you ever heard of such a fierce thing? Who dares to do that?" The atmosphere suddenly grew serious. The arguing stopped, and those bickering exchanged glances, also halting. People began to focus on catching fish, and no one spoke another word. Those who hadn't heard of Shu Xingbei's exploits noticed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but glance at Shu Xingbei, who was walking further away. A tall figure, a slender body, even from behind, looked very upright. As the ship left the ship area and entered the open sea, Shu Xingbei noticed that the fish and sea beasts he had seen a few days ago were no longer gathered in groups, and this discovery further solidified his thoughts. That is, the towering giant waves would surely be gone in a short time. Set off. Ruins number 7. More than 2 hours later, Shu Xingbei found himself not far from the ruins' coordinates. The target area was 3 kilometers ahead. A faint smile finally appeared on his indifferent face. To Shu Xingbei, the ruins number 7 was definitely a place full of challenges. Now that he had arrived here safely, one couldn't say it wasn't a stroke of incredible luck. However, Shu Xingbei did not dare to let his guard down. He only slowed down the ship, not even daring to lower the sails. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, he could escape at any moment. A thin layer of mist began to rise. Shu Xingbei gradually reduced the ship's speed. The further he went, the thicker the mist became. The dense fog blocked Shu Xingbei's vision and dampened his face. Something was off. This fog seemed strange. Shu Xingbei realized that his visibility was limited. He could only see about 200 meters through the fog. Following him, trouble was discovered again. The panel marking the coordinates in the cockpit suddenly trembled violently. The needle on the panel swinging left and right, unable to stop. Retreat? No way. Although it would still be possible to retreat now, once he left, the situation would not be better next time. It was just that there had been a great storm on the sea, and such a big storm couldn't disperse the fog, which showed how dense the fog was here. Shu Xingbei steeled himself and continued to move forward. He hadn't encountered anything that threatened his life yet. As he moved forward, Shu Xingbei felt the ship suddenly spin violently, the direction out of control, and the whole ship was no longer under his control. What was going on? However, the ship was already beyond his control. No matter how Shu Xingbei turned or how he twisted the helm, the ship continued to spin like a gyroscope, and it was also rotating on its own. This was a big problem. Shu Xingbei simply turned off the motor, put on his diving suit, and jumped into the water. Since the ship couldn't move, he would push it away. After entering the water, Shu Xingbei swam while pushing against the edge of the ship, trying hard to get it out of the fog area. However, after exerting force, the ship continued to spin just like before, completely out of Shu Xingbei's control. This area was far from the boat shed, and there were no ships passing through here at all. Besides, the storm had just passed. So how could there be any ships on the sea? Even if he wanted to find other ships for help, it was a pipe dream. In this case, he had to fight. Shu Xingbei made his decision quickly. He took the waterproof storage bag from the ship, tied it to himself, hung the crossbow on his shoulder, and then swam forward. The ship belonged to someone else, and if it really didn't work, he would just give it up. There was only one life, and food and water had to be preserved. While swimming forward, Shu Xingbei also watched the changes in the fog. As he went further, the fog was still thick. Calculating the distance, he thought it was about time to dive. He dived down to about 700 meters when something strange happened. In front of Shu Xingbei was a glass-like light screen, under which everything was clearly visible, but Shu Xingbei just couldn't dive down. He pulled out the knife from his leg, intending to cut through the light screen. Unexpectedly, the light screen was extremely resilient. Not only did he fail to cut through it, but also generated a strong rebounding force. Shuxing put away the knife and took up the crossbow, shooting at the light screen. The crossbow faced resistance, and just like the knife, it was bounced back, sliding down into the water. Inside the light screen, there were buildings, rows of houses, at least 50 of them. In the middle of the houses, there was a square. Surrounding the square were numerous pillars with patterns and writing on them. After identifying for a long time, Shuxing still couldn't find any words related to this glass-like light screen. He almost dared to conclude that this was the number 7 ruins. The ship had to pass through the fog area to get here, and it was also subjected to some inexplicable force causing it to spin, which would be enough to deter many hunters. At this moment, Shuxing still didn't know that this 7 ruins had attracted the attention of both the company and the G-Sure organization. Unable to break through the light screen, he couldn't enter the ruins. Shuxing climbed along the light screen, deciding to crawl to the bottom of the light screen, where there must be an entrance. He felt like an ant crawling around on a balloon, not knowing how many circles he had turned, and he still couldn't find the bottom of the light screen. What on earth was this? Shuxing frowned. The number 7 ruins had exceeded his knowledge. Not knowing how long he had been struggling, Shuxing was almost in despair when he saw more than 10 needlefish swimming toward him. If he got entangled by the needlefish, their needle-like beaks would pierce into his body and then suck out his blood. This was a big problem. Shuxing kept retreating to the side. He held his breath, and his heartbeat slowed down. His heart, which usually beat more than 70 times a minute, now only beat about 20 times. He had to evade the needlefish. He must not let them approach. Chapter 19. Inside the light screen, the needlefish did not show any interest in Shuxing. To be precise, it was because Shuxing's heartbeat had slowed down, making the needlefish unable to sense that he was still a living person. The needlefish swam in groups, moving up and down. They continually circled around the light screen, which gave Shuxing an idea. He decided to keep watching. As the needlefish swam, they continued to sink down. In an instant, Shuxing suddenly saw a needlefish appear inside the light screen. Did it get in? Shuxing was astonished. How did it get in? He widened his eyes, continuing to watch the needlefish that remained outside the light screen. Another needlefish entered the light screen. There must be a secret in that location that he hadn't noticed. Although Shuxing was anxious, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he continued to wait for other needlefish to dive into the light screen. More than 10 needlefish took no time at all to all enter the light screen. Once Shuxing saw that there were no more needlefish outside, he immediately swam over. The light screen was still smooth. However, with successful examples of the needlefish, Shuxing didn't hurry. Instead, he slowly reached out to touch it. Sure enough, there was a spot where the thickness of a light screen was significantly greater than in other areas. Shuxing's mind raced. Was this area of the light screen a cross-section of 2 layers? Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the light screen could cover such a vast area. Shuxing tried to pry the light screen with his knife. He managed to pry open a spot. It worked. Shuxing slowly raised the knife and finally stood it up. He lifted a corner of the light screen, turned sideways, and crawled in through the corner. Once inside the light screen, Shuxing didn't rush to put away his knife. Instead, he wedged a crossbow into the layer of the light screen. Marking the entrance and exit, Shuxing forced himself to suppress his excitement and slowly descended. Shuxing was still very curious about the function of the light screen. Of course, now was not the time to study the light screen. When he reached the square and clearly saw the writing on the pillars, he couldn't help but be stunned. One pillar had the words, "Strengthen the body." The next pillar read, "Develop sports, enhance people's physical quality." And the next pillar was "Explore human potential, promote martial arts skills." Martial arts? Shuxing shook his head. He was a bit confused. Not wanting to look at the writing on the other pillars, Shuxing headed toward the row of houses. The doors of the houses had long rotted away, and with a push, the door shattered. Shuxing brushed off the dust and looked inside. There was a long table and 4 bunk beds against the wall. There were items on the beds, and when Shuxing touched them, they immediately turned to dust, floating in the water. It seemed they were decayed bedding. By the door on the wall, there was a recessed area with several boxes on top. After a touch, The boxes also turned to dust. Shuxingbai shook his head in disappointment and continued to the next room. The situation was the same as in the previous room. There was not a single item that could be taken away. After checking all the rooms, he finally found something in the innermost room. This room was a storage room. Standing inside was a person. Caught off guard, Shuxingbai almost had his heart stop from fright. Once he calmed down and brushed off the black sludge, he realized it was not a living person, but a human model. The human model was made of an unknown material, and surprisingly did not turn to ashes like the previous items. It remained intact. This should be the biggest gain of this trip. Shu Xingbei did not hurry to take the human model away, but instead carefully examined the human meridians, comparing them one by one with his own body parts. Ever since Shu Xingbei could clearly see the human meridians, his memory had improved 1,000-fold. After reviewing it several times, Shu Xingbei had already memorized the acupoints clearly in his mind. Looking at the other items in the storage room, most of them turned to nothing upon touch. However, there was something in the corner that had not been destroyed. Shu Xingbei picked it up, wiped off the black mud on the surface, and revealed a crystal-clear box. The box was a foot square and tightly closed. Shu Xingbei opened the box, and inside lay a piece of bee skin which had writing on it. The writing was familiar to Shu Xingbei, making it easy for him to finish reading. After he finished, Shu Xingbei fell into silence. The amount of information on the bee skin was overwhelming to the point that he could hardly accept it. Now Shu Xingbei knew that he was on the Glacius planet. Since 5 million years ago, Glacius had entered the Ice Age. The direct manifestation of the Ice Age was the gradual decrease in temperature across the entire planet. Although the decline was slow over time, many species that could not adapt to the low temperatures gradually went extinct. As the intelligent species on Glacius, humans began to excavate the planet's internal reserves to convert them into energy they needed. The burning of this energy released waste gases, which altered the planet's temperature, causing the steadily declining temperatures to halt and even begin to rise. The glaciers formed in the polar regions due to limited sunlight started to melt, and the resulting seawater covered vast areas of the planet. As a land species, humans were forced to live above the ocean. Some people, unwilling to accept their fate, left behind one precious item after another, hoping that years later, when the seawater receded, their legacies could be inherited by humanity. This place was originally a martial arts school. The chief instructor of the martial arts school recorded his most proud boxing techniques on bee skin and placed them in a jade box. He also spent a great deal of effort to create a jade human model, which was placed in the school. The first 4 moves were quite simple. Starting from the 5th move, the punches targeted different acupoints of the opponent. Shu Xingbei's eyes grew brighter. Whether it was the human model or the written records on the bee skin, they were both excellent materials for him. He did not put the bee skin back in the box, but instead stored it separately in his waterproof storage bag. After searching around again, Shu Xingbei found no other gains. After pondering for a long time in the martial arts school, he decided to take the jade human model with him. He would not hand over the human model to the company. At most, they would only get an empty jade box. After circling the square, Shu Xingbei still couldn't find a reason for his ship being stuck in the seawater area. The inability to leave the ship was a hassle for Shu Xingbei. He did learn the reason for the existence of the light curtain. It turned out that the chief instructor of the martial arts school was worried that the items he left behind would eventually be eroded by the seawater. So he had someone set it up. The light curtain was made of a chemical composite material, which could not be cut by knives or penetrated by bullets. Moreover, it had a very high ignition point. Even if someone could make a fire in the seawater, they would not be able to damage the light curtain. In the end, Shu Xingbei still shouldered the human model, and the arrowhead fish was still swimming nearby, having never attacked him throughout. This discovery greatly surprised Shu Xingbei, and he eagerly chased after his ship. The waves were not very large, and under Shu Xingbei's strenuous pursuit, the distance between him and the ship gradually closed. By the time he threw the human model into the ship and climbed up himself, Shu Xingbei was exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to take off his diving suit, collapsing directly in the cabin, motionless. As night approached, once again, Shu Xingbei looked at the sparse stars, filled with an overwhelming joy that was beyond words. Also, he had obtained the Tongbi Fish straight punch technique, and with the human model, He would practice continuously, certain that he would find his footing in this world. Outside the ship, a few poison frogs were lingering, which made Shu Xingbei even happier. "Frogs, can you keep an eye on the door for me tomorrow?" Shu Xingbei said to the poison frogs as he carried the human model into the cabin. The frogs stared at him with wide eyes, looking confused. Shu Xingbei almost lost my breath. Without the ability to communicate, how could he achieve his goal? Forget it. I'll just go practice my punches. At least now that the poison frogs were on the ship, they could provide him with a safe space. Just as Shu Xingbei thought. The first 4 moves of the Tongbi straight punch were indeed not difficult. After practicing for 4 hours, Shu Xingbei was already looking quite proficient. However, the last 3 moves, which used the punch's wind to strike the acupoints, became a nightmare for Shu Xingbei. No matter how hard he tried, he could not produce any punch wind. Without the punch wind, it was a joke to talk about hitting an opponent's acupoints. How could he make his fists generate wind? Was it dependent on strength? Or was it the airflow produced by the punches? Shu Xingbei was puzzled, lacking a master-esque guidance. Being able to practice the first 4 moves was already a significant achievement. As for the last 3 moves, he would take it step by step and deal with it later. Early the next morning, Shu Xingbei once again expressed to the poison frogs that he wanted them to keep watch. The response he received was a cacophony of croaking. "Fine. Better take the human model with me." Shu Xingbei looked at the human model and then at the diving suit in the cabin. He had an idea. He put the diving suit on the human model and placed the hood over its head. Now, no matter who looked, they would think it was a person. Shu Xingbei leaned the human model against the cockpit door. From a distance, it looked like a person was peering out from the ship. For the time being, this could fool many eyes. After getting ready, Shu Xingbei took his waterproof storage bag and headed straight to the mission office. Chapter 20. Transaction Tang Yuan at the mission office was in a state of idleness. The massive storm yesterday had caused all the bounty hunters who went out to sea to be buried at the bottom of the ocean, and this morning, surprisingly, no one came to accept missions. Fortunately, a first-level warrior from the security department, Ding Xiang, arrived. Ding Xiang was tall and strong, with a powerful appearance. Despite it being winter, he was only wearing a tight black outfit, with thick hair on his exposed arms. Ding Xiang initially thought coming to the ship area was a tough job, but he was unexpectedly captivated by Tang Yuan. Looking at the shallow dimple on Tang Yuan's cheek, Ding Xiang felt a bit enchanted. "Manager Tang, do you live in the ship area or in the high tower?" Ding Xiang asked meaningfully. Although the security and mission departments were both branches of the company, in terms of prestige, the mission department was far inferior to the security department. It should be known that the mission department was divided into external and internal sections. The external mission department was responsible for the ship area, which the company did not value at all. When Ding Xiang heard that Tang Yuan's home was in the ship area, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. But he still continued with interest. "After I finish this errand, can I come visit you tonight?" Saying you instead of your home made Ding Xiang's intention very clear. Tang Yuan was startled and immediately understood Ding Xiang's implication. She also made her stance clear. "You're welcome to visit me, but to achieve something good, you'll need to go into the high tower. At least let me see how you're doing in there, right?" "No problem, even if you don't say it. I would invite you anyway, but you'll have to wait until I finish my mission today." Ding Xiang received a positive response and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Tang Yuan had already heard Ding Xiang mention his mission for the second time, so she curiously asked, "What is Mr. Ding's mission?" It was at this moment that Shu Xingbei arrived. "Manager Tang, I've come to report," Shu Xingbei said, holding the waterproof storage bag in one hand and cradling the jade box in the other as he entered. Tang Yuan and Ding Xiang were chatting happily when they heard Shu Xingbei's words. With an impatient wave of her hand, she said, "Cash out the reward. You need to go to the acquisition office. You got the wrong door." It was not easy for her to connect with Ding Xiang, and she wanted to know him better. As for her husband, who cares about him? Although he has some power, can he compare to a warrior? "I came to redeem someone." Shu Xingbei frowned. "Didn't you say that if you went to the ruins and salvaged what you wanted, the mission would be considered complete?" "Oh." Tang Yuan widened her eyes at Shu Xingbei. It was at this moment that she finally faced him properly, for no other reason. But the amount of information in what Shu Xingbei said was overwhelming. "You've been to the ruins? You actually didn't he die?" What Tang Yuan wanted to ask was why Xu Xingbei hadn't he died, considering the other party held multiple lives in his hands. She finally managed to be a bit polite. In the end, she changed the word die to matter. Isn't my presence here enough to prove it? Xu Xingbei's expression was indifferent. He had long grown accustomed to the faces of the people at the task office. Expecting them to respect bounty hunters was harder than ascending to heaven. That's true. Tang Yuan forced a smile, but just saying you went to ruins, no. 7 is not enough. Then how can I prove it? Xu Xingbei did not rush to hand over the jade box. Didn't I say? You need to salvage what the company wants. Tang Yuan didn't he believe Xu Xingbei had been to ruins number 7 at all. If it were that easy to explore ruins number 7, the company wouldn't take it so seriously. What do you want? Xu Xingbei's heart sank. Things were developing in the direction he had anticipated. He had never trusted the company and would not believe they would keep their promises. However, since Nielan was in their hands, Xu Xingbei had no better options and could only take risks. Didn't I show you the requirements? If you can produce it, then there will be a follow-up. If you can't, then please. Tang Yuan's tone grew colder. What nonsense is this? Coming here to talk about redemption? Is redeeming someone that easy? Her arrogance was also related to Ding Xiang being present. Men always love to show off. She had to give Ding Xiang a chance, right? If I produce something, and you say it's not from ruins number 7, then what do we say? Xu Xingbei countered. Oh, I say, Xu Xingbei, one must be reasonable, right? If you want to redeem someone, you must follow the company's requirements. You haven't brought anything. Do you think your purpose is just to spar with me verbally? Tang Yuan's face turned sour. Xu Xingbei said no more and turned to leave. Wait, Ding Xiang, who had been watching the fun, spoke up. Kid, you're quite arrogant. You have character. We could talk. Ding Xiang smiled. Did he say he wanted to redeem someone? Ding Xiang asked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan thought Ding Xiang was going to confront Xu Xingbei, but unexpectedly, Ding Xiang suddenly took this turn. She nodded in frustration. With your attitude, you still want to sleep with me? I'm giving you a chance, and you don't cherish it. People have their pride too. Ding Xiang softly said. My task on this business trip is this. Tang Yuan was stunned. How is that possible? Say what you want quickly. Xu Xingbei said calmly to Ding Xiang. Leave the jade box, Ding Xiang said firmly. And then, Xu Xingbei felt a cold laugh inside. You also brought something out from inside, and you have to hand it over to the company. Ding Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile. Ding Xiang's words stirred up a storm in Xu Xingbei's heart. The company could even discover that he had brought something out. What does this imply? It implies that he had no secrets in front of the company. No, not just himself. Probably all bounty hunters had no secrets under the company's watch. Suddenly, images of those towers flashed through Xu Xingbei's mind. Is there someone at the top of those towers monitoring the entire sea area? I didn't see what you're talking about. I only survived coming out of the ruins by luck. Xu Xingbei said the truth. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ding Xiang's eyes. Mr. Ding, your task? Tang Yuan asked cautiously. She could see that Ding Xiang's words were not convincing to Xu Xingbei at all. He wants to die, I'll help him. A little brat. What kind of waves can he stir up? Ding Xiang sneered. Mr. Ding, he's a bit strange. Many people have died at his hands. Tang Yuan couldn't help but remind him. Ding Xiang laughed wildly. He took a few worthless lives in the boat area and really thinks he has something? Do you know why I let him go just now? This kid salvaged something from below the ruins, and it's unsafe to leave it in the boat area. He will definitely carry it with him. Only then did Tang Yuan wake up. Ding Xiang was not a mindless person. High combat power and intelligence. A man like that taking an interest in her was truly a blessing. Just as Tang Yuan was lost in thought, Ding Xiang called her name. Dang Zhuang, prepare a speedboat for me. I'm going to chase him. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Tang Yuan led Ding Xiang to the acquisition office at the back. Pointing to a speedboat parked there, you can go over. Be careful. He is waiting for you. Xu Xingbei's boat could not outrun the speedboat. With a plan in mind, Ding Xiang was confident about catching up with Xu Xingbei. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Ding Xiang caught up to Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei was still driving the boat ahead, completely unaware of Ding Xiang chasing behind. As the boat left the boat area, Xu Xingbei's expression grew darker. No matter what, he had to find a sufficiently safe place today to store the items. Now he also needed to add a condition, to avoid the company's surveillance. Ding Xiang's words rang like an alarm in Xu Xingbei's mind. If he had found a deserted island before this, he would have definitely stored all his belongings there. And the company wouldn't need to say much. They could directly raid his lair. Ding Xiang saw that Xu Xingbei had no intention of stopping the boat at all. He was not in a hurry, still closely following behind. Ding Xiang clearly saw Xu Xingbei bend down, take a bag of food, pour it into his mouth, and then put it into a waterproof storage bag. Are you hungry? Ding Xiang sneered. Such a lack of vigilance. And you think you can be my opponent? This mission is still as simple as ever. What a joke. Just as Ding Xiang was internally mocking Xu Xingbei, he saw Xu Xingbei suddenly turn around and raise the gun in his hand, shooting at Ding Xiang. That damn kid. Ding Xiang was taken aback. He actually had a gun. Chapter 21. Contest of wits and courage. Although Ding Xiang was shocked, he did not lose his composure. Xu Xingbei acted decisively, his aim exceptional, hitting Ding Xiang's shoulder with a single shot. Ding Xiang's body stiffened, and the speedboat lost control, nearly capsizing. But just a few minutes later, Ding Xiang regained control of the speedboat. How is that possible? The effect of a tranquilizer gun on a person. I've tested it on members of the Yao family. After being shot, they could still talk, but had no mobility. The fact that Ding Xiang could still operate the speedboat meant the tranquilizer gun was ineffective against him. No wonder he was from the tower. Remembering what Sha Yin had said, a bitter taste rose in Xu Xingbei's mouth. No wonder the Jishur organization was so strict in selecting members. Judging from Ding Xiang's performance now, if one did not possess extraordinary abilities, encountering someone from the tower would only mean death. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Ding Xiang was extremely furious after being hit by the tranquilizer gun. In his eyes, Xu Xingbei, who was like an ant, actually dared to fight back? Am I supposed to wait to die? Xu Xingbei quickly regained his calm. Waiting to die was never his choice. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them first. If the heavens want to eliminate me, I must destroy the heavens. As long as I have breath left, even if the king of heaven comes, I will bite off a piece of flesh from him, even if I can't win. Good. Very good. Originally, I took something and was ready to spare your life, but now it seems I was too merciful. As I spoke, the speedboat had already reached the side of Xu Xingbei's boat. Ding Xiang slowly stopped the speedboat, stood up, and leaped onto Xu Xingbei's boat. Xu Xingbei also stopped his boat, fearlessly locking eyes with Ding Xiang. Holding a gun, there was a bang, and another shot hit Ding Xiang in the abdomen. Ding Xiang staggered, and Xu Xingbei rushed towards him, firing again. Although the tranquilizer gun couldn't completely immobilize Ding Xiang, it was enough to numb him for a few minutes. That was all Xu Xingbei needed. The third shot was fired and hit Ding Xiang again. Xu Xingbei casually tossed the gun aside and swung a punch towards Ding Xiang's head. He did not directly use the blade. This punch landed squarely on Ding Xiang's face. Ding Xiang felt a buzzing in his head, and a warm stream rushed out of his nose. He wiped his hand across his face and saw a smear of blood in his palm. Infuriated, Ding Xiang no longer hesitated and swung his fist fiercely at Xu Xingbei. The punch whistled through the air. Before the punch reached him, Xu Xingbei sensed the danger and realized he couldn't take this hit. Ding Xiang was a first-level warrior, and in his rage, the force of his punch exceeded 1,000 pounds. Xu Xingbei instinctively stepped back 2 paces, but Ding Xiang threw another punch. If he dodged again, he would hit the cockpit. Xu Xingbei did not move his feet, but swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Ding Xiang's fist. Ding Xiang's combat experience was far superior to Xu Xingbei's, and he had anticipated that Xu Xingbei couldn't avoid this punch. Unexpectedly, Xu Xingbei's body dodged in an uncanny way. You, Ding Xiang gasped, you really have some skill. But that's all there is to it. He swung another punch. Xu Xingbei's body dodged again in a strange manner. Ding Xiang, furious and humiliated, leaped and kicked towards Xu Xingbei's face. Kicking has a longer reach than punching, and Xu Xingbei couldn't evade it. He raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block Ding Xiang's foot. As the kick came down, Xu Xingbei's arms sank heavily, and his body stumbled. Ding Xiang seized the opportunity and kicked forward again. Xu Xingbei instinctively thought of a long-arm straight punch. At this moment, he couldn't unleash his punches, and the first 4 forms were naturally unusable. The last 3 forms required using the wind of his fists to strike acupoints. But Xu Xingbei had not trained to produce fist wind. Right now, he could only hard hit Ding Xiang's acupoints with his fists. Xu Xingbei suddenly concentrated all his strength into his right fist and swung it out, aiming for the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of Ding Xiang's foot. Ding Xiang's foot trembled, and the strength beneath him vanished without a trace. However, Xu Xingbei flipped his hand and seized Ding Xiang's ankle, delivering another punch to the Taishi acupoint on the side of Ding Xiang's foot. Just as Ding Xiang wanted to withdraw, his leg went numb, and he lost his balance, crashing to the deck with a thud. As his body hit the ground, there was another loud thud. Xu Xingbei still held onto Ding Xiang's foot and punched him on the Tai-Bai acupoint. Before Ding Xiang could react further, a knife was ruthlessly placed against his neck. You! Ding Xiang's eyes widened in fury. He didn't know the identity of the strong man before him in the company, but from Ding Xiang's words, he understood that he knew the hidden secrets of the tower. It would be better not to kill someone like this right away. Ding Xiang revealed a helpless expression. All right. Do you have any suggestions? Xu Xingbei asked. Suggestions? Ding Xiang couldn't wrap his head around it. What do you mean? For example, has the company considered exchanging something with me? Xu Xingbei asked. He was secretly communicating with the poison frogs, hoping they would understand his meaning. The internal mission sent me here to talk to you. Ding Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wouldn't reveal more secrets. Internal mission? Xu Xingbei pondered for a moment. The internal mission is inside the tower? The place where Manager Tang is external to the mission? Xu Xingbei immediately asked. Ding Xiang was surprised by Xu Xingbei's reaction and replied with a grunt. Now tell me about yourself. Xu Xingbei pressed the knife tighter against Ding Xiang's neck. Having established communication with the poison frogs, Xu Xingbei was overjoyed. However, he did not relax his grip on the knife. The cold blade made Ding Xiang feel uneasy. This kid might really dare to kill me. My name is Ding Xiang, and I'm an employee of the company's security department, Ding Xiang replied. A warrior? Yes. What level? First level. I tell you, if you let me go, it will be beneficial for you. Ding Xiang could no longer endure the current situation. When had he ever suffered such a great loss? All right, but I warn you, don't try any tricks. You can look around. Xu Xingbei still did not rush to put away the knife. Ding Xiang instinctively glanced around the cabin. He gasped in shock. He didn't know when, but the entire cabin was filled with poison frogs of all sizes. The poison frogs stared at him with bulging eyes, their poison sacs swelling and ready to shoot venom at any moment. Ding Xiang trembled uncontrollably. Get lost! Xu Xingbei sheathed the knife and walked towards the cockpit. At this moment, if Ding Xiang made a move, he could definitely knock Xu Xingbei down. The skinny kid wouldn't withstand a few punches. But Ding Xiang didn't dare. Please, take me to the speedboat. I owe you a favor. Ding Xiang had no choice but to soften his tone. Xu Xingbei drove the boat to the speedboat. Ding Xiang stood in the boat, not daring to move at all. Quack, quack, Xu Xingbei called out, signaling the poison frogs to make way. The poison frogs parted to create a path. The fact that the poison frogs obeyed this kid was too strange, truly too strange. When Ding Xiang was under Xu Xingbei's control, he originally planned to wait until Xu Xingbei relaxed his guard and then capture him in one fell swoop. After obtaining what the company wanted, Ding Xiang would directly send Xu Xingbei to his demise. Unexpectedly, Xu Xingbei had a whole boat of poison frogs guarding him. Ding Xiang couldn't even think about making a move, let alone actually doing so. He had thought this kid was sick, but it turned out he was communicating with the poison frogs in the sea. Thinking of this, Ding Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. The reason Xu Xingbei called the poison frogs onto the boat was clearly to guard against him. He had long anticipated that as soon as he sheathed the knife, Ding Xiang would counterattack. A young man with the cunning of a fox made Ding Xiang feel both hatred and fear. His mission had failed. He would definitely face punishment upon returning. Realizing this, Ding Xiang's expression became extremely grim. However, he did not plan to tell the company the truth. If he couldn't complete the mission, others might not necessarily fare better against Xu Xingbei. If the company sent someone else to carry out this task, and they failed as well, it wouldn't just be Ding Xiang's incompetence. Ding Xiang snorted. The mission is complete. Take me to the tower. Someone wants to visit your place, Tang Yuan said, her voice dripping with sweetness, her tone increasingly flirtatious. And the mist in her eyes seemed to be unyielding. Next time, Ding Xiang's face turned pale. He secured the speedboat, jumped into his own small boat, and quickly left. Take someone with you, didn't you say that? When Tang Yuan saw Ding Xiang about to leave, disappointment washed over her. Get lost! Ding Xiang finally lost his temper. Tang Yuan was taken aback. The usually perceptive Tang Yuan finally realized something was off. Ding Xiang's face looked extremely bad. Had his mission failed? Had the warrior been unable to subdue Xu Xingbei? Tang Yuan looked at Ding Xiang speeding away, unable to hide her shock. At that moment, Xu Xingbei was still sailing forward in the sea. If the tower could observe the situation in the sea, it meant he needed to continue deeper to find a safe, secluded island. At least he had to go to a place where the tower couldn't see. The poison frogs did not leave the boat, and as Xu Xingbei watched them croak on the boat, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. They were much better than people. The confrontation with Ding Xiang today was already part of Xu Xingbei's plan. The reason he sailed to this area was to leverage the power of the poisonous frogs to drive Ding Xiang away. It is easy to imagine that without the poisonous frogs, Ding Xiang would not have given up so easily. However, why would the poisonous frogs and the beaked whale help him? This had always been a doubt in Xu Xingbei's mind. Chapter 22. The suspended island. Xu Xingbei couldn't understand the closeness of the beaked whale and the poisonous frogs, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The affairs of this world cannot be understood just by thinking. The boat turned westward, and after sailing about 270 kilometers, Xu Xingbei stopped the boat, added some fuel, and continued forward. The color of the sea in front of him changed dramatically from the light blue of the boathouse area to a deep blue. A solitary island appeared in the distance. After estimating the distance, Xu Xingbei furrowed his brows and decided to go over. The lonely island finally arrived. Half of the island floated on the water, overall appearing gray-brown. It turned out to be a coral island. The entire island was riddled with countless crevices. Each crevice contained stagnant water, connecting to the surrounding sea. He docked the boat nearby and walked up. The island was not large, but it took quite some time to walk around. If one were to hide something here, it would be very difficult to find, even if someone came looking. After pondering for a moment, Xu Xingbei decided not to continue moving forward and just hide everything here. With that in mind, he turned around a few times on the spot to confirm a crevice, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This would do. Above the crevice was a cluster of seaweed, and behind the seaweed was a hole. Xu Xingbei, being slender, barely managed to crawl inside. After going in for several meters, the hole opened up further behind. It was indeed a good place to hide things. Xu Xingbei crawled back out of the hole, stuffed the jade human model inside, then took out 1/3 of the water and food from his waterproof storage bag and placed them in the jade box. After crawling back in, Xu Xingbei left the jade box and the human model inside. Having done all this, he looked at the sun and estimated that there were still at least 3 or 4 hours until dark, so he started to wander around the lonely island again. Although he had already confirmed it was a coral island, Xu Xingbei wanted to ensure there were no sea creatures in the area. If a smaller sea creature crawled into the hole, the things he left behind might not be safe. The difficulty of survival in the sea could be glimpsed from this. Too safe a place could actually be unsafe. If people could come, so could sea creatures. If you could come, so could others. Even though Xu Xingbei had discovered hundreds of gas canisters in the ruins, one must consider everything thoroughly. Never act recklessly when there are uncertainties. Xu Xingbei wandered around the lonely island twice before he finally put his slightly worried mind at ease. If you all are willing, stay here, Xu Xingbei said to the poisonous frogs on the boat. No food. Hearing the croaking of the poisonous frogs, Xu Xingbei suddenly understood their meaning. That is true. In a place without food, how could the poisonous frogs survive? Since that was the case, he had to give up the idea of having the poisonous frogs guard the island. Following that, he steered the boat towards the ruins. What surprised Xu Xingbei immensely was that the beaked whale really did linger in that area, as he had agreed. Upon sensing Xu Xingbei's arrival, the beaked whale poked its flat head out of the water and let out a few soft calls. Thank you for your hard work. Xu Xingbei was very touched. Despite the approaching massive storm that turned the entire sea surface upside down, it still kept its promise, which truly surprised Xu Xingbei. The beaked whale called out a few more times. Since you want to leave, then go ahead. Xu Xingbei understood its words, stopped the boat, and gently patted the beaked whale's head. The beaked whale looked at Shu Xingbei with reluctance, and after a long moment, it slowly dove into the water and swam away. Shu Xingbei put on his diving suit and went deep into the sea. The hundreds of gas canisters were still there, and there were no signs of anyone else having come. Shu Xingbei carried 3 canisters and slowly floated to the surface, tossing the canisters into the boat. He dove again and carried up 3 more canisters. With 6 canisters, the boat's waterline visibly lowered. Shu Xingbei did not greedily take more and sailed away. He delivered 5 canisters to the suspended island, a name he had given to the coral island. Keeping 1 gas canister, Shu Xingbei slowly made his way towards the boathouse area. On the way back, Shu Xingbei discovered that to the south of him, less than 50 kilometers away, there was actually a stretch of boathouses. Could this be the chaotic area that Tong Fu mentioned? Shu Xingbei curiously gazed in that direction repeatedly. The boathouses were far larger than the one he lived in, at least 3 times bigger. Surprisingly, the boathouses were not connected by iron chains. Each boat appeared to be fixed, standing firm against the waves. Could it be that there was an island beneath the boathouses? Following this thought, Shu Xingbei realized he was mistaken. 2 fast boats suddenly emerged from somewhere and quickly approached him. Shu Xingbei's gaze gradually turned cold. He could see very clearly that the other party was coming for him. As the distance closed, the people on the boats revealed smiles, that of hunters seeing their prey. Besides the helmsman, each boat had 2 strong men dressed in animal skins. "Little brother, leave the things on your boat." One strong man stood on the deck, took down his bow, and drew an arrow from the quiver on his back. "What if I say no?" Shu Xingbei asked in a deep voice. "Then you die." The moment the words left his mouth, the bow was drawn tight, and the arrow was knocked. "I have nothing on my boat," Shu Xingbei said helplessly. "Hey kid, you're quite clever. We already saw the gas canisters in your cabin," the man on the deck said, as another boat also approached, and the person on the deck held 2 cylindrical objects. "A telescope?" Shu Xingbei jolted. They actually had such things. All right, I'll give them to you. Don't do anything rash," Shu Xingbei hurriedly replied, slowing down the boat. The poisonous frogs on the boat had long been instructed by him to jump into the sea one by one. Seeing Shu Xingbei submit, the man with the drawn bow smiled playfully, lowered his bow, and signaled for the boat to continue approaching Shu Xingbei. A poisonous frog jumped onto the deck of that boat. Its poison sac swelled, and a stream of green liquid shot out, splattering onto the man's body, hands, and arms. The man let out a series of cries. Looking at the exposed areas on his hands and arms, his skin had already rotted away in patches. The injured parts looked as if hot oil had been poured on them. What was worse was that those areas itched unbearably. One of his companions was about to come over to check what was happening when more than 10 poisonous frogs jumped onto the boat. The companion was so frightened that he fled towards the cockpit. In a short time, the man afflicted by the poisonous frogs collapsed on the deck, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. And then he breathed his last. "Quick, retreat." The man standing on the deck of the other boat shouted in panic as he realized the situation was dire. Shu Xingbei didn't pursue. He didn't even jump onto the nearest boat, but instead increased the power and sailed away. This place was too close to the chaotic area. Since these people had telescopes and could see the things on his boat, it was inevitable that others might harbor malicious thoughts. Now that the people on both boats were terrified by the poisonous frogs, they wouldn't come looking for trouble anymore. Shu Xingbei decided to take this opportunity to leave. Shu Xingbei did not take the lives of those few men. He actually had another thought. If he completely fell out with the company, fleeing to the chaotic area could also be considered an option. As for staying on the suspended island, that was impossible. While the suspended island was suitable for hiding things, it would not work for long-term residents. Sailing cannot do without fuel, and diving cannot do without equipment. Shu Xingbei is not strong enough to completely live independently from others. As for the poisonous frog on the other 2 boats, Shu Xingbei did not summon it immediately. If he left now, the people on the other 2 boats would not connect the poisonous frog to him. In other words, even if someone died from poisoning, they would not think that someone could command the poisonous frog. Even if someone did think of it, no one would believe it, unless Ding Xiang came to tell them. The possibility of that happening is too small. Shu Xingbei is becoming more and more measured in his actions and more detailed in his thinking. He knows that in the process of constantly fighting for his life against others, he has also grown unconsciously. The people on the two boats watched Shushing leave, feeling bitter in their mouths. That kid, could he be from the boathouse area? Someone asked. Just lucky, the people on the two boats cursed. Just as Shushing thought, they did not connect the poisonous frog with him at all. They only believed that Shushing, who had obediently surrendered, seized the opportunity to escape. As for the dead person on the deck, they could only mourn for him. The reason the chaotic area is called the chaotic area is that whoever has the bigger fist is right. The life and death drama unfolds here every day. They had long been accustomed to the impermanence of someone who was lively today becoming a corpse tomorrow. Besides, the dead guy was no relative of theirs. They were just partners huddling together for warmth. Dying under the giant poison of the poisonous frog, they could only feel it was a pity for him. After enduring so many storms, he ended up suffocated and poisoned. The suspended island is over 100 kilometers away from the chaotic area. So he is not worried about the people from the chaotic area finding the suspended island. Next, he needs to reflect on the confrontation with Ding Xiang from the company's security department today. Ding Xiang's strength far exceeds that of Shushing. Shushing was able to dodge Ding Xiang's punches purely because of his agility. Moreover, the most important point is that Ding Xiang was shot 3 times with a tranquilizer gun by Shushing. If it weren't for the tranquilizer gun giving Shushing the upper hand, he would have been in danger today. No, he must continue to grow stronger. Ding Xiang has fallen. The company might resort to other underhanded tactics. What if they send someone even stronger than Ding Xiang? Chapter 23. Bounty Shushing wished he could become powerful overnight. He craved strength. In the darkness, Shushing stayed in his boathouse, practicing the straight punch over and over again. The muscles and acupoints on the human model had long been firmly memorized by him. Punch out, retract, and then punch out again. He had practiced the first 4 forms of the straight punch at least thousands of times, and gradually he gained insight. Fist techniques require the support of strength. The reason he couldn't practice the last 3 forms is that his strength is still too weak. Without a strength of over 1,000 pounds, he cannot generate the wind from his punches. Since that is the case, he would continue to practice the first 4 forms. Large beads of sweat slid down from his forehead, and continuously punching drained the last bit of his energy. Shushing was so exhausted he was nearly fainting. Yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. As long as the effort is deep enough, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. If he lacks strength, can it be achieved through training? Otherwise, how can the existence of martial arts schools be explained? Shushing continued to exhaust all his strength before finally stopping. He found a piece of worn-out canvas to wipe the sweat from his body, and a refreshing feeling made him feel reborn. Happy, truly happy. The people in the boathouse area had been busy searching for food and water. The word bath was an unimaginable luxury for them, and even thinking about it felt like a crime. Shushing, drenched in sweat, was no different from having taken a bath. The lingering fishy smell all over his body was completely cleaned away. Shushing began to think about what he should do next. Since the company found out that he went to the number 7 relic, why didn't they send someone to seriously inquire about the situation of the relic, but instead sent Ding Xiang directly to snatch his things? Following this line of reasoning, there are only 2 possibilities. Who made Shushing just an ordinary bounty hunter from the boathouse area? After analyzing, Shushing believed the second possibility was the most likely. However, the martial arts school only had the human model and that jade box. There wasn't much else. Could it be that he had overlooked something? Shushing analysis had already touched on the true thoughts of the company's internal mission leaders. They had sent people to search for the No. 7 relic not just once or twice, and every time they returned empty-handed. Each group that went to the relic either got lost in the thick fog or their boats were spun around in whirlpools, never reaching the actual destination. Whether it's the number 7 relic or any other relic that the company values, there are dedicated personnel monitoring them. Once someone successfully arrives, they will immediately report to the management. The management naturally would not trade with Shushing. How could the high-up management possibly negotiate equally with Shushing? The fact that they sent Ding Xiang shows that the mission department and security department already considered Shushing, this somewhat bizarre ant, to be of considerable importance. The effect of the tranquilizer gun on Ding Xiang was minimal. Is this Ding Xiang's special ability, or is it a capability that every warrior possesses? Xu Xingbei's eyes flickered. He really wanted to pick up the tranquilizer gun and give himself a shot to test its power. In the end, he still gave up. It's better not to court death. The boathouse area under the night sky was as quiet as ever. Aside from the sound of the waves crashing and the spray hitting the boat's edge, there were no other sounds. But who can be sure how many pairs of watchful eyes lurked in the quiet night? While Xu Xingbei was busy this day, the manager of the mission department in the tower had finished listening to Ding Xiang's report. That kid has a tranquilizer gun? This point we overlooked, the manager said, immediately thinking about the source of the tranquilizer gun in Xu Xingbei's hands. The people responsible for the boathouse area, Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, are really useless. Giving the gun to their family and getting them killed, they are truly worthless. I apologize for my failed mission, Ding Xiang said straightforwardly, bowing to the manager. Throughout the whole time, Ding Xiang did not mention that the poisonous frog could be commanded by Xu Xingbei. In terms of jurisdiction, the mission department has no authority over Ding Xiang. He is under the security department. Therefore, Ding Xiang's posture still pleased the manager of the mission department. That's too harsh. The oversight regarding the tranquilizer gun is our responsibility. The fault does not lie with you, the manager said generously. We will communicate with the security department. After Ding Xiang left, the manager of the mission department's expression gradually darkened. He did not fully trust everything Ding Xiang said. As a first-level warrior, even if Ding Xiang was hit by a tranquilizer gun, he would not be unable to recover his strength in a short time. It would still be impossible for Xu Xingbei to escape from Ding Xiang's hands. How many bullets could 2 tranquilizer guns have? At most 12. The first time Ding Xiang was unprepared, but what about later? How many could Xu Xingbei fire again? The manager of the mission department tapped his fingers on the table. And after a while, he smiled. Notify Tang Yuan and have her issue a mission tomorrow. Recruit 10 bounty hunters and distribute 10 tranquilizer guns. The task is to capture Xu Xingbei alive. The manager issued the directive. The company's investigator, Yu Feng, also learned through his channels about Ding Xiang's failure. Interesting, very interesting. Yu Feng's small eyes squinted. Could it be that the Xu Xing kid has some abilities that I haven't discovered? Next, if he can survive, I decide to recommend him. Xu Xingbei escaping from the first-level warrior Ding Xiang cannot be said to be anything but a miracle. In terms of fighting, Xu Xingbei is simply no match for Ding Xiang. In terms of escaping, Xu Xingbei lives in the boathouse area. Where could he escape to? Even if Xu Xingbei has weapons, does Ding Xiang not have any? Moreover, Xu Xingbei actually managed to reach the number 7 ruins. It's strange. Let's wait and see. Yu Feng is well aware of how the company handles internal affairs, which is often domineering and unreasonable. Ding Xiang's failure does not mean that the company's task department will give up. If the task department is angered, Xu Xingbei's situation will only become more dangerous. Last time, Yu Feng casually helped Xu Xingbei, considering it a favor to Shailian. This time, Yu Feng began to take Xu Xingbei seriously. Perhaps Xu Xingbei, recommended by Shailian, really has some surprising qualities. Xu Xingbei went to the Tong family early in the morning and handed Tong Ziyun a bag of food. He had a bad feeling. Once he falls out with the company, it will be difficult for him to exchange items in the future. He would have to rely on others for help. The character of the Tong family could be considered. The new deputy manager of the acquisition department had heard about what Xu Xingbei had done, but he didn't say much to him. After Xu Xingbei finished his exchanges, he went to the task department. When Tang Yuan saw Xu Xingbei approaching, her expression immediately became unnatural. Xu Xingbei, are you here to take a task? She thought of the orders received last night and felt a bit anxious. The main person had arrived, but her task had not yet been announced. Have you contacted the company? Is there any news? Xu Xingbei stared into Tang Yuan's eyes. What do you think we can get a reply? Xu Xingbei keenly noticed Tang Yuan's uneasy expression. I'm just a small manager. Do you think I would know? Tang Yuan said. Also, if you're not taking a task, please leave. Don't delay our work. She issued an eviction order. She didn't want Xu Xingbei to mess up her task, but she also didn't dare to offend Xu Xingbei directly. Even Ding Xiang had suffered under him. Could she be stronger than Ding Xiang? Whether Ding Xiang was careless or underestimated the situation was irrelevant. Please help me keep an eye out, Manager Tang. I will remember your kindness, Shu Xingbei said seriously. All right, I'll notify you as soon as I have news, Tang Yuan said impatiently. Shortly after Shu Xingbei left, several bounty hunters arrived at the task department. Among them was Uncle Ping, who had previously pressured Shu Xingbei under the guise of righteousness. We have a task below. Anyone who agrees to take it will receive 50 bags of food and 5 liters of water, Tang Yuan announced. What task? Someone asked warily. A task with such a high reward must be dangerous. It's not about going to sea, but dealing with a person, Tang Yuan said. Dealing with a person? The bounty hunters in the room were stunned. Does the company need to offer a reward to deal with someone? Who would dare go against the company? That would be seeking death, right? Yes, dealing with a person. There is an order from above for 10 people, Tang Yuan clarified. I'll do it. I'll do it. Voices rose one after another. As time went by, more and more bounty hunters gathered. More people wanted to take on the task. Who are we dealing with? Uncle Ping asked. He had a feeling that the person the company wanted to deal with was Shu Xingbei. After all, both the managers of the task department and the acquisition department had been changed because of him. Those familiar with Shu Xingbei would be prioritized. Tang Yuan's answer hit the mark for Uncle Ping. I'm his neighbor. Give this task to me, and I'll organize the other 9. Uncle Ping stepped forward. Upon hearing that the target was Shu Xingbei, the cabin fell silent for a moment. Recently, Shu Xingbei had been causing quite a stir. Seeing that Shu Xingbei's neighbor had stepped up to take the task gave everyone a boost of courage. An obvious attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Everyone knows this. Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Uncle Ping's self-introduction. Shu Xingbei, your popularity is really at rock bottom. Even your neighbor wants to deal with you. It's you then. Find your own team. And the task must be completed within 3 days, Tang Yuan instructed. Regardless of the commotion, the company would handle the aftermath. Chapter 24. Cutting off the source of trouble. Uncle Ping successfully took the task and received an advance payment, making him almost giddy with joy. Shu Xingbei was indeed peculiar. Whether it was him salvaging gas tanks or hunting sea beasts, Uncle Ping had always been wary of him. At the same time, due to the company's control over the boat area, Uncle Ping didn't dare to confront Shu Xingbei directly. One-on-one, if he were injured, it would be a troublesome situation. However, things were different now. He had obtained a tranquilizer gun and could gather 9 more people. 10 people with tranquilizer guns against 1 Shu Xingbei. Uncle Ping couldn't think of any possibility of Shu Xingbei turning the tables. In Uncle Ping's eyes, Shu Xingbei was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered. Finding 9 people was easy. Many neighbors hated Shu Xingbei to the bone. Shu Xingbei hadn't done anything that warranted public outrage. The main reason he was disliked was that he salvaged a gas tank. Uncle Ping also knew that early this morning, Shu Xingbei exchanged for another gas tank. With the company's reward combined with the food and water in Shu Xingbei's possession, Uncle Ping was almost laughing out loud. Shu Xingbei, you should be grateful the company hasn't ordered us to take your life. Just as Uncle Ping had thought, finding 9 people was not difficult. As soon as the neighbors heard about the task Uncle Ping took, they all gathered around. Uncle Ping selected 9 strong and capable individuals from the crowd and distributed tranquilizer guns to each of them. The 10 of them practiced the shooting methods of the tranquilizer guns in Uncle Ping's boathouse. The others who weren't chosen by Uncle Ping didn't leave immediately. Those with quick minds had already thought of the food and water that Shu Xingbei still had. Once Shu Xingbei was captured, wouldn't those things be shared among the onlookers? Keep your voices down and don't mention that person again. Be careful not to leak any information, Uncle Ping warned the crowd. That kid has enemies everywhere. Who would leak information to him? Someone scoffed. That may not be the case. Isn't the Tong family close to him? Another person reminded. They don't know how to keep their distance from that plague. People continued to gossip. Shu Xingbei delivering food to the Tong family certainly did not escape the notice of the neighbors. Seeing that the Tong family could easily gain benefits from Shu Xingbei made some envious, leading to hatred towards Shu Xingbei and even the entire Tong family. The 10 people studied how to unlock the safety of the tranquilizer guns and how to shoot, firmly gripping the guns in their hands. Has that kid left the boathouse? Uncle Ping asked the crowd outside. Someone had been standing on the deck, observing the waterway. No, he hasn't come out at all. The person replied. That's good. Let's go, Uncle Ping commanded directly as he saw everyone was ready. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Uncle Ping's eyes. The 10 of them hadn't even discussed how to deal with Shu Xingbei. Whether it was Uncle Ping or the others, they were all confident in capturing Shu Xingbei. First, this was the boat area. Shu Xingbei wouldn't dare to act. Even the relatives of those from the tiger hunting team wouldn't dare to directly cause trouble in Shu Xingbei's boathouse. Would Shu Xingbei dare to? Even if he wanted to run, it would be difficult for him to escape. After all, the boat area was not in the outer sea. Second, they had the advantage of surprise. Shu Xingbei had no idea that 10 people were going to deal with him. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how powerful Shu Xingbei was, could he possibly fight against 10 armed people? The 10 who took the task walked ahead, followed by a large crowd eager for leftovers. This commotion was loud enough to even alert the Tong family. Watching the people walking along the boat's edge, Tong Ziyun immediately thought of something. "Dad, they're going to catch Brother Shu." Tong Ziyun shouted at his father. A flicker of struggle crossed Tong's father's eyes. In the end, he still held back. "Xiaoyan, keep your voice down," he said to Tong Ziyun. "I want to tell Brother Shu," but Tong Ziyun was anxious. Tong's father shook his head, saying it was too late. Even if there was time, it wouldn't help. Tong's father's thoughts aligned with Uncle Ping's. And it wasn't just them. Anyone who knew the inside story wouldn't have any hope for Shu Xingbei. Moreover, even if Shu Xingbei could escape from these people, what about next time? If he could successfully escape this time, what about the time after? Since the company was going to deal with Shu Xingbei, he couldn't escape, unless he didn't live in the boathouse area. This tactic of cutting off the water supply was truly ruthless. But why didn't that person do it? How could this happen? Shu Xingbei frowned. Wait a minute. Since the company had no intention of letting Shu Xingbei pay the ransom, what would happen next? Shu Xingbei felt a shiver. Not good. He was in danger. He secretly regretted his actions today. He had been too careless. He probably wouldn't be able to stay in this place anymore. Shu Xingbei quickly packed the thin cotton quilt from his bed into a waterproof storage bag. Then, he left the boathouse, untied the boat's rope, and immediately started the boat, raising the sail for speed. Shu Xingbei's actions were clearly seen by others. Not good. Shu Xingbei is leaving by boat, someone shouted loudly. Leaving? Chase him. Hurry. Get the boat ready. Uncle Ping also became anxious. Shu Xingbei must have heard the shouts. If he escaped this time and hid somewhere, it would be tough for Uncle Ping and the others to complete their mission within 3 days. There were other families with boats in the boathouse area besides Shu Xingbei. The bounty hunters had also picked up small boats from the task site. Soon, more than 10 boats were chasing after Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei heard the shouts and then saw the boats catching up behind him. His mood grew heavier. The people chasing him were actually his neighbors. They had previously stood on a moral high ground to pressure him, and now they were coming to chase him. How could such people still call themselves human? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, you all deserve to die. On the boat, at the front of the chase, someone raised a tranquilizer gun, aiming at Shu Xingbei. Not far away, the range was enough. Chapter 25. Must not die after being targeted by the tranquilizer gun. A sense of crisis immediately surged in Shu Xingbei's heart. Without thinking, he immediately lay down. Even though Shu Xingbei's body was very flexible, the bullet nearly hit him. As Shu Xingbei lay down, the people on the boat behind could hardly believe their eyes. Missed. The 2 boats were very close to each other. The sense of crisis still hadn't dissipated. Shu Xingbei rolled on the spot. The cabin's partition pressed against his back, causing him intense pain. At this time, Shu Xingbei's boat had no one at the helm, losing its direction, and with its speed not decreasing. It crashed violently against the left side of the boathouse. The impact caused Shu Xingbei's head to hit the cabin wall. With a thud, Shu Xingbei was knocked dizzy. However, it wasn't over. After the boat took the hit, it crashed again to the right side. Once again, it slammed against the right side of the boathouse, and Shu Xingbei's head hit the cabin wall again. The person behind was excited and shouted, "Die, kid." He had missed Shu Xingbei twice in a row and was getting desperate. Since the tranquilizer gun couldn't kill this kid, he might as well make Shu Xingbei lose all power to resist. He fired several more shots, emptying the gun of bullets. Although Shu Xingbei wasn't hit, he was tossed around in the cabin, and his head was knocked against the walls multiple times, buzzing. To make matters worse, the cabin was starting to leak water from the impact. Save your strength. Just surrender. The people following behind laughed heartily. In their eyes, Shu Xingbei was like a grasshopper in autumn. No matter how much he struggled, it wouldn't change the situation. They clearly saw the water seeping into Shu Xingbei's cabin. More critically, the boat was still careening around like a headless fly. This is bad. Shu Xingbei understood from those people shooting without hesitation. They were sent by the company. Good neighbors, they were indeed his good neighbors. At this point, thinking any further was useless and would only worsen his situation. Shu Xingbei didn't have time to think too much. He reached out, grabbed the waterproof storage bag, and climbed over the boat's edge, flipping into the water. As for putting on a diving suit and the 2 small barrels of fuel in the cabin, he didn't care anymore. Once he entered the water, the people chasing behind were stunned for a moment, then laughed even harder. Someone even laughed to the point of tears. He is really seeking death. Without even wearing a diving suit, how could Shu Xingbei survive underwater? It wouldn't be long before he surfaced. Surround him, don't let your guard down. As soon as he shows his head, we shoot him, Uncle Ping instructed. The others nodded in agreement. As long as they caught Shu Xingbei and handed him over to the company, they would have completed their mission. So everyone raised their guns, aiming at the surface of the water, quietly waiting for Shu Xingbei to surface. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes, half an hour. The surface of the water remained calm, yet there was no sign of Shu Xingbei. Did he escape? Or is he dead? Keep a close watch. If he's going to surface, it will be at this moment, Uncle Ping said in a low voice. Everyone was familiar with survival in the sea and knew water well. No matter how good Shu Xingbei's swimming skills were, he couldn't hold his breath underwater for too long. You 2 boats, move a bit further out, Uncle Ping commanded cautiously, directing people to drive towards the outskirts of the boathouse area. What if this kid swam out after entering the water? Uncle Ping couldn't imagine that after Shu Xingbei entered the water, he immediately swam forward. At this point, Shu Xingbei had swum out of the boathouse area and surfaced, gasping for air. Going further would take him out of the boathouse's protective layer. Shu Xingbei wrapped the carrying rope of the storage bag around his wrist a few times and continued to swim forward. Over there are people. A speedboat has come out from the boathouse area. The people on the boat immediately noticed Shu Xingbei in the water. Shoot him. The driver of the speedboat shouted to another person. That person took out a crossbow and shot towards Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei felt danger approaching again, and he swam forward with all his might. But the speeding crossbow still hit him, shooting diagonally through his left shoulder and tearing away a piece of skin. Blood gushed out instantly. Shu Xingbei knew this was bad. He instinctively submerged again. He was already exhausted and couldn't swim anymore. Shu Xingbei held his breath and focused, entering that closed state once again. His heart rate dropped sharply, and his body temperature gradually fell. At this moment, he felt that in this state, he could hold his breath underwater for at least half an hour. However, the trouble was that he was injured, and the smell of blood would soon attract fierce predatory fish and sea beasts. Shu Xingbei kicked slightly to keep himself from sinking completely. Without a diving suit, the deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. The speedboat circled above the water, waiting for more than an hour, but Shu Xingbei did not surface. Uncle Ping and the others had already arrived. "Excuse me, Manager Feng, is Shu Xingbei here?" Uncle Ping asked, smiling at Feng Jianian. "Of course. What have you all been doing? 10 people couldn't catch 1 person, and you let him escape?" The deputy manager of the acquisition department had a gloomy expression. "It's not too bad. At least we didn't let that kid slip away." "So what now?" Uncle Ping asked nervously. "I shot him with a crossbow. He hasn't surfaced yet," Feng Jianian said, pointing to Uncle Ping and the others. "You all continue to wait here and see if his body will float up," Feng Jianian said, signaling to his subordinate who was driving the speedboat, and they quickly left. Unexpectedly, that kid named Shu was so good at running. After Feng Jianian left, Uncle Ping took a deep breath. If Feng Jianian hadn't arrived in time, Shu Xingbei might have really escaped. So what if he could run? He still ended up dead. Someone shook their head. "Right. What about the stuff on his boat? Now that there's nothing going on, let us divide it up," someone suggested. Before Shu Xingbei's boat sank, someone jumped on it and found a crossbow and 2 barrels of oil. Not good. So many people know we are chasing Shu Xingbei. Does he still have anything left in his boat? Someone was reminded by this and immediately slapped their thigh. Uncle Ping's face grew darker. This was true. Shu Xingbei jumped into the water to escape, and who knows how many pairs of eyes saw it. Everyone suddenly realized this and couldn't help but curse. We fought so hard, and in the end, it still benefited others. Damn it. Uncle Ping frowned, urging everyone to calm down. In my opinion, we should confirm that this kid is dead. If he is not dead, we'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Uncle Ping, are you suggesting that the kid named Shu might still be alive? Someone laughed. How long has it been? Almost an hour. And there hasn't even been a bubble in the water. Can Shu Xingbei still be alive? After all, we have been waiting here and haven't seen a body. Uncle Ping also began to doubt. Logically, Shu Xingbei was shot with a crossbow. He wouldn't be able to stay underwater for too long. If he were dead, after swallowing a bellyful of water, he should have floated up. He must have been eaten by a sea creature. How many people have perished at sea and never seen their bodies? Someone began to analyze the situation. Let us wait a little longer. If we still don't see a body, we'll withdraw. Uncle Ping nodded. At this moment, Shu Xingbei had entered a semi-conscious state. Because his body was in the water, his wounds remained open. Although he wasn't bleeding anymore, his mind began to feel heavy. Suddenly, the water beneath him darkened, and Shu Xingbei instinctively opened his eyes. A big fish was coming, or was it a sea creature? He couldn't clearly see what was coming, only feeling an unavoidable force rushing toward him, lifting him high and swimming quickly forward. Dad, you taught me to be gentle, kind, humble, and accommodating. That even if I starve to death, I should never lose my dignity as a human being. Now I've truly got my wish, Shu Xingbei thought bitterly. Unable to muster any strength, a wry smile on his lips. Look at those neighbors. They preach righteousness and morality, but when trouble arises, they vanish without a trace. Yet once they see benefits to be gained, everyone rushes here like their heads are sharpened. If it weren't for these damn neighbors, if it were people from the company, Shu Xingbei would not have been so panicked. He would have struck first. He had tranquilizers. It wasn't that he didn't have them. Shu Xingbei's mistake was not anticipating how vicious his neighbors could be, that they had become the knives sent to take his life. Who would have thought they could be so cruel? Shu Xingbei lost the initiative to fight back and could only passively endure the blows. With this thought, his heart was filled with hatred. Damn it, you all should die. Whether it's those detestable neighbors or the company, as long as I can survive, I will not let you off the hook. I will kill all those hypocrites, wipe out all those true villains, and eradicate all those high and mighty people from the company, letting the tall towers completely sink into this endless sea. I shouldn't have discussed anything with those people. Did you think they would value you? Wrong. They never regarded you as a person. Never thought you had the right to bargain with them. From the moment the company struck, Shu Xingbei understood their malice. They wanted to capture him and extract what they wanted to know. Not only that, they wanted to make him homeless. Two waves of people. One was his neighbors. The other was the deputy manager of the company's acquisition office. What a well-crafted scheme. What a grand move. No, I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. If I die, who will take revenge for me? Chapter 26. Significant power increase. Shu Xingbei fell into the hands of his neighbors this time, and it was related to one thing. The poisonous frog in his house had disappeared at some point, leaving him without a trump card. At this moment, Shu Xingbei was floating in the sea, with the force behind him still pushing him. Shu Xingbei was unclear about where he was, having lost his boat. He couldn't locate his position on the sea surface. However, he was injured and knowing nothing about the situation in the chaotic zone. Going there was not the best option. Therefore, the only place Shu Xingbei could choose to heal was the suspended island. He tried hard to communicate with the harpoon whale, wanting to convey his intentions. However, after a long time of communication, the harpoon whale couldn't figure out what Shu Xingbei was saying. Shu Xingbei let out a disappointed sigh. This was indeed troublesome. He subconsciously looked at his wrist. The thin rope tying his waterproof storage bag was still there. He tugged gently, and the bag emerged from the water. Overjoyed, Shu Xingbei completely forgot about the injury on his shoulder until a sharp pain shot through from his shoulder, and he couldn't help but hiss. The harpoon whale called out a few times to Shu Xingbei. The harpoon whale no longer pushed Shu Xingbei forward, but nodded at him. All right, Shu Xingbei slowly climbed onto the back of the harpoon whale. Once he was on, Shu Xingbei noticed that this harpoon whale was at least over 20 meters long, with most of its long body submerged underwater, the tip of its tail resembling a small black hill. There were many boats on the sea surface, and Shu Xingbei instructed the harpoon whale to dive a bit, so his whole body was under the water. Without close observation, no one would notice that someone was moving rapidly underwater. The harpoon whale took Shu Xingbei all the way to the location of the suspended island. Shu Xingbei stepped off the whale's back, patted its head, and said, "Thank you." Really? Suddenly, a spicy sensation surged into his nostrils. After his father died, this world was left with only him. He had never felt as desperate as today. Those people were too ruthless. No one had ever helped him before. Standing from his own perspective, Shu Xingbei always felt he could understand. After all, people in the boathouse area had their struggles, and few had the ability to help others. But he never expected humanity to be so ugly and cruel, willing to turn against their neighbors for a bit of food and water. And this neighbor had never harmed them. Those neighbors were less than the harpoon whale. They were hardly human. Calling them human would be raising them too high. The harpoon whale swayed its tail, bidding farewell to Shu Xingbei with its gaze. Shu Xingbei cautiously looked around the island, confirming that there was no one in the nearby waters, and then he walked towards the gap on the island, carefully climbed in, found a high spot, and took out the cotton from his storage bag, his lips twitching. This will be my nest from now on. In the days that followed, Shu Xingbei would focus on healing. Fortunately, there was plenty of food and water. He still had 2 tranquilizers and a cutting knife for self-defense. The gap in the suspended island was not too cold at night compared to the boathouse. However, the sound of the waves here was louder and more chaotic. Especially in the deep night, the waves surged repeatedly, crashing into the gaps in the coral, producing a roaring sound. Shu Xingbei was awakened multiple times by the deafening roar of the waves throughout the night. Finally, he sat up, hugging his knees, his eyes appearing deep and distant in the darkness. His mind became clearer, thinking about the days ahead, recalling the straight punch he had been practicing for several days. Suddenly, Shu Xingbei had an idea. Wasn't he able to generate the wind of his punches? If the power of a punch could accumulate like waves, one after another, to what extent would its strength reach? The thought seemed increasingly feasible to Shu Xingbei. As he pondered this, he eagerly hoped that the wound on his shoulder would heal quickly. It would be great if he could go back to Uncle Shalian's place. The place he was hiding now was incomparable to Uncle Shalian's warm little house. From Uncle Shalian's house, Shu Xingbei recalled the thick, dark concoction that Uncle Shalian had made him drink, whether it was the beached whale or the sea frog. Perhaps their closeness to him was due to the things he had consumed? Lost in thought, Shu Xingbei soon fell asleep there. 3 days later, the wound on Shu Xingbei's shoulder finally healed, scabbing over. Even though he couldn't engage in strenuous exercise, he could at least practice a few straight punches, as long as he kept the movements moderate. The open space in the cave was high and wide enough for Shu Xingbei to unleash his punches and kicks. He thought of the waves under the sea breeze and began to practice. One punch followed another. However, he couldn't achieve the effect of later waves crashing over earlier ones. Maybe it was only a thought, but putting it into practice was unfeasible. Since that was the case, why not practice a bit? Even if he couldn't achieve the effect of waves overlapping, he could at least hone his straight punch technique to perfection. If it weren't for that crossbow taking a big chunk of flesh from his shoulder, his practice would have progressed even further, and his power would have been even more intense. In less than a week, Shu Xingbei's shoulder was fully healed. He truly unleashed his punches and kicks, practicing the straight punch technique crazily in the cave, one round after another. He didn't know how long he had been practicing, but he finally found the feeling of later waves crashing over earlier ones. With the force of his punches, the cave resonated with loud sounds. Suddenly, a large black stone fell from the cave wall. Success! This was the effect he desired. Shu Xingbei threw 2 more punches, but he no longer had the same accumulating power. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his body heated all over. He couldn't muster another punch. He was exhausted. Collapsing to the ground, Shu Xingbei suddenly burst into hearty laughter. It worked. I finally found the feeling. At that moment, he wished he could regain his strength immediately to go find a sea beast around the floating island and test his punching technique. The next afternoon, Shu Xingbei found a sea beast on the northeast side of the floating island. From its appearance, the sea beast was not yet fully grown. Standing in the seawater, Shu Xingbei held a black stone and threw it at the sea beast. The stone hit the beast's head, instantly provoking its ferocity. It lunged towards the island, its entire body lifting out of the water. With its short forelimbs resting on the island, its hind legs supported its massive black body. As its forelimbs bent, the sea beast immediately sprang up. Its claws extended, each claw equipped with 5 shiny, sharp blades, each blade about 5 centimeters long. If those blades caught Shu Xingbei, he would not fare well, no matter where they hit. Shu Xingbei quickly dodged the sea beast attack. His fist then swung out, one punch followed by another, with heavy force striking the sea beast's body, creating a series of loud thuds. However, the sea beast felt no pain and became even angrier, leaping up as if a mountain were pressing down, a shadow engulfing Shu Xingbei's vision. Shu Xingbei quickly dodged again. The sea beast's eyes gleamed with a sense of cunning triumph. A sense of crisis surged in Shu Xingbei's heart. He cursed under his breath, retreating once more while leaning back. The sea beast's tail whipped towards him, the gust of wind from the tail stinging Shu Xingbei's face. If it weren't for his agility being far superior to before, just that tail swipe could have severely diminished his combat power. Seeing Shu Xingbei dodge again, the sea beast snorted out 2 puffs of white smoke from its nostrils. This time, it did not leap, but lowered its head and charged straight at Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei unleashed a flurry of punches. 1, 2, 3, 4. His power reached 4 accumulations, heavily striking the sea beast's head. The sea beast was stunned, staggering back. Accumulation, multiple accumulations. Shu Xingbei gradually realized his strength was insufficient. Simply stacking 2 punches was not enough to match the sea beast. The only reason he had lasted this long was due to his keen sense of crisis and agile body. The sea beast let out a painful howl, then collapsed onto the ground, its gaze still fixed on Shu Xingbei. After struggling for a moment, the sea beast finally succumbed. Since the sea beast blood that Uncle Shalian had given him was effective, why should he pass up the fresh sea beast blood right in front of him? In the following days, Shu Xingbei practiced his punching technique at night and searched for sea beasts around the floating island during the day. As his strength increased, he no longer limited himself to small sea beasts. He even dared to challenge larger ones. A month later, Shu Xingbei was confident that the power he could unleash in a single punch would not be less than that of a first-level warrior. A first-level warrior could exert a force of 1,000 pounds, while a second-level warrior's power would double, reaching 2,000 pounds in a single strike. Shu Xingbei believed that with 6-fold punch strength, he could defeat a second-level warrior. Of course, this was just his estimate. He had never actually fought a warrior, so he couldn't be sure. With enough strength, he began preparing to leave the floating island. Chapter 27. Revenge. Shu Xingbei still had not unleashed a punch wind, but that did not hinder his desire to seek revenge. With 6-fold punch strength, he was not afraid of anyone in the shipyard area. Even if Ding Xiang from the tower came again, Shu Xingbei was confident he could defeat him without using a tranquilizer gun, as long as he acted quickly enough for the people in the tower not to react. At this moment, someone from the company who wanted to capture him probably thought he was already buried at the bottom of the sea or in the belly of a fish. To leave here, he had to contact the beached whale. However, he didn't know where that beached whale had gone. Facing the current beached whale, Shu Xingbei still could not communicate with it smoothly. If the beached whale took him to the shipyard area and then disappeared, Shu Xingbei would be in danger. He could very likely find himself on a one-way trip, and that one-way trip was highly likely a road of no return. Once the company reacted, Shu Xingbei had no confidence in escaping smoothly. The towering structure of the tower had always hung over the heads of the people in the shipyard area like a Damocles sword. Life and death depended entirely on the company's will. The company's higher-ups surely resided in the tower. Of this, Shu Xingbei was certain, just like Ding Xiang, who also lived there. The people who came from the tower wore different clothes, exuding an air of superiority. Shu Xingbei approached the water's edge and began to call out softly. His ability to replicate also included simple language replication. Yu. Shu Xingbei conveyed his intention to go to the shipyard area. The beached whale took a long time to understand Shu Xingbei's meaning. It told him that going to the waters near the shipyard area was not a problem, but its massive body could not pass through the outer protective barrier. You mean the barrier below is lined with steel spikes? Upon hearing this, Shu Xingbei couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The company was truly bold. If he hadn't learned about the steel-spiked net from the beached whale, he might have never known. After all, every time his ship passed through the protective layer, he was completely oblivious. This indicated how deep and hidden the steel-spiked net below the protective layer must be. No wonder the previous beached whale hadn't crossed the protective layer. This was troublesome. The protective layer is still dozens of kilometers away from the shipyard area. Swimming there using sheer strength, Shu Xingbei has no confidence. Moreover, he is going there to take action against someone. If he exhausts himself beforehand, it would not be about killing, but rather about sending himself to his death. Just as Shu Xingbei hesitated, he heard some excellent news from the broken spear whale. A consensus was reached between one person and one whale. And now it was time to implement the plan. It was feasible. The plan was feasible. There were no communication barriers between him and the broken spear whale. In the afternoon, Shu Xingbei set out on the path of revenge. At that moment in the shipyard area, Uncle Ping finally put down his long-held anxiety. Not seeing Shu Xingbei's corpse, Uncle Ping always felt uneasy. Although the company did not see Shu Xingbei's body, they still paid the reward, even though he only received half. Uncle Ping could maintain his livelihood for more than 2 months and didn't have to worry about survival for the time being. There were many others who felt uneasy like Uncle Ping. None of the 10 people who received the company's reward could sleep peacefully. They did not feel guilty. They were just worried that Shu Xingbei was not dead. If Shu Xingbei was not dead and recovered from his injuries, that would truly be their nightmare. 5 members of the Tiger capture team had died, and the families of the deputy manager of the previous task department and the deputy manager of the acquisition department had lost their lives at Shu Xingbei's hands. These incidents could not help but raise alarm and provoke thoughts. However, more than 10 days passed, and the guy named Shu Xing did not show up again. Sitting on the deck, Uncle Ping was sharpening a knife. The knife was not long, and the sharpening tool was a stone dredged from the seabed. Suddenly, there was a splash of water, and Uncle Ping was taken aback for a moment, straining to listen. A big fish? Impossible. Big fish cannot enter the shipyard area. A smaller fish will be fine too. He recalled the day when a storm arose at sea, not knowing how many people had pulled up fish that had fainted after being thrown against the shipyard area by the giant waves. Uncle Ping put down the knife in his hand and was about to stand up when a shiny knife was placed against his neck. Who are the others? A cold voice asked. Uncle Ping's heart sank. The scene he feared most had actually occurred. Why, you're that Shu Xing kid? Uncle Ping asked, his voice trembling. Of course. The indifference in Shu Xingbei's voice was palpable. If it weren't to extract information about the others from him, he would waste time talking with this self-righteous old man. I'm a worthless life. You can take it. As for the others, just let it go. Uncle Ping said slowly. At that moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Shu Xingbei tightened his grip on the knife, the blade cutting into Uncle Ping's neck. A line of blood appeared. Out of the corner of Uncle Ping's eye, he glanced at the knife he had just put down. Listen to me. If you kill me, that's enough. You can't defeat the company. Shu Xingbei was indeed surprised. Uncle Ping's words now carried a hint of advice. Could it really be that a person about to die speaks kindly? I knew you had bad intentions, and with a gunshot, Uncle Ping's body went numb, unable to move. Having seen Uncle Ping's face, Shu Xingbei certainly wouldn't believe he could be so kind. Since he couldn't get an answer, it didn't matter to Shu Xingbei. He tucked the gun into his waist and raised the knife to sever Uncle Ping's neck. A boat was still tied up next to the ship. Shu Xingbei cut the cable and left on the boat. The commotion had already alarmed the people inside the house. Uncle Ping's wife came out of the cabin and immediately saw Uncle Ping lying in a pool of blood, nearly fainting. In that brief moment, she thought of the future. Without Uncle Ping, where would she get food and drink? There was an indescribable sense of despair and terror in her voice. The scream startled the nearby shipyard area. They two had a part in hunting down Shu Xingbei. Feng Jinyin from the acquisition department of the shipyard was tidying up his things. Today's work was done. The last task assigned by the company had been completed successfully by Feng Jinyan, although he did not deliver the living Xu Xingbei to the company. They were already very satisfied. According to the instructions from above, after this winter, he could work inside the tower and no longer have to stay in a place filled with foul odors, fishy smells, and an indescribable rotting stench. The workers looked at Feng Jinyan, each offering flattering smiles of gratitude. Compared to the previous deputy manager, Yao Lu, Feng Jinyan exuded more of an upper-class aura. Moreover, he was more considerate in his work. It was said that this deputy manager was about to be promoted. The workers admired Feng Jinyan even more. Who wouldn't he want to follow a leader with a bright future? When the leader got promoted, maybe the vacant position would go to them. Not long after the workers left, Feng Jinyan also arrived at the docking area. He jumped into his boat and was about to untie the cable when suddenly a voice asked him, "When you shot me with a crossbow, did you think about the consequences?" Feng Jinyan looked at the skinny young man in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of the impermanence of life. "You're still alive?" Feng Jinyan was startled, but quickly regained his composure. "If I'm not dead, how could you die?" Xu Xingbei chuckled, gripping the knife tightly. "I'm the deputy manager sent by the company. If you kill me, you want to have a good end," Feng Jinyan said with an incredibly calm expression. Xu Xingbei swayed and was suddenly in front of Feng Jinyan, the knife already cleaving into Feng Jinyan's neck. The knife entered from the side of the neck, and after being obstructed by the cervical vertebrae, the force did not diminish, and blood spurted out like an arrow. "How dare you?" Feng Jinyan could never have imagined Xu Xingbei would be so decisive. He fell straight down, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. After killing Feng Jinyan, Xu Xingbei went directly to the task department ahead. When Tang Yuan saw Xu Xingbei covered in blood walk in, she was so scared that her soul nearly left her body. Xu Xingbei, let us talk, she stammered. "Give me the list of people who took the task." Xu Xingbei pointed his knife at Tang Yuan. The moment Tang Yuan made any move, he would kill her. All right, don't kill me. I'm innocent. I didn't lay a hand on you." "Really?" Tang Yuan's face turned pale with fear. The dimple that she had always prided herself on could not be forced out no matter how hard she tried. Xu Xingbei got the list and glanced up. Ding Xiang, help me. Xu Xingbei is coming." Tang Yuan held a communicator in her hand, running outside while continuously shouting. Xu Xingbei confirmed that he had memorized everyone on the list and followed her out with his knife. Tang Yuan stood on the deck, trembling. She wanted to keep running, but she couldn't muster strength. "Shuxingbai, Spare me. You've never tasted a woman, right? I'll let you try." Tang Yuan threw down the communicator in her hand and reached for the buttons of her bee-skin clothes. Chapter 28. Depending on the situation, Xu Xingbei watched as her hands unfastened the buttons of her bee-skin clothes, a flash of white coming into his view. "As long as you don't kill me," Tang Yuan pleaded with tear-filled eyes. The answer to her was a fleeting flash of the knife. Tang Yuan fell to the ground, and crimson blood instantly spread out from beneath her, growing larger and larger. Hee. Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a final tragic laugh. It was unclear whether she was lamenting her fate or feeling ironic about her last actions. Xu Xingbei curiously picked up the white communicator from the deck and examined it from different angles. "Tang Yuan, don't rush. I'll send warriors over right away." The furious roar of the internal manager of the tower task came from the communicator. "How dare you retaliate? You're tired of living." Xu Xingbei curled his lips. "Tired of living? Let me tell you, both Tang Yuan and Feng Jinyan are dead. You can't escape either." The task department manager did not expect the person answering was Xu Xingbei. He was stunned for a moment and immediately began to roar wildly. "Xu Xingbei, huh? All right, just wait. You'll regret bringing me into this world." Xu Xingbei replied without any politeness. "Let's see if you have the ability to find me first." After saying that, he casually threw the communicator into the sea. Although he was curious about the communicator, he never considered taking it with him. Xu Xingbei took 2 sets of diving suits and called out a few times towards the sea, summoning the small beaked whale, and immediately mounted it, quickly leaving the task area. The manager of the task department in the tower was so furious that he smashed the teacup on the table. Xu Xingbei's provocation nearly drove him insane. After a long while, he slowly calmed down and issued orders to contact the security department, asking them to assist and conduct a thorough search for Xu Xingbei throughout the entire sea area. Alive or dead, he wanted to see him. Xu Xingbei sat on the beaked whale, facing the slightly fishy sea breeze, letting the blue waves splash against him. Occasionally, seawater splashed onto his face, and he became even calmer. Leaving the boathouse area, he lay on the back of the large beaked whale that had been waiting there. With most of his body submerged in the sea, heading towards Suspended Island, the island we set out from. Just now in the boathouse area, who knows how many people saw Xu Xingbei riding on the whale's back. Look, quick look, someone is in the sea, riding on a big fish. Someone exclaimed. Wow, that's really something. This is quite rare. On the other side, someone also saw Xu Xingbei on the whale's back and couldn't help but shout. For a moment, Xu Xingbei attracted the attention of everyone in the entire sea area. The sea area was vast, with countless residents in the boathouse area. Few people knew Xu Xingbei, so while they were curious, they couldn't help but guess his identity. Do you think this person is from the tower? Impossible. How could someone from the tower wear canvas clothes? Someone immediately retorted. Maybe he's from the G-Sure organization, someone pondered. G-Sure organization? Maybe. Anyway, people often talk about them, but who really knows where they are? People sighed, and the topic unintentionally turned into a longing for the G-Sure organization while lamenting their own fate. Before they could finish their astonishment, a large cargo ship with an enormous displacement suddenly appeared in the outer sea area. On the tall cargo ship, the sails were raised. On the deck stood more than 10 strong men dressed in black. Each of them carried a crossbow on their shoulders and had holsters bulging at their waists. Their expressions were serious, gazing straight ahead. Besides these men, there was a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat holding binoculars, scanning the distance. The person is over there, out of the boathouse area. Speed up, Chase. We must not let Xu Xingbei escape. The man in the trench coat shouted with a fierce expression. The bounty hunters hurriedly turned their small boats to avoid being capsized by the waves created by the large ship. Who are those people? Someone showed a look of fear. The aura of these people is just too overwhelming. Can't you tell? Anyone who can have such a large ship. Do you need to guess their background? Someone quick to react immediately guessed their identity. They are from the tower, right? It looks like they are here to capture someone. Those who heard the trenchcoat man's shouting immediately thought of more things. It must be, without a doubt, the target is the person riding on the fish's back just now. More and more people piece together the story. Xu Xingbei. The person riding on the fish's back is actually named Xu Xingbei. I think I've heard that name before. Someone furrowed their brows. I remember now. Do you remember when the deputy manager of the task department and the deputy manager of the procurement department were replaced simultaneously? I heard it was because of Xu Xingbei. He killed the families of the two managers. Someone exclaimed. The company is clearly targeting him. That colossal entity in the company is not something we small people can offend. Even the small employees in the company are not something we can provoke. That Xu Xingbei must be really bold. Who says otherwise? Countless people shook their heads in disbelief. Xu Xingbei certainly wouldn't care about what others said. He lay on the whale's back, feeling an increasing sense of crisis in his heart. Dive down, dive deeper. Let my body be completely submerged in the sea. Xu Xingbei communicated with the beaked whale. The large ship sped past the protective layer of the boathouse area and quickly entered the wider sea area. The man in the trench coat continued to observe the sea surface with his binoculars. However, the kid on the whale's back disappeared from his sight. Damn it. He's a level 2 warrior sent by the security department. This operation, he brought along 12 level 1 warriors. If Xu Xingbei escapes this time, it will be a joke. Chase, no matter where he runs, he will eventually need a place to rest. I don't believe he can live in the vast sea. The level 2 warrior gritted his teeth in frustration. If the mission fails, how will the security department see me? And the task department? This mission is a collaboration between two departments. Which direction should we chase? A voice came from the communicator. It was from the cockpit. To the west. The trench coat man said, familiar with the entire sea area. To the west, another 300 kilometers ahead, is the chaotic zone. Xu Xingbei might have escaped over there. Xu Xingbei, lying on the whale's back, felt that the sense of crisis in his heart had not dissipated. This puzzled him. If his body was floating on the water's surface and discovered by the pursuers behind him. That would be possible. Now that his body was submerged at the bottom of the sea, why did that sense of danger still linger? No matter, just escape first. The winter sea surface was cold and windy. As the cargo ship chased, the sky darkened again, and a question came from the cockpit. "Boss, it's getting dark. Should we continue the chase?" The trench coat man hesitated. The outer sea area at night was fraught with dangers. Whether it was sea beasts or giant fish, they would rest at night, and if they provoked them while they were resting, even with a large cargo ship, they might not be able to match them. Return to base. The trench coat man scanned the sea surface twice with his binoculars and finally, still unwilling, issued the retreat order. At this moment, the most frustrated person was not the trench coat man, but Yu Feng, who had met with Sha Yin last time. He was about to contact the Jishur organization when he unexpectedly learned that the company's task department had issued a bounty on Xu Xingbei. This made Yu Feng suppress his feelings once again. If Xu Xingbei could survive under the bounty, he would contact the Jishur organization later. "Kid, you really are a troublemaker." Yu Feng felt irritated and didn't know what to say. Since you can survive, why not be a bit more cautious? Yu Feng couldn't help but recall what Xu Xingbei said when they first met. The killer will always be killed. Such personality, indeed ruthless. If Xu Xingbei had even a little ability that could impress Yu Feng, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. This time, the security department sent a powerful force led by a level 2 warrior to capture Xu Xingbei. If Xu Xingbei could escape this time, Yu Feng would definitely contact the Jishur organization to recommend him. The outcome would be without any suspense. Yu Feng shook his head. He didn't expect that just after nightfall, Yu Feng received news that the team sent to hunt down Xu Xingbei had returned empty-handed. Xu Xingbei had managed to ride on the fish's back and vanish from the surface of the sea under the sweep of the binoculars. "All right, this kid is impressive. If I had known you had this skill, I wouldn't have dragged it out until now." Yu Feng immediately contacted the head of the Jishur organization. "Old Zhou, there's an interesting kid I want to recommend," Yu Feng said. The head was named Zhou Chuanting, and he liked to be called Old Zhou by his subordinates. However, there were not many people bold enough to call him that in the organization. "Go on," Zhou Chuanting answered the communicator. After listening to Yu Feng's account, Zhou Chuanting fell silent. "Lao Zhou, what do you think of this kid?" Yu Feng asked, as he was introduced by the outer member Sha Yin. "Lao Sha used his last chance for help because of him. Let's not talk about that for now. I heard you say that even the security department couldn't find him. Even if he enters the organization, we won't be able to find him." To be honest, Zhou Chuanting didn't like the personality of Xu Xingbei. The Jishur organization has its own way of doing things, and those who are capable and adaptable are often their first choices. That's true. Yu Feng felt quite frustrated. "Let Guobin go look for him tomorrow. We'll talk about it after we find him," Zhou Chuanting concluded. "As for whether he can be accepted, we'll see how it goes." Chapter 29. Yu Feng. Zhou Chuanting is the head, and he is a soldier, so he naturally couldn't refute Zhou Chuanting's words. Moreover, no matter how Yu Feng observed, Xu Xingbei really didn't have any special abilities, which means that, in terms of personal qualifications, he does not meet the organization's requirements. For a moment, Yu Feng was at a loss for words. After finishing his contact with Zhou Chuanting, half an hour later, he couldn't help but contact Xing Guobin again. Xing Guobin was the person Zhou Chuanting was about to send to pick up Xu Xingbei. "Brother Yu," Xing Guobin exclaimed happily upon seeing that Zhou Chuanting was looking for him. "How has your strength been growing recently, Guobin?" Yu Feng's tone had a bit more warmth. Xing Guobin was introduced to the organization by him, a simple guy, a few years older than Xu Xingbei. Almost 2,000 pounds now. Xing Guobin immediately reported on his progress. After joining the organization, he couldn't let Brother Yu lose face, no matter what. Life after joining the organization was basically 2 different worlds from his previous life. Xing Guobin had lived in the boathouse area before, with his entire family struggling on the brink of survival. Since he joined the organization, not only did he no longer have to worry about food and drink, but even his family had benefited. Therefore, Xing Guobin's respect and gratitude towards Yu Feng were heartfelt. "Good job. That's quite an improvement." Yu Feng was also very satisfied after hearing Xing Guobin's words. The kid's progress proves he has good judgment, right? Just don't know if Xu Xingbei will bring any surprises for himself. With that in mind, Yu Feng asked, "Have you received the task to pick him up?" Brother Yu is referring to that kid named Shu Xingbei, right? I got the notification, and I'll go look for him early tomorrow morning, Xinguo Bin said. Pausing for a moment, he is also someone Brother Yu has his eye on? No wonder I wouldn't pick him up. After hearing this, Yufeng pondered for a moment. All right, be careful. That kid is skinny and a bit younger than you. His face is always tense, like someone owes him money. By the way, he is very clever. I heard he can even ride on the back of a fish, Yufeng said, and a smile suddenly spread across his face. Ride on the back of a fish? How could I use such a funny phrase? Xinguo Bin replied innocently. Understood, Brother Yu. I knew Brother Yu had a good eye for people. Kid, are you praising me or boasting about yourself? Yufeng teased. Anyway, he had nowhere else to go. Maybe he'll even come knocking. After the contact ended, Yufeng's expression was much better. Lao Zhou is indeed more experienced than him in doing things. He said he might not welcome Shu Xingbei into the organization, but in reality, Lao Zhou arranged for Xinguo Bin to pick up Shu Xingbei, which in itself is an attitude. Lao Zhou knew that Xinguo Bin was introduced to the organization by Yufeng. His arrangement for Xinguo Bin to pick up Shu Xingbei was self-evident. Lao Zhou had the intention of protecting Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei did not know that before he even entered the Jishu organization, he had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. However, even if he knew, he had no mind to care about that. After returning to the suspended island, Shu Xingbei rested for a while and then began practicing his straight punches. He had a premonition that this matter was not as trivial as he imagined, and it wouldn't just pass by lightly in a few days. Ever since he escaped from the boathouse area, a sense of crisis had been looming over him, making him doubt whether he could escape alive. Shu Xingbei organized the weapons in his hand. 2 tranquilizer guns, 8 bullets, and a cutting knife. Apart from that, he had nothing else. In fact, Shu Xingbei was not worried about drinking. He had gradually gotten used to quenching his thirst with sea beast blood. The initially strong and unpleasant smell of the blood had gradually turned into a drink he liked. If he had fire and fuel, he wouldn't even have to worry about food. The sea beast provided not only blood, but also a significant amount of meat. Now, he could only waste the good beast meat. Wait, he can't eat the sea beast meat himself, but can he feed to the poison frogs? If so, bringing the poison frogs to the suspended island would mean his safety was guaranteed. With this thought, Shu Xingbei went outside and called for the harpoon whale. The harpoon whale did not disappoint him, carrying him to look for the poison frogs. Finally, he got it sorted out. For the time being, he could only stay on the suspended island. Now that the safety of the suspended island was reinforced by the poison frogs, even if the company's people found this place, they would return empty-handed. Shu Xingbei rested for a while and practiced his straight punches again. Early the next morning, he began his hunting of sea beasts. He specifically chose smaller sea beasts as opponents and fought them barehanded. After killing a sea beast, he would skin it, collect its blood, and then cut the meat into small pieces to throw to the poison frogs on the island. Gradually, Shu Xingbei figured out the consumption of the poison frogs. 300 pounds of sea beast meat a day was enough to feed them. 300 pounds of sea beast meat meant that Shu Xingbei would have to hunt 4 small sea beasts a day. This workload was far from small. In fact, it should be considered quite heavy. Of course, if Shu Xingbei were stronger, he could complete the feeding with just 1 adult sea beast. To have more time to practice his boxing, Shu Xingbei began to challenge adult sea beasts. The massive sea beast he successfully provoked stood there like an elephant. If Shu Xingbei lived on land, he would definitely recognize that this sea beast was a black bear, but due to the rising sea levels, the black bear had evolved into its current form. It had relatively short limbs, less than 2 feet long, but a remarkably long tail that exceeded 2 meters. The meaty tail was covered with small black scales that shone brightly in the sunlight. The sea beast looked at Shu Xingbei with disdain. It even abandoned the advantage of fighting in the water and jumped directly onto the island. As its body landed heavily on the coral reef, a large chunk of the reef was crushed under its weight. Come on, Shu Xingbei was already fully prepared. He waved to the sea beast. The sea beast's body towered far above Shu Xingbei, and it took a few steps closer, raising its forelimbs, with sharp inner claws slashing toward Shu Xingbei's head like daggers. That slash was like a meteor streaking across the sky, arriving instantly above Shu Xingbei's head. The sea beast didn't even need to look to know that this little ant-like kid was doomed. It was absolutely going to be a crushed skull and splattered brains. Shu Xingbei wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The only thing he could do was quickly squat down and then lean back to dodge the beast's fierce claw. The sea beast's blow was over 1,000 pounds. If it hit him, the outcome would be absolutely tragic. Even if it missed, being scratched by its claws would leave deep holes in his head. The sea beast's attack missed, and it couldn't help but feel puzzled, instinctively lowering its head to take a look. At that moment, Shu Xingbei punched like lightning, delivering 3 punches in quick succession, each hitting the sea beast's abdomen. To be honest, Shu Xingbei's height could only reach slightly above the sea beast's abdomen. The 3 punches landed on the sea beast's belly, causing pain in his fists. While the sea beast seemed completely oblivious, it extended its forelimb and swiped another claw at Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei retreated again, and at that moment, his body staggered a bit. After all, the distance to the sea beast was simply too close. Just as Shu Xingbei barely dodged a claw from the sea beast. He hadn't even had the chance to throw a punch when the sea beast spun around, its long tail sweeping towards him, striking his shoulder and sending him flying. Shu Xingbei soared several meters into the air, his back facing downwards. If he were to fall like this, his spine would definitely break, leaving him no chance to get back up. The sea beast was still watching him intently. In a moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration struck Shu Xingbei. He drew his dagger and thrust it downwards, transferring his strength to the rocky ground, stabilizing his position. The sea beast's gaze fell on Shu Xingbei's dagger, its expression somewhat serious. Unexpectedly, Shu Xingbei sheathed the dagger again and continued to fight it barehanded. This time, he unleashed 6 consecutive punches. The sea beast initially thought Shu Xingbei lacked strength and was about to launch a fierce attack, but it was suddenly struck in the abdomen, a prolonged spasm causing it to lose its strength. After landing a punch, Shu Xingbei didn't hesitate, following up with another 6 punches. The sea beast was beaten into a frenzy, letting out a long, mournful howl. The sound was piercing and tragic, causing Shu Xingbei's eardrums to throb painfully and making his head spin. The sea beast then extended its forelimbs, attempting to embrace him. In its eyes, such a slender figure could easily be crushed. No matter how Shu Xingbei tried to dodge, time was running out. In a bold move, he charged towards the sea beast's lower abdomen. With 2 loud cracks, the sea beast covered its underbelly, howling in agony, its body trembling uncontrollably, having completely lost its fighting capability. Shu Xingbei swung his dagger and struck heavily on the sea beast's head. The dagger only left a white gash on the sea beast's dark head. Now, with exceptionally keen eyesight, Shu Xingbei struck again at the same spot. The gash turned into a crack, blood gushing out profusely. On the 3rd strike, Shu Xingbei cleaved open the sea beast's skull. As he consumed the blood of the adult sea beast, a burning sensation ignited in his stomach, an intense heat making him feel indescribably uncomfortable, prompting him to let out a furious roar towards the heavens, much like the sea beast had done earlier. After howling dozens of times, he felt somewhat better. He began cutting the beast's meat into pieces, tossing them to the poisonous frogs. He couldn't help but think how delicious it would be if he could cook and eat this meat. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden sense of crisis hit him again. Chapter 30. Defeated, Shu Xingbei didn't have time to finish distributing the sea beast meat, abandoning it as he called out to the poisonous frogs, warning them that someone was about to come to the hanging island. He then slowly retreated to the middle of the coral reef, where a crevice provided sufficient cover while also allowing him to observe the situation on the island. An imminent crisis was approaching. In less than half an hour, a tall building ship sailed by. "Stop. Let's take a look." The team leader, the 2nd-level warrior Zheng Tiandi, pointed towards the island. Zheng Tiandi, dressed in a gray trench coat, had a grim expression. As a 2nd-level warrior in the company's security department, he had never faced such a setback before. Wherever he went, he was usually met with smiles and applause. "Hello, Mr. Zheng," were the faces of flattery he was accustomed to. During those times, Zheng Tiandi always maintained a serious demeanor, nodding expressionlessly to the air. He seemed to acknowledge those who greeted him, but looked as if he were seeing no one. This time, leading the team to capture Shu Xingbei. A large ship accompanied by 12 first-level warriors had spent countless days at sea, having turned in circles without even catching a glimpse of anyone, let alone capturing or killing. Although the task department hadn't said anything, voices questioning him were clearly rising in the security department. While those rumors didn't directly name him, they all implied that he, Zheng Tiandi, was ineffective. A friend of Zheng Tiandi, Ding Xiang, had once advised him, if someone is willing to take over, can't we just go do something else? Hearing this, Zheng Tiandi's anger flared, and he pointed a finger at Ding Xiang's nose, shouting, "Do you think I'm like you, a coward?" As soon as Zheng Tiandi said this, Ding Xiang's heart sank. He had always thought their friendship was solid, but when faced with a situation, their friendship seemed to capsize. Ding Xiang had originally wanted to tell Zheng Tiandi about his encounters with Shuxingbai, but now he wouldn't say a word. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zheng." Ding Xiang felt a bitter pang in his heart. It seemed that the friendship he valued was viewed by others as mere charity towards himself. Let me tell you, Ding Xiang, others can laugh at me, but you cannot. I remember very clearly that you faced off against Shuxingbai, right? What happened? A first-level warrior was defeated by a young man who hadn't even fully matured, right? Zheng Tiandi, having gone several days without making any achievements, spoke these words in a fit of anger without thinking. However, he had no regrets. Ding Xiang was merely a first-level warrior, far from being a second-level one. Besides, growth in strength wasn't something that could just be willed. Too many people in the company remained first-level warriors for their entire lives. Ding Xiang left in a dejected manner, secretly relieved that he was not among the 12 people following Zheng Tiandi. As for Shuxingbai's peculiar abilities, he would never reveal them to Zheng Tiandi. Zheng Tiandi, just wait. Once you and your dozen men stumble under Shuxingbai, I'll see what you have to say. Ding Xiang was filled with resentment. Zheng Tiandi had analyzed Shuxingbai's possible whereabouts countless times. The chaotic zone was the most likely. He commanded the building ship to charge into the chaotic zone, using both soft and hard tactics on the residents there, even discreetly offering a bounty. Anyone providing information on Shuxingbai would receive half a year's worth of food and water. However, no one had ever heard of Shuxingbai. Even when Zheng Tiandi presented a drawn portrait of Shuxingbai, no one recognized him. This scene, however, was noticed by another observant individual. Not being in the chaotic zone, Shuxingbai's only possible refuge was on some island. After all, Shuxingbai wasn't a fish. He couldn't hide in the water day and night. The absence of blankets in Shuxingbai's cabin further indicated this. That kid had definitely found a hiding place before making his move. Now that the island was discovered, Zheng Tiandi's heart raced. This island could very well be where Shuxingbai had landed. As the 12 first-level warriors prepared to jump off the building ship under Zheng Tiandi's command, their faces suddenly changed. "Don't dawdle. Hurry up," Zheng Tiandi urged angrily. "Zheng, look at that island." A warrior trembled, pointing at the island. Zheng Tiandi glanced at the island and immediately felt his scalp go numb. There were countless poisonous frogs on the island, densely packed, each one lying there with bulging bellies and glowing eyes. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, they all turned their gazes towards the ship. Zheng Tiandi was filled with rage. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed. Near the shore of the island was a decapitated sea beast corpse. The bloodstains on the rocks had not fully hardened, indicating that the sea beast had died not long ago. A creature capable of killing a sea beast could not possibly be a poisonous frog. What did this indicate? Zheng Tiandi's heart raced. Shuxingbai was on the island. "No, we must go ashore. Use crossbows to shoot them. Clear a path." Zheng Tiandi's face turned red with determination. Since it has been confirmed that the poison frog people are on the island, what is there to hesitate about? It's just a poison frog, right? Shoot a bunch with a crossbow. And are we still afraid they won't run? Zheng Tu, we can use fuel to burn them, someone suggested. Zheng Tiandi's eyes lit up. Yes, let's use fuel to create a path first. Are we still afraid the poison frogs won't leave? Zheng Tiandi thought, just like Ding Xiang initially did. No matter how powerful Shu Xingbei is, can he still command the poison frogs? Besides, in Zheng Tiandi's eyes, Shu Xingbei was just a jumping ant. Nothing more. There was naturally fuel on the ship. The fuel was poured into water bottles, lit on fire, and thrown towards the island. The bottles shattered, and the flames surged along the flow of oil. Instantly, a raging fire ignited on the island. Hundreds of poison frogs didn't even have time to escape before being engulfed in flames. The first bottle was thrown, followed by the second, third, and dozens of fuel bottles were tossed onto the island, creating a scene of fire everywhere. The poison frogs were either dead or injured, and the remaining ones, sensing danger, jumped up and hid. This was a big problem. Xu Xingbei had already seen through these people clearly. From the moment they mentioned using fuel, he realized the situation was dire. If he hadn't reacted quickly and called out a few times to warn the poison frogs to leave quickly, many more would have perished. With the poison frogs jumping away, it meant that the defenses Xu Xingbei had set up on the island were lost. He calculated the distance between the ship and himself, suddenly revealing himself and standing up. "You really think highly of me," Xu Xingbei sneered. "Sure enough, here, quick, catch him," Zheng Tiandi said as he was the first to jump off the ship, rushing towards Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei ran straight towards the other side of the island. Zheng Tiandi, leading 12 warriors, closely followed him. "Quack! Poison frogs retreat to the back of the island," Xu Xingbei commanded. The poison frogs had long harbored deep hatred for these ruthless people. When one of their kind was attacked, the others would rally to fight back. Moreover, just moments ago, over 100 poison frogs had been killed or injured. The glowing eyes of the poison frogs burned with anger as they lay on the coral reefs, waiting for Zheng Tiandi and his group to pass by. Suddenly, one jumped out, its poison sac swelling, and shot out venom like an arrow. As the poison frog leaped, the venom shot even higher. Some of the liquid splattered onto the warriors' necks, while others hit their faces directly. Any body part splashed by the venom instantly turned white, followed by wisps of white smoke rising. "On my neck, on my eyes, on my face." Cries of agony echoed. Although Zheng Tiandi wasn't hit by the venom, he turned pale with fear. "Quick, shoot him," he urged impatiently. In the chaos, someone pulled out a tranquilizer gun, but before they could shoot, they were hit by the poison frog's venom. "My hand, it hurts so much." More cries of agony followed. Zheng Tiandi and the others could not help but slow down, looking around as if facing a great enemy. The color of the poison frogs' bodies was similar to that of the coral reefs, making it impossible for Zheng Tiandi and his group to detect where they were hiding. From the moment they landed on the island to getting hit by the venom, 7 team members were injured in a short time, and judging by their reactions, it was more than just injuries. The venom had incapacitated them. If they didn't get treatment quickly, they might not even survive. At this point, whether to retreat or not, the casualties had far exceeded Zheng Tiandi's expectations. No, he didn't even consider the issue of casualties. "What should we do, Zheng?" The remaining few team members asked in terror. They didn't have the courage to go further. Zheng Tiandi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "Withdraw, let's withdraw," he said, looking at the few team members who were convulsing on the ground, biting his lip hard. "We withdraw." The remaining 5 team members, including Zheng Tiandi, began to act, each carrying one person back towards a ship. One of the team members had only been splashed on the leg by the venom, which burned through his clothes, leaving a gruesome wound on his calf. He didn't dare to move, fearing the toxin would flow through his bloodstream. As they approached the ship, they suddenly heard a gunshot behind them, followed by a voice saying, "Didn't he expect that, did you?" As Xu Xingbei obtained what he wanted, he raised the blade high. "Xu Xingbei, you dare!" Zheng Tiandi shouted furiously. "If you dare to move him, I guarantee you won't survive even if you hide in a fish's belly." Chapter 31. Life and death struggle. As soon as Zheng Tiandi finished shouting, Xu Xingbei didn't hesitate. He directly chopped off the warrior's head and threw it aside. The nearby poison frogs, who had long harbored deep hatred for these people, surged forward to begin devouring it. You deserve to die." Zheng Tiandi trembled all over, not knowing if it was from anger or shock. Xu Xingbei calmly looked at Zheng Tiandi. "You should be grateful. Next time you won't be so lucky." Xu Xingbei had long regarded the poison frogs as friends. Their loyalty far exceeded that of humans. Injuring 6 warriors was enough for the security department to punish him. Not to mention that one was dead. Warriors were not cabbages. They were elite guards in the tower. Each one took a significant amount of the company's resources to cultivate. On the ship, 6 warriors had fallen into a coma, and the others were silent. "Xu Xingbei, do you think you can rest easy with just a few poison frogs?" Zheng Tiandi said, feeling defeated. News of Zheng Tiandi's failure quickly spread within the company, and even the higher-ups were furious upon learning the situation. As a member of the investigation department, Yufeng naturally learned about it as well. Despite his extensive experience, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. This trouble had grown too big, far too big. If Xu Xingbei's revenge were limited to his neighbors, the company's higher-ups wouldn't even have the interest to glance at him. But when Xu Xingbei killed 2 deputy managers in the boathouse area and beheaded a first-level warrior, the matter escalated. No matter how bold or reckless Zhang Tiandi was, he wouldn't dare to conceal it. He reported the true situation honestly and then waited for the higher-ups to decide his fate. Guobin. He is on a coral island, located 200 kilometers northwest of the chaotic area. Do you know what he looks like? Yufeng immediately notified Xing Guobin. Having seen his portrait, Xing Guobin, like Zhang Tiandi, had been searching the outer sea for many days. If it weren't for Yufeng's introduction, Xing Guobin might have given up on the task of locating him. Got it. Thank you, brother Yu, Xing Guobin said, feeling at a loss. Yufeng's information effectively resolved his predicament. Be careful, Yufeng thought for a moment, and then recounted Xu Xingbei's recent actions. Xing Guobin was nearly stunned by Xu Xingbei's feats. This is too fierce, right? Although he hadn't directly fought with the company's warriors. Beheading a warrior without changing his expression or heartbeat. Could this be something a young man under 20 could do? Okay, I understand. I will be careful, Xing Guobin replied. Now, Xu Xingbei was like a hot potato. Any misstep could drag Xing Guobin down with him. The foundation of the company stationed in the tower was far beyond what Xu Xingbei could imagine. Xing Guobin only gained a deeper understanding of the company after joining the organization. Xu Xingbei was unaware that the organization was trying to find a way to bring him in. He cleaned up the island, cut up the remaining parts of the sea beast, and discarded them for the poison frogs to eat, while his mind was already considering the next step. Intuitively, Xu Xingbei felt that his danger had not yet passed. He just killed 2 vice managers of the company, and now the company has sent so many people to kill him. Now he has killed a warrior, and with 6 warriors poisoned. The company will definitely not let it go easily. He has provoked a giant. Xu Xingbei felt an endless bitterness in his heart. Is he still worthy of being called a person of blood and guts? Thinking of this, he became more determined to join the Jishur organization. The organization should be able to help him rescue people, right? However, before he could join the organization, he had to survive the company's next round of attacks. Xu Xingbei looked at the sky and decided to hunt another sea beast to feed the poison frogs. The poison frogs were his safety line built on the island. Once penetrated, Xu Xingbei would immediately face a life-and-death crisis. Soon, Xu Xingbei found an adult sea beast. This sea beast had a back full of black bristles. The bristles were thick and shone with a cold light under the rays. When the sea beast fully revealed itself in front of Xu Xingbei, he couldn't help but tremble. It was at least 2 meters long with a short tail, a big head, and short, strong limbs, looking like a pig. But if he really treated it like a pig, that would be a big underestimate. A sea pig? This is a huge problem. Xu Xingbei was very familiar with the characteristics of sea pigs. Once this guy was angered, it would attack its opponent like crazy, fighting to the death. What was worse, the steel-like bristles could penetrate the human body, even bones. Xu Xingbei had once seen from distance how a sea pig killed a bounty hunter. That was still in the sea. It was said that once a sea pig came ashore, its attack power was even stronger and its speed was even faster. Xu Xingbei's expression was serious. He didn't dare to run and eagerly search for the sea pig's weakness. The bristles on the sea pig's back stood up. Then the sea pig launched an attack towards Xu Xingbei. It charged at him. Xu Xingbei, empty-handed, jumped high, and as he fell, he raised his cutting knife. Just as the knife touched the reef, the sea pig turned around and pounced at Xu Xingbei again. With his old strength gone and new strength not yet born, he could only dodge to the side. The cutting knife slipped to the ground. The sea pig opened its mouth, revealing long tusks, and as it tilted its head, in Xu Xingbei's incredulous gaze, the cutting knife broke into 2 pieces. The breaking of the cutting knife happened in an instant, and the sea pig lunged at Xu Xingbei again. In its eyes, Xu Xingbei was already a dead man. What to do? Fight! But he didn't even have a weapon. Fighting the sea pig with his fists would be a joke. Not to mention fighting. Even if the sea pig stood still and let Shu Xingbei attack with his fists, he wouldn't dare to do it. Those long, steel-like bristles were no joke. As long as Shu Xingbei's fist went in, the bristles would definitely pierce through his hand bones, rendering his hand useless. In the face of life and death, Shu Xingbei unleashed a powerful punch again. From a distance, he gathered his strength and punched. Strength gathered, and another punch followed. In a short time, Shu Xingbei threw 7 punches in the air, reaching the peak after stacking 6 punches. After the 7 punches, Shu Xingbei's strength was completely exhausted. The sea pig let out a muffled grunt. Its left front limb softened, its body tilted, and it fell over. However, this sea pig was indeed wild and fierce. After struggling to get up, it still relentlessly charged at Shu Xingbei, but its body was tilted, and its speed had completely slowed down. Shu Xingbei quickly retreated. He couldn't throw another stacked punch, but he could run. The sea pig had not given up on the idea. It chased after him, limping. Its intention clear, it wanted to kill the human in front of it. During the run, Shu Xingbei did not forget to pick up the rocks on the ground, throwing them one by one at the sea pig's head. He had considered using a tranquilizer gun. Shu Xingbei knew very well that a tranquilizer would probably leave no mark on the sea pig's skin. Rather than that, it was better to save some bullets. A rock hit the sea pig's eye. The sea pig let out another muffled grunt. Its body paused for a moment. Another stone flew over, hitting its other eye. The sea pig's eyes were bleeding profusely, and it could no longer see Shu Xingbei's position, angrily turning in circles. However, Shu Xingbei's stones continued to come in an endless stream. The sea pig roared in anger, but it could never hit the target it wanted. In a fit of rage, the sea pig charged at a rock, crashing into it with a loud bang, creating a huge hole. It got stuck there, unable to move forward or backward. Shu Xingbei brought over a large rock and smashed it down heavily on the sea pig's waist. With a crack, the sea pig's waist made a crisp sound. Then, the sea pig began to wheeze, clearly having lost its fighting ability. Shu Xingbei took the cutting knife and opened the sea pig's abdomen. After draining all the blood, the sea pig finally breathed its last. The cutting knife, which had lost its front end, was still usable, and Shu Xingbei skinned the sea pig, leaving 4 pig legs and cutting the remaining parts into small pieces to throw to the poison frogs. After cleaning out the fat from the sea pig's belly, he placed the pieces on the rocks to dry. Only then did Shu Xingbei let out a long sigh of relief. That was really dangerous. Surviving the jaws of such a fierce sea pig today could be considered a stroke of incredible luck. What made Shu Xingbei even more delighted was that he finally unleashed the wind of his punches. The punch thrown through the air, with its force attacking only a point, was the punch wind. If it were a person under the attack of his punch wind, could he hit the opponent's acupoint? This was the answer Shu Xingbei eagerly wanted to know. However, he knew that no one would be willing to become his target. Whether the punch wind could hit a human acupoint could only be observed slowly in the future. Now that he had achieved 7 punch stacks, would it be possible to achieve 8 or even 9 punch stacks with the increase in strength? Thinking of this, Shu Xingbei couldn't help but feel excited. Brother, Shu brother. A voice called from outside. Chapter 32. Gift. Shu Xingbei had already noticed that a boat was approaching the suspended island. However, he did not sense any killing intent or hostility, so he did not make a fuss. Now that the other party had actually called out his surname, Shu Xingbei was very curious. He watched a young man, who was not much older than him, secure the boat and walk towards him, his eyes filled with confusion. The other party had a round face, big eyes, and fair skin that still retained some redness from the long exposure to the sea breeze, looking quite lively. Judging from the other party's clothing, Shu Xingbei already had a guess. He was not wearing a canvas outfit, but a blue coarse cloth jacket with blue trousers, looking like a typical neighborhood boy. "Come with me. Brother, you sent me to pick you up," the boy said, and without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. He thought Shu Xingbei would follow, but he didn't hear any footsteps behind him. "You? Why aren't you walking?" Xingu Bin was stunned. "Where to?" Shu Xingbei asked quietly. If it was as he guessed, did that mean he had achieved his wish? However, Shu Xingbei's facial expression showed no change. "Brother, you sent me to pick you up." You don't know brother you, do you?" Xingu Bin suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Shu Xingbei nodded slightly. If it weren't for Yu Feng, but another person from the organization, Xinguo Bin would have to curse a few times. How could someone who didn't even know you just casually send someone to pick someone up? Was there anything more unreliable than this? His more than 10 days of drifting at sea would have been in vain. Xinguo Bin frowned and introduced himself. Jisher Guard, Xinguo Bin. Brother, you asked me to lead you into the organization. Come with me. Where to? Shu Xingbei was confused. You mentioned leading me into the organization, but you must specify a location, right? Also, before leaving, I should at least tidy up here, right? Well, you know once you get there. Xinguo Bin didn't expect Shu Xingbei to be so cautious. He remembered how excited he was when Yu Feng led him into the organization, feeling like he was walking on clouds. But Shu Xingbei didn't show any change in expression. Wait, Shu Xingbei doesn't know Yu Feng. He probably has never heard of the Jisher organization. Only ignorance can lead to such indifference. Xinguo Bin thought he had guessed correctly. Once you get there, at least you'll have a stable place to stay, enough food to eat every day, and you can take a hot shower every few days. These are benefits you wouldn't even dare to dream of. In the boat area, water is life. Once you enter the organization, you can take hot showers. Isn't that enough to make people happy? If you're not in a hurry, can I tidy up a bit? Shu Xingbei asked. Xinguo Bin was completely stunned. He was sure Shu Xingbei's hearing was normal. He had just heard everything he said. But how could he react like this? Shu Xingbei didn't touch the oil drying on the rocks. He originally planned to let it dry for fuel. Before the guy who came down from the slaughterhouse boat, he had already emptied the guy's pockets. There was a metal lighter in there. Shu Xingbei had tried it, and it could definitely start a fire. With fire, oil, and meat, Shu Xingbei naturally wouldn't yearn for food. He was already able to eat better. As for taking a shower, he had fantasized about it. However, after throwing a few punches, he would be drenched in sweat, and wiping himself down was just like taking a shower. He practiced boxing every day, which was equivalent to showering every day. Speaking of a stable place to stay, isn't this island exactly that? He had a toxic frog army and had built his own security line. Isn't such a place safe enough? Of course, Shu Xingbei wouldn't say these things. He wanted to join the Jisher organization. Going against the company alone, unarmed, was simply impossible to contend with such a huge entity. In the end, Shu Xingbei still stuffed the sea pig fat into the gaps in his body. Xinguo Bin watched from the side, neither helping nor speaking. When Shu Xingbei pulled out a hind leg of sea pig, Xinguo Bin finally showed some emotion. Shu Xingbei, is this a mature sea pig leg? Xinguo Bin asked. Shu Xingbei nodded. Did you hunt this? Xinguo Bin knew exactly how much food and water could be exchanged for a hind leg of a sea pig. As long as Shu Xingbei was willing, the hind leg of a sea pig could at least keep him from worrying about food and water for half a year. What surprised Xinguo Bin even more was that this sea pig was hunted by Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei had no helpers, and Xinguo Bin was sure of that. He knew very well how much strength a mature sea pig could unleash. As a first-level warrior, Xinguo Bin asked himself if he could take down a mature sea pig. The sea pig was injured. Shu Xingbei sensed Xinguo Bin's shock and explained. The sea pig was injured? Xinguo Bin rubbed his nose. What a coincidence that you encountered an injured sea pig. Trying to comfort someone shouldn't be done this way. Xinguo Bin was not just a first-level warrior. He had been in the Jisher organization for years and was well aware of the characteristics of sea pigs. An injured sea pig wouldn't appear in areas frequented by people. Let's go, Shu Xingbei shouted to Xinguo Bin while carrying the nearly 100-pound pig leg on his shoulder. He called out to the island, and dozens of small, hill-like toxic frogs jumped out, following Shu Xingbei. The muscles on Xinguo Bin's face twitched continuously. He had heard about Shu Xingbei's abilities from Yu Feng, but seeing those little hill-like toxic frogs following Shu Xingbei still shocked him. The scene was truly terrifying. You go ahead. They won't hurt you. Shu Xingbei explained to Xinguo Bin. Okay. Xinguo Bin quickly took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Shu Xingbei. Can they come on the boat? Shu Xingbei asked when they reached the boat. Xinguo Bin's face soured. If they can't get on the boat, how can Shu Xingbei get on his boat? This task of picking someone up is really not easy. Back when Yu Feng picked him up, it was truly a case of Yu Feng saying whatever he wanted. Xinguo Bin not only didn't dare to argue, but he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that Yu Feng would change his mind and suddenly not want him. Now looking at Shu Xingbei, it was really a case of one person is more formidable than another. Xinghua Bin didn't even dare to breathe too much in front of Shu Xingbei, fearing he might offend this little brother. No, fearing he might offend this little brother's toxic frog brothers. Do I have a right to refuse? A hint of helplessness appeared on Xinghua Bin's face. How about this? You steer the boat ahead, and I'll follow behind you, Shu Xingbei said. Following Shu Xingbei, the toxic frogs started croaking, while Xinghua Bin looked at Shu Xingbei in confusion. Not knowing what this brother was up to, the calm sea suddenly changed. The color of the water near the boat became deeper and denser, and then a long-beaked whale appeared in front of Xinghua Bin. Shu Xingbei sat on it, placed a pig leg on the whale's back, and called the toxic frogs to jump onto the whale's back one by one. The reason for the toxic frogs was that Shu Xingbei didn't want to completely entrust his safety to a stranger. Uncle Ping's example was a living reminder. If Shu Xingbei relaxed even a little, the grass on his grave would have already grown. With the toxic frogs, no matter where he was at night, Shu Xingbei at least wouldn't have to sleep with his eyes wide open. In case of danger, he could have the beaked whale take him away at any time. From that moment, Xinghua Bin made up his mind to establish a good relationship with this little brother Shu. Xinghua Bin's honest character meant he wasn't a person with many schemes. Shu Xingbei's skills truly astonished him. With a brother like Shu Xingbei, he wouldn't have to worry about being taken care of in the organization in the future. So, should I lead the way? Xinghua Bin began to seek Shu Xingbei's opinion. As if today he wasn't here to welcome Shu Xingbei, but rather Shu Xingbei was here to welcome him. The two of them, one steering the boat, the other riding on the whale's back, passed through vast sea areas in a bizarre way. When the chaotic zone appeared in Shu Xingbei's sight, he smiled slightly, having been mentally prepared. Truly, different paths lead to the same destination. He had heard the hint from Tong Ziyun's father back then, and he had thought that if all else failed, he would come to live in the chaotic zone, because he wanted to join the Jishur organization. Shu Xingbei had never made a firm decision. He had once thought that the most likely place for the Jishur organization to be stationed was the chaotic zone, especially when he was being chased by people from the chaotic zone. He had thought about it even more. An organization named Jishur clearly did not follow the same path as the company. Could the company tolerate such an organization existing right under their noses? Brother Shu, did you anticipate this? Xinghua Bin shouted loudly to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei just smiled at Xinghua Bin's question. Come on board. Further ahead, that whale might attract hunters. Xinghua Bin reminded. Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Okay. Shu Xingbei let the beaked whale leave and boarded Xinghua Bin's boat. Needless to say, the toxic frogs also jumped up. Brother, we need to go around from behind. There's something I want to remind you about, Xinghua Bin said seriously. Please go ahead. Most of the people in the organization are stationed outside, while a group stays at the base. They don't have much to do, so Xinghua Bin didn't know how to continue. Those guys are always thinking about how to have fun. If a newcomer arrives, they will immediately attract their attention. If Shu Xingbei goes in, you will definitely be tormented by them. Trying to target me. Huh? Shu Xingbei asked calmly. Xinghua Bin was taken aback. Shu Xingbei's insight was far better than his. When he joined the organization, he never thought about these things. Looking at the poisonous frogs on the boat and the sea pig legs placed aside, Xinghua Bin suddenly realized. These are all gifts prepared by Shu Xingbei. It seems that Shu Xingbei was already on guard against any intimidation. If everyone treats Shu Xingbei kindly, tonight's sea pig legs will be an extra meal. If they want to play tricks, the poisonous frog's venom will make everyone unforgettable. Xinghua Bin, though honest, was not foolish. He felt a jolt in his heart. Chapter 33. Intimidation. Xinghua Bin was a bit worried. He simply stopped the boat and looked at Shu Xingbei. If they were going to do something, it wouldn't be too excessive. You just arrived, so be sure to be measured. Shu Xingbei looked at Xinghua Bin and nodded deeply. I will. I may not retaliate. Shu Xingbei's words were very tactful. Xinghua Bin led him into the Jishur organization, and as long as those people weren't too excessive, he would make it difficult for Xinghua Bin. Moreover, he wasn't quite clear about what the situation would be after joining the organization. He had asked Xinghua Bin along the way, but Xinghua Bin always sidestepped the question. This gave Shu Xingbei an uneasy feeling. Perhaps the Jishur organization hadn't fully decided to accept him? Shu Xingbei couldn't help but consider the worst-case scenario. His long-term life on the boat had honed his mindset. Relying on others had never been an option for Xu Xingbei. As it turned out, he guessed correctly. The leader of the organization, Zhou Chuanting, agreed to accept Xu Xingbei. But there was a hurdle that Xu Xingbei had to overcome himself. If he succeeded, he would be a formal member of the organization. If he failed, he would have to remain unassigned for now. If he still couldn't be assigned after some time, he would have to become a peripheral member, just like Shalian and Yelan's brother. As the boat approached the chaotic area, Xing Guobin took out a communicator to report to the reception hall. Xu Xingbei remained silent, his gaze surveying the surroundings. One must admit that there was a significant difference between the chaotic area and the boathouse area. At least the size of the boats was different. He had already noticed this when he passed through the outer sea area of the chaotic zone. However, now that he was closer, he felt a visual shock. The boats ahead were at least twice the size of those in the boathouse area. And the further back they went, the larger the boats became. There were even multi-layered boats, densely packed, one layer stacked on top of another. Under the sunlight, he could see clothes drying on those boats. Most of the clothes were blue and black, with some lighter ones, clearly women's clothing. Xu Xingbei even saw some intimate apparel, causing his face to flush slightly. Xing Guobin observed Xu Xingbei's expression and could easily guess what he was thinking. When he first arrived, he felt the same. Did anyone in the boathouse area wear intimate apparel? Such exquisitely crafted lingerie was never seen, let alone worn. The clothes were benefits for formal members of the organization. Xing Guobin said softly. He didn't want to touch upon Xu Xingbei's sensitivity. The underlying inferiority was often crushed again and again from the most common places. Thank you. Xu Xingbei let out a gentle sigh. Xing Guobin's words made him truly acknowledge his good intentions. Only kind-hearted people would consider the feelings of those whose lives were less fortunate than their own. Are all the people living around here part of the organization? Xu Xingbei asked, confused. How is that possible? They work for the organization and can be considered half peripheral members, like bounty hunters in the boathouse area. However, the organization pays higher rewards, Xing Guobin explained. From what he observed about the working style of the Jisha organization, it was indeed commendable. In the vast boathouse area, he had not seen anyone wearing proper clothes. It was either canvas or sea beast skin. Do they have fresh water for bathing? Xu Xingbei asked again. Of course. If you can provide something for exchange, the organization will definitely give you enough fresh water, Xing Guobin replied. The boat officially entered the rear sea area of the chaotic zone, and Xu Xingbei noticed that the waterways along the way were even wider than in the boathouse area, though they appeared narrow against the backdrop of the multi-layered boats. Brother Xing, a delicate voice called out from the layered boat. Xu Xingbei looked over. A young girl with bright eyes and white teeth waved at Xing Guobin. Her curved brows reached the tips of her hair, and her charming face was as rosy as the evening glow, with a tall figure and straight posture, complemented by a blue cloth skirt that gave her an ethereal charm. Sister Zhengya, Xing Guobin waved back to her with a smile. Have you brought someone? Zhengya's curious gaze turned to Xu Xingbei. Xing Guobin replied with a hum and did not linger, instead accelerating the boat. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you running? Zhengya asked, puzzled. Sister Zhengya, I'll talk after I complete my task, Xing Guobin said, increasing the power even more. His expression was quite tense. Xu Xingbei felt strange, but didn't rush to ask. After moving forward and turning 4 corners, Xing Guobin finally relaxed. He stopped the boat and secured the rope. Let's go. We're going to the reception hall. Xu Xingbei carried the pig leg and hid the poisonous frogs in the water, following Xing Guobin. In the dark, several pairs of eyes were watching the two. What kind of sea beast leg is that? Someone asked. No matter what kind of sea beast it is, I've never seen anyone carry a leg into the organization before. Another person laughed. It's probably a sea pig, or even an adult sea pig. A third voice sounded steady. Sea pig? The first 2 voices gasped. That skinny kid can kill a sea pig? Impossible. There's nothing impossible. There are many ways to kill a sea pig. Do you think it was done barehanded? After a while, the first speaker reached another conclusion. Don't be careless. The third voice paused before continuing. I heard this kid can control poisonous frogs. His abilities are quite strange. I say, Boss Fan, when did you become so cautious? Anyone who can join the organization has blood on their hands. I think Gu Pan is exaggerating on purpose. Want to see more of the show? The one speaking was named Huang Yingao. He didn't take Xu Xingbei seriously. Anyway, with nothing to do, why not mess with a newcomer a bit? That said, a trace of malice flashed in Huang Yinggao's eyes. Can control poisonous frogs, huh? Let's see what happens when he comes out. Boss Fan's real name was Fan Shuwu. There were a total of 4 warriors stationed at the base, with Fan Shu being the oldest in his 30s, so he naturally became the leader of the other 3. The 4th warrior was, of course, Xing Guobin. Xing Guobin led Xu Xingbei onto the deck of a multi-layered boat, which was 4 stories high, and the wooden cabins glistened with oil. Upon entering the first cabin on the 2nd floor, Xing Guobin called out, "Sister Gu." "Yes," Xu Xingbei nodded. "All right, let me register you. There are instructions upstairs. You will temporarily stay in room 303 on the 3rd floor of this boat. Here, that's the key." Sister Gu's green bean-sized eyes turned to Xu Xingbei's face a few times before she handed over a key and a tag. "Thank you, Sister Gu." Xu Xingbei took the key. The key was made of copper, heavy in his hand. He had seen the tag before, but never thought he would eventually own one. Sister Gu handed over a small booklet as well. This is the departmental division within the organization. No matter which department you enter, there are corresponding requirements. Only by meeting the requirements will you be hired. Of course, if you meet the requirements of several departments at the same time, you can also choose your preferred department. In simple terms, it's a two-way choice. Shuxingbai also brought over the brochure, the dining area, and the place for supplies. Gu Pan was about to continue speaking when Xing Guobin interjected, "Let me tell him about these." "All right." Gu Pan's green bean eyes flickered again, and she sat down once more. As soon as she took her seat, her whole person disappeared behind the cabinet, completely out of sight. "First, put the pig leg in your room. Brother Shu, let's go pick up the bedding, curtains, and toiletries," Xing Guobin said, leading Shuxingbai out. Xing Guobin didn't tell Shuxingbai that these items would require contributions. As a newcomer, Shuxingbai couldn't possibly have contributions. So, Xing Guobin paid for everything himself. The items were to be collected on the 4th floor of the ship. The transition from the 4th to the 3rd floor was quick, and soon, with Xing Guobin's help, Shuxingbai had set up his room. "Don't be too particular. This is just a temporary stay," Xing Guobin said quickly when he saw Shuxingbai still thinking about decorating the room. "Once you join a department, a different accommodation will be arranged for you. It won't just be a room, but a whole ship." Shuxingbai was taken aback. "One person, living in a whole ship? Don't think too much about it. I'll take you to the cafeteria first. Later, I'll guide you to the bathing area," Xing Guobin said. The cafeteria and bathing area were also on this ship, and Xing Guobin showed Shuxingbai the locations one by one before he turned serious, and said, "Let's go meet the other 3 people we have stationed here." As he spoke, his expression became grave. Shuxingbai vaguely sensed that this would be an important step for him to officially enter the organization. Xing Guobin led Shuxingbai to another ship. "This is our organization's internal task hall. If you can't join the organization, you'll only be able to go to the task hall in the chaos zone to take on missions," Xing Guobin cautioned. "When someone challenges you later, it's best to face them with your own strength. That will be greatly beneficial for you. After all, external power is still external power. If you can rely on external power, so can others." These words came straight from Xing Guobin's heart, and Shuxingbai was quite moved. It was their first meeting, and whether he could become a formal member was still uncertain. That Xing Guobin could say so much was truly commendable. At the entrance of the task hall stood a young man, probably no older than 25 or 26, with short hair, a thin face, and a pair of triangular eyes that looked coldly at others. Xing Guobin first called out Brother Huang, then turned to Shuxingbai and said, "Brother Shu, aren't you going to greet him?" Shuxingbai politely called out Brother Huang. Unexpectedly, Huang Yinggao waved his hand and said, "Stop. This is our first meeting. We aren't familiar enough for that yet." With that, his expression turned cold. A show of force. There were 2 other people sitting in the task hall, chatting, and upon hearing Huang Yinggao's words, they all turned their gaze to Shuxingbai's face. Shuxingbai smiled lightly and greeted them. "What familiarity do we have?" Hearing this, Huang Yinggao immediately became furious, his eyes turning cold like a venomous snake. "Kid, just for that comment, I'm going to knock your teeth out." Shuxingbai had long been mentally prepared for the situation before him. He quietly watched Huang Yinggao, waiting for him to make a move. "Brother Huang," Shuxingbai just arrived. Xing Guobin was about to persuade Huang Yinggao, but unexpectedly, Huang Yinggao shot him a glare. "This is none of your business." Xinghua Bin didn't expect Huang Yinggao to have such a terrible attitude, and he couldn't help but say again, "Brother Huang, you are a first-level warrior." Huang Yinggao smiled sinisterly. "Can I take that to mean you're pleading for this kid? Since he's a newcomer, has no strength, and is still so stubborn. I have to teach him a lesson today." Xinghua Bin wanted to say something else, but Shuxingbai stopped him. "Thank you, Brother Xing. This gentleman. How do you want to play?" Shuxingbai looked calmly at Huang Yinggao. "You could take 3 of my punches." Huang Yinggao raised an eyebrow. "Fine." Shuxingbai agreed without a second thought. Xinghua Bin was taken aback. "Brother Shu, why do you have to do this?" At that moment, Shuxingbai could no longer think about everything happening in the task hall, being watched by a group of people. An old man wearing a thick cotton coat and with his hands tucked in his sleeves shook his head, ignorant and fearless. "We in the strength department don't want him." The speaker was, of course, the head of the strength department of the Jishir organization. Xiao Xingya had seen him that afternoon. He had no soul wave fluctuations and insufficient perception of the outside world. "So we in the soul department don't want him either," said an old woman. She was hunched over, short in stature, and occasionally a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her murky eyes. No need to say, she was the head of the soul department, which is the department of soul perception. Zhou Chuanting, sitting above and sipping an unknown liquid, had an indifferent expression. He already knew the outcome. As the head of the Jishir organization, Zhou Chuanting's perspective on things was certainly more long-term. The reason he agreed to let Shuxingbai enter the organization was because he had learned about Shuxingbai's astonishing feats. Not to mention, Shuxingbai had successfully escaped from the company's first-level warrior Ding Xiang. The fact that the company sent Zheng Tiandi and another 12 first-level warriors to hunt down Shuxingbai only to return and defeat further indicated that Shuxingbai possessed extraordinary abilities. The fact that Shuxingbai could sit on the back of a fish to escape and command poison frogs were all aspects that Zhou Chuaning valued. However, as the highest leader of the organization, Zhou Chuaning did not want to interfere with the recruitment of personnel by the various departments below. He could force Shuxingbai into a department, but he was well aware that a forced situation would not yield sweet results. "Let's just see how it plays out," Zhou Chuaning said with a faint smile, remaining noncommittal. At this moment, Huang Yinggao had already taken off his coat, a look of disdain creeping onto his face. "Kid, are you ready?" Right now, Shuxingbai's attention was focused on Huang Yinggao's power delivery position. Huang Yinggao tightened his abdomen, clenched his fist, circulated his energy, pulled his elbow back, and then suddenly punched towards Shuxingbai's chest. As the punch was thrown, the air in front seemed to be compressed together, and the fist even produced a whistling sound. Shuxingbai was only about a meter away from Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao's speed was incredibly fast. From the moment he threw the punch, he was already aware of Shuxingbai's fate. He said he would let Shuxingbai take 3 punches, but in his heart, he thought that with just 1 punch, he would injure Shuxingbai. The reason he said 3 punches was to make Shuxingbai lower his guard, thinking that the punches would get heavier with each one. Xinghua Bin's expression changed drastically, and Fan Xiuwu and Qin Sheng in the task hall were also stunned. "Is it really necessary to be like this, Huang Yinggao?" Qin Sheng scoffed. Huang Yinggao's actions were likely because Fan Xiuwu had said that Shuxingbai should not be underestimated. The fist was about to hit Shuxingbai, who still stood there motionless. "It's over." Qin Sheng couldn't bear to watch any longer. The head of the strength department also sighed. "It seems that even the periphery won't work out." His lament hadn't finished when his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The head of the strength department could hardly believe his eyes. Shuxingbai, who had been standing there motionless, suddenly and strangely shrank back just in time to evade Huang Yinggao's punch. His perception is so accurate. The old woman from the soul department's eyes sparkled with surprise. Huang Yinggao's punch missed, and he was taken aback, just as he was about to exert force again. Shuxingbai moved. 1 punch flew out like a meteor, the speed far exceeding that of Huang Yinggao. Not enough strength, too far away. The head of the strength department, who had just been excited, curled his lips. As the head of the strength department, he accurately judged that Shuxingbai's punch had a strength of at most 800 pounds, which did not meet the requirements of a first-level warrior. Furthermore, whether it was the punching posture or the coordination of various parts of the body, Shuxingbai did not meet the requirements of the strength department. Fan Xiuwu and Qin Sheng were surprised to see Huang Yinggao's punch miss. and they sighed when they saw Xu Xingbei retaliate. Xu Xingbei couldn't enter their department, yet while they were either lamenting or sighing, he had already launched 6 consecutive punches. Each punch was faster than the last, and by the 4th punch, no one could see Xu Xingbei's fist anymore. Huang Yinggao couldn't react in time. He hadn't even thrown his 2nd punch before realizing something was wrong. He concentrated all his strength in his arms, trying to block Xu Xingbei's punch. A tremendous force surged in, and the power Huang Yinggao gathered in his arms couldn't stop it, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, and then another 3. Barely managing to steady himself, his face turning beet red. You little brat, you actually dare to fight back? Huang Yinggao was both furious and angry, his face flushed. He then drew a dagger from his side and rushed toward Xu Xingbei. All right, we're going to be family soon. What are you doing? Fan Shuowu quickly rushed over and hugged Huang Yinggao's waist. Qin Xing also came over to persuade him. That's right, Yinggao, we'll be working together in the future. Why are you doing this? Huang Yinggao struggled a few times but ultimately couldn't break free from Fan Shuowu. He pointed the dagger at Xu Xingbei and said, Kid, remember this. Ask Xing Bin, as a newcomer, who has ever fought back when they came in. You better remember this. Xu Xingbei's gaze grew colder as he genuinely sensed Huang Yinggao's killing intent towards him. Similarly, he had already regarded Huang Yinggao as a dead man. Being passively beaten was something Xu Xingbei could not accept. Did he really expect to just stand there and let the other party hit him with full force? Was Huang Yinggao treating himself like a fool, or was he simply a fool? Forget it. Let's not say too much, Fan Shuowu said, signaling to Xing Bin to take Xu Xingbei away. Brother Xu, come over to my place for a bit. Xing Bin understood and led Xu Xingbei away. The head of the strength department was now astonished, his mouth agape. How is this possible? Although Huang Yinggao was only a first-level warrior, he had been in the organization for at least 5 years. With the organization's full support, Huang Yinggao's combat experience was far beyond what Xu Xingbei could compare to. They never expected that Huang Yinggao would lose even the qualification to fight back against Xu Xingbei, an odd kid with strange punches. The head of the strength department withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Xu Xingbei, right? Before the head of the strength department could finish his sentence, the old woman from the soul department interjected, I want him. Zhou Chuaning made no comments. His gaze turned to another old man who had remained silent. I say, can't you two be a bit more ambitious? One sent a little girl named Zhengya to investigate and said not to take her. The other let his subordinates go out and hit someone 3 times without them being able to fight back. If Xu Xingbei ends up in your hands and later learns the truth, will he still trust the organization? Will he still consider the organization his home? The old man from the strength department was taken aback. Right? Huang Yinggao was being too excessive. Not only did he go all out and hit the kid 3 times, but he even pulled out a dagger. Even if Xu Xingbei were to join the strength department, the conflict between him and Huang Yinggao wouldn't be resolved. The old woman from the soul department also frowned. She said it was too early to say they didn't want Xu Xingbei. Old Chow, what do you mean by that? The old man from the strength department squinted. You're not saying you want Xu Xingbei, are you? Of course, Old Chow replied. If you all don't want him, Old Chow won't push the kid away. As far as I know, this child is orphaned, very pitiful. The old man from the strength department and the old woman from the soul department glared at Old Chow. After all this time, this old ghost had to make a point here. Too many words lead to mistakes. Really, too many words lead to mistakes. At least his potential is many times greater than Huang Yinggao's, the old woman from the soul department said. No, right now Huang Yinggao is no longer a match for Xu Xingbei. The old woman from the soul department glanced at Old Chow, but ultimately said nothing, tightening her leather coat and leaving. Next, it's up to you. How do you plan to train him? Zhou Chuanting asked Old Chow curiously. Old Chow's department hadn't recruited newcomers for at least 5 years. Let him go to the library department to sort out some books first. Old Chow also got up, his gaze becoming deeper. Let him hone his temperament and learn some knowledge. It's unlikely he will have large blocks of time to read in the future. Zhou Chuanting nodded slightly. You can handle it. When you phone recommended him, I didn't pay much attention, but later I realized this kid is a raw gem. It all depends on how you polish him. Old Chow glared at Zhou Chuanting. I say, Old Zhou, don't worry. The necessary training won't be lacking. Those 2 guys are straightforward, while you You're more roundabout. Always like to beat around the bush. Chapter 35. Library Department. Xu Xingbei followed Xing Guobin out of the mission hall. Xing Guobin looked somewhat worried. To be honest, he was shocked by Xu Xingbei's boldness. Compared to Xu Xingbei, he felt utterly humble when he first arrived. No matter who he encountered in the Jishu organization, he would always bow his head to greet them. However, today's incident was not Xu Xingbei's fault. I really don't know what got into Huang Yinggao today. Xing Guobin finally vented. No grievances or grudges. And we are likely to work together in the future. Why speak so harshly? This was also what Fan Shuwu wanted to ask Huang Yinggao. Yinggao, you weren't this impulsive before. Why make such a big deal out of it on the first meeting? Fan Shuwu couldn't help but ask. Huang Yinggao's face showed a hint of ferocity, but he didn't answer. Now it wasn't just Fan Shuwu. Even Qin Cheng found it too strange. Huang Yinggao's expression seemed as if he knew Xu Xingbei. It couldn't be, right? This was Xu Xingbei's first day here. Xu Xingbei's expression was calm, as if what had just happened didn't matter to him at all. Thank you again, Brother Xing. Xu Xingbei expressed his gratitude to Xing Guobin once more. It's nothing, besides. I didn't help much. Do you know Huang Yinggao from before? Xing Guobin waved his hand. Xu Xingbei shook his head. The one with the bow and arrow was taken out by the poison frog. Could it be that Huang Yinggao has something to do with him? Xu Xingbei had his doubts in his heart, but casually asked, Brother Xing, does the entire chaotic zone have a connection with the Jishu organization? Many members' families live in the chaotic zone. Xing Guobin, upon hearing the question, immediately connected it to something. It makes sense. Huang Yinggao wouldn't be so vicious without any reason. As Xing Guobin spoke, his gaze was also fixed on Xu Xingbei's expression. He had witnessed Xu Xingbei's ability to summon poison frogs. Could it be that Huang Yinggao's cousin was the poison frog's poison? Xu Xingbei nodded slightly, understanding where the grudge originated. At that time, I was passing through the front sea area, and he and 3 others tried to rob me. Xing Guobin said in a low voice, You just arrived and aren't familiar with the situation. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? But Xu Xingbei declined. No need. I'll face whatever comes my way. I'm not afraid of him playing dirty. Besides, I'm not even a formal member of the organization yet. No matter how strong Huang Yinggao is, he wouldn't dare come after me there. While they were talking, the two had already reached Xing Guobin's houseboat. The houseboat had 2 levels with 4 cabins divided into a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen and bathroom. Xing Guobin invited Xu Xingbei to sit down and took out some snacks from a nearby cabinet. Eat up, Xing Guobin said with a smile. Xu Xingbei was not polite, took a piece of cake, and put it in his mouth. It was fragrant, rich, and crispy. He couldn't bear to swallow it immediately, chewing several times before finally swallowing, his lips still tasting sweet. Is this also an organizational benefit? Xu Xingbei couldn't help but ask. His intention to join the Jishu organization was, of course, to help those in need, both helping others and helping himself. Of course, mixed in with that was the thought of relying on the organization to rescue Nyalan. The company sent out those warriors to eliminate their own, probably just the most ordinary forces. Joining the organization, there are actually such good benefits. Xu Xingbei naturally became even more tempted. Yes, it's benefits. However, all benefits are based on the merits you have earned. Without merit, there are no corresponding benefits. Xing Guobin explained. If he was initially worried about whether Xu Xingbei could officially enter the organization, that worry was now gone. If he could defeat Huang Yinggao, isn't Xu Xingbei's ability enough to enter the organization? Just then, Xing Guobin's communicator rang. Sister Gu, Xing Guobin called out. He listened to the other party, and his expression grew increasingly surprised. So I can't stay in room 303 anymore? Xu Xingbei felt relieved. The heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Before you earn merit, you still have to stay there. My houseboat was also exchanged for merit, Xing Guobin replied. Then, I'll just work a bit more in the future to accumulate some merit. Xu Xingbei didn't take it to heart. He understood long ago that there's no free lunch anywhere. Xing Guobin looked at Xu Xingbei with sympathetic eyes, feeling in his heart that wanting to work also requires opportunity. When they returned to the reception area, it was already late. The remaining personnel and Gu Pan from the reception were there. Upon seeing Xu Xingbei, several people introduced themselves. Come, let me introduce myself. I am Chun Cheng. A young man with raised eyebrows extended his hand to shake hands with Xu Xingbei. We'll be colleagues from now on. I'm from the strength department. Fan Xiuwu. Also from the strength department, a square-faced Fan Xiuwu also shook hands with Xu Xingbei. Gu Pan from the reception smiled so broadly that her eyes were nearly closed. Call me Sister Gu. Don't call me Sister Pan. Be careful, or I'll turn against you. Xu Xingbei glanced at Gu Pan's plump figure and shrank his neck. Huang Yinggao, who had been gloomy all along, spoke up. There's nothing to be proud of about entering the organization. No matter where you go, it's all about talent. Wolves can roam and eat people. Dogs can only eat shit, so that's hard to say. Xu Xingbei ignored Huang Yinggao's words, but the others frowned. Are you done? Fan Xiuwu scolded Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao disregarded him and walked away. Everyone understood Huang Yinggao's words. Wolves roam the world to eat people, while dogs can only eat shit. He was clearly maliciously mocking Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei had long regarded Huang Yinggao as dead, but he couldn't help but be sensitive. Sister Gu, which department am I assigned to? Xu Xingbei asked. Over there. Fan Xiuwu and Qin Cheng hurriedly said. We're going to eat first. Saying that, they quickly left. Gu Pan hesitated. Her gaze turned to Xing Guobin. Xing Guobin also turned his face to the other side, neither looking at Gu Pan nor Xu Xingbei. It's like this. Gu Pan swallowed. Originally, you were supposed to go to the strength department. I heard the soul department also wanted to take you, but in the end, you were snatched by Old Chow. Which department is Old Chow in? Xu Xingbei's bad feeling intensified. Old Chow. Gu Pan really didn't know how to explain it, but suddenly her eyes lit up. Old Chow. You're here? An old man wearing a faded white shirt walked over, waved to Gu Pan and Xing Guobin. It's none of your business, I'll talk to him. Xing Guobin and Gu Pan fled to the cafeteria as if granted amnesty. Gu Pan probably ran faster than ever, her fat jiggling, with the risk of pieces falling off at any moment. The old man sized up Xu Xingbei, and Xu Xingbei was also looking at him. Old Chow was neither tall nor short, with a thin face and a somewhat reddish complexion, his eyes a bit murky. Overall, he gave a clean impression. My name is Chow Zhengxiong. You can call me Old Chow. The old man introduced himself to Xu Xingbei. Old Chow. Just now, Sister Gu clearly called you Old Chow. How dare I call you Old Chow? Oh Gao, Su Xingbi Baoet Do Gao Zen Si Sun. Good, good. Chow Zhengxiong smile deepened, and he became increasingly satisfied with Xu Xingbei. A kid who broke the old guy's understanding of the strength and soul departments could be so polite, which genuinely pleased Chow Zhengxiong. Old Chow, can you tell me which department you manage? Xu Xingbei had a very good impression of the old man. A person's kindness can often be seen through their expressions and eyes. Old Chow looked at Xu Xingbei with a kind gaze, which warmed Xu Xingbei's heart. You didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. I originally wanted Gu Pan to tell you, but I was afraid you wouldn't feel comfortable, so I came myself. The department I manage is the library department. Old Chow said, carefully observing Xu Xingbei's expression, afraid of missing anything. The library department? You mean the place where books are stored? Xu Xingbei became excited. He had so many things he didn't understand about this world, but no one was there to answer his questions. If there really was a library, he believed the vast collection of books would provide him with answers. You really like books? Old Chow was a bit taken aback. The reason he specially came to meet Xu Xingbei was that he was worried Xu Xingbei wouldn't want to go to the library department. It seemed he had overthought it. The little guy appeared not only willing to go, but also very eager. Yes, Xu Xingbei did not hide it. Good prospects. Old Chow gave Xu Xingbei a thumbs up. The old and the young walked towards the cafeteria, chatting as they went. You mean there's only me in the library department? The books don't need to be organized? Xu Xingbei was astonished. Some books are too simple and are common knowledge. Everyone knows them. Some books are too difficult. The words are recognized, but when combined, no one understands them. Plus, the organization as collection is only available for members to borrow and is not open to the public. So no one goes there, Old Chow explained. Are there many books? Xu Xingbei could hardly imagine what the library department was like. Yes, there are enough to fill 5 houseboats. The one you'll be going to is one of them. Here, this is the key to get there, and this is your communicator. Are you sure you want to go? Old Chow asked again. Yes, Xu Xingbei answered without hesitation. Chapter 36. The future and the past old Chow and Shu Xingbei chatted until they reached the cafeteria door. The old man patted Shu Xingbei on the shoulder. Tomorrow, ask Gu Pan for your position. Go eat. I'm leaving. Shu Xingbei felt dizzy. It seemed the head of the library department was not here to eat, but to give instructions before leaving. It was likely that those in high leadership positions ate better. Yes, it must be like that. At least better than Xing Guobin, Shu Xingbei thought as he walked into the cafeteria, where Xing Guobin had already prepared a meal for him and was waiting for him. Upon seeing Shu Xingbei enter, Xing Guobin waved, "Over here. A bowl of white rice, 2 pieces of fragrant, tender sea beast meat, and seaweed soup." Shu Xingbei could hardly believe what he was seeing. "Eat. When I first came here, I was as surprised as you. If you have enough merit, you can even call the chef to cook for you at your place instead of coming to the cafeteria," Xing Guobin said. However, since Shu Xingbei was going to the library department, he might as well give up on the idea of asking the chef. And even getting a houseboat would be very difficult. Without enough merit, it was hard to get by in the organization. With enough merit, not only would life be worry-free, but even when encountering trouble, he could find enough people to help. Thinking of this, Xing Guobin once again warned Shu Xingbei, "Be careful of that person." Xing Guobin spoke subtly, but Shu Xingbei certainly understood who that person referred to. "I will," Shu Xingbei nodded. After dinner, Shu Xingbei saw that Huang Yinggao and the others had already left. Xing Guobin wanted to invite Shu Xingbei to his place, but Shu Xingbei refused. "I still have 10 merits here. I'll transfer 5 to you." Xing Guobin took a token from his pocket and waved it over Shu Xingbei's token. Shu Xingbei only saw a flash of light, and his score went from 0 to 5. Eating, taking a shower, buying clothes, and living on a houseboat, no matter which item, all require points. The blankets and toiletries, including meals, are all credited to Xing Guobin's merit points. To this, Shu Xingbei is fully aware. He already knows the rules and naturally did not refuse. At least he currently has no merits to his name. As for Xing Guobin's points, he can only repay them later. "I'm leaving," Xing Guobin reminded Shu Xingbei once again. Although mutual killing is not allowed within the organization, you still need to be careful. Shu Xingbei responded solemnly. As for whether Huang Yinggao's cousin was affected by the poison of the poison frog, Shu Xingbei could only speculate at this point. Since merit points can be used to seek help, if Huang Yinggao troubles him again, he won't be the only one in it. Furthermore, even if he doesn't take action within the organization, when Shu Xingbei leaves, will Huang Yinggao refrain from acting? Therefore, it is indeed necessary to keep a tight rein on his mind. No matter how good the organization is, he is just one member among many. Everything on the suspended island belongs to him. After feeding the poison frog, Shu Xingbei simply started practicing his boxing in the dark. However, judging from Huang Yinggao's attitude towards him, that person would not give up easily. Thus, Shu Xingbei's goodwill and reservations had no effect whatsoever. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The people in this world are truly too poisonous. If they want something from you, you'd better obediently hand it over, and even offer a smile. Or else they will be dissatisfied. At the slightest resistance, they will see you as a thorn in their side, wanting to eliminate you swiftly. Whether it is the company, his neighbors, or Huang Yinggao, Shu Xingbei can sense the inherent toxicity in these people. Fortunately, not everyone is like this. If everyone were, it is hard to say how terrible the young Shu Xingbei's mindset would become. Of course, this is also the main reason he ultimately did not become a killing machine. Shu Xingbei practiced his punches over and over again, and as the number of punches increased, his speed naturally became faster. In the darkness, Shu Xingbei's punches flew like the wind and electricity, but every time he tried to deliver a punch with wind, he always felt something was lacking. Never able to achieve the punch wind hitting the acupoint as described on the beast's skin. He estimated that he would need to throw at least 8 punches in succession to reach that level. Shu Xingbei knew in his heart that this was due to his insufficient strength. If he wanted to improve in a short time, he needed an opportunity. One of the important reasons he wanted to go to the library department was to find a book similar to the Tongbi Straight Punch to guide himself. Of course, the more significant reason was that no other department wanted to take him in. If Shu Xingbei had known that both the strength department and the soul department wanted him, only to be squeezed out by old Chao's words, his expression would have been quite something. After finishing his punches, Xu Xingbei took a refreshing shower, feeling completely relaxed, and lay down on the bed in a big character shape. The blanket on the bed was several times thicker than his original cotton stuffing, and it had a fresh scent when hugged. Jisha organization, I finally made it. At this moment, Xu Xingbei's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Since the age of 15, Xu Xingbei had been living on his own, accustomed to the deceitful scenes, his heart growing colder with each passing day. Gradually, his youthful face lost its expression. Exuding a Xiingoha. However, he was still only 17 years old. With a youthful nature, after achieving his wish, he hid under the blanket and burst into wild laughter. As he laughed, tears filled Xu Xingbei's eyes. Nialan, the Jisha organization you envied and longed for, I finally got in. Next, it's time for me to integrate into it, increase my strength, and find a way to save you. The next day, Xu Xingbei went to the reception to find Gu Pan to get the location of the library department and then headed there. The library department was also located on houseboat. When he opened the cabin door, Xu Xingbei found that the entire second floor of the ship had been opened up, filled with bookshelves. The shelves were stacked with thick books, each spine labeled with a title. After walking around the corridor twice and confirming that the books were categorized by genre, he began searching for the martial arts secrets he desired. He quickly became disappointed, as none of the categories contained martial arts. This meant it was basically impossible for him to find any martial arts here. The disappointment was only a fleeting thought. With so many books, Xu Xingbei felt more joy than anything else. As he continued searching for books, he no longer held a specific utilitarian mindset, but judged based on the titles, deciding which ones he wanted to read first. Soon he picked up 2 books. One was titled Future and the other Past. He sat down at the long table at the entrance and opened Future. Xu Xingbei was stunned and then flipped to Past, his expression becoming serious. He did not expect both books to be handwritten. Placing the book down, he walked to the bookshelf to pull out another one, opened it, and found it was still handwritten, with dark ink and neat handwriting, just different from the previous 2. Rather than books, it would be more accurate to call them notebooks. Flipping through Future and Past, Xu Xingbei was astonished to discover that both books were actually written by the same person. The words on the title page were identical, stating that humanity had reached the brink of extinction. It was only a matter of time before they fell into the abyss. To survive, one must look to the future and explore the past. The path to the future is among the stars. There may be a planet suitable for habitation, with land, grasslands, mountains, rivers, and endless fields where we can land and continue to live and reproduce, firmly remembering the lessons of the past and never repeating the same mistakes. The path to the past lies in excavating our inner selves, observing our hearts, and finding out why our ancestors were able to survive on the Gracie planet. The 2 methods are, specifically, the external view and the internal view. The external view is the vastness of the stars and seas. The internal view is self-exploration. After finishing both books, Xu Xingbei was filled with shock. These 2 books provided direction on how humanity could develop in the apocalypse. As for whether it would succeed, the author did not say, only mentioning that the exploration of the stars had reached the point where spacecraft could be launched into space. However, the spacecraft could not carry people. Moreover, as the ocean levels rose, the launch bases were completely submerged and countless materials were lost, not to mention traveling to other stars. Even finding materials to manufacture spacecraft was becoming increasingly difficult. Past discussed how giants opened up the world and eventually merged into the entire planet. There were gods who created humans, allowing them to survive on the Gracie star. Humanity survived numerous apocalyptic disasters, such as great floods and volcanic eruptions. Thus, even with the rising ocean levels this time, humanity still had a chance to survive. Neither book had the author's name, and Xu Xingbei judged that they were written by one person mainly because the handwriting was the same and the tone of writing was similar. Only Past was written with vigor, depicting that in the past, people could do anything, daring to reach for the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans, even stealing fire from the heavenly emperor, changing the history of eating food raw. In contrast, Future was overly sorrowful, especially when discussing the loss of the technology to manufacture spacecraft. The tone was exceedingly mournful. Who wrote these notebook-like books? How could the Jishur organization possess so many? Furthermore, old Chow said there were books in the 5 houseboats. Having come to just this one, he had gained so much. So what about the other 4? Was there even more astonishing knowledge? Shu Xingbei increasingly felt fortunate to have been chosen by the library department. Chapter 37. Growth. As for the issue of meals, Shu Xingbei found Gu Pan. Sister Gu, can I advance some merit points? Shu Xingbei asked. Advance? Gu Pan was taken aback for a moment. It's not impossible. You need to explain how you'll repay them. Advancing merit points is not common in the organization, but it's not unheard of. I have a can of oxygen. It will be delivered in a few days, Shu Xingbei replied. Gu Pan nodded. Then there is no problem. If it's a long can, 2 meters tall, it can be worth 50 points. I'll give you 25 points for now. Thank you, Gu Jia, Shu Xingbei said gratefully. The company must have taken action against him, and it was likely already in motion. He would wait until the storm passed before going to the suspended island. 1 merit point could allow him to eat in the cafeteria for a week. For now, Shu Xingbei didn't have to worry about meals. Days passed. Shu Xingbei was still lost in the sea of books, eagerly absorbing knowledge. He memorized what the continent looked like before being submerged, what the people living in other parts of the continent looked like, and the languages they used. His abilities had begun to activate. Although he couldn't precisely describe what they were, he knew that the replication ability he possessed was definitely not the simple imitation that Shalia mentioned. At least that was the case while reading. Not only did he read quickly, but he also remembered very well. After putting down the book, he could perfectly recall the contents page by page in his mind. Shu Xingbei was not in a hurry, but others were. Zhou Chuanting contacted Chao Zhengxiong from the library department. Old Chao, what has Shu Xingbei been doing lately? Chao Zhengxiong replied, reading books. He.S. in the library department. What else can he do? Zhou Chuanting frowned. Are you planning to just let him keep reading? Finish the book? After some hesitation, he said, I plan to officially train him. Chao Zhengxiong naturally understood Zhou Chuanting's meaning. Newcomers need to be polished and their abilities improved. However, he thought that reading books was not a bad thing. Gaining knowledge was also a way to enhance strength. As long as you know, he added. Recently, the shipping routes have been unstable. Do you think you should make a trip yourself? Also, since you're preparing for training, you should get started soon. Newcomers come in without merits and can't even eat, Zhou Chuanting said. Chao Zhengxiong exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot about that. All right, I'll arrange it for tomorrow. Shu Xingbei was unaware that the leaders in the organization had plans for him. He was still focused on reading. He understood very well that having the opportunity to read was not easy. In this apocalyptic world, it was harder than climbing to the sky to even find a book, let alone read one. Aside from food and drink, no one cared about reading anymore. In other words, nothing could compare to food and drink. When the survival crisis loomed in everyone's heart, reading was naturally a luxury. It was something only the wealthy and leisurely could afford. What surprised Shu Xingbei the most was the mention of animal languages in the book. The book even introduced the languages of several common animals. Pigs, chickens, ducks. The author pointed out that the sounds they could make were all single tones, relying on pitch and frequency to convey more information. As he read on, Shu Xingbei's eyes widened. He firmly remembered the contents. Now, he could communicate with the orca, but this communication relied more on emotional guidance rather than language. It could be said that this book opened a whole new door for Shu Xingbei. If orcas could communicate and poison frogs could communicate, what about other marine creatures? If he could communicate with all these animals and gain their help, what part of the vast ocean would be out of reach for him? And what danger could he not avoid? Marine life was truly the master of the ocean. Shu Xingbei had long recognized this. This book came at just the right time. He thought with a silent sigh. He couldn't help but admire the person who wrote this book. Even these contents could be written down, and the author had clearly put it into practice. Obviously, the author had considerable experience in communicating with animals. The only regret was that the examples provided by the author were too few. There were some animals that were completely beyond Shu Xingbei's knowledge. Pigs, chickens, and ducks were domesticated poultry, while orcas were kept in oceanariums built on land for tourists to observe, where they would even play with balls using their noses. Incredible. The more Shu Xingbei thought about it, the more he felt that the past of the Glees planet was the pinnacle of human life. Shu Xingbei put down the book, stood up, and respectfully called out, "Old Chow." Old Chow waved his hand. "No need to be polite. How are you doing here? Are you anxious?" Old Chow glanced at the book title, and his smile widened. "This book, many people in the organization have read it. It's a divine book." Shu Xingbei was taken aback. "Divine book?" "Yes," he replied, without asking further. Just as he had always thought, no matter where, idle people would not be supported. Food would not fall from the sky for no reason, even if Old Chow didn't say it. Shu Xingbei was already thinking about finding Xinghua Bin to see how to take on tasks. Without merits, he couldn't survive in the organization. "Lock the door and follow me," Old Chow said, his gaze falling on Shu Xingbei's clothes. "First, change your clothes." Old Chow placed the bag he was holding on the long table. Shu Xingbei felt warmth in his heart as he opened the bag and took out the clothes inside. There were cotton clothes, long pants, inner layers, and underwear with 2 of each kind. Shu Xingbei quickly changed into the clothes and followed Old Chow out. Before long, Old Chow led him into a building ship. 2 people stood on the deck. When they saw them coming, they didn't even glance their way, standing there like javelins. Shu Xingbei curiously looked at them. The tight animal skin clothing showed their muscles underneath. Their lips were tightly pressed, and their hands rested on their waists, where they carried holsters that were clearly stuffed with guns. "Where's this?" Shu Xingbei wondered about their identities. As expected, both of them were guards. "The Research Institute, which is also a hospital," Old Chow replied. "Hospital? If the organization has a hospital, then it must also have doctors. But aren't doctors only in the tall towers?" Shu Xingbei had always had a question. What exactly was the relationship between the Jishur organization and the company? If they were adversaries, would the company allow a powerful organization to exist nearby? If they were allies, that seemed unlikely. At least Shu Xingbei could conclude this from his own situation. The company had already taken action against him. If the Jishur organization were allies of the company, it would be good for them not to cooperate with the company in exterminating him. And would they still take him in? As they entered the cabin, a strong smell of medicine hit them. Passing through one glass-walled workspace after another, seeing staff in white coats coming and going, Shu Xingbei was amazed by the organization's depth. They had their own task hall, warriors, building ships, a library, their own food and freshwater sources, and even hospitals and doctors. He didn't know how much more the organization had that he was unaware of. "Hand your badge to the doctor for a blood test first," Old Chow said to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei took out his badge and handed it to the doctor sitting there. After checking the badge, the doctor began to register Shu Xingbei. "Name and age?" "Shu Xingbei, 17 years old." "Good. Roll up your sleeve. Make a fist. Yes, that's it." After drawing blood, the doctor sent the blood sample out. What Shu Xingbei didn't know was that in another cabin, his blood sample had been placed on a glass carrier, and a doctor was focusing on the blood sample under a microscope. After several attempts, the doctor instructed an assistant to carefully extract another blood sample from a cabinet, taking out a drop to inject into Shu Xingbei's blood sample. The cells fused rapidly. In just a few seconds, only Shu Xingbei's blood sample remained on the carrier. Complete fusion or total absorption. The doctor hesitated. He didn't know how to write the report for Shu Xingbei. Finally, the doctor regained his composure and wrote on the report, "Fusion blood, with strong growth potential." After the report from Shu Xingbei came out, before the doctor could say anything, Old Chow quickly took the report into his hands. After reading it, his expression remained unchanged, but inside he was overjoyed. "Let's go. I'll take you to the training camp," Old Chow said. Chapter 38. Old Chow, ruthless during the blood test. Shu Xingbei felt that Old Chow was somewhat nervous. Once Old Chow looked over the report, Shu Xingbei noticed that his tension completely disappeared, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. Although Old Chow tried to hide it, Shu Xingbei's perception was extremely strong, and even the cunning Old Chow couldn't deceive him. Taking advantage of Old Chow's good mood, Shu Xingbei asked his question. "What is the relationship between the organization and the company?" Old Chow pondered for a moment. "I was planning to wait until you came out of the training camp to tell you. Since you asked, I will tell you now. The organization has no relationship with the company. They are neither subordinate nor adversarial. Strictly speaking, the organization developed by leveraging the company." The two walked one behind the other, and soon arrived at a shipbuilding dock. As usual, there were 2 guards on the deck with serious expressions. when they saw Old Chow bringing Shu Xingbei over. They only glanced briefly before looking away. "Go in," Old Chow said, turning around and leaving, taking Shu Xingbei's blood sample report with him. Upon entering the training camp, Shu Xingbei found that the person doing the registration was actually a staff member from the mission hall. He remembered the person was called Qin Sheng. "You are Shu Xingbei, right? Before you came, I received a message from Old Chow and have already registered you. Let's go to the camp," Qin Sheng said. "The camp isn't here?" Shu Xingbei asked in confusion. "The strength training is here. I'll take you over," Qin Sheng replied without elaborating, leading the way. Shu Xingbei followed behind him. Pushing open a cabin door, they entered a large training area. Inside, dozens of large sandbags of varying sizes were hanging. Besides the sandbags, various fitness equipment was also placed on ground. "For the first day of training, how many pounds do you plan to choose?" Qin Sheng pointed to the sandbags and asked. He had seen Shu Xingbei throw punches and had roughly estimated his strength. While Shu Xingbei was still pondering, Qin Sheng pointed to one of the smaller sandbags. "How about that one? 200 pounds. Be careful of the rebound." Shu Xingbei nodded and was about to go over when Qin Sheng handed him a pair of boxing gloves. "Put these on." Qin Sheng pulled down the 200-pound sandbag. After Shu Xingbei put on the gloves, he walked over and threw a powerful punch at the sandbag. Caught off guard, Shu Xingbei couldn't dodge in time and had a block with both fists. With a loud thud, he felt a rush of blood surge through his body, a wave of heat rising to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed down. "Do you want to switch to a lighter one?" Qin Sheng asked. Shu Xingbei shook his head. He suddenly threw another punch, and the sandbag swung up again, quickly moving backward. Shu Xingbei thought his reaction time was not slow, but he didn't expect the speed of the sandbag to far exceed his imagination. With a loud bang, Shu Xingbei understood that it wasn't the sandbag making the noise, but his own blood flowing rapidly. "Switch to 100 pounds, Qin Sheng shouted. He saw Shu Xingbei's face turn red and quickly shouted again. If Shu Xingbei threw another punch, the rebound could seriously injure him. "Brother Qin, what do you usually train with, a few hundred pounds?" Shu Xingbei swallowed the blood in his throat with difficulty and paused for a moment. 300 pounds, Qin Sheng replied. "Could you throw a punch to show me as an example?" Shu Xingbei knew it wasn't the time to show off. According to the rules, when newcomers enter the training camp, older members of the organization are indeed required to demonstrate. Qin Sheng had refrained from doing so because he had seen Shu Xingbei punch and knew roughly about his strength. Now that Shu Xingbei had requested it, Qin Sheng lowered the 300-pound sandbag. Then, Qin Sheng also put on the boxing gloves. "Concentrate your strength. Punch hard." The sandbag took the hit but did not bounce back. It remained motionless in place. Shu Xingbei looked at the impression of a fist on the sandbag and frowned. Seeing Shu Xingbei's astonished expression, Qin Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yinggao had fallen into the hands of Shu Xingbei, and Qin Sheng was not too pleased. Although he thought Huang Yinggao was excessive, wasn't there something for Shu Xingbei to reflect on as a newcomer? At least when he joined the organization, he didn't dare to act as recklessly as Shu Xingbei. Not to mention him, others were the same, who didn't enter the organization with a cautious demeanor. There was also one thing that Qin Sheng did not tell Shu Xingbei. The sandbags were not filled with ordinary sand, but with sea silt. The sand particles have great elasticity. If one carelessly punches and doesn't dodge in time, getting hit by the sandbag in a vital area could lead to serious injury and spitting blood. The rebound force of a 200-pound sandbag was not as simple as 200 pounds. The heavier the punch, the greater the rebound force. Even a second-level warrior capable of delivering a punch with 2,000 pounds of force would suffer a big loss the first time practicing with such a sandbag. These situations had to be explored by newcomers themselves. According to the rules, Qin Sheng couldn't say anything. Keep practicing. When you can hit the sandbag without it rebounding, with all your strength focused on it, then you've passed, Qin Sheng said, turning to leave. In Qin Sheng's view, it would take Shu Xingbei at least 10 days to half a month to figure out the pattern himself. Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Do I also need to hit 300 pounds? If he also had to hit 300 pounds, didn't that mean Qin Sheng had made no progress since joining the organization? Qin Sheng's face darkened. No, it's that 200-pound one you just chose. You better start practicing with 100 pounds or 80 pounds. If you succeed, there will naturally be a procedure to notify you of passing. Remember, The strength cannot be weak. If it's weak, you won't pass. After explaining the criteria for passing, Qin Sheng walked toward the cabin door. Xu Xingbei nodded. He understood. He had already noticed Qin Sheng's method of generating power when he threw his punch. When striking the sandbag, the punch's force must be concentrated, not dispersed. Once dispersed, the area of force on the sandbag increases, causing it to rebound faster. In the end, it all boiled down to narrowing the impact range of the punch while ensuring the strength remained strong. Xu Xingbei frowned in thought. He considered the last 3 moves of the straight punch. Was the failure of the punch wind hitting acupoints also related to the dispersion of force? Thinking of this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could pass the sandbag test, perhaps he could also practice those 3 moves of punching wind hitting acupoints. Xu Xingbei closed his eyes, and in his mind, he had a complete image of Qin Sheng's method of channeling power for the punch. Channel power, clench your fist, retract your elbow, punch out. The force poured out, the punch wind imprinted on the sandbag. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was still 3 steps away from the 200-pound sandbag. Xu Xingbei waited nervously for the sandbag to rebound. Instead, he heard a mechanical voice. Sandbag test passed. Qin Sheng, who had just reached the cabin door, nearly stumbled upon hearing this voice. He wanted to confirm, thinking that he couldn't possibly have misheard. If Xu Xingbei hadn't passed, the machine wouldn't have made sound. Qin Sheng's heart raced. With such exceptional talent, he should befriend Xu Xingbei more. After all, organization members rely not on one person's strength, but on mutual assistance while carrying out missions. With a strong team, the assurance of life is greater. At this time, in another location, several pairs of eyes were also watching the scene at the training camp. The head of the power department, Bian Wuxing, provocatively looked at Chao Zhengxiong. I say, old Chao, you're just a bookworm. What significance is there in taking Xu Xingbei over? If it were handed to me, I guarantee he could pass the sandbag test in less than a week. Old Chao remained non-committal. Don't just stay silent. Pretending to be deaf and mute won't work. The cruel reality will tell you that your choice is wrong. Bian Wuxing's hands were tucked inside the sleeves of his cotton jacket, nonchalantly provoking Lao Chao. Zhou Chuaning was also watching the scene in the training camp. Normally, a first-level warrior capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of force would take at least 3 days to pass the highly Jingshot test. Forget it. I don't want to watch anymore. Bian Wuxing stood up and sighed. Let's come back in 5 days. Although Bian Wuxing argued with Chao Zhengxiong, he still had high hopes for Xu Xingbei. Saying to come back in 5 days already indicated that he believed Xu Xingbei could pass in 5 days. However, just as Bian Wuxing turned around, he saw Zhou Chuanting's mouth twitching and his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Only Lao Chao, with his hands behind his back, hummed a tune as he walked out. Xu Xingbei passed. He passed in 3 attempts. Zhou Chuanting reluctantly told Bian Wuxing the result. 3 attempts? Are you saying that he passed just as I turn around? Bian Wuxing was astonished. Lao Chao ignored him and continued walking out. 2 packs of cigarettes. Half a pound of alcohol. I guarantee you'll have enough energy. Bian Wuxing gritted his teeth. Xu Xingbei is someone I have my eyes on. There's no way I'm giving him up. Lao Chao still refused. Then, older brother, what exactly do you want? Just say it. I can write you an IOU. Bian Wuxing couldn't bear to see valuable talent wasted. Well, letting the person go is out of the question. If I don't have work for him, you can call him over. I can't really object, can I? Chao Zhengxiong said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Bian Wuxing's eyebrows danced with excitement. I knew Brother Chao was a good guy. All right, I'll go arrange for Xu Xingbei. By the way, I also need to write an IOU for half a pound of alcohol and 2 packs of cigarettes. Lao Chao called out from behind him. Bian Wuxing almost stumbled. Old Chao, so ruthless. Chapter 39, The Gate. Xu Xingbei smiled faintly, learning the power technique from Brother Qin. By the way, can Brother Qin talk about defense? Xu Xingbei was hit by the sandbag twice, almost spitting blood. He had realized his shortcomings in combat. He couldn't just focus on offense without considering defense, right? That depends on what kind of defense you want. Qin Sheng looked deeply at Xu Xingbei. His emotions were hidden. Could this really be a 17-year-old boy? One couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiences Xu Xingbei had gone through to develop such a mindset. I don't quite understand what Brother Qin means. Xu Xingbei scratched his head. The anesthetic gun, you've seen one, right? The bullet's firing speed is too fast to dodge, and relying solely on the body won't provide defense. So equipment is needed, Qin Sheng slowly explained. I once met someone who was shot by an anesthetic gun, and in a while, he could move freely again. Doesn't that mean he wasn't relying on physical defense? Xu Xingbei immediately thought of Ding Xiang. No, wait. He shot Ding Xiang several times. And Ding Xiang didn't seem to be wearing any equipment. So this person possesses blood defense. There are such people in our organization. Their blood can integrate with anesthetic drugs, and as long as the concentration isn't too high, anesthetic guns are basically ineffective against them. Qin Sheng smiled. Once you get your blood tested, as long as the report states that your blood has growth potential, you can exchange it for potions that help your blood grow at the exchange center. Gradually, you can also develop blood defense. What else? Xu Xingbei felt that defense wasn't that simple. There are other weapons, shotguns that are far more powerful than iron crossbows, capable of firing iron sand, with a fast firing rate and a wide attack range. If you want to defend against them, you'll need to wear bulletproof vests, although these are all common knowledge. Even without Qin Sheng saying it, Xu Xingbei gradually understood, but Qin Sheng still took the initiative to tell him. Qin Sheng had already decided to be good friends with Xu Xingbei, so they could go out on missions together in the future, trusting each other with their backs. Xu Xingbei took a deep breath. Without examples from Qin Sheng, he truly didn't know about shotguns. If those sent by the company used shotguns against him, it would be hard to say if he would survive that day on the suspended island. The suspended island, that was where his life was hanging by a thread. What about the power attacks of the warriors? Xu Xingbei asked again. 2 methods. One is to enhance your physical quality. The exchange center has many potions that can be used to soak your body and strengthen it. The other is to learn self-defense martial arts, using strength to block strength. Qin Sheng replied, I exchanged for a book on defense techniques. I'll send it to you later. Thank you, Brother Qin. Xu Xingbei sincerely bowed to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's kindness made Xu Xingbei feel even more a sense of belonging to the organization. Since Xu Xingbei joined the organization, apart from Huang Yinggao, others like Xing Wubin, Qin Sheng, and Old Chow from the library department treated him quite well. It was indeed their kindness that gradually made Xu Xingbei lower his guard, and he had already regarded the organization as a place he could trust. As for Huang Yinggao, Xu Xingbei did not let his guard down. After Qin Sheng left, Xu Xingbei continued to practice. Although he had passed the sandbag test, he was not satisfied. Since Qin Sheng could hit a 300-pound sandbag, Xu Xingbei believed that he, having mastered the power technique, should be able to as well. Indeed, the 300-pound sandbag did not hinder Xu Xingbei's steps. By noon, Xu Xingbei was already able to practice with the 400-pound sandbag. At this time, Xu Xingbei was not aware that apart from not having developed defense, he had already reached the level of a second-level warrior. Zhou Chuanting, who was still observing from the monitoring room, could no longer hide his shock. A second-level warrior. There were at most 100 in the company's security department. Reaching the level of a third-level warrior meant being one of the upper echelons of the security department. In terms of strength, the Jishu organization certainly couldn't compare to the company. One could imagine how much surprise Xu Xingbei brought to Zhou Chuanting. After lunch, Xu Xingbei returned to the training camp to continue practicing the sandbags. He increasingly felt that with such practice, his punching power would surely be able to hit someone's acupoints. The only problem was that no one was willing to be a target for him to practice on. As for defense, Qin Sheng had handed him the book on defense techniques, but Xu Xingbei hadn't looked at it yet. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, as this would provide a foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Although he was young, he had been through many trials. No matter how good external things were, they were ultimately external. Only one's own skills were the true capital to stand in the world. In the afternoon, Qin Sheng also came over. He watched Xu Xingbei practice with the 300-pound sandbag effortlessly and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Compared to Xu Xingbei, his years in the organization felt wasted. Life had been spent on the sea beast. At this moment, someone else walked into the training camp. Qin Sheng turned his head to see and quickly bowed, calling out, Boss Bien. The head of the strength department had arrived, and as a first-level warrior, how could Qin Sheng not be respectful? Bien Wuxing waved his hand to him. Go ahead and do your thing. Qin Sheng was originally thinking about whether he should practice the long-forgotten sandbags, but seeing Bian Wuxing urging him to leave, he could only slip away. Xu Xingbei was still immersed in his practice. The longer he trained, the more familiar he became with the frequency of his punches and the vibration of his fists. The more familiar he became, the happier he felt. Gradually, he entered a realm of his own. Punching, retracting, punching again, retracting again. Each punch seemed to flow naturally, and the process of gathering strength before each punch became shorter and shorter. Bian Wuxing quietly watched from the side. He no longer felt sorry for his 2 packs of cigarettes and half a pound of alcohol, and even a matter of the IOU was no longer on his mind. The only thing that pained him was why he had to speak out and express his lack of confidence in Xu Xingbei in front of Old Chow from the beginning. However, Old Chow's promise still made Bian Wuxing very happy. Since Xu Xingbei joined the organization, guiding him could count as him being a half-master, right? Although Bian Wuxing and Old Chow often bickered, he also knew that Old Chow was not as simple as he appeared. Even the library department was not merely about managing books. Xu Xingbei emerged from his immersion and saw Bian Wuxing. He was taken aback for a moment. "Who are you?" "I am the head of the force department. You can call me Old Bian," Bian Wuxing replied as he pulled his hand out of his sleeve. "Old Bian? How could I dare to call you that?" Xu Xingbei said, "If someone asks you to call them that, you just call them." He respectfully bowed to Bian Wuxing, saying, "Bian Lao, don't get caught up in those superficial things. A title is just a nickname, right? Come on, try hitting me." Bian Wuxing waved his hand at Xu Xingbei. "Hit you?" Xu Xingbei really wanted to find a target, but this target was the head of the force department and looked quite frail. Did he dare strike? "If I tell you to hit, then hit," Bian Wuxing said impatiently. Xu Xingbei took a deep breath. "Bian Lao, then I will make my move." "Stop talking nonsense. Just hit." Bian Wuxing was getting angry. Xu Xingbei threw a punch, using only 60% of his strength. As the head of the force department, Bian Wuxing was probably not as simple as he appeared. Bian Wuxing frowned. "You didn't eat enough at noon?" Saying this, he waved his hand and brushed against Xu Xingbei's fist. An indescribable force surged over. Xu Xingbei staggered back several steps and was about to steady himself when he stumbled and fell to the ground. "I didn't say I wouldn't hit back." Bian Wuxing chuckled like an old fox. Xu Xingbei got up, his mind racing to analyze Bian Wuxing's movements. What kind of force was that? Xu Xingbei thought his copying ability was quite good, but this scene still struck him hard. However, he did not feel discouraged. The inability to copy meant that he still needed to improve. Xu Xingbei threw another punch, this time using 90% of his strength. Bian Wuxing still waved his hand, the sleeve of his cotton jacket draping over Xu Xingbei's fist. With a slight pull, Xu Xingbei lost his balance and stumbled into Bian Wuxing's arms. Bian Wuxing pushed back with his hand, and Xu Xingbei could not stop that force, retreating more than 10 steps before finally sitting down on the ground. Xu Xingbei looked at Bian Wuxing in astonishment. If all the opponents he faced were like Bian Wuxing, 10 Xu Xingbeis would have been dead. "Bian Lao, how much strength did you just use?" Bian Wuxing's eyes flashed with a smile. "Less than 1%. "Less than 1%? Xu Xingbei was greatly impacted. To be so embarrassed by such a small amount of strength. "What about 2%? 5%? This meant that in front of Bian Wuxing, he was like a child in front of an adult. All his efforts were ridiculous. What shocked Xu Xingbei even more was that he could not grasp the trajectory of Bian Wuxing's force, and therefore could not replicate his method. Bian Wuxing knew it was about time. He came not only to temper Xu Xingbei's arrogance, but also to guide him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the gifts he brought for Old Chow, along with that IOU? "Where do you think strength comes from?" Bian Wuxing asked slowly after Xu Xingbei stood up. "Where does strength come from?" "Yes, where does strength come from? When I was young, I had strength, but not as much as now. As I age, a person's strength declines. Also, when a person is sick, they can't exert much strength. So, strength itself is related to one's body?" Xu Xingbei answered. "As the body grows, strength grows. As the body deteriorates, strength diminishes," he added. "That is the most basic understanding," Bian Wuxing said, putting his hand back into his sleeve. "Besides people, do animals in the sea have strength? What about plants in the sea? They all have strength. What about seawater? What about waves?" Extending this further, What about the sun, moon, and stars? They naturally have strength too. When strength reaches a certain level, you are already within that strength and cannot perceive it. Shu Xingbei listened in a daze, waves of realization crashing in his heart. Yes, the book's future and past also mention this. Upon careful thought, isn't it related to strength? Great strength can split the heavens and earth, break free from constraints, and allow one to soar into the sky. A door gradually opened for Shu Xingbei under Bian Wuxing's guidance. Chapter 40. Out on a mission, Shu Xingbei bowed to Bian Wuxing again. Without Bian Wuxing's guidance, he would not know how long it would take to understand these principles. Integrating what Bian Wuxing said with what he had read, Shu Xingbei felt his mind growing clearer. Thank you for your guidance, Bian Lao, Shu Xingbei said respectfully. Your method of exerting force truly intrigues me. Bian Wuxing smiled. I just asked you a question. How much you can comprehend is a matter of personal talent. As for my method of exerting force, simply put, it can be summarized in 2 words, borrowing strength. The strength between heaven and earth is endless. Human strength is limited and will eventually run out. What to do? You need to borrow. Borrow from others, from the sea, from heaven and earth. What I've understood is just the surface, and I'll teach you this little bit. Bian Wuxing then demonstrated a set of boxing techniques to Shu Xingbei. The techniques looked soft and seemed to lack any strength. And although the moves were simple, the variations were complex, leaving Shu Xingbei dazzled. Bian Wuxing practiced 3 times, using the same techniques, but the variations were completely different each time. Did you get it? Bian Wuxing asked as he finished his punches, looking intently into Shu Xingbei's eyes. Shu Xingbei forced a smile. He remembered the moves, but the variations were different, leaving him confused. Can you see the changes in the moves? Bian Wuxing asked curiously. Try it. Shu Xingbei went through the moves in his mind and found he remembered them well. He had grasped some of the variations and could try them out. Thinking this, Shu Xingbei completed the boxing techniques one by one, incorporating some of the variations he had practiced. Bian Wuxing's expression grew more serious. Do it again. Shu Xingbei repeated the sequence, and this time he began to feel something. Again, Bian Wuxing commanded. Again, again, again. Shu Xingbei lost track of how many times he had repeated it. His doubts were diminishing, and he focused solely on how to make the borrowing of strength more natural. As he practiced more, he found himself gradually breaking free from the constraints of the boxing techniques and no longer bound by the moves, allowing him to express himself freely. Even though he might be reprimanded by Bian Wuxing, Shu Xingbei didn't care. He only thought of the martial arts master in front of him, whose strength far surpassed his own, and he aimed to use the method of borrowing strength to channel his opponent's power back onto themselves. Bian Wuxing's expression was serious, but deep down his shock had turned into astonishment. If he hadn't taught Shu Xingbei this set of boxing techniques, he would have doubted that Shu Xingbei had been exposed to this style called natural force long ago. The so-called natural force starts with using softness to overcome hardness, using stillness to control movement, and then progresses to responding to all changes with the unchanging, using extreme yin against extreme yang. How far it will develop from there is beyond Bian Wuxing's knowledge. The profundity of the boxing techniques is not something Bian Wuxing has mastered with just a few moves. However, the few moves he unintentionally acquired are enough for him to rarely encounter rivals throughout the entire Sea region. As Shu Xingbei practiced, Bian Wuxing finally shouted stop. Shu Xingbei paused and waited for Bian Wuxing's next guidance. Bian Wuxing said lightly, "Let's go. You can practice slowly in the future. If you have any confusion, come find me later." But Bian Lao, what about the training camp? Shu Xingbei hadn't completed his training tasks yet. This side? The system already indicated you've completed it. As for the other training, we can talk about it later, Bian Wuxing said, suddenly asking, I'll transfer some merit points to you. Otherwise, your eating and drinking here will be restricted. All right, if you have any difficulties or questions, feel free to come find me. Take out your communicator and add me to your contact list, Bian Wuxing said. After adding Bian Wuxing's name to the communicator, Shu Xingbei now had several contacts on the list, including Lao Chao, Xinga Bin, Gu Pan, Qin Sheng, and Bian Wuxing. When faced with difficulties, he could seek help from these people. In other words, at this point, Xu Xingbei had truly integrated into the Jishe organization. After completing his training, Xu Xingbei contacted Lao Chao to provide feedback on his situation. He was unaware that what he had completed in the training camp was merely the standard training for ordinary members. Completing the training for ordinary members meant that he could start taking on tasks from the mission hall from that day forward. Get some good rest. Tomorrow morning, I will take you out to handle some matters. Lao Chao pondered for a moment. He had also seen Xu Xingbei's progress through training, and since that was the case, he decided not to let Xu Xingbei undergo the next training assessment and instead take him out for some experience. To be honest, Lao Chao's trip was still quite dangerous. After consulting with Zhou Chuaning and receiving his consent, he made up his mind. Danger was everywhere. Joining the Jishe organization did not mean that one could relax. On the contrary, the tasks were more arduous, the pressure greater, and the threat of death loomed large. Xu Xingbei acknowledged and continued to rest inside the library ship. The library department provided a distraction-free environment perfect for him to practice the natural boxing technique that Bian Wuxing had taught him. The next day, Fan Shuowu came to find him, bringing along a set of black, tight-fitting clothes. Put the cotton clothes on outside. This is the dagger that Lao Chao asked me to get for you. Let's go, Fan Shuowu urged when he saw Xu Xingbei was ready. Is Brother Fan going too? Can you tell me the situation? Xu Xingbei asked. Fan Shuowu glanced at him and said, this trip is led by Lao Chao, so you don't need to inquire further. Just follow his instructions. Fan Shuowu had received orders from Bian Wuxing to follow Chao Zhengxiong to investigate troubles along the shipping route, and he didn't expect Xu Xingbei to accompany them. According to the information Fan Shuowu had, there were significant issues with that shipping line. At least 3 warriors from the organization were missing, along with over 10 peripheral members. Lao Chao hadn't allowed him to share this information with Xu Xingbei, so Fan Shuowu naturally kept quiet. It seemed that Lao Chao wanted Xu Xingbei to gain some experience. But was it really necessary for someone from the library department to gain experience? Lao Chao was already waiting for them on the deck of a ship. When he saw the two approach, he gestured to the cockpit, and the ship set sail. Once they exited the chaotic area, 3 sailors raised the sails, and the ship sped up. Let's go inside, Lao Chao said, looking at the waters without much expression. The 3 settled inside the cabin, and Lao Chao got straight to the point. We're going to Chongqing Island. There is an organization cargo transfer station there. According to the current information, the shipping fees for the transfer station have already been paid, but the goods from Mi Island have not yet arrived. Our trip is to understand the situation, resolve the issues, and eliminate obstacles. I will arrange the specific tasks once we reach the island. Fan Shuowu and Xu Xingbei nodded repeatedly. Before we left, didn't Big Brother Bian say that the person responsible for receiving us on the other side, Tao Yunlai, and 14 peripheral members went missing? Fan Shuowu, seeing that Lao Chao had disclosed everything, no longer held back and shared what he knew. It seemed that Xu Xingbei was also going to carry out mission, so it was necessary to share the intelligence in advance. They couldn't afford to have any mishaps due to information gaps. Lao Chao nodded slightly, his expression growing serious. Is Chongqing Island far from the island? Xu Xingbei grasped 2 important locations. Yes, Fan Shuowu replied, familiar with the situation. It's not too far compared to our route from the chaotic area to Chongqing Island. The ship could take about 20 days to get from Mi Island to Chongqing Island. Tao Yunlai is a warrior? What level? Xu Xingbei asked again. Level 2, Fan Shuowu said, his demeanor growing heavy. Xu Xingbei didn't ask further, because the few people left at the base, as Xinghua Bin put it, were all level 1 warriors. Now that even the level 2 warriors were missing, Fan Shuowu certainly felt uncertain. On the deck, facing the cold wind, Xu Xingbei practiced the natural boxing technique. The more he practiced this set of boxing, the more he liked it. From Qin Shang, he learned defensive methods, but his contributions were minimal. The credit points for a bulletproof vest were significant, and he still couldn't exchange for it. Thus, the only way he could defend himself was through the natural boxing technique taught by Bian Wuxing. As for the defensive skills provided by Qin Shang, Xu Xingbei hadn't practiced them. Bian Wuxing's boxing was both offensive and defensive, far more valuable than Qin Shang's defensive techniques. Without credit points, everything would be in vain. Given that, Xu Xingbei could only diligently practice the natural boxing technique, aiming to master it during the few days of the ship's journey. This scene was naturally observed by Lao Chao and Fan Shuowu. Neither of them said anything, allowing Xu Xingbei to practice on the deck without his cotton jacket. "We're here," Fan Shuowu said. When Lao Chao asks about the situation, "Let's listen more and say less." "I will," Xu Xingbei replied. Chongqing Island was large, and unlike Coral Island, where Xu Xingbei had stayed, this place was more expansive, with many single-story buildings scattered across the island. Lao Chao walked ahead, with Fan Shuowu and Xu Xingbei closely following. The others on the ship did not disembark. As soon as they arrived on the island, they heard someone laughing not far away. "I thought it was someone else. It's actually Big Brother Chao himself who has come. Please, please, Wang Tu has been waiting for you since he received the notice." Chapter 41. Experience. Lao Chao didn't say much and simply said, "Lead the way." The three people who came to greet them led the way, and after a few turns on the island, they quickly arrived at the Jishur organization's transfer station on Chongqing Island. In front of them stood a row of single-story houses, and outside stood a tall middle-aged man wearing an elongated cotton coat, nearly 2 meters tall and quite robust, standing there like a mountain. "Big Brother Chao, you've worked hard." The person welcoming them slightly bowed. "Wang Jian, we are family, so no need for polite talk. Let's go in," Lao Chao said as he stepped into the building. Wang Jian gestured for Fan Shuowu and Xu Xingbei to enter and followed Lao Chao inside. 3 months ago, we received word from Mi Island that the 2 tons of rice we ordered were ready for shipment. According to the usual practice, they send the ship, and we also have someone to escort it. At the same time, Yunlai and I divided the tasks. I stayed here while Yunlai took a group to receive it. The cargo ships coming from Mi Island have always been targets for pirates, and there has never been true peace. Who would have thought that after Yunlai left? We lost contact. Wang Jian recounted the events. "Did you find the other party? Which ship was supposed to transport the goods? What was the destination of that ship? Did it arrive safely?" Lao Chao asked with piercing eyes. Upon hearing this, Lao Chao frowned. "The Hongyangzi ship? Does Mi Island also know about this transportation matter? What ship did Tao Yunlai go to pick up?" As Lao Chao listened, he felt that this matter was not simple, revealing oddities from beginning to end. Of course, it was the Hongyangzi ship. Later, we received word that the Hongyangzi had asked another ship to transport our goods, and after that, we tried to contact Tao Yunlai but couldn't reach him, Wang Jian said, letting out a long sigh. Lao Chao sat there in silence for a long time. "Big Brother Chao, after such a long journey, why don't we eat first?" Wang Jian suggested. Lao Chao responded with a grunt. After dinner, Wang Jian instructed his subordinates to arrange accommodations for the 3 of them. Since Fan Shuowu and Xu Xingbei were out on a mission with Lao Chao, they would, of course, go to stay with him. "You all heard it. What are your thoughts?" Lao Gao asked it. Xu Xingbei was unfamiliar with everything, so he naturally didn't speak easily. Fan Shuowu hesitated and said, "The biggest point of suspicion is Mo Lao Diao. We should investigate Mo Lao Diao first." Xu Xingbei felt something strange. "Why is there no doubt about the red matchmaker? What about you? Tell me," Lao Chao asked Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei expressed his doubts. "The red matchmaker? Impossible." Fan Shuowu interjected before Lao Chao could speak. "Do you know what the red matchmaker means among the transport ships in this sea area? It means safety and trustworthiness." "Why is she called the red matchmaker?" "Her husband used to run transport too, but was killed by pirates at sea. In order to take revenge, the red matchmaker gathered the strong in this sea area, found the pirates' hiding island, and killed them all. There were more than 200 pirates, and it took her 2 days to finish them off. It is said that after the killing, the blood made her clothes sticky and thick. From then on, people called her the red matchmaker. Since then, pirates in this area have been unwilling to encounter this crazy woman. She continued to use the name red matchmaker to run transportation. Lao Chao was not pleased with Fan Shuowu's interruption. He wanted Xu Xingbei to share his perspective, hoping to approach the issue of the missing goods and personnel from an outsider's viewpoint. 2 tons of rice is indeed valuable, but there was also Tao Yun, a second-tier warrior, along with 14 others. If this matter is not handled properly, goods in the organization may frequently go missing in the future. The first time goods went missing, those who got away might have thought it was a small profit, just testing the waters. If there is no reaction, The next time it won't be so simple. First, confirm the timeline of everything Wang Jian said. Then contact the Red Matchmaker's ships to verify those times. If possible, we can also visit Rice Island to find the supplier and verify the timeline again. The three parties, unaware of the details, will have discrepancies in time. So time will point to the doubts. Xu Xingbei thought for a moment and gave his opinion. Lao Chao's eyes brightened as he listened. Yes, that's a method. Tomorrow, let Wang Jian recount what happened again. Xu Xingbei and Fan Xiuwu, both of you take notes. Outside, a man with a sharp face stood there, grinning at Xu Xingbei. Hey brother, it's your first time on Chongqing Island, right? Come on, Lu Ge will take you around and broaden your horizons. Xu Xingbei was already somewhat curious about Chongqing Island. Just the bright lights here were enough to shock him. He knew that in the boat housing area, he occasionally used a headlamp for illumination at night. Most of the time, he was reluctant to use even that. As for the chaotic area, lighting was also from headlamps. But here, it was brightly lit. The walls of the rooms were lined with electric wires. From what Xu Xingbei understood from books, electricity relies on energy or powerful water flows. Could be that Chongqing Island has a power station. Xu Xingbei followed Lu Ge outside. Chongqing Island spans 40,000 square kilometers and is a transit point for many forces. Here, all sorts of people mix together. No matter what you encounter, don't stand out. Keep a low profile and be cautious. Lu Ge seemed worried about Xu Xingbei's youthful impulsiveness and advised him on the way. Xu Xingbei smiled lightly. I will. Also, no matter what happens, don't mention the organization's name. The organization has a specific name for the outside, called the Bright Society. When encountering trouble, just say it's the Bright Society. There won't be much problem on the island, Lu Ge reminded again. Xu Xingbei naturally nodded in agreement. He just wanted to increase his knowledge and would not cause trouble. When they arrived at a place full of lights and excitement, Xu Xingbei looked at the crowd inside, the noise rising, and couldn't help but feel startled. Compared to the silent boat housing area at night, this was truly a paradise on Earth. Let's go to Fan Ji's table. Lu Ge led Xu Xingbei into the room. A wave of heat hit them, making it hard to imagine it was still the cold winter. Inside, there were at least 30 tables. Some were gambling, some drinking, and others chatting enthusiastically. In one corner, two shirtless men were brawling. Various female servers, dressed in revealing outfits, weaved through the crowd carrying trays. If a dispute arose, it could be settled fairly here. Regardless of winning or losing, there would be no revenge. At least on Chongqing Island, one couldn't seek vengeance. Lu Ge reminded as he noticed Xu Xingbei looking in that direction. The ability to provide electricity offer venues for duels. And ensure fairness indicated that a major force must be stationed on Chongqing Island. Xu Xingbei's gaze flickered as he silently pondered, without speaking. After a while, Lu Ge brought Xu Xingbei to the table where Fan Xiuwu was sitting. In addition to Fan Xiuwu, 4 others were at the table. Each had a flushed face, exuding a strong odor. Upon seeing Xu Xingbei, Fan Xiuwu shouted, Xingbei, come and meet my brothers. This is Brother Niu, Brother Zheng, Brother Huang, and Brother Bai. Xu Xingbei greeted each of the older brothers with a nod. Add 2 more drinks. Brother Niu waved to call over a female server. Old Niu, you're too polite. Fan Xiuwu patted Brother Niu on the shoulder. Isn't it just adding a brother? Brother Niu said casually, pulling out 2 golden coins and placing them on the server's tray. The server placed a small wine pot on the table. Come on, Brother Xu, try this. Brother Niu poured a small cup for Xu Xingbei and pushed it over. Xu Xingbei picked up the cup and downed it in one go. A fiery sensation ignited in his throat, quickly spreading to his heart, making him cough involuntarily. At that moment, it felt as if all his blood was igniting, and his face instantly felt warm. He set down the cup, his hands trembling slightly. Everyone looked at him, and seeing his flushed face, they laughed. Xu Xingbei waved his hand. Although he didn't know what the 2 coins Brother Niu paid were worth, he was sure they were valuable. Brother Xu doesn't drink? Then let me indulge. Lu Ge jokingly pushed his cup towards Brother Niu. Old Lu, you have too thick a skin. 7 coins, and Brother Niu paid 3. You didn't pay a single coin, yet you drink more than anyone else. If it weren't for you picking up Brother Xu, I could barely wet my throat with the coin I spent. Brother Zheng pushed Lu Ji's cup away. Let's get a bit more. Consider Brother Xu drinking Lugo was not at all angry and once again pushed his cup forward. Not enough fun. I'll also throw in 3 coins. Let us see how lucky I am. Fan Shuwu took out 3 coins. Maybe it's better not to go. You can only earn a few coins a year. Instead of risking it there, you might as well use it to buy some more drinks, Brother Zheng advised. Fan Shuwu paid no heed to the suggestion and stood up, heading toward the gambling table. Let's go see how old Fan's luck is. Brother Niu quickly followed Fan Shuwu. We'd better not go. The dealer today is from the Longhu gang, a tough guy. Winning is fine, but if you lose, they'll definitely vent their frustration on bystanders. Lugu shrank his neck towards the gambling table. Yeah, Brother Bai added. Fan goes good at everything except gambling. All the few coins he earns a year end up on the dice. With that money, he could marry a woman, have a child, and be a happy family. That's why eating, drinking, gambling, and smoking are the 5 great harms of life, Brother Huang sighed. Shu Xingbei sat silently listening. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the situation and didn't know the personalities of others, so he chose to observe quietly. A green ant crawled onto the table. Curious, Shu Xingbei pinched the ant in his hand. No, that ant is poisonous, Lu Gu exclaimed in surprise. Before Shu Xingbei could put the ant down, it bit his index finger. Shu Xingbei felt pain, loosened his grip, and the ant fell to the ground. Looking at his finger, it was already red and swollen. So careless, Lu Gu poured a drop of alcohol from the wine pot and applied it to Shu Xingbei's finger to disinfect it. The sea ant is still in the larval stage, so its venom is not strong. If it were in its adult stage, let alone your finger, even your right hand would have to be chopped off. Shu Xingbei's face turned pale. Yes, how could there be sea ants here? Brother Bai found it a bit strange. It's not unusual for a larva to crawl in. Wouldn't most people just brush it off with their sleeves? It's just that Brother Shu lacks experience and has suffered a small loss, Zhang Gu said from the side. Shu Xingbei only felt an indescribable heat continuing to spread from his right index finger to his palm, but fortunately, this heat dissipated after a while. The reason he picked up the sea ant was that he remembered a book about animal languages. The sea ant just crawled back and forth without making any sound. How do they communicate and interact? At that moment, he suddenly had some sensations in his mind. From these feelings, Shu Xingbei could even sense that besides the sea ant he just encountered, there were hundreds of others scurrying around the room. It seemed that with just a thought, he could connect with them. The few people at the table were chatting, but only Lu Gu looked at Shu Xingbei with a changing expression and couldn't help but ask, "How's your finger? Is it better?" "No problem. Thank you, Lu Gu." Shu Xingbei raised his finger and smiled at Lu Gu. "That's it for tonight. Those who want to win can come back tomorrow. I'll continue being the dealer." A roar came from a gambling table. It was the Lao San of the Longhu gang that Lu Gu had mentioned. Let's go. Fan Shuwu's face was grim as he picked up the wine jug on the table and shook it, discovering it was completely empty, angrily slamming it back onto the table. The group from the Jishur organization began to leave. Back at his residence, Shu Xingbei did not rush to rest. He continued to sense the presence of the sea ants. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, there were about 10 of them 5 meters away. 8 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. A total of more than 300 sea ants were present. They were running around, searching for food. As the sensations became clearer, Shu Xingbei tried to connect with a sea ant 5 meters away. "What's up?" The sea ant raised its head and asked somewhat confusedly. "Nothing. Is there food?" Shu Xingbei thought for a moment and conveyed his thoughts. "Looking for it," the sea ant replied impatiently. "If I find food, I'll let you know." Shu Xingbei tried to get closer to it. If he could make the sea ants his helpers on Chongqing Island, it would undoubtedly give him an ace up his sleeve. All right. The sea ants seemed to be happy. "What do you call yourself, brother? What do you call yourself?" Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Do sea ants also need names? Aren't ants all the same? A random name? No, that would give him away. "What about you? If you're older than me, I'll call you brother," Shu Xingbei asked in a hurry. "My name is 17. The information the sea ant conveyed was very clear. 17? Is it based on the order of birth, or is it arranged by the leading ant?" Shu Xingbei pondered and fabricated. "I call myself 99. He thought of a number beyond 100, but was worried it might backfire. "You my little brother. Hee. If there's food, call me brother," the sea ant replied. After tossing and turning until dawn, he finally fell into a daze. When Fan Shu woke him up, The sky had already brightened. Boss Chow wants us to go over, Fan Shu said, looking not too well since he lost money last night. After breakfast, Boss Chow called for Wang Jian. According to the task arrangement, Boss Chow asked questions while Xu Xingbei and Fan Shuwu took notes. Now recount what happened. Boss Chow said to Wang Jian. Wang Jian repeated what he said last night, and Xu Xingbei confirmed that he had spoken correctly. Boss Chow, how should we proceed to solve this problem? Wang Jian saw Xu Xingbei and Fan Shuwu taking notes and didn't think much of it. Since Boss Chow was coming to investigate, he must be making records. Can't find him, Lao Yao. What about Hong Yangzi? Boss Chow asked. Okay. Contact Hong Yangzi. Want to meet her? Boss Chow's eyes lit up. Wang Jian left, and Boss Chow looked at Xu Xingbei. How did you feel about the 4th relaxation bar last night? The 4th relaxation bar? Xu Xingbei immediately realized he was talking about the place he went to last night. It was an eye-opener. I had a little drink, he answered truthfully. Whether it's drinking or gambling, doing it occasionally is fine, but it can't delay serious matters. Boss Chow said, glancing meaningfully at Fan Shuwu. Xu Xingbei nodded repeatedly. 2 gold coins in exchange for 2 taels of wine. It's clear that the wine is quite valuable. He didn't even have gold coins, let alone the qualification to buy wine, much less gamble. Fan Shuwu and Xu Xingbei each took out their notes, and after comparing, the recorded content and time were completely identical. This meant that Wang Jian had not made any mistakes. Let's not rush. Let's wait for a few days and see. If it really doesn't work, we'll go Mi Island. Boss Chow quickly made arrangements. With nothing to do, staying on Chongqing Island meant just looking around. Liu Yi, the intermediary, was quite nice to Xu Xingbei, accompanying him around and introducing things. Is the island under the protection of some power? Or is it within the range of a certain power? Xu Xingbei asked. Lu Gu smiled slightly upon hearing Xu Xingbei's question. Brother Xu, your perception is quite sharp. You're right, Chongqing Island does have protective powers. Although they are strong, they haven't encompassed the entire island within their range. Why? Chongqing Island is located in the middle of several shipping routes. Not only us, but other powers also have transfer stations here. No one can monopolize this place. If mishandled, it could become a target for many. Moreover, there are captains and sailors skilled in navigation on the island, who have passed through dangerous waters multiple times. Each power treats these people as treasures. As for the protective forces maintaining order, of course, Lu Gu replied. As expected, Xu Xingbei had anticipated this. It would be strange if such a gigantic entity had not extended its tentacles here. Fortunately, 17 was only about 10 meters away from his position, and Xu Xingbei placed the bone by the door to guide 17 to eat. 17 quickly caught the scent of food, and while enjoying it, he didn't forget to thank Xu Xingbei. 99, hey you mutated? Turned into a human form? This is impossible. Xu Xingbei's heart sank. He was counting on 17 to bring the other sea ants to become his trump card. If 17 sensed something unusual, he didn't know what would happen. I didn't turn into a human form. I just attached myself to him. He is my good friend. Xu Xingbei conveyed the information, trying to resolve the situation as much as possible. That is more like it. Yeah, mutations usually just grow wings like the 4th. 17 finally stopped being surprised. Sea ants grow wings? Xu Xingbei shivered. According to Lu Gu, if bitten by an adult sea ant, one could lose even their palm. If he could use sea ants that had grown wings, that would be great. Can you connect with the 4th? Xu Xingbei asked. Want to curry favor with the 4th? All the brothers around here are my subordinates. Do you want to betray me? 17 was unhappy. Got it. So 17 is still a leader. Xu Xingbei decided to give up on contacting the 4th sea ant. If he could pacify 17, he wouldn't have much to worry about here. I don't know what it absorbed, but it grew wings in just a few days. 99, don't worry. It's all right if we don't have wings. We have plenty of brothers. If there's anything, just find Brother 17, 17 said nonchalantly. Then I'll thank Brother 17 first. Xu Xingbei was overjoyed. This was the result he wanted after all his efforts. Unexpectedly, it actually happened. In the afternoon, a sudden heavy rain fell on the island, and it was as if the water outside was freezing. Xu Xingbei curled up in the house practicing boxing, and neither Lao Chao, Fan Shuwu, nor Lu Gu came to find him. In the evening, the rain stopped, and suddenly a loud shout came from outside. Wang Tu, Fan Shu has been controlled by the Longhu gang. Chapter 43. Set up. All the personnel from the Jishur organization at the transit station had left, including Old Chow and Wang Jian. Niu Zhaojin quickly explained the situation. Last night, Fan Shu lost 2 gold coins and had been eager to make up for it. Because it was raining and there wasn't much to do in the afternoon, Fan Shu called Niu Zhaojin out, and the two went to the Chiba together. Unexpectedly, Longhu gang's old 3, who had won big last night, had also come early to take charge. When Fan Shu tried to leave, he was stopped by old 3. With over 20 brothers from the Longhu gang present, Fan Shu naturally didn't dare to make a move and was forcefully kept there. Niu Zhaojin made his identity clear, stating that both he and Fan Shu were from the Guangmingui, urging old 3 to let them go. Old 3, blinded by the thrill of winning, didn't care about the Guangmingui and insisted that they either continue gambling or return the winnings. Fan Shu was unwilling to comply. The Longhu gang was being too unreasonable. Let's go together. Wang Jian was also furious. Even when they invoked the name of the Guangmingui, old 3 still refused to let them go, indicating that it was more than just a gambling issue. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would inevitably affect the organization standing here, impacting future shipments. Xu Xingbei naturally followed the crowd to the Chiba. Of course, he didn't forget to summon 17, instructing him to bring many sea ants. 17 summoned hundreds of sea ants to crawl onto Xu Xingbei, while he himself hurried to the Chiba. Upon seeing 17's true form, Xu Xingbei nearly dropped his jaw in shock. The sea ant was half a foot long, with dozens of legs scuttling across the ground, moving at a speed far surpassing that of a human. Its green body was topped with 2 long antennae, resembling the antennas of a semiconductor radio. Passers-by saw 17 and hurriedly made way. No wonder 17 didn't think much of the flying forth. The sea ants on Xu Xingbei were much smaller compared to 17. The longest one was only about 2 centimeters. They crawled around on Xu Xingbei, each displaying a quirky consciousness. Where is Brother 17 taking us? Can this person be eaten? Don't move. He is a good friend of Brother Jiujio. Brother 17 instructed us to listen to Brother Jiujio's orders. The ants communicated through their consciousness, flooding Xu Xingbei's mind with their chatter. Soon, everyone arrived at the Chiba. From a distance, they heard angry voices, which belonged to Fan Shu. Since ancient times, there has only been strong-armed enforcement, not coercive gambling. I say, old 3, you're going too far. You think I'm going too far? Winning money and wanting to run away. Is there such a rule? We can gamble 10 more rounds. Otherwise, if your Guangmingui people come, don't say I didn't give you face, old 3 sneered. Exactly. You Guangmingui rely on your numbers, thinking our Longhu gang is easy to bully? Others from the Longhu gang echoed. Old 3, give me some face today and let this end here. My brother lost last night too. And when you said he could leave, he didn't say anything. Niu Zhaojin squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the Chiba was chaotic, filled with people. Seeing that the Guangmingui had suddenly arrived with 50 or 60 people, the onlookers quickly stepped aside. Xu Xingbei noticed Fan Shu surrounded by over a dozen people. His expression exceptionally grim. Your brother lost too? Niu Zhaojin. Don't think I don't know you. Tell me, how much did your brother lose last night? 2 gold coins, right? Old 3 sneered while wearing a fur coat. Xu Xingbei realized this matter was not simple. Not to mention Xu Xingbei. Even Wang Jian had sensed something was off. The forces on the island knew each other well and rarely had conflicts, especially the heads of various factions, who were usually polite when meeting, let alone tearing off masks. That old 3 could remember that Fan Shu lost exactly 2 gold coins last night. This matter could not be simple. Old 3, there are wins and losses at the gambling table. What you're doing is going too far. The Guangmingui and your Longhu gang have always gotten along well. Is it really worth it over this? Wang Jian finally spoke. Old 3 clearly recognized Wang Jian and said lightly, Wang Lauda, you came just in time. Originally, losing is losing, it's nothing. But this kid cheated. Do you think that's a small matter? Cheating? The spectators gasped. You're shaking the dice. How could he cheat? Wang Jian's expression darkened. Do you think you're the only fool? Or do you think others are fools? Exactly. shaking the dice to compare sizes, unless the banker cheats. How about the bettors cheat? Haha, old 3 must have lost his mind after losing money. The onlookers suddenly reacted and burst into laughter. Don't rush, Wang Laoda. Wait a moment, I'll tell you the answer. Old 3 looked at the crowd. Today's matter is between my Longhu gang and the Guangminghui. Unrelated people should leave quickly to avoid getting hurt. With Old 3's shout, the onlookers realized something was off. Let us go. It looks like they're going to fight. Yes, there hasn't been any conflict on the island for 5 years. Could it be starting again today? Where's the patrol team? How come they haven't shown up yet? Under Xu Xingbei's mental manipulation, the hundreds of sea ants on him had already gone to their designated positions. 17 sent him a thought. Gio, after this is over, give me some good food. Okay, no problem, Xu Xingbei replied readily. At this moment, Wang Jian had grown wary. Old 3, are you planning to fight? As he spoke, the door of the Chiba suddenly slammed shut. The onlookers hadn't all left. Still over 50 remained, surrounding Wang Jian and Xu Xingbei. What a move to catch fish in a barrel, Wang Jian sneered. Old 3, you really think we only have this many people in the Guangminghui? If you want revenge, that's for later. Does Wang Laoda think the patrol team will let you take revenge? Old 3 was unyielding. Wang Jian's gaze narrowed. Are you going to surrender obediently? Or do we have to make a move? Since the dagger is drawn, Old 3 naturally wouldn't hide it anymore. Hearing Old 3 shout like this, all the Longhu gang members pulled out their weapons, each holding shotguns aimed at the members of the Jishur organization. Seeing this situation, Wang Jian couldn't help but feel bitter. He had been careless, far too careless, for such a trivial gambling matter. He had brought almost all the personnel from the transit station. Wang Jian slowly began to raise his hands. Wait, with a sharp shout, Xu Xingbei stepped forward. Old 3's wolf-like gaze fixed on Xu Xingbei. Kid, what are you coming out for? Afraid you won't die fast enough? As he spoke, Old 3 grinned and walked toward Xu Xingbei. In his eyes, Xu Xingbei hadn't even grown hair yet. To dare shout, he was practically asking for death. If I were you, I wouldn't even move, Xu Xingbei said calmly. Old 3 was taken aback, and someone next to him shouted, Third brother, there's something? What is it? Old 3 was about to ask when he suddenly felt an itch at his collar. Looking down, he saw a massive sea ant with glistening compound eyes staring at him. This sea ant was at least half a foot long, and Old 3 could swear he had never seen such a large sea ant before. The Longhu gang's subordinates were stunned. Even if they could shoot, they wouldn't dare aim at Old 3's neck. You. Old 3 finally regarded Xu Xingbei seriously. Stop with the you and me. Have them put their guns away, Xu Xingbei commanded coldly. Oh, you don't think that with just this little thing, you can let you all escape, do you? Old 3 gritted his teeth and shouted, do it. Then one by one, Longhu gang members collapsed to the ground. My right hand is numb. My hand is numb. Help me. The extra guns were also collected by the crowd. All right. Our Longhu gang has fallen today. Name your price. What do you want? Although Lao San was unwilling, he had no choice but to bow his head. At this moment, even if he didn't bow, it wouldn't matter. Wang Laoda, you are the leader, you talk to him. Xu Xingbei has no experience in negotiations at all. Rather than that, it would be better to let Wang Jian take the lead. It would make Wang Jian feel better and also get rid of a headache. In a short time, Wang Jian felt like he was in a dream. From obediently surrendering, he instantly flipped to having life and death in his hands, and he really felt a bit unaccustomed to it. The door opened. The people waiting outside had already guessed the outcome. There was no gunfire, and this time, the Illuminati would definitely end up as prisoners. However, what surprised them was that the people walking ahead with their hands raised were all from the Longhu gang. Even the arrogant Lao San was shrinking his neck. There were also dozens of people who only raised one hand, with the other hand hanging down, their faces filled with worry. When the members of the Jishur organization walked out behind them, each holding a shotgun, the onlookers finally gasped in shock. How could this be? Lao San, who was unbelievably arrogant, ended up taking a tumble? Lao San listened to the murmurs outside, feeling bitter beyond measure. Clearly, it was an easy task, but it had turned into this situation. Where could he go to reason with this? Chapter 44. The matchmaker back at the transit station. The organization members expressed their gratitude to Shushing Bei one by one, although they wanted to ask how Shushing Bei had controlled the sea ants. In the end, they chose not to. Wang Jian looked at Shushing Bei with deep meaning, suggesting that if he was bored staying at the base, he could stay here in the future. Shushing Bei smiled and agreed. Fan Shiwu was even more grateful to Shushing Bei. If it weren't for Shushing Bei today, the organization's personnel here would have been caught in one fell swoop. This is yours. Fan Shiwu handed over 60 gold coins. Shushing Bei shook his head repeatedly. Take it. Your brother's life is worth it. If it weren't for your brother needing money to redeem people, I would give you all of it. Fan Shiwu's face showed more guilt. When Shushing Bei entered the base, Fan Shiwu didn't take him seriously at all. He didn't expect that it would be Shushing Bei who saved him today. Redeeming people? Can gold coins redeem people? Shak Sing by his Hach Diet. Does Fan Ji's family have someone inside? Fan Shiwu nodded. My brother. Before I joined the organization, I was injured once, and my brother sold himself into slavery to hire a doctor. Nielan's face flashed before Shushing Bei's eyes. Redeeming someone requires 60 gold coins? Shushing Bei asked eagerly. If that's the case, then I will accept the 60 coins. No, you have to negotiate the price, Fan Shiwu said. Does your family also have someone in the same situation as my brother? Yes. Unfortunately, I can't go redeem him. At least I can't appear. Shushing Bei said bitterly. He had killed 2 deputy managers and a warrior. Now he was probably desperately looking for him. Wanting to redeem someone was truly difficult. It seemed impossible for anyone to come forward for Shushing Bei. Thinking of this, Shushing Bei nodded in frustration. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, I'll find Fan Gu. Shushing Bei hesitated for a long time, but ultimately rejected the idea. It would be better to let someone from the organization take the lead. Perhaps it will be better. For example, Old Chow or Bien Wuxing. Nielan's brother was an outer member of the organization, and now he could use his own money to ask them to help redeem people, which would likely face much less resistance. Fan Shiwu didn't insist and patted Shushing Bei's shoulder. All right, if it's really difficult, find me. Let us go eat. During the meal, Shushing Bei was again collecting sea beast bones. Wang Jian immediately noticed Shushing Bei's intention and ordered the cafeteria to take out 2 large pieces of cooked beast meat. Handing them to Shushing Bei, don't use bones anymore. Thank you, Brother Wang. Shushing Bei smiled gratefully. Wang Jian patted Shushing Bei's shoulder hard. I'm really happy to be able to help. Shushing Bei sincerely said. How could the organization raise idle people? Being able to help this time was indeed unexpected. Old Chow nodded. I really didn't misjudge you. However, your troubles are coming next. A member of the organization can control sea ants, which is enough to attract too many forces. If Shushing Bei can control not only sea ants, but also sea beasts, then taking Shushing Bei along on the voyage in the sea will definitely provide more assurance. Old Chow's worries were precisely the reason Wang Jian invited Shushing Bei earlier. Just then, Wang Jian walked in from outside. Old Chow, Xing Bei, the matchmaker has sent someone to invite Xing Bei over. Are you going? Wang Jian said, his eyes showing more worry. The matchmaker has a transportation fleet. If they refuse the matchmaker, it would inevitably lead to animosity. And it would be much harder to get the matchmaker to take the organization's orders in the future. In other words, the matchmaker could refuse Wang Jian's request to meet, and Wang Jian couldn't refuse the matchmaker. On the long sea route, which owner of goods wouldn't want their cargo to be safe? Xing Bei, you decide for yourself, Old Chow said, looking obviously conflicted. Seeking someone out and being rejected is one thing, but now the opportunity is at the door. How can one not go? This was Shushing Bei's thought. Standing up with Shushing Bei, he said, then I'll go. Old Chow suddenly stood up, opened his arms, and hugged Shushing Bei. Everything comes first with life. Other things, like 2 tons of rice, are not important. Wang Jian looked stiffly and said proactively, Old Chow, I'll take him over. Okay, Old Chow readily agreed. But Shushing Bei could clearly see the worry in his eyes. Shushing Bei followed Wang Jian outside. In the darkness, a big man stood there, with a full beard and slightly curly yellow hair. Please, the man greeted and walked in front. Shushing Bei looked at the man's appearance and suddenly thought of Shalian, then recalled the book he had read about different races. Wang Jian and Shuxing Bei walked side by side, whispering once we get there, "Don't look into the matchmaker's eyes." Shuxing Bei felt puzzled and was about to ask something when Wang Jian glanced at the man in front and gently shushed him. Wang Jian looked very wary of the matchmaker, along with the bearded man in front. Shuxing Bei thought about what old Chow had said and connected it with Wang Jian's earlier actions. He couldn't be careless. The three of them walked in the darkness, two behind one, without saying a word. When they arrived at the dock, the bearded man called out to Shuxing Bei, "Follow me," ignoring Wang Jian. "Tell Hong Jie that he is my family," Wang Jian suddenly shouted loudly. In his voice was an unspeakable frustration and gloom. Shuxing Bei was increasingly certain that the matchmaker was not simple. Someone who could make Wang Jian so wary couldn't be an easy character. The bearded man led Shuxing Bei onto a cargo ship. The ship was lit up, and the sound of the engine mixed with the waves, making the night seem even quieter. Knocking on the cabin door, the bearded man respectfully said, "Hong Jie, the person is here." Following that, he pushed open the cabin door and motioned for Shuxing Bei to go in. Shuxing Bei stepped into the cabin, where the furnishings were simple, just a table and two chairs with a carpet on the floor, making no sound as he walked. There was no one in the cabin. Just as Shuxing Bei was puzzled, the cabin door was closed by the bearded man from the outside. Then a crisp voice came from inside the room. "Come in, my guest." Shuxing Bei guessed that it was the matchmaker inside. He steeled himself and walked towards the inner room. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman wearing a fur skirt standing there, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, with sapphire-like eyes, a fair face smiling sweetly, and her charming eyes scanning Shuxing Bei up and down. Shuxing Bei's eyes involuntarily glanced at the exposed waist of the bee-skin skirt, where there was a dazzling ivory white. The round navel was visible. "Please sit." The woman beckoned Shuxing Bei to sit down, then took out 2 teacups, added some tea leaves, filled them with water, poured 1 cup over to him, while she held the other cup. Shuxing Bei noticed she was barefoot, and on her pure white feet, each toe was painted with red oil, which was particularly prominent under the light. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Chow Lizi, and people outside call me the Red Maiden. What about you?" Chow Lizi greeted Shuxing Bei, sitting down opposite him, crossing her legs. The short bee-skin skirt had shrunk to the root of her legs, making her look increasingly alluring. Shuxing Bei. Shuxing Bei's heart raced. No matter how mature he seemed, he was still a teenager. No matter how harsh life was, he was still in his youth. "I heard you can command sea ants. People are very curious. Can you tell me about it?" Chow Lizi spoke like the sound of water droplets falling from the eaves, tinkling. She casually pushed her gray short coat aside, and her voluptuous figure was impossible to hide. Shuxing Bei's gaze flickered, no longer looking directly at Chow Lizi, and he nodded slightly. "Yes. What is the method of commanding them?" Chow Lizi leaned in closer, and Shuxing Bei could smell a fresh, herbal fragrance coming from her. Chow Lizi chuckled. "Is that so? Little brother, I want to hear it. You can't make up stories. What I say is all true." Shuxing Bei naturally couldn't reveal that he could communicate with sea ants. Not to mention Chow Lizi, he wouldn't even tell people in the organization. Some things could be guessed by others, but he would never disclose the truth. That was his trump card, the trump card he had in this ruthless apocalypse. "Is that so?" Chow Lizi raised an eyebrow. "Have a sip of tea." She picked up her cup and took a sip. Shuxing Bei pointed at her cup. "I'll drink from your cup." Chow Lizi looked at Shuxing Bei in surprise, seemingly astonished by the caution befitting someone of his age. She handed over her cup, and Shuxing Bei carefully took a sip. The tea had a fragrant taste, lingering on the palate. "Little brother, didn't anyone tell you this is called an indirect kiss?" Chow Lizi laughed again. Shuxing Bei shook his hand, trying to calm his racing heart, and placed the teacup on the small wooden table in the center. "Tell me the story of how you fed the sea ants." Chow Lizi's voice became softer. The room seemed to fill with a fragrant mist, becoming increasingly thick. Shuxing Bei's heartbeat slowed, and his eyelids grew heavier. "You didn't feed the sea ants, you understand their language, and can communicate with them, right?" The questioning voice was no longer crisp, but soft and sticky. "Yes, yes." Chapter 45. Breaking free. Chow Lizi's questions grew more frequent, and Shuxing Bei fell deeper into a trance. He seemed oblivious to his situation, at this moment. Even if Xiao Lizi asked him to jump into the sea, he would do so without hesitation. A smile curved on Xiao Lizi's lips. What a stubborn little guy, surviving alone in the boathouse area at 15 and even offending the organization. Wait, he was trying to redeem a woman named Nielan. Xiao Lizi asked about Nielan's identity and learned that Xu Xingbei had joined an organization called Jishur. The Illuminati was the external name for the Jishur organization. So that's how it is. Xiao Lizi's faction was also a formidable force, and she naturally wouldn't think much of the Jishur organization. On this island, aside from the forces, there seemed to be no other faction that could make Xiao Lizi wary. 99, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up. Just as Xiao Lizi fell into thought, a consciousness transmitted into Xu Xingbei's mind. It's 17. How did 17 come? Xu Xingbei immediately awakened. Not good. He had fallen into Xiao Lizi's trap. No wonder it was said that Xiao Lizi wanted to see him. Old Xiao had a serious expression and told him to prioritize his life above all else. It turned out Old Xiao also knew how terrifying Xiao Lizi was. And there was Wang Jian, who directly said that Xu Xingbei was his family, making the intent to protect unmistakable. From now on, you will follow me, Xiao Lizi said softly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Xu Xingbei could summon the dagger whale, have the poison frogs guard him, and now, with the sea ants, Xiao Lizi was increasingly optimistic about him. Having such talent under her command undoubtedly increased her power. After 17 awakened Xu Xingbei, his mind became clear. Originally, Xu Xingbei's determination was unmatched by his peers. Even old Xiao, who had gone through many hardships, couldn't match his level of resolve. What virtue or ability do you have that makes me follow you? Xu Xingbei was about to mock her when he suddenly changed his mind, deciding to take the opportunity to clarify the identity of Mo Laodiao, who transported rice, and where he had gone now. All right, but the Illuminati has treated me well, and I haven't completed this mission yet, Xu Xingbei replied, pretending to be muddled. Huh? Xiao Lizi immediately sensed something was off. Xu Xingbei had underestimated Xiao Lizi's abilities. His fleeting hesitation had already been noticed by her. Xu Xingbei's consciousness had surprisingly slipped out of his control. Stop pretending. Speak. Is it submission or death? Once Xiao Lizi thought of this, she immediately turned hostile. She shifted her body and pulled out a shotgun from behind her. Xu Xingbei quietly watched Xiao Lizi. This woman no longer had any semblance of a courtesan. Her brow was furrowed, hands gripping the gun, her eyes filled with an unspoken killing intent. Did the seduction fail, and now you're turning hostile? A cold smile appeared on Xu Xingbei's lips. Since you think I'm useful to you, why don't you persuade me a bit? Xiao Lizi looked coldly at Xu Xingbei, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation at the slightest movement from him. On the waterways, she was used to a life of life-and-death struggles. How many people had just been laughing and joking? Yet when it came to fighting, they would act without warning, without any signs. Many had died at Xu Xingbei's hands. She wouldn't flip her own boat in the gutter. You think I would easily believe you just because you can escape my psychological tricks? Xiao Lizi retorted. If that's the case, even if I submit, would you believe me? The situation was now extremely urgent. With no room for carelessness, he could die here today. Xu Xingbei had no choice but to gamble, hoping that 17 could help him again. Then you don't need to worry. Let me tell you. I have at least 10 ways to make you obedient, Xiao Lizi said, her face showing satisfaction. Oh, Xu Xingbei raised his eyebrows. Look at your instep, and then speak. Xiao Lizi was taken aback, looked down, and then screamed. Ah? Her shrill voice was extremely piercing, startling even Xu Xingbei. Unbeknownst to Wen, sea ants had crawled all over the tops of Xiao Lizi's feet. Though each sea ant was small, less than a centimeter, they lay there, their long antennae quivering, reminding Xiao Lizi that they could bite her at any moment. You don't even think about shooting. Xiao Lizi was so frightened she didn't dare to move. She had seen many huge sea beasts and had hunted many, but such small sea ants terrified her immensely. It was like how many girls love to keep dogs and cats, but a single mouse could make them scream for a long time. Put down the gun. Let's have a good talk. Xu Xingbei took the initiative, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. All right, just don't let them move. Xiao Lizi stammered, her lips trembling. Shu Xingbei willed the sea ants to crawl away from Qiao Lizi's feet. The fuzzy legs of the ants brushed over Qiao Lizi's instep, making her heart tremble. After the sea ants retreated, there's a knock at the door from outside. Hong Jia, what's going on? It's nothing. Everyone, step back. Qiao Lizi, having regained her composure, put down the gun and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The reason for bringing Shuxingbai onto the ship is that she also worries that he might secretly be hiding sea ants. Unexpectedly, despite all her calculations, this guy still managed to bring the sea ants aboard. First, she feigned indifference to see what he had to say. What do you want to talk about? Hong Yangzi stood up and asked. At this moment, her expression was indifferent, carrying a lofty demeanor, like a queen who speaks with authority. Shuxingbai didn't have time to lament the fickleness of women. He was still communicating with 17. After he asked all the questions he wanted to know, he still needed to retreat safely, so he had to be well prepared in advance. Shuxingbai looked at her and also confirmed the departure time of the ship with Old Meow, committing it to memory. Is Old Meow a fake name? Was there never such a ship owner before? Shuxingbai asked again. He has been running this route for 2 years. Whether he uses his real name or not, it's none of my business, Hong Yangzi replied, somewhat impatiently. Fine, let us leave it at that. Farewell. Shuxingbai stood up, opened the cabin door and walked out. In the darkness, his steps were not slow. Stop him, a voice came from behind him. It was Hong Yangzi speaking. If Shuxingbai thought he could walk out of her ship unscathed, then she, Hong Yangzi, would have wasted her reputation. A burly man jumped out of the darkness. He stood coldly in front of Shuxingbai, his towering physique making anyone feel intimidated at first glance. The man blocked the way at the ship's edge, firmly obstructing the exit. If Shuxingbai wanted to pass, he had to get past this man. Stay here, the big man extended his large hand like a fan, trying to grab Shuxingbai by the neck. A punch was thrown, followed by another. In just over 10 seconds, Shuxingbai had thrown 7 punches in succession. The force of his punches struck the burly man's abdomen heavily, causing him to groan in pain, doubling over while clutching his stomach. Shuxingbai took the opportunity to push him, and the man, enduring the pain, tried his best to block Shuxingbai's hand. But Shuxingbai had already seized his arm and pushed him forward. With a splash, the burly man fell overboard into the sea. Waves? No, not just waves. A voice in the shadows said in panic. The deck was now filled with people, each holding shotguns, coldly aimed at Shuxingbai as he walked forward. Stay here, the leader said coldly. Shuxingbai, it's better not to struggle. Submit to me willingly. You can't expect to dominate the sea with just a few ants, can you? A mocking voice came from behind Shuxingbai. Without a doubt, it was Hong Yangzi Qiao Lizi. A smile crept across Shuxingbai's face. Fortunately, he had communicated with 17 in advance. Otherwise, he truly feared he would not escape this night. Hong Yangzi, I advise you to stop here and let us remain friends. If you persist, I'm not afraid of a fight to the death, Shuxingbai shouted decisively. Really? You think ants can lead to a fight to the death? Hong Yangzi came closer, now standing right behind Shuxingbai. She was sure there were no sea ants left on her. Instinctively, Hong Yangzi took a step back. She was genuinely scared of the sea ants. Turning her head, she was stunned. What was this on her shoulder? Had a bird landed on her shoulder? No, it was not a bird. Bathed in the light emanating from the cabin, Hong Yangzi saw that it was also a sea ant. My God, when did such a large sea ant appear? It was over half a foot long and even had a pair of wings. If it weren't for the 2 antennae on its flat forehead, Hong Yangzi wouldn't have believed it was also a sea ant. Now, she didn't dare to move. No matter how tough she was, the shotgun couldn't reach her shoulder, could it? And even if it could, what good would it do? Did she want to harm herself? Can I leave now? Shuxingbai asked. Let him go. If you want to be friends, then let the sea ant go, Hong Yangzi said through gritted teeth, her words coming out one by one as if forced through clenched teeth. Once I leave, it will naturally let you go, Shuxingbai said calmly as he took large strides away. Chapter 46. Disguised after Shuxingbai walked far away. The sea ant on Hong Yangzi's shoulder flapped its wings and flew up. Having suffered a loss, Hong Yangzi was unwilling to let it fly away. Even if it attracted more sea ants, she didn't care at this moment. She raised her gun and fired a shot at the sea ant. The shotgun, also known as a scattergun, has no rifling and when fired, it makes a thunderous sound. Hong Yangzi thought this shot would definitely hit the flying sea ant, but unexpectedly. As the sea ant flew upwards, it suddenly folded its wings and dropped vertically into the sea. Following that, in the limited light, Hong Yangzi clearly saw it float on the surface of the water, its legs paddling rapidly, and it soon vanished from her sight. Unable to vent her pent-up anger, she angrily fired another shot into the air. Sister Hong, the people on the deck clearly knew that Hong Yangzi was furious and called out to her. What are you shouting for? Search for me. Search the whole ship. See if there are any damned sea ants left. Hong Yangzi shouted hysterically. The people hurriedly turned on their headlamps and began searching everywhere. Soon, one after another, they came back to report, Sister Hong, there are none on the deck. Sister Hong, we searched the cabins upstairs, and there's nothing. Sister Hong, we've searched all the cabins downstairs, and there's nothing. Nothing, huh? Hong Yangzi gradually calmed down, realizing how formidable he was. He could evade my psychological tricks and had this trick up his sleeve. Be friends? Fine. Let us see what other abilities you have. If you truly want to be friends, it's not impossible. The burly man who had been pushed into the water by Shuxingbai had cleaned himself up and changed clothes, looking dejected as he approached Hong Yangzi. Sister Hong, I'm sorry. I was useless. Hong Yangzi was silent for a moment. It's not your fault. That guy has a set of skills. Although it was getting late, Shuxingbai couldn't care less. No. Shuxingbai could sense Wang Jian's concern and felt a wave of emotion. Let us go see old Chow. He just left, Wang Jian said. The two quickly arrived at old Chow's residence. Old Chow hadn't gone to bed yet. When he saw Shuxingbai enter with Wang Jian, he was momentarily stunned, then quietly asked, Are you here to say goodbye? Goodbye? Shuxingbai was taken aback, thinking of Hong Yangzi's words, and he smiled. Old Chow thinks I've been subdued by Hong Yangzi? Are you saying you haven tea? Old Chow suddenly became excited. No, that's great, that's great. Wang Jian and I've been worried about you. It's good if you haven tea. It's good if you haven tea. Let me tell you what happened when I saw Hong Yangzi. Shuxingbai had witnessed the terror of Hong Yangzi's psychological tricks. After some thought, he guessed that old Chow must also know about Hong Yangzi's abilities. Since that's the case, it's better to clear up the doubts early to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. You mean the sea ants woke you from your stupor? And the reason these sea ants followed you is that they were worried there would be no beast meat to eat later? Old Chow and Wang Jian listened, increasingly perplexed. Yes, Shuxingbai felt as if he were dreaming. This time, he had truly almost fallen into Hong Yangzi's hands. Unexpectedly, 17 thought that Jujio had followed him to the dock, believing that Jujio was about to leave. So not only did he gather the nearby sea ants, but even the fourth brother was contacted and called over as well. If 17 knew that there was no number 99 sea ant at all, would he turn against him? Shuxingbai didn't know. Hong Yangzi let you go, and we didn't stop you. Even without Hong Yangzi, other forces would be looking for you. Kid, you've made quite a name for yourself. Trouble is not small, old Chow sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, the patrol team is also watching you. Only Hong Yangzi can temporarily keep these forces in check. So, what happens next? Shuxingbai hadn't thought that far ahead. Now, hearing old Chow's words, he couldn't help but start to worry about his situation. Not becoming Hong Yangzi's subordinate is already a stroke of luck. As for what to do next, anyway, don't fall out with Hong Yangzi. Even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't turn against her. Lao Gao Zipli. Our Jishur organization has always sought balance and development among the major forces. Of course, I don't want to fall out with Hong Yangzi, but that's not entirely up to me, Xu Xingbei said with a bitter smile. Wang Jian shook his head. Xingbei, you're overthinking it. Since you managed to retreat unscathed from Hong Yangzi, she won't harbor any further intentions. Even if she wanted to act, it would be when you're in a dangerous situation. We are all people who tie our lives to our belts, who would go all out because of a moment of conflict. The Longhu gang has taken a hit today, and we are only asking for compensation. If we had fallen into the hands of the Longhu gang today, the result would be the same, just giving up some interests. As long as there's no complete extermination, we can continue to cooperate when needed in the future. There won't be a situation of no return. Hearing Wang Jian's explanation, Xu Xingbei finally felt more at ease. He had originally thought that if Hong Yangzi insisted on pursuing him, he would immediately run away tonight. Wang Jian was also at a loss, rubbing his hands continuously. If it were one force, it would be fine. The organization has significant power here and could easily resist. But the complexities of the forces on the island are too many, each one coveting, which is indeed a headache. Wang Jian, you should go rest early. Xingbei, stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lao Chao's expression changed unpredictably, as if he had made a decision. Wang Jian left. Lao Chao looked at Xu Xingbei with piercing eyes. Are you interested in becoming an intelligence officer for the organization? What intelligence officer? Xu Xingbei was taken aback. The small booklet given by Gu Pan didn't mention anything about an intelligence department. Intelligence officers are responsible for collecting information from various places and forces. You need to know how to gather, record, and classify it. Of course, you also need to have strong adaptability. Once you join, you'll be constantly on the move, basically living on the sea, Lao Chao said, unable to continue. Xu Xingbei was too young. Could he handle drifting around at such an age? Xu Xingbei suddenly asked. Old Chao, the library department is the intelligence department, right? Lao Chao was first startled, then nodded. Since I've already joined the intelligence department, is there still a need to ask for my opinion? Xu Xingbei was speechless. At this point, was there still room for him to choose? These guise technique? Back in his room, Xu Xingbei opened the small booklet. Like the books in the organization, it was also a notebook with facial and body transformation technique written on the title page. Xu Xingbei flipped through the pages, gradually becoming engrossed. Facial transformation can not only be achieved by applying specially made skin, but also through changes in skeletal structure and facial muscles. The book didn't mention how to make the special skin. It focused on changes in facial muscles and skeletal training. In other words, the flexibility of the entire body's bones can also be changed through practice. A slender body can be transformed into a bulky one, but the difficulty lies in how to stabilize the bones after stretching. Xu Xingbei memorized the content and began practicing, not knowing how difficult it was until he experienced it himself. Xu Xingbei practiced and practiced, working up a sweat, but couldn't find the trick. Remembering Lao Chao's words about there being nothing difficult, he even began to doubt his own comprehension. Lao Chao's words clearly meant that the disguise technique wasn't hard and that one could quickly get the hang of it. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Xingbei felt pain in the muscles of his face from pulling, but his face remained unchanged. No, still no good. Training the bones requires strength. Relying on his own pulling was just an external force acting on the bones, which wouldn't achieve results. But what if the bones could generate stretching power on their own? Unbeknownst to him, Xu Xingbei began to apply the natural power he had honed to the disguise technique. First, the bones of his face changed, but the duration wasn't long enough. It reverted to its original state in less than 10 minutes. The body's bones were also successfully stretched, but the duration was even shorter, lasting at most 3 minutes. By the time dawn broke, Xu Xingbei finally managed to maintain the changes in his facial bones for about 20 minutes, while the duration for the bone changes remained around 3 minutes. Xu Xingbei hurriedly washed up and then ran to find Lao Chao. Lao Chao opened the door and looked at Xu Xingbei in confusion. You're here to find me? Xu Xingbei nodded. For matters on the transit station. You should go find your boss Wang. No need to look for me, Lao Chao said, a bit displeased. Xu Xingbei suddenly chuckled. You are, Xingbei? Lao Chao looked him over several times before finally asking hesitantly. It's me. Old Chao, didn't you say to come find you if there was something I didn't understand? I want to ask how to increase the duration of the bone changes, Xu Xingbei asked eagerly. Chapter 47. Pursuit. Lao Chao stared at Xu Xingbei in astonishment. He didn't know what to say. When he handed the book to Xu Xingbei last night, his intention was that if there was anything in the book Xu Xingbei didn't understand, he could come and ask him. Who would have thought that Xu Xingbei was already capable of changing his face and even altering his skeletal structure? How long had it been? From midnight to dawn. 7 hours, right? In just 7 hours, he had mastered the incredibly difficult disguise technique. How long did it take him to learn? Was it 2 years or 2.5? Since Lao Chao took charge of the intelligence department, he had accepted at least 15 intelligence officers. They had all learned the disguise technique, and the fastest among them took 1 year and 10 months. At that time, Lao Chao praised that intelligence officer as having an extraordinary comprehension ability. Now, looking at Xu Xingbei, Lao Chao's mouth trembled. That extraordinary intelligence officer probably couldn't even compare to a speck of dust in front of Xu Xingbei. I'll teach you, no. I'll discuss with you. Lao Chao couldn't bring himself to say he would teach Xu Xingbei. He didn't even feel qualified to discuss it. Under Lao Chao's guidance, Xu Xingbei spent several more hours and finally managed to stabilize the changes in his body after altering his bones. But it still couldn't last for an hour and a half. Fortunately, the facial changes could last for about an hour. Lao Chao looked at the still unsatisfied Xu Xingbei and didn't know what to say. With such an extraordinary potential, he was still not satisfied? Would the others who learned the disguise technique have the face to stand in front of him? Lao Cao Fao Mbazat. But he still had to maintain his image in front of Xu Xingbei. Of course, he couldn't express his true feelings. Take your time. Lao Chao pretended to speak earnestly, his old face feeling hot as he said it. Where are you going? Xu Xingbei, no longer practicing the disguise technique, asked Lao Chao in surprise. I'm going to Mi Island with Fan Xiuwu. Wang Jian has contacted the cargo ship over there, and we will leave after lunch. You've already helped a lot by finding out about Mo Lao Diao's situation, Lao Chao replied. Lao Chao reminded him that he originally planned to take Fan Xiuwu and Xu Xingbei to Mi Island together. Now that Xu Xingbei had shown the ability to control sea ants, too many forces were eyeing him, so he couldn't take Xu Xingbei with him anymore. Lao Chao could even estimate how many pairs of eyes would be watching them once he and Fan Xiuwu boarded that cargo ship. Now that Xu Xingbei could initially disguise himself, he could leave Chongqing Island confidently. As they spoke, Lao Chao transformed his appearance. He pursed his lips, casually put on a hat, and hunched his back, looking no longer like an old man, but a genuine old lady. Xu Xingbei couldn't help but be amazed. Let's go eat. I've been bothered by you all morning, and I haven't even had breakfast, Lao Chao said, his voice changed, trembling, sounding entirely like a woman. Xu Xingbei was first stunned, then reacted with a grin. Yes, Grandma. Let's go, if you keep bothering me. Be careful that Grandma hits you with her dragon-headed cane. Lao Chao coughed twice. I have to say, old Chao's portrayal of the old lady is truly vivid. The flow of people outside the transit station has noticeably increased. Wang Jian sees this and becomes even more worried. It is really unsuitable for Xu Xingbei to stay on the island any longer. Those people undoubtedly come from various factions, and once Xu Xingbei goes out, he will inevitably be coerced by them, just like the matchmaker last night. However, those factions are not as reckless as the matchmaker. Let's go, I'll see you off. Wang Jian urged Xu Xingbei after he finished feeding the sea ants. No need, Brother Wang. I'll leave by boat. Even if someone notices, there won't be too many following me. If you come with me, it will attract attention. Xu Xingbei refused without hesitation. Wang Jian could certainly understand this. He was just concerned about Xu Xingbei. The strength of the transit station could protect him while on the island, but this protection would only be valid there. Once Xu Xingbei leaves the island, he doesn't know how many pursuers will come after him. Xu Xingbei, however, is not in a hurry. He has initially mastered the art of disguise, changing his shape and appearance. So leaving Chongqing Island is not difficult. Even if there are pursuers, they will not easily use force, as they cannot be certain he is the one who can command the sea ants. But he still needs to plan. This trip to Chongqing Island has been very rewarding for Xu Xingbei. Not to mention anything else. Just the 60 gold coins from Fan Xiuwu are enough to make him excited. Before this, Xu Xingbei thought that the only things that could be exchanged in this world were food and water. Gold coins are something that not many people know about in the boathouse area, and those who can possess them are even rarer. Coupled with the disguise technique given by old Chao and the ability to communicate with the sea ants, it has made Xu Xingbei incredibly surprised and delighted. The only one who almost caused him to stumble was the matchmaker Qiao Lizi. This woman is too wicked. Xu Xingbei doesn't have much experience dealing with women. Apart from the 2 female deputy managers who posted tasks in the boathouse area, there's also Nyelon. One could say that Qiao Lizi, dressed so boldly and revealingly, made Xu Xingbei flustered, which is how he fell into her trap. If he encounters Qiao Lizi again, he still does not have complete confidence in confronting her. Bringing the sea ants along? It is not impossible to hunt some sea beast meat in the vast ocean. Besides, there is already food on the boat. With this in mind, Shu Xingbei made up his mind. He opened his consciousness and communicated with 17. No problem. As long as there's food, I'll go with your good friend. 17's answer made Shu Xingbei particularly happy. With a group of sea ants led by 17. If he really were to be surrounded at sea, he wouldn't be defenseless and could fight back. With the sea ants, Shu Xingbei finally felt a bit more at ease. Once his mood settled, he took out the 60 gold coins Fan Shuwu had given him from his pocket, laying them out one by one on the table. The surface glimmering yellow. Shu Xingbei pressed his face against them, feeling the chill that the coins brought. The youthful nature of the boy was fully displayed at this moment. He had helped Fan Shuwu immensely. Without the assistance of the sea ants, Fan Shuwu and Wang Jian's group would have been captured by the Longhu gang. Not to mention the lucrative interest that the organization at the transit station would have had to give up. Fan Shuwu wouldn't have a single coin left in his pocket. Shu Xingbei felt justified in taking these coins. The only thing unclear to him was the purchasing power of the coins. He also didn't know what gold coins could buy. He needed to ask Wang Jian before leaving. Although he was reluctant to spend these coins, intending to use them to redeem Yelan. Understanding the utility of the coins would prevent wastage if he were to acquire more in the future. Upon hearing Shu Xingbei's question, Wang Jian, of course, answered truthfully. You came from the boathouse area, right? The exploitation there is too severe. The residents in the boathouse area have a bit of freedom, but in other respects, they're no different from slaves. Rice is a good thing, right? 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 30 pounds of rice. A merchant ship making a trip to the rice island to transport 500 tons of goods only earns 100 gold coins. Shu Xingbei gasped. Is the value of gold coins that high? Although he had never been to the rice island, Shu Xingbei knew the distance between the rice island and Chongqing Island. It takes more than 20 days for a boat to get from the rice island to Chongqing Island. Merchant ships are even slower than the large boats. Transporting 500 tons of goods would require dozens of sailors, and there would need to be warriors to protect the ship, right? After deducting fuel and food expenses along the way, how many gold coins would be left? How much could each person get? At 3 in the afternoon, Shu Xingbei bid farewell to the transit station personnel, called the Captain Old Shun and a group of sailors, and left Chongqing Island. The transit station personnel had a good impression of Shu Xingbei. After all, he had turned the situation around and rescued them from the Longhu gang. Everyone wanted to keep Shu Xingbei, but due to the situation, they could only wish him safe travels. Survival at sea is extremely difficult. Many people live day by day. There are countless who live with no tomorrow, scheming against each other for food and drink, pretending to be brothers while seizing any opportunity to turn against one another. It can be said that the people in the Jishur organization genuinely care for each other. Shu Xingbei could certainly sense all of this. His perception of the outside world was becoming clearer. He could feel who had hostility towards him and who posed a threat without needing anyone to remind him. Because Shu Xingbei insisted on not letting anyone see him off, no one forced the issue. At the moment he stepped out, Shu Xingbei changed his facial features and stretched his bones, transforming into a stocky man with a square face. The sea ants, under Shu Xingbei's guidance, rushed ahead. Although the island was land, the sea ants moved quickly, heading towards the dock without anyone noticing. Otherwise, with these sea ants, the people monitoring the area outside would have been able to detect something unusual. No target in the crowd. The key figures of various factions were all distracted. What about the matchmaker's boat? Is there anything unusual? Someone asked. They were tidying up in the morning and are probably going to set sail today. There are reports from the subordinates. The leaders of the various factions immediately linked this to something. Chase. Send the speedboats. Chase. Those quick to react immediately issued orders. If Shu Xingbei left in the morning, it would explain why there had been no movement from the matchmaker's boat until now. As for Old Chow and Fan Shuwu, they had long been ignored by the various factions. Shu Xingbei's abilities were too strange. If he could command the sea ants, could he also command sea beasts? Could he avoid encountering fish tides by knowing in advance? Capturing Shu Xingbei alive at the lowest cost was not only the matchmaker's idea, but also that of the various factions. Now it was a race to see who could act faster. Chapter 48. A knife in someone else's hands, Old Shun on the boat clearly realized the urgency of the situation. but he had experienced many storms and was steady on his feet as he led the sailors aboard. Once Xu Xingbei boarded the ship, the sailors swiftly weighed anchor, gathered the dinghy, and the boat started up, sailing away from the dock with its sails raised. The matchmaker received a report from her subordinates, brushed back her golden bangs, and quickly left the cabin, heading to the deck of the boat, using binoculars to observe Xu Xingbei and Old Chen's group. Not that kid, the matchmaker said as she put down the binoculars. Xu Xingbei looked at the sea ants that had boarded the ship before him and felt a sense of relief. Just then, a gnawing pain surged in his abdomen, nearly taking his life. Xu Xingbei used all his strength to suppress it. At that moment, his steps were light, as if he were walking on clouds, without any sense of pressure. Old Chen was in the cockpit, and the sailors were each performing their duties. No one noticed Xu Xingbei's abnormality. Xu Xingbei suddenly knelt on the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. If someone were nearby, they would certainly see him trembling like someone having a seizure. What is happening? Am I poisoned? Father, mother, I'm coming down to be with you now. Xu Xingbei collapsed onto the deck, the cold sea breeze slicing against his face like a knife. It was another kind of pain, but this pain was much more bearable than the one in his abdomen. Fortunately, this pain brought Xu Xingbei back from the brink of collapse. He slowly leaned against the wooden edge of the cabin door, gradually propping himself up. The altered face and bones from the disguise had long reverted to their original state. It was this sight that caused Hong Yangzi's expression to change dramatically. Chase, it's that kid. He almost got away. Hong Yangzi immediately ordered the ship to set sail. Nearby, more than a dozen speedboats were filled with people secretly observing Hong Yangzi. If she didn't act, they wouldn't easily mobilize. Once Hong Yangzi's ship set sail, it sent a signal to the various factions. Chase, the crazy woman has moved. That kid must be on the boat ahead. All factions reacted immediately, trying to capture him before the crazy woman could. One speedboat after another revved up, creating high waves that crashed heavily against the dock. In an instant, everyone on the cargo ship docked nearby turned pale. What was going on? This scene was clearly visible to Hong Yangzi. A fierce look flashed across her beautiful face. Competing for people with me? Full speed ahead. Shout out to those guys. Tell them if they don't get out of the way, I'll let them taste the bullets. Following Hong Yangzi's command, her ship's speed immediately increased several times, the high bow cutting through the dark sea like a giant blade, with water churning on both sides like two playful dragons entwined around the ship. Jujio, what's wrong with you? 17, who was on the roof of the cabin not far from Xu Xingbei, anxiously sent a message to him. I'm fine. Xu Xingbei forced himself to endure the pain and communicated with 17. It's my friend. He might be poisoned. Poisoned? We have poison on us. Maybe we can suppress the poison in him. Why don't you try biting him? 17 replied. Bite? How can I bite? Xu Xingbei sighed helplessly. He couldn't exactly tell 17 that he wasn't Jujio, but rather a good friend of Jujio. Could he? Suddenly, Xu Xingbei's eyes lit up. Right? The sea ant has poison too. Since he might not survive like this, it would be better to use poison to counterpoison. With that thought, Xu Xingbei hesitated again. God knows if the sea ant bites him, whether he would survive. Maybe he wasn't poisoned at all. Who wants to die if they can live? People always yearn for survival. Otherwise, the people in the ship's residential area would have died long ago. Not to mention those slaves. Only when people are on the brink of death do they truly understand the preciousness of life. While Xu Xingbei was hesitating, he heard shouts from behind him. The speedboats in front, listen up. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Turning his head, Xu Xingbei saw speedboats racing towards him. Behind the speedboats was a tall ship. The speed of that ship far exceeded theirs. At this rate, it would catch up in no more than half an hour. The speedboats were even closer. The nearest one was at most a mile away. On the deck of the pursuing ship stood a woman in leather, looking valiant, holding a telescope. The shouting came from that ship. It was Hong Yangzi. She really wouldn't let go. Just as Xu Xingbei felt anxious, more than a dozen men appeared on the sides of the pursuing ship, each holding a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Those men decisively opened fire at the speedboats. Blood splattered as the driver of one speedboat had his head turned into a sieve. The speedboat lost control, shot up into the air, flipped over, and crashed into the sea with a loud bang. As this side ended, another speedboat shot up into the sky. A long scream trailed off, producing a series of trembling sounds. Hong Yangzi, are you crazy? You mad woman. Another speedboat was hit. The severely injured man flew into the air along with the boat, unable to refrain from cursing. The answer to him was the loud crash as the speedboat hit the water. The man who had just been shocked and roaring found himself spitting blood, and his body floated on the sea in no time. Retreat, we retreat. The remaining speedboats were terrified by such a crazy woman, their souls frightened out of them. You must know that in the sea, the shotgun is mostly used for intimidation. No one wants to shoot easily. What they shoot out isn't just bullets, it's gold coins. Taking advantage of the chaos behind him, Xu Xingbei made his final choice. Given this woman's madness, falling into her hands would not end well. If the sea ant could indeed cure his poison, it meant he still had a glimmer of hope. If it couldn't, then the sea would be his burial place. 17. Help my friend. I don't have enough toxins in my body. Xu Xingbei sent a message to the sea ant. You're really useless, 17 replied disdainfully. The half-foot-long 17 crawled onto Xu Xingbei's foot, asking, where should I bite your friend? 17 sent another message to Xu Xingbei. Where to bite? Where is it okay to be bitten? Leg? No, he still needs to walk. Hand? No, that's too far from the pain, and if his hand is ruined, he would still be at the mercy of others in the future. Injuries in the sea are deadly, not to mention becoming disabled without a hand. Using poison to counter poison, he should bite the belly. 17 opened its mouth, the slime stretching open, clearly showing a big gash. Looking at the green ant body, the bulging parts on the head and tail were clearly two small balls, which made Xu Xingbei feel bitter. Even through his clothes, he could feel the pain from his abdomen. As 17 injected toxins into Xu Xingbei's body, he was horrified to see the green color gradually fading from the small ball-like parts behind 17. When your friend is better, I want to eat more. 17 clearly weakened. I can't protect him. Let 4 help him. Thank you. As Xu Xingbei conveyed his gratitude, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Can he still live? With so many toxins, even a whale would likely be poisoned to death. Suddenly, a warmth surged from Xu Xingbei's abdomen, gradually alleviating the gnawing pain. He didn't know if it was suppressed or if he had become numb to the pain. The ship in front stopped. Hong Yangzi's ship finally caught up. Old Chen ran over from the front cabin. Mr. Xu, we can't outrun her. The pain was still there, but Xu Xingbei could already stand straight. It's okay. I've got this. Old Chen looked at Xu Xingbei with doubt. To be honest, he really didn't dare to believe Xu Xingbei. Although Old Chen had heard that Xu Xingbei could command sea ants and even made the third from the Longhu gang take a tumble, that was just hearsay. Hong Yangzi's infamous reputation, however, was far above that of the third. You go to the cockpit and reduce the ship's speed. When the two ships get close, put down the plank and let her come over, Xu Xingbei instructed. Old Chen could only comply. He was merely an outer member of the Jishir organization. In terms of status, Xu Xingbei was above him. The two ships drew close together, and Hong Yangzi looked at the plank that had been put down, her lips curling slightly. I said, you're quite sensible. Today's Hong Yangzi's outfit was noticeably different from last night. She wore a complete set of black leather clothing, black leather boots on her feet, dressed entirely in black. The only exception was her collar, which was open to reveal a hint of white. Her golden hair was styled into a bun, but a few strands were still left floating in front of her forehead. Behind her stood about 10 burly men, each holding guns, with heights nearing 2 meters and fierce expressions on their faces. Despite it being the dead of winter, they were still bare-chested, their leather boots creaking on the deck. Sensible? Xu Xingbei reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This scene only made Hong Yangzi sneer even more. She didn't know that the sweat was due to Xu Xingbei's stomach pain. I was able to leave last night. Do you think I would be afraid of leaving today? The pain in Xu Xingbei's abdomen had vanished. Although he couldn't be sure if he was truly better, he was momentarily fearless. Xu Xingbei, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. To be honest, following me only brings you endless benefits. I also admire your abilities and wouldn't want to destroy you. However, don't think that I won't give the order to shoot, Hong Yangzi said, staring intently at Xu Xingbei. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was like fish on the chopping block. Chapter 49. Entangled Xu Xingbei had stumbled in front of Hong Yangzi for a simple reason. A hot-blooded young man encountering a mature woman skilled in seduction. Anyone who claims they can withstand it is likely just boasting, though other reasons could exist, such as having practiced the Sunflower Manual. Even Wang Jian and Old Chow were extremely wary of Hong Yangzi. Old Chow was at least a decade older than Xu Xingbei. However, one cannot easily step into the same river twice, and Xu Xingbei certainly wouldn't stumble twice with the same woman. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was remarkably calm. "Thank you, Sister Qiao, for your appreciation. I'm just sorry that my blessings are shallow." Before Hong Yangzi could say anything, a burly man behind her sneered. "You think you can act all high and mighty just because we're giving you face?" Xu Xingbei glanced coldly at the man. "Don't think that just because you have a gun in your hand, you can do as you please. To be honest, if I wanted you dead, it would just take a minute." When the big man spoke, Hong Yangzi did not intervene. Xu Xingbei always gave her an air of confidence. Was it just a bluff? Or was there something more? She had considered that Xu Xingbei's backing was the sea ants, but now the boat had sailed hundreds of miles from the dock, and her subordinates hadn't seen any sea ants accompanying Xu Xingbei onto the boat. If Xu Xingbei was bluffing, Hong Yangzi didn't believe it. How much experience could a young man have? Although she had learned through psychological methods about Xu Xingbei's past, she fundamentally believed that he was just a young man with a quick temper. Hong Yangzi observed Xu Xingbei's expression carefully. The moment he showed even a hint of worry, she would immediately order him captured. But Xu Xingbei spoke before Hong Yangzi could. "If you don't believe me, take a look at the backs of your hands." The big man sneered repeatedly, too lazy to pay attention to Xu Xingbei's words. What were the 10 or so men waiting for? They weren't waiting to waste words with Xu Xingbei. They were waiting for Hong Yangzi's command. He didn't look at his own hands, but Hong Yangzi did take a glance. Upon seeing this, her expression froze. There were indeed sea ants on the backs of that man's hands, one on each hand. "Xu Xingbei, don't be impulsive. Let us talk." Hong Yangzi, as Old Chow had said, was able to take and let go. Sometimes, intimidation is more effective than confrontation. Xu Xingbei couldn't possibly be a match for more than a dozen big men. The reason he could stand against Hong Yangzi now was that she wanted him to submit. With these sea ants, Xu Xingbei had more confidence in his dialogue with her. After all, the fourth sea ant was still lurking in the shadows. Surely, Hong Yangzi would realize this too. Of course, she wouldn't. Xu Xingbei communicated with the sea ants, and one by one, they crawled off the bodies, hands, and legs of the men. Witnessing this scene, the big men were all shocked. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Xingbei had already taken control of their fates. Even if they could shoot, if Xu Xingbei were to die, their fates wouldn't be any better. Xu Xingbei gestured for Hong Yangzi to proceed. She raised her hand to sweep away a few strands of hair from her forehead. As she lifted her arm, her wrist was white and delicate, and her slightly exposed arm was as white as ivory, with clear tendons visible. She deliberately twisted her waist. Her graceful figure revealed beneath the leather clothing, her slender waist at risk of breaking at any moment. Xu Xingbei followed behind, unable to see Hong Yangzi's face. If he could see it, he would clearly notice an expression of triumph on her face. Once they entered the cabin, Xu Xingbei pointed to a stool and invited her to sit down. He remained standing, keeping the cabin door open. "Come with me. I will protect you. I guarantee that in this vast sea region, there are very few who dare to touch you." Hong Yangzi was secretly amazed by the boy's composure. Little did she know that ever since Xu Xingbei stumbled in front of her last night, he had been continuously reflecting on his actions. He had already understood that the woman's charm had ensnared him. If it weren't for 17, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was precisely because of this setback, and facing it head-on, that he had grown. If Hong Yangzi wanted to use the same old tricks again, she was seriously underestimating Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei could seize every opportunity to make himself stronger, whether it was the boxing techniques from the No. 7 ruins or the knowledge from the organization's library. All of it had become nourishment for his growth. "I think my stance is very clear." "Impossible," Xu Xingbei directly refused. He didn't want to fall out with Hong Yangzi, at least not before he was out of her shotgun range. "All right, I'll say 2 things. After you hear them, you can consider it." Hong Yangzi noticed that Xu Xingbei was unmoved, and her usual irresistible charm didn't captivate him either. she became serious. Shu Xingbei was qualified to negotiate with her. Please go ahead. Shu Xingbei listened quietly. His mind was racing, thinking about how to make Hong Nyangzi willingly leave and stop thinking about making him submit. Besides the sea ants, was there any other way? The organization you rely on for survival, regardless of its name, do you think it can protect you? Hong Nyangzi asked lightly. Are you trying to attack my mind? Shu Xingbei smiled. I've never hoped for anyone to protect me. The sea is vast and survival is difficult. Everyone is too busy taking care of themselves to talk about protecting others. Is this something a 17-year-old boy would say? If so, why did he still join the G-Sure organization? With his abilities, as long as he didn't go to overly dangerous places, he could already survive in the sea. Is it because of that Nyalan? Hong Nyangzi secretly regretted not asking more last night. Shu Xingbei remained silent. He had asked Old Chow about the relationship between the organization and the company, and from the moment he learned the answer, he had given up on the idea of asking the organization for help to redeem someone. You killed several people in the company, which would certainly infuriate the middle management. It's impossible to redeem someone through normal channels. Nyalan might even be sent to a place you could never find. Seeing Shu Xingbei silent, Hong Nyangzi immediately pressed on. Is that so? Shu Xingbei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If that was the case, it was all due to his overly aggressive actions. No, it's not aggressive. If someone holds a knife to your neck, wouldn't you resist? Whether it was Ding Xiang or the forces sent by the company later, as long as they were willing to talk to him, the situation would definitely not be as it is now. In that instant, Shu Xingbei had an epiphany. If your strength is inferior to others, expecting them to negotiate with you is a fool's dream. The Hong Nyangzi before him was a clear example. Wasn't she? Without the deterrent of the sea ants, would she have said so much to him? She would have definitely made a move upon meeting him. Wait, a thought flashed through Shu Xingbei's mind. If Hong Nyangzi were to make a move, then the tea he drank last night and the sudden stomach pain today would be connected, right? Upon realizing this, Shu Xingbei's eyes grew colder. The organization can't help me. Do you think you can help me? Shu Xingbei asked. No need. I've finished saying 2 things. Please leave. Shu Xingbei made a gesture to show her out. I only mention one thing. There is one more thing I advise you to consider carefully. The matchmaker has discovered that Shu Xingbei is acting strangely. He is becoming increasingly indifferent. Are you trying to say that you poisoned me? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Shu Xingbei's mouth. The abdominal pain was gone, and Shu Xingbei was certain that the toxin from 17 was effective on him. Since that was the case, it was better to speak openly. The matchmaker suddenly stood up. You know, that poison cannot be resolved by anyone. How could you? The more the matchmaker thought about it, the more horrified she became. Who did Shu Xingbei find to detoxify? Without knowing the composition of the poison, who would dare to prepare an antidote for him? Moreover, if Shu Xingbei really found someone to detoxify, wouldn't that mean that her subordinates, controlled by the poison, could betray her? The more the matchmaker thought, the more she felt that Shu Xingbei could not be left alive. Whatever she couldn't obtain, whether it was a person or an object, should be eliminated. My poison hasn't been resolved. It has just been temporarily suppressed. Shu Xingbei's perception of external stimuli was exceptionally keen, and he immediately caught the fleeting emotional change in the matchmaker. He knew he had somewhat overplayed his hand. However, there was still a chance for remedy. You don't want to live? The matchmaker was unwilling to easily believe him. Offending a powerful company, do I want to live? Is there a way out? Whether the poison is resolved or not, is it important? Shu Xingbei shrugged. The matchmaker, who was always decisive, hesitated. To turn against Shu Xingbei? Was that flying sea ant resting on some part of her body? Not turning against him? This kid might be a disaster if kept alive for the future. Chapter 52 messages the matchmaker's thoughts raced for a moment before she made up her mind. Shu Xingbei, if you change your mind one day, come to Chongqing Island to find me. I don't want you to submit. Let us be friends and cooperate. The matchmaker looked deeply at Shu Xingbei. To be honest, she felt unwilling. There was too much information she was sure Shu Xingbei was unaware of. If he followed her, her chances of success would be greatly increased. All right. Shu Xingbei agreed without hesitation. As long as the matchmaker didn't play tricks, he didn't want another enemy. Then I wish you good luck. Before leaving, let me share a piece of news with you. The number 7 ruins are not as simple as you think. Also, if you want to cooperate with me, it's best to do it quickly. At that time, our chances of getting the Ark tickets will be greater. The matchmaker was decisive in her actions. After she finished speaking, she left without hesitation. Now that Shu Xingbei was unwilling to walk with her, what about in the future? The 2 pieces of news were her sincerity. The matchmaker fully believed that these 2 pieces of news would leave a mark in Shu Xingbei's heart. As long as he was moved, the matchmaker didn't believe he wouldn't go to Chongqing Island to find her. A master of psychological tactics, the matchmaker successfully planted the seed in Shu Xingbei's heart. The reason for not acting too quickly was that Shu Xingbei wanted to create an impression of being confident and unafraid, so the matchmaker Wu Ti suddenly turned against him. Having dealt with the matchmaker twice, Shu Xingbei had witnessed this woman's madness. She was sometimes enchanting and seductive, sometimes cold and cruel, sometimes soft-spoken and sincere. And anyone who easily trusted this woman would likely be consumed down to their bones. Dealing with the matchmaker twice had also allowed Shu Xingbei to grow rapidly. At least he understood the techniques needed for negotiation. One must have confidence and use a mix of intimidation and deception. As for the 2 pieces of news the matchmaker left, they made Shu Xingbei's eyes flicker. The matchmaker actually knew about the 7 ruins and even mentioned that they were not simple, which truly surprised Shu Xingbei. But if there really was a magnetic field, how did his ship break free later? Besides the oceanic magnetic field, the texts mentioned ghost ships, frozen creatures, and frozen people, all of which Shu Xingbei remembered. He increasingly felt that the sea was unfathomable. The number 7 ruins? It was just a row of bungalows, and everything inside had turned to dust over time. What was so complicated about that? No, it was indeed not simple. That vast protective dome couldn't just exist to protect that row of bungalows. That didn't make sense. Shu Xingbei thought. The more he pondered, the more curious he became. Initially, he went there to find 1 or 2 items, hoping to use them to negotiate with the company for ransom. Now, upon reflection, had he truly searched the place thoroughly? What about underwater? Or perhaps the area covered by the number 7 ruins was much larger than that. Also, when a matchmaker mentioned the Ark, was she referring to Noah's Ark as mentioned by Nyelan? If even Nyelan knew about it, why had it never been mentioned after entering the organization? Mr. Shu, the ship has left, a sailor came in to report. Left? Shu Xingbei responded. Then he became alert. Were the matchmaker's words 100 trustworthy? Her intention was probably to deliberately arouse his curiosity, then continue seeking her out. This woman truly had deep schemes. Shu Xingbei immediately put those 2 pieces of news out of his mind and turned his thoughts to another question. When did the matchmaker poison him? Was it last night's tea? She clearly drank that tea too. As Shu Xingbei thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill. This woman was terrifying. Terrifying enough to poison someone without sparing her own cup. When he recalled how those speedboats had met their fate when leaving the dock, Shu Xingbei increasingly felt that this woman was too ruthless. Only by being this way could she have survived until now, right? If she were a bit kinder, she would have long been swallowed by those wolfish characters. Thinking about the poison the matchmaker had given him, Shu Xingbei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Did the matchmaker use poison to control her subordinates? What about the company? What about the Jishir organization? Shu Xingbei didn't realize that this line of thought had led him to harbor more suspicions about the Jishir organization. As his thoughts scattered, the issues Shu Xingbei considered multiplied. After a long period of daydreaming, Shu Xingbei ultimately decided to temporarily set everything aside. Too many things couldn't be figured out just by thinking. He had just entered the organization, and many internal matters needed to be explored gradually to understand. After lunch, Shu Xingbei fed the sea ant with sea beast meat. After eating 2 pieces of meat weighing a full pound, 17 spirits improved significantly, and he was no longer listless. Captain Old Chun watched curiously from the side and exclaimed, "Mr. Shu really has talent. Such skills, aside from Mr. Shu, no one else in the organization has." Hearing this, Shu Xingbei's heart stirred. "Captain Chun, how many years have you been in the organization?" "In the organization? Let me count, about 12 years, I guess. I'm considered an old hand," Old Chun replied. He asked Shu Xingbei to call him Old Chun, but he wasn't that old, probably just over 50. "So, you know all the leaders in the organization?" Shu Xingbei probed. He intentionally made his tone sound curious. Old Chen immediately became proud. Of course, not to mention the leaders. Even the newcomers, I know them all clearly. We who operate the ships are not on the periphery. No wonder. I was just wondering why Boss Chow didn't let me pass on messages, but assign the task to you. Shu Xingbei laughed. Old Chen's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Is it because you've been in the organization for too short a time? Actually, whether you pass it or I pass it, ISNT it the same. The same? That's not the case. Shu Xingbei was not interested in the message-passing matter. What he cared about was that old Chow had clearly told him that he was going to be an intelligence officer in the organization from now on. So this situation would definitely be reflected upwards, meaning it would certainly be included in the report that Captain Old Chun was about to submit. What would old Chow say? Would he suggest that he could command the sea ants and allow the organization to control him? He had done blood tests at the lab, but he and T received the report. Something still required a bit of caution. The matchmaker places great importance on her abilities, making it hard to imagine that the organization is indifferent to her. Shu Xingbei pretends to be unconcerned and does not subtly inquire about the information from Old Chun. Regardless of the contents of the information, the organization will surely take corresponding actions later. At that time, everything will be clear. In the following days, Old Chun deliberately avoided Shu Xingbei, which only heightened Shu Xingbei's vigilance. He initially intended to contribute his share of light and heat after joining the organization. But now it seems that many things should be observed from a distance before making his own decisions. Shu Xingbei does not want his trust to be betrayed. He once thought he could rely on someone, only to be dealt a fatal blow in the end. Compared to people, Shu Xingbei is more willing to trust the whale, the sea frog, and now the sea ant that he interacts with. If he could also have a force with a captain, sailors, and a group of warriors as guards, wouldn't his power be stronger? This thought took root in Shu Xingbei's mind. During these days, he still didn't slack off on practicing boxing. He had successfully mastered 2 out of the 3 postures of the universal arm straight punch. And the natural power that Bian Wuxing taught him left Shu Xingbei increasingly amazed the more he studied it. What kind of mind could come up with such a method of leveraging power? After drifting at sea for 5 days, they finally arrived at the chaotic zone in the evening. Old Chun docked the ship and hurriedly left. The sailors were merely peripheral members of the organization. After saying goodbye to Shu Xingbei, they dispersed to the outskirts of the chaotic zone. Shu Xingbei then went to the library ship, where he arranged for the sea ants to stay, and then went to the reception area for dinner. Xing Guobin, Qin Cheng, and Huang Yinggao were still on watch. Upon seeing Shu Xingbei, Xing Guobin and Qin Cheng excitedly sat beside him and began chatting. Huang Yinggao glanced over at them and snorted heavily. Xing Guobin said nothing, but Qin Cheng told Shu Xingbei to ignore him. Of course, I won't pay him any mind, Shu Xingbei said slowly. He was not afraid of those who were against him. Some people would never know fear unless they were hurt. Huang Yinggao put down his bowl and chopsticks and left with a stern face. Jingbei be karepo. That guy's been getting close to me Yandong lately. Xing Guobin reminded. Xing Guobin nodded and quietly told Shu Xingbei, that guy is profit-driven. He probably got something good from Huang Yinggao. But don't be careless. Mi Yandong is a second-level warrior. Chapter 51. Sea Spirit grasped Xing Guobin had never seen Shu Xingbei's performance in the training camp, so he was naturally worried about him. Shu Xingbei could certainly feel Xing Guobin's concern. He patted Xing Guobin's shoulder and said, it's fine. Do they dare to directly attack me within the organization? Of course not. But it doesn't rule out the possibility of Mi Yandong challenging you. It's impossible for him to go all out. If there's a challenge, the leaders in the organization wouldn't say much. After all, in an area with immense survival pressure, the organization also needs to grow stronger. The stronger the organization, the stronger the members. Qin Cheng said there will be tasks assigned to you. If no tasks are assigned and you're not on watch, you can rest and adjust yourself. So that's how it is. What about the tasks posted in the task hall? Shu Xingbei asked again. He had to ask. No one was guiding him, and Gu Pan's little booklet didn't provide details. When there are no tasks, you can naturally take tasks from there to earn merit points. Those tasks, well, there's not much confidentiality. The merit points are not many. Usually, members with families take them to have their families complete them, Qin Cheng replied. Newcomers can practice their skills there. Both Gu Bin and I have done it. You can decide for yourself. Qin Shing knew that Shu Xingbei had no merit points. But the merit points for the tasks posted in the task hall were still too few. Originally, Qin Sheng intended to lend some points to Shu Xingbei. But Gu Pan told him that Shu Xingbei had already borrowed points from the organization. After thinking it over, Qin Sheng decided against it. I'll accompany you tomorrow morning. Xing Gu Bin chimed in. Then it's settled. To be honest, Shu Xingbei also wanted to see the situation of the tasks posted in the organization. If there is a task with manageable difficulty, he'd like to take one. The purpose is not for the points, but because he wants to go to the suspended island to carry back a can of oxygen to exchange for borrowed merit points. After dinner, Shu Xingbei used his token to swipe 2 points in the kitchen to buy some sea beast meat. After feeding the sea ants, Shu Xingbei began practicing boxing session after session. Still limited by merit points, otherwise he would definitely buy some potions to refine his body. After joining the Jishur organization, Shu Xingbei had grown taller. He was only about 175 meters before, but now he was nearly 180 meters. He was no longer that skinny like a bamboo pole. Instead, he had become more robust. After finishing his training, Shu Xingbei was drenched in sweat, as if he had taken a sweat bath. He dried his body with a towel and changed his clothes. As for going to the bathroom to take a shower, Shu Xingbei was still reluctant. Fresh water is life. He used to fight for a bit of fresh water and liquid food, and now using fresh water to bathe. He still couldn't accept it internally. Communicating his thoughts with the sea ants, he instructed them to stay alert for safety nearby. Then Shu Xingbei lay down on his bed to rest. Before falling asleep, he thought of a question. Could the tea from the matchmaker control his consciousness or guide it? Why did he answer all her questions after taking a sip of the tea? Also, since she had such a magical ability, why did she still want to use poison to control him? Wouldn't it be better to directly use that magical ability to control him? If the matchmaker knew that Shu Xingbei had such thoughts, she would probably be furious and scold him for his ignorance. Psychological techniques can indeed be used to control people. But first, the one mastering the psychological technique must be strong enough, and second, they must find the psychological weaknesses of the target, planting a shadow in the target's mind. From then on, the target will obey. At that time, the matchmaker hadn't fully understood everything about Shu Xingbei, and he was awakened from his confusion by the sea ants. This also meant that the matchmaker's attempt to cast a spell on Shu Xingbei had failed. Once psychological manipulation fails, it is basically impossible for the target to be controlled again. Moreover, the matchmaker's psychological techniques had not reached such a powerful level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to resort to poisoning. After thinking for a while, Shu Xingbei fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he saw Nialan again. Her face was flushed, and at the moment she saw Shu Xingbei, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Brother Shu Xing, Nialan ran towards Shu Xingbei. Brother Shu Xing, I saw you again. Is your body better now? Nialan asked excitedly. I'm better, Shu Xingbei murmured. But what about you? Are you okay? Half asleep. Shu Xingbei's eyes became a bit wet, and he suddenly realized Nialan's importance to him. Only she truly selflessly cared for him. As for the organization, Old Chow, and the matchmaker, which one didn't choose to accept him only after witnessing his abilities? Shu Xingbei suddenly recalled a sentence he had read in a book. A person is only called a person when needed by others, if not needed by anyone. That is called a waste. When he was injured and unconscious, he was a waste waiting to be saved at a cost. And Nialan willingly sold herself into servitude to ensure he could be treated. Wasn't her goodness enough for him to give everything? If he could master abilities like the matchmaker and control the manager of the company in the shipyard area, could he find out Nialan's whereabouts? Suddenly, Shu Xingbei had a breakthrough. He leaped out of bed, turned on the light in the cabin, and began searching shelf by shelf. What would such a book be called? Psychological control? Soul control? Mind reading? Shu Xingbei's fingers slowly brushed over the spines of the books, and he couldn't determine the name of the ability that the matchmaker had displayed, so he had no way to find the location of such a book. In fact, Shu Xingbei hadn't considered another question. If the library had such collections, they would have long been taken by the organization's higher-ups. How could they still be here now? Even if they couldn't understand them, they would still take them away to study slowly. psychological activity recognition, criminal psychology, death, psychology, external manifestation of psychological activities. Xu Xingbei pulled out one book after another, and then he sat down at a place that could serve as both a bed and a table. Flipping through them one by one. This one isn't it. This one isn't either. After browsing through several books, Xu Xingbei shook his head, feeling extremely disappointed. None of them were related to the matchmaker's ability, meaning that what Xu Xingbei was looking for was at least not here. Was there really no such book in the organization? Suddenly, Xu Xingbei thought of something and picked up the pamphlet that Gu Pan had given him. He remembered that it recorded the departments of Strength, Research Institute, Soul, and Intelligence. Could it be the Soul Department? Yes, it's very possible. He should ask Xingwu Bin about it tomorrow. With this thought, Xu Xingbei unconsciously glanced out the window of the cabin. Before he knew it, the sky outside had brightened. After having breakfast, Xu Xingbei, along with Xingwu Bin and Qin Cheng, headed towards the mission hall. Inside the mission hall, there was a large display screen. Task No. 1. Collect oxygen. Contribution points calculated per liter, 2 points per liter. Issuer, Research Institute. Task number 2. Sea beast meat or giant fish meat. 1 point for every 100 pounds. Issuer, Canteen. Task number 3. Collect sea spirit grass. 1 point for every 10 stalks. Issuer, Soul Department. What is sea spirit grass? Xu Xingbei pointed to the third task and asked Xingwu Bin. Sea spirit grass grows on islands with spring water, although it's called grass. It looks like a short tree. Sea spirit grass has pointed leaves on the branches with buds, and the best ones have 3 leaves. When picking, you must choose the light yellow ones, which can be made into spirit tea that has the effect of calming the soul and mind. If it's red, it shouldn't be taken, as the red ones are highly toxic. Also, collecting sea spirit grass isn't that easy. The closer islands have long been harvested. The sea spirit grass in deeper waters is unknown how many kilometers one has to sail to reach. Additionally, sea spirit grass often grows alongside other weeds, and there are often sea snakes lying in them. Xingwu Bin was very familiar with sea spirit grass. He had harvested it before and had rich experience. Which of the released tasks isn't dangerous? If you want to live comfortably, you need courage and strength. If you're afraid of dying, then don't join the organization and look for something to eat and drink in the shipwreck area. A cold voice rang in Xu Xingbei's ear. Xu Xingbei glanced at the speaker. That guy was wearing animal skin clothes, with his shoulders exposed, looking very strong. Judging by age, he was also a middle-aged man. He was Mi Yandong, a second-level warrior. Xingwu Bin was worried that Xu Xingbei would clash with him, so he whispered in Xu Xingbei's ear. Xu Xingbei remained silent, and another voice rang out. Newcomer, it doesn't matter if you've joined the organization. Without contribution points, you can't exchange for food. As for bathing, you can only envy others. Doing some tasks here to earn some contribution points can at least help you survive. The speaker was Huang Yinggao. Qin Cheng placed his hand on Xu Xingbei's shoulder. Brother Xu, don't mind them. Although he knew Xu Xingbei's strength, fighting was not allowed in the mission hall. Xu Xingbei was young, and Qin Cheng was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand others' cold words and would act impulsively. Chapter 52. Sensation. Exactly. Xingbei, if you want to take on a task, it doesn't hurt to wait a day or 2 for a more suitable task. Xingwu Bin also started to advise Xu Xingbei. There are many such people in this world, wanting something in their hearts, but lacking the strength to achieve it. Besides, it's all fate. Huang Yinggao continued to make sarcastic remarks, his intentions obvious. He just wanted to provoke Xu Xingbei. As long as Xu Xingbei dared to act, Mi Yandong would stand up to help him. Moreover, in the mission hall, whoever strikes first would face severe penalties. As for Qin Cheng and Xingwu Bin, they were completely ignored by Huang Yinggao. Even if the two of them told Xu Xingbei about the no-fighting rule in the mission hall, they couldn't guarantee that Xu Xingbei could keep his cool. Young people, after being provoked, how can they not act impulsively? Brother, I'll help you vent this anger. A hint of malice flashed in Huang Yinggao's triangular eyes. However, what Huang Yinggao didn't expect was that no matter how much he jumped up and down, Xu Xingbei completely ignored him, not even glancing at him. How do I take on a task? Xu Xingbei asked Xingwu Bin. These are all long-term tasks. You just need to collect these items and bring them back to exchange for contribution points. Of course, you You can also register in advance to let the mission hall know your whereabouts, Xing Guobin replied. Shu Xingbei nodded and walked towards the hall staff. Hello. Which task do you want to take on? Name? Which department? The hall staff asked politely. Shu Xingbei, from the library department. I've taken all 3 of the tasks in front, Shu Xingbei answered. The staff looked at Shu Xingbei in surprise. He didn't expect someone to take on 3 tasks at once. It's worth noting that although the tasks in the hall are simple, they are not something ordinary people can complete. The staff had never heard of the name Shu Xingbei before. However, he didn't say much more and made a simple registration for Shu Xingbei. Overestimating yourself. Mi Yandong couldn't help but mock. Just now, Shu Xingbei's voice wasn't small. They all heard him say he was taking on 3 tasks. After the staff finished registering, Shu Xingbei asked again, "Excuse me," when accepting tasks in the hall. Do you also have to accept being insulted by others? Shu Xingbei's voice grew louder, causing all the nearby staff to look up at him. Of course not. The staff member responsible for registration said with a solemn expression. No matter where it is, bullying newcomers is the norm. Even when he joined the organization, he had suffered quite a bit of unfair treatment. But that was not his reason to actively help Shu Xingbei. However, with Shu Xingbei's words now, the staff had to take action. You two, apologize to Shu Xingbei, the registering staff said angrily. Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong felt something was off due to Shu Xingbei's unexpected question, and now hearing the staff order them to apologize, they felt like their tails had been stepped on. Apologize? To him? Huang Yinggao hesitated, while Mi Yandong sneered. Not apologizing is fine. You'll have to pay the price for what you just said. Come, deduct 100 points from each of them. The staff also got angry. This anger stemmed from Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong not taking him seriously. Mi Yandong was displeased. He had been in the organization for a while. Now the staff was making things difficult for him because of a newcomer. How could he tolerate it? Deducting 100 points is excessive, right? It's just a few words. Which newcomer hasn't suffered a bit? Haven't you suffered? Mi Yandong pointed at the staff, clearly looking down on them. If you think it's too much, just apologize. The staff said with a dark expression. Blah, blah, blah. Isn't it endless? Mi Yandong refused to apologize. Saying sorry to a newcomer would be a huge loss of face. Mi Yandong's expression also turned ugly. Qin Sheng and Xing Guobin never expected that Shu Xingbei would use this opportunity to push Mi Yandong and Huang Yinggao into such a situation. They didn't want to see Shu Xingbei fall out with those 2 guys and were hesitating whether to advise him when a plump figure burst into the mission hall. Shu Xingbei, you made your sister Gu run from the reception to the library, and from the library to the mission hall. Her calves had gotten thicker from all that running. How you plan to settle this? Gu Pan shouted as she spotted Shu Xingbei standing in the hall. Sister Gu, are you looking for me? Shu Xingbei asked in surprise. Yes, that's right. I actually called you over here. The merit points you earned from your last business trip have been approved. Bring me your card, and I'll help you redeem them, Gu Pan said, extending her hand to take the card from Shu Xingbei. The previously heavy atmosphere in the hall lightened up thanks to Gu Pan's interruption. The staff no longer mentioned deducting points from Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong, nor insisted they apologize. Their original intention was simply to stop the 2 from going on and on. He has merit points? Mi Yandong glanced at Gu Pan in surprise. The only reason Gu Pan would come running to help redeem merit points was if Shu Xingbei owed her some. After reporting at the reception, newcomers, lacking points and not knowing many people, usually found it safest to borrow points from Gu Pan. And Gu Pan would not disappoint newcomers, often lending out a few. At most, it would be just a few dozen points, which wouldn't even be enough to pay back debts. Huang Yinggao's cousin had fallen into Shu Xingbei's hands, so he naturally had no good feelings towards him. If it weren't for being in the organization S base, he would have acted long ago. The approved points are 1,000. Should they all be transferred to your card? Or the staff member responsible for redeeming merit points asked Gu Pan. Not only did Gu Pan find it impossible, but Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng also thought it was far-fetched. As for Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong, they were even more mockingly amused. Everyone thought they had misheard. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped in astonishment. 1,000 points? What big task did he accomplish? Gu Pan, surprised but not dwelling on it, turned to Shu Xingbei and shouted, I say, return the points I lent you, okay? Of course not, Shu Xingbei replied, scratching his nose. He hadn't expected the organization's upper management to be so generous as to grant him 1,000 points. Wait, I'll return 50 points to Crossing Gu. With 1,000 points in hand, I can pay off my debts and still have enough left for myself. It's fine. Just acknowledge me as a friend and stop pulling back and forth, Xu Xingbei said, giving Xing Guobin a strong pat on the shoulder. Xing Guobin could only respond, "Then I'll accept it with some embarrassment." Gu Pan completed the paperwork for Xu Xingbei and returned the card to him, her eyes squinting with a smile. "Xu Xingbei, let's rent a houseboat. Sister, Gu has a group of capable people under her. It's not just talk. If you want good food, I have top chefs to recommend. There are also servants who are quick and attentive. Even if you want a maid who can warm your bed, Sister Gu has ways to arrange that. Beautiful, with an amazing figure and gentle in nature. No matter what service you want, she won't disappoint, just afraid you can't think of it." Listening to Gu Pan's words left Xu Xingbei dumbfounded. What? What is this about? "Yes, Brother Xu, it's all for a good meal. Sister Gu isn't lying to you," Qin Sheng interjected. You have a maid?" Xu Xingbei's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt a bit shy under his unusual gaze. "I say, brother, food and sex are basic instincts. With those conditions, why wouldn't you know how to enjoy it?" Not just Qin Sheng, but among the warriors in the Chaos Zone, who didn't have one or two intimate maids. Not to mention the warriors, even Gu Pan, despite her current situation, had a few gentle and talented male servants. "I'll pass. I can eat at the cafeteria. Why do I need a chef? I can stay in the library. Why do I need a houseboat? And as for a maid, I really have no interest." Gu Pan was a bit surprised that her business didn't go through. However, in her eyes, it was just because Xu Xingbei was shy in such a public setting. Men value their pride. Once there were fewer people around, Xu Xingbei would likely have a different response. "All right then. If you need anything, remember to find Gu Pan anytime," she said, bustling off in a hurry. "Xu Xingbei, are you still taking those 3 tasks?" The staff responsible for registration had been watching closely, and Xu Xingbei's merit points truly shocked him. With so many points, Xu Xingbei likely wouldn't take on these small tasks anymore. "Yes," Xu Xingbei answered without hesitation. He had other intentions in taking those 3 tasks. "Let's go," Xu Xingbei called to Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng as they left the mission hall. As soon as he left, the entire mission hall buzzed with excitement. 1,000 points? What big task did he do? I've never heard of any task awarding 1,000 points. By the way, you handle point redemption. Has any newcomer ever earned 1,000 points? No, even for veterans. It's rare to earn 1,000 points in one go. Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with clearly different thoughts. Chapter 53. Borrowing a knife after leaving the mission hall, Xu Xingbei parted ways with Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng. He needed to prepare for his upcoming mission, but he didn't tell them the exact departure time. He was well aware that some people had already set their sights on him. The reason he held back in the mission hall wasn't due to fear of Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong. Even if he acted, he couldn't possibly kill them. If that happened, it would only backfire and alert them. Sitting on the deck of the library's houseboat, Xu Xingbei relaxed his mind and sensed the whereabouts of the poison frogs. Having communicated with the sea ants earlier, he felt finding them wouldn't be difficult unless they were far away. After some sensing, Xu Xingbei didn't detect the presence of any poison frogs. Just 5 minutes later, one poison frog appeared. Soon, more and more poison frogs appeared before him. The sea ants, upon seeing the poison frogs arrive, dropped the sea beast meat in fear and fled in a panic. Even the flying number 4 took to the air. The sea ants are my friends. I can't let them get hurt, Xu Xingbei thought, both amused and helpless. After finally calming down the predatory poison frogs, he began communicating with the sea ants. 99. Are you saying the poison frogs are partners of your good friend? 17 asked, somewhat skeptical. Yes, I assure you, the poison frogs won't harm us. Xu Xingbei kept sending messages of goodwill. 17. Indeed, the boldest soon floated over from the water surface. Following that, the other sea ants gradually approached, still looking quite apprehensive. Sea ants and poison frogs weren't natural enemies, so why were they acting this way? Although Xu Xingbei was puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. After feeding the sea ants to the poison frogs, he communicated with them again before heading back to the mission hall. Not long after he left, He received messages from Xinghua Bin and Qin Cheng, informing him that right after he left, Mi Yandong had also departed. Huang Yinggao hasn't left. He stayed behind, probably too afraid to abandon his post, Qin Cheng said. Xu Xingbei responded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, he had an extra weapon, a shotgun. Though it only had 2 shells, it was enough to handle any sudden changes. Throughout the journey, Xu Xingbei navigated the boat at a leisurely speed of over 10 knots, calmly departing from the chaos zone. Upon reaching the outer sea, shortly after, a fast boat came chasing from behind. Xu Xingbei's eyes narrowed slightly. His vision had improved significantly. With just a glance, he noticed that it was Mi Yandong following closely behind. Xu Xingbei and Mi Yandong shouted into the intercom. What is going on? Xu Xingbei looked at Mi Yandong, who was standing in the cockpit across from him. As a newcomer, you don't know how to respect your elders. For this, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, Mi Yandong said ominously. Oh, really? You must have received some benefits from someone to deal with me, right? Xu Xingbei looked at Mi Yandong with interest. Mi Yandong anticipated that his actions couldn't escape Xu Xingbei's attention, so he openly admitted, that's one reason. The key is, are you confident? Xu Xingbei's tone was mocking. Stop the ship, and I'll spare your life, Mi Yandong said, still quite confident in his own abilities. Huang Yinggao had told him all about Xu Xingbei's background, warning Mi Yandong not to be careless because Xu Xingbei could control poisonous frogs. Xu Xingbei paid no attention and instead increased the speed. You're looking for death, Mi Yandong shouted in anger, pulling out a tranquilizer gun from his waist and aiming it at Xu Xingbei. I'll say it again, stop the ship, and I'll spare your life. Even if I stop the ship, can you take me down? Xu Xingbei asked with a smile. Your reliance is those poisonous frogs, right? They can't board my ship. And what can you, a first-level warrior, do to me? Mi Yandong's voice from the intercom was increasingly sarcastic. Xu Xingbei stopped talking and further accelerated the ship. Stop the ship, or I'll really shoot. Mi Yandong threatened. Once I make a move, I can't guarantee I'll spare your life. It's time. This area should be out of the monitoring range, right? The company could see him coming out of the number 7 relic. But could the G-Sure organization not have such capabilities? Moreover, could the company also monitor this area? He didn't dare to gamble. If he guessed right, he would just teach Mi Yandong a lesson. If he guessed wrong, he might expose his whereabouts and attract the company's pursuit. Xu Xingbei slowed down the ship, and Mi Yandong thought he had backed down, so he sped up to catch up. Xu Xingbei bent down and raised his shotgun. Mi Yandong was taken aback. Then, trying to appear calm, he laughed. Who are you trying to scare? Do you have bullets? You can try, Xu Xingbei replied nonchalantly. And do you think this is my only reliance? Mi Yandong's mind was racing. He knew the effective range of the shotgun was only about 100 meters, while the tranquilizer gun had a longer range. If he struck first, and Xu Xingbei got hit by the tranquilizer, he would still fall into his hands. But Xu Xingbei's current demeanor left Mi Yandong hesitating. Get a little closer. As long as I stay outside the 100-meter range, Xu Xingbei can't do anything to me, and I will be the winner. You really won't cry until you see the coffin, Xu Xingbei sneered, if I didn't want to spare your life. Do you think you could have lived this long? Little 4 fly to his face. With a thought, the 4th sea ant that had already flown onto Mi Yandong's ship flapped its wings and lunged toward Mi Yandong's face. Faced with such a large sea ant, Mi Yandong's mind went blank. What is this? He instinctively reached out to block it, but suddenly heard Xu Xingbei shout, if you don't want to die, don't move. Mi Yandong obediently stood still, not daring to move. What is this? It was green all over, with the head and tail looking like 2 large flesh lumps, and there were antennae in front. Do you still have the confidence to spare my life? Xu Xingbei asked. I'm sorry, Xu, Brother Xu, Master Xu, it's me. I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. I'm sorry. I'm willing to pay money to make amends. Mi Yandong had no confidence to teach Xu Xingbei a lesson at all. Oh, how much? Xu Xingbei's heart stirred. 10 gold coins. Your life is only worth 10 gold coins? Xu Xingbei laughed. 15, no, 20 gold coins, all my possessions. If you don't think it's too little, I also have 150 points. Mi Yandong initially wanted to mention points directly, but since Xu Xingbei had 1,000 points, would he care about his little bit? It was better to mention gold coins. 20 gold coins? I've saved for 3 years to get this little bit. However, Miandong still kept a bit of caution. Has Shu Xingbei ever seen gold coins? All right, bring it here. Shu Xingbei turned the ship toward Miandong. Miandong took out a small leather pouch from his closest pocket, trembling as he handed it to Shu Xingbei. He couldn't afford not to be afraid. That winged creature was still hovering around him, and its long legs could cut his eyes at any moment. Nice pouch. Give it to me too, Shu Xingbei said, pouring out the gold coins to count them, then took out a large handful of gold coins from his own pocket. Miandong stared in shock at Shu Xingbei. Just a moment ago, he thought Shu Xingbei was a novice who had never seen gold coins. Unexpectedly, Shu Xingbei had even more gold coins than he did. This person looked young. Who knows what reckless things he had done? Miandong secretly regretted agreeing to Huang Yinggao. If it weren't for his greed, he wouldn't have offended Shu Xingbei. He had already noticed the dense poisonous frogs in Shu Xingbei's ship out of the corner of his eye. With those poisonous frogs, there probably weren't many in the chaotic zone who dared to confront Shu Xingbei. He was really bold. I dare not, I won't do it again. Miandong spoke the truth from his heart. Revenge? What could he use for revenge? A gun? The other side had guns. Force? He couldn't even get close. Miandong watched the sea ant fly away from in front of him and land on Shu Xingbei's ship. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and sit down in the cockpit. After a long time, a trace of severity flashed in his eyes. Huang Yinggao, you bastard, you're using Shu Xingbei's knife to kill me. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll 1T let this go with you. Shu Xingbei did not kill Miandong, partly because the other party was also a member of the organization and a second-level warrior. Killing him would have a big impact. The second reason was to use Miandong's hands to punish Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao would pay a price, even if he didn't die. 3 hours later, the ship arrived at the floating island. Shu Xingbei glanced at the island, his face darkening. Chapter 54. Desperate situation. The entire floating island was char-black. On the rocks burned by fuel, layers of grease had been scorched, and oil droplets were about to fall, resembling black icicles. There were hundreds of marks on the rocks. Judging by their shapes and sizes, they were left by the poisonous frogs that had remained on the island. They had been burned to ashes. Their struggle marks still visible before dying, whether lunging forward, rolling, or convulsing. What a grand gesture! Shu Xingbei's expression grew colder. If he had hidden in that crevice, even if the fire didn't reach him, he would have suffocated from the smoke that spread across the island or been roasted alive by the high temperature. It turned out that the company had already adopted a must-remove attitude towards him. For a moment, Shu Xingbei's mind was in disarray. He couldn't help but recall Hong Yangzi's words. The company's power far exceeds your imagination. Shu Xingbei cautiously stepped onto the island. The things left behind in the crevice, such as oxygen tanks, diving suits, and tranquilizer guns, as well as that human model, were probably gone. But Shu Xingbei still couldn't help wanting to take a look. After all, the jade box still contained liquid food. Before he could step into the crevice, Shu Xingbei saw everything. The crevice had long since disappeared. Not to mention the crevice, even the rocks in the area had vanished, leaving only a large hole covering hundreds of square meters. Below the hole, seawater gently lapped, resembling a small inland lake. This trip to undertake the task had involved a large amount of fuel, with the purpose of finding a sea island where he could take refuge while searching for the sea spirit grass. As for the suspended island, he originally thought it was too close to the chaos zone, and since Zheng Tiandi and his group had also been there, it was no longer safe. He did not expect that after he left, the suspended island would become the scene of such a tragedy. The dead poison frogs cast a shadow over Shu Xingbei's heart. If he had still been on the suspended island, no matter how clearly he sensed the danger, he would have been burned to ashes by those incendiary bombs. Climbing out from the crevice would take time. It was better to first explore the situation within the organization. Coming out recklessly like this was not a wise move. The company burned the suspended island without discovering him, and there would surely be further actions. With such a commotion, it was impossible for the organization to be unaware. At this moment, the attitude of the organization's higher-ups towards him was crucial. After pondering for a long time, Shu Xingbei finally contacted Bian Wuxing. As the head of the strength department, even if Bian Wuxing was not at the top level of the organization, he was at least in the middle level. Mr. Bian, Shu Xingbei opened the communicator and, after connecting with Bian Wuxing, hesitated before speaking. However, the enthusiasm he had when teaching him the natural powers was no longer there. Yes, he had originally planned to take a look at his former refuge, but it had been destroyed, and Shu Xingbei did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted him to leave on his own, but how could he explain the 1,000 merit points? Bian Wuxing fell silent. Some matters involved internal secrets of the organization, and without old Zhou's permission, he could not disclose them. To do so would mean betrayal. However, Shu Xingbei was a young man he liked. If he didn't like him, would he have taught Shu Xingbei the natural power fist that had supported his own life? But in this world, there are too many disappointments. The world is unpredictable. Who can foresee what will happen next? The organization absorbed Shu Xingbei because they valued his ability to control poison frogs. However, Shu Xingbei was also a person with troubles, and old Zhou was always indecisive for this reason. As for old Chao bringing Shu Xingbei to Chongqing Island, it was a decision made by everyone. They all wanted to see if the company would take severe action against Shu Xingbei. Leaving this area would at least allow Shu Xingbei to avoid the limelight. But unexpectedly, after arriving at Chongqing Island, Shu Xingbei came up with a way to control poison ants, drawing everyone's attention. And of course, he couldn't escape the eyes of the duty team on Chongqing Island. If it weren't for the red matchmaker intervening, the duty team's report would have likely already reached the higher-ups of the company. Shu Xingbei was too conspicuous. In the sea, having someone like Shu Xingbei was enough to drive many forces mad. As the largest force, the company had a grudge against him. Zhou Chuaning immediately called a meeting. This person I can't control with the Soul Department. The psychological skills of the red matchmaker are even better than mine, the old woman from the Soul Department said bluntly. The Research Institute analyzed Shu Xingbei's blood. It has devouring and growth properties, and controlling it with drugs is probably not feasible, the head of the Research Institute said solemnly. What do you think? Zhou Chuaning looked at Bian Wuxing. Bian Wuxing raised his head and looked directly at Zhou Chuaning. Shu Xingbei is very perceptive, smart, and down-to-earth. It's a pity to ruin such a young person. If the company doesn't take further action, let's wait and see. Let's first give him the merit points he deserves, so as not to hurt the young man's feelings. It could be said that Bian Wuxing was the only one who stood up to support Shu Xingbei. Zhou Chuaning pondered for a long time before finally saying slowly, then let's do it this way. Let Gu Pan give him the merit points. As for the company, I will have you phone, keep a close watch, and see what actions the higher-ups will take against Shu Xingbei. However, the possibility of them just letting it go is low. We should prepare for the worst. Shu Xingbei immediately understood Bian Wuxing's meaning and deeply thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Bian. Then, he crushed the communicator in his hand and casually tossed it into the sea. Thinking back to his and Yelan's aspirations and yearnings for the Jishur organization back then, Shu Xingbei felt a wave of melancholy. In this world, those with bigger fists have the reason. The Jishur organization, as a group that grew dependent on the company, could never stand in opposition to itself and the company. It was Bian Wuxing who gave Shu Xingbei the last bit of warmth. An old Chao, the cunning old man, he could easily guess the organization's next move. So why did he pass on the disguise technique to him? Right? Until the last moment, no one knows what will happen. Old Chao probably did this because he didn't want to create another formidable enemy. If Shu Xingbei didn't die at the hands of the company, who knows how he would retaliate? Next, he still needed to find a place to stay. Fortunately, he brought along the liquid food and water left in the library department during this trip. At least for now, he didn't face survival difficulties. Shu Xingbei shook his head, freeing himself from the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and steered the boat deeper into the sea. In the end, Mi Yandong raised his voice by 8 degrees. He didn't care about the surprised looks around him and pointed angrily at Huang Yingao. 80 gold coins. You find a way to pay me back. Huang Yingao shivered, almost scared to death by this amount. Migo, you gave him 80 gold coins? That's Shu Xingbei. Doesn't he consider that you are also part of the organization? Huang Yingao thought to himself, but his face showed bitterness. Cut the crap and raise the money. It's a miracle I haven't beaten you up yet. Mi Yandong grew angrier as he thought about it. That guy almost killed your brother. Don't you want to find out what abilities he has? Rushing to take revenge. What happened? He kicked a steel plate. All right, Miga, don't worry. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll gather the money for you. Huang Yinggao felt the pain in his heart. 80 coins. How many years would it take to save that much? However, Huang Yinggao's eyes turned, and he said to Mi Yandong, Miga, do you want to take revenge? Revenge my ass. Mi Yandong finally couldn't hold back and gave Huang Yinggao a heavy slap across the face. If you want to die, just hurry up. After hearing this, Mi Yandong's expression changed unpredictably. To be honest, he no longer had the idea of seeking revenge on Xu Xingbei. However, if he could use the company to report Xu Xingbei's whereabouts, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Chapter 55. Transforming Fish. Huang Yinggao had a bit more understanding of the outside situation. He learned that Mi Yandong had fallen into Xu Xingbei's hands. And a flash of inspiration struck him as he thought of the grudge between Xu Xingbei and the company. Offending the company. Did Xu Xingbei still think he had a way out? Once Huang Yinggao said this, Mi Yandong immediately perked up. The two spoke without deliberately lowering their voices. And only when they prepared to report to the company did their voices lower a bit. Therefore, everyone in the task hall heard their conversation. Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng naturally heard it too. Xing Guobin stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Qin Sheng. Where are you going? Qin Sheng looked at Xing Guobin seriously. Where am I going? To inform Brother Xu, Xing Guobin replied in a low voice. The organization continues to keep him. With the two of us, we are definitely no match for Xu Xingbei, and he won't take us seriously. If the organization, Qin Sheng sighed. He was much more mature than Xing Guobin, and Xu Xingbei's 1,000 points truly startled him. Now that he thought about it, Xu Xingbei must have done something outside that caught the company's attention again. Of course, Qin Sheng wouldn't tell Xu Xingbei about the situation. Even though he had previously thought about becoming a good friend with Xu Xingbei, someone he could trust. So we just watch? Xing Guobin's eyes turned red. He thought of all the times he went to pick up Xu Xingbei, and for a moment, he couldn't turn his mind around. Let's just wait and see. Qin Sheng sighed. He had no choice. Although he knew that what he was doing was not honorable, who wouldn't want to stay alive? The more he interacted with Xu Xingbei, the more uncertain he felt about what might happen in the future. He had gone out on a mission, so sending him a message should be fine, right? Xing Guobin took out his communicator but couldn't get in touch with Xu Xingbei no matter what. Let fate take its course. Qin Sheng watched this scene and shook his head. Xu Xingbei was still sailing deeper into the sea and in a vast ocean. There were no signs of any isolated islands. After adding a barrel of fuel, Xu Xingbei looked at the dusk and felt increasingly lost. Had he really reached a dead end? As the sky darkened, the sea breeze grew stronger. The cold wind cut like a knife against his face. But what hurt more was his despair and confusion at having nowhere to go. Company, I won't let this go. Hatred erupted from the depths of his heart, and Xu Xingbei felt a heavy stone pressing on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He pondered. The suspended island had already been burned once, and now that night had fallen, the company wouldn't go looking for him there. He understood the principle of dark under the lamp. Xu Xingbei opened his consciousness and slowly extended it forward, exploring underwater 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters to the limit, and still found no signs of the beaked whale. Then he felt a surge of joy. He called out a few times, and the sound of the beaked whale grew closer. After about 10 minutes, it arrived in front of him. Let's go, he said, as the beaked whale's massive tail swished in the water, causing waves to ripple outward. Why could the sea ants communicate with him through consciousness, but the poison frog and the beaked whale could not? A question flashed through Xu Xingbei's mind. However, he didn't dwell on it. He picked up a rope in the cabin, secured the boat, and tied the other end around the beaked whale's waist. After wrapping it around for over 10 meters, he finally threaded the rope onto the beaked whale. What a huge beaked whale! Xu Xingbei marveled inwardly. Thanks for your hard work. I have no choice. I want to save some fuel. Once this fuel runs out, getting more will be harder than climbing to the sky. Xu Xingbei gently patted the beaked whale's head. It didn't protest, but let out a few calls and then carried Xu Xingbei as it submerged into the sea. The icy water extinguished all of Xu Xingbei's anger. He knew that no matter how angry he was, it wouldn't change his current situation. The only way for him to survive was to grow stronger continuously. If possible, he could seek help from someone in the company, Infiltrating the company and entering the tower was not impossible. The difficulty of disguising oneself lay in the changes of bones and maintaining those changes over time. If he could go to Chongqing Island again, could he buy the mask that old Chow mentioned? The thought just crossed his mind when Xu Xingbei dismissed it. How would he leave Chongqing Island? There were so many forces chasing and pursuing him, along with the relentless matchmaker who wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal, all of which were enough to make him cautious. Even if he had to go to Chongqing Island, he needed to master the art of disguise first. If he could swim like a fish in the water, then when he got ashore and boarded a boat, he could change his appearance at will. How wonderful that would be! Xu Xingbei thought as he concentrated on shrinking his bones, making himself smaller and smaller, pressing his body against the beaked whale, turning sideways. At this moment, I am a fish, my arms are my fins, and my legs are my tail. My head should be sharper to reduce water resistance. Yes, just like that. The beaked whale swam rapidly, faster than the boat. Xu Xingbei gradually entered a state of cultivation, aiming to become a fish. A fish that could swim freely in the water without resistance, breathing through gills, expelling water through his mouth to filter oxygen from the water and send it to his lungs, allowing him to maintain his breath. Moreover, he wanted to lengthen his breath and slow his heartbeat, reducing the heat loss from his body. It would be best if he could maintain his body temperature cycle in the icy seawater like the beaked whale. Yes, just like that. He was unaware of how long this state lasted when Xu Xingbei suddenly woke up. He couldn't miss the suspended island. He sat up and recalled how he had felt like a fish earlier, reaching up to touch his head. My head really can't become sharper. That would make me a flat-headed fish. His facial shape hadn't changed, but his skull, it seemed to have softened. This discovery surprised and delighted Xu Xingbei. He was shocked, wondering if he really had turned into a fish. There were legends of mermaids in this world, but weren't there no male mermaids? At least he hadn't heard of any. He was delighted that his skull could soften. Could the bones in the rest of his body also soften? If the bones softened, he could change and combine them freely. Xu Xingbei felt his shoulder blades, pinching and kneading them, and yes, they were indeed soft. Soft, that's great. This ability was indeed too strange. However, no matter how strange the ability, as long as it could meet survival requirements, it was good. Perhaps the origin of humanity was a fish. Since some guessed that humans evolved from monkeys, why couldn't they have evolved from fish? In the dark area ahead, calculating the position, it must be the suspended island. Xu Xingbei had the beaked whale stop near the island, jump down, and thought for a moment before calling out a few times, informing the beaked whale that if it remembered where the island was, it could take him there tomorrow. Great! That's wonderful. Xu Xingbei waved to it, telling the beaked whale to come back for him in the morning. The beaked whale swished its tail in the water and quickly swam away, taking out a piece of cooked beast meat from the boat. Xu Xingbei shared it with the sea ants and poison frogs. As for the beaked whale, he didn't share. A beaked whale that large would probably need all the meat thrown at it just to fill a gap in its stomach. There were no more hiding places on the suspended island. Xu Xingbei searched for a long time and found only one spot sheltered from the wind. He sat down, listening to the sound of the waves, but he didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep. Without any bedding, he feared that if he fell asleep, he would be frozen into a popsicle by the cold of the winter night. After sitting for a while, Xu Xingbei stood up and did some punches. This wasn't for practice, it was purely to keep warm. After working up a sweat, he sat down to rest. When he got cold again, he did another set of punches. The night went on like this, and he finally made it to dawn. I can't go to the island before the beaked whale takes me there without getting a blanket first. Without something to keep warm, I won't survive on the island either. I can't just punch every night. Additionally, he needed to replenish some gear, like replacing the current broken dagger with a new one, buying more food and water, and finding out what Nye Lan's brother's name was. All of this depended on one person, Xinguo Bin. He hoped that when he contacted Xinguo Bin, the company hadn't discovered his whereabouts yet. Chapter 56. Hiding place Guo Bin. The woman was a bit startled but didn't dare to resist, allowing Xinguo Bin to cast a spell. And soon she was sprawled in the bed. Xinguo Bin released a breath of pent-up frustration, but his mood didn't improve. He still felt a bit uneasy about Xu Xingbei. Taohong, go make something to eat, Xinguo Bin said as he got up and put on his clothes. Taohong didn't dare to disobey. Everything she had now came from Xinguo Bin. Xing Bin was only a first-level warrior with not much merit. If he had more achievements, he wouldn't have to make Tao Hong double as a cook. It was also because of the arrival of Shuxingbai that Xing Bin had gone to the cafeteria for a few meals. During the meals, Xing Bin's face remained gloomy, scaring Tao Hong so much that she wanted to say something several times. But in the end, she dared not ask more. There was no conversation that night. And the next morning, when Xing Bin got up to wash, he suddenly saw a burly man stopping his boat by the side of the houseboat. The man jumped over and then tied the rope. "Who are you?" Xing Bin asked coldly, already on the edge of rage. The big man smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "Brother Guobin, it's me." This voice sounded extremely familiar. Xing Bin was taken aback and looked at the big man's figure with suspicion. "You? Is it really you?" "Yes. An old friend comes, and you don't even invite me in for a seat. Is it because of the golden house to collect beauties?" The big man joked. Xing Bin's face turned awkward, and he led the big man to another cabin. In the bedroom, Tao Hong was still lying on the bed. Upon entering, Xing Bin looked at the big man in surprise. "I really can't believe it. How did you make yourself look like this?" The big man shrank his bones, rubbed his face a few times, revealing his true appearance. It was indeed Shuxingbai. Shuxingbai did not explain that he was not in disguise, but rather using a technique of transformation. Since Xing Bin thought he was in disguise, it was fine to let him misunderstand. Shuxingbai stated his purpose for coming, then looked at Xing Bin, saying that if it was difficult for him, he would forget it. Before coming over, Shuxingbai had thought it through. If there was anyone in the organization who could help him, it had to be Xing Bin. Xing Bin had not been in the organization for long, so he was not that worldly or slick, relying on the fact that his transformation technique could last for more than 4 hours now. Shuxingbai boldly came over on the boat. "No way. How could that be? The woman you mentioned, her brother, is an outer member. When you went out last time, I helped you inquire about it. His name is Nie Qingyun, and he is responsible for collecting materials for the organization. As for blankets and food fuel supplies, I have them all here. I'll give them all to you," Xing Bin said, pulling out a dagger from beside his leg. "Take this first." His room had 2 beds, both with blankets. Tao Hong slept with him, so the extra blanket was unnecessary. "Thank you," Shuxingbai said, watching Xing Bin busy himself, quietly leaving his token in the cabin. The token still had over 800 points, which he could not use, so he handed it to Xing Bin, not wanting their acquaintance to be in vain. After moving all the items to the small boat, Xing Bin walked back in. "What are your plans next?" "I have no plans for now. Let us take it one step at a time," Shuxingbai replied. "You can disguise yourself. I didn't even recognize you just now. If you really have nowhere to go, you can stay here with me?" Xing Bin looked at Shuxingbai sincerely. Xing Bin still could not determine what problem Shuxingbai had with the organization, but Shuxingbai's new appearance was enough to explain everything. "No," Shuxingbai shook his head. He was already immensely grateful for Xing Bin's help and naturally did not want to burden him. As for his next plan, Shuxingbai had already figured it out. He just did not want to say too much. Stretching his bones and changing his appearance, Shuxingbai stepped outside, untied the rope, then paused slightly. His token was in the cabin just now. "You can arrange the points as you see fit." The tokens issued by the Jishur organization were not registered under names. Their purpose was merely to determine location and transaction points, similar to an anonymous shopping cart from a supermarket, but with an added positioning function. Since Shuxingbai was leaving, he certainly did not want to be located by the Jishur organization. As the small boat moved, Shuxingbai gradually drifted away. Xing Bin stood on the deck watching from afar, feeling a bit sour in his heart. At this moment, he still did not know that this farewell would lead Shuxingbai to accomplish something astonishing that he could never have imagined. Who was that just now? Tao Hong also got out of bed and came to the edge of the deck, standing beside Xing Bin and curiously asking. Xing Bin was well aware of how many points were likely in Shuxingbai's token. It was not just a matter of repaying kindness tenfold. It was almost 100-fold repayment. Shuxingbai steered the boat quickly away from the chaotic area. He knew that the longer he delayed, the less safe it would be. After distancing himself from the chaotic area and reaching the outer sea, Shuxingbai summoned the poison frogs and sea ants onto his small boat. Then he stopped the boat, calling to the Zhiji whale that had been waiting outside, wrapping the rope around the Zhiji whale's body just like last night. He then lay down on the back of the Zhiji whale and softly said, "Go." To others, it sounded like two soft calls, but the Zhiji whale understood. Its body sank, and it had already submerged into the sea. As evening approached, the Zhiji whale finally swam to an island. This place was at least 2,000 kilometers away from the chaotic area. Shuxingbai jumped down from the Zhiji whale's back, first securing the boat, then gazing at the island for a moment before slowly walking towards it. The island was no smaller than the suspended island. Moreover, this island was not a coral island like the suspended island. It had land, mountains, low trees, and vines. Further ahead, a small stream wound down from the back mountain, with clear water flowing gently, revealing pebbles of yellow and gray-white beneath. Shuxingbai did not rush to scoop up the clear spring to verify whether it was salty or fresh. However, the joy deep in his heart was hard to conceal. Here, the living environment was better than that of the suspended island. While walking on the island, Shuxingbai paid attention to suitable places to build shelter. Eventually, his gaze settled on the side of the stream, which was quite open and devoid of vegetation. Even if there were dangers on the island, he could detect them immediately. With the experience of living on the suspended island, Shuxingbai quickly got to work, finding some stones to build a small house, covering it with vines and managing to construct a makeshift shelter. He did not bother to eat, but summoned the Zhiji whale to fetch some fish from the water, then cut some vines and young trees, poured oil on them, lit them with a lighter, and began roasting the fish on the branches. The aroma spread in no time. The enticing scent not only attracted the sea ants, but also caused the poison frogs to hop one by one from the small boat onto the island. "Don't rush. These are for you," Shuxingbai conveyed to them. The few fish strung on the branches could not even fill a corner of their stomachs. He hoped the smell of the roasted fish would attract marine beasts from the nearby waters of the island. Efforts did not betray the diligent. Just as Shuxingbai was roasting the fish to a golden brown, a loud splash sounded from the sea, and a sea pig leaped out of the water, its bristles standing on end, rushing towards the direction of Shuxingbai's roasted fish. "Here it comes." A smile appeared at the corner of Shuxingbai's mouth. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard another loud splash from the sea, and another marine beast jumped up. This one was an animal with white and gray fur. It lay on the ground, then suddenly stood up, shaking the water from its fur and walking towards him upright like a human. Its figure was like an iron tower, with cold and fierce eyes fixed on the roasted fish hanging on the branches. "Two marine beasts? I'm no match for them." Shuxingbai quickly stepped away from the campfire, reaching down to grab the shotgun from the ground. "Don't panic." He focused his thoughts, beginning to attempt to communicate with the sea pig. The sea pig ignored him, rushing to the fire and swallowing the roasted fish on the branch in one gulp, grunting and looking around with cunning eyes. Not finding any other roasted fish, it glanced back at the other marine beast and was about to turn and leave. The other marine beast, seeing the fish eaten by the sea pig, immediately flew into a rage, pounding its chest and making angry sounds. "Kill the sea pig, and I'll give you roasted fish." Shuxingbai tried to convey to the other marine beast. The sea beast looked around in confusion. When its gaze landed on Shuxingbai, Shuxingbai forced a smile. It seemed that the sea beast was not accustomed to communicating through thoughts, and it struggled to express its intentions. At that moment, the sea pig had run to the other side, and in a few more meters, it would be able to dive into the sea. The sea beast, however, took a few quick steps and leaped into the air, landing right in front of the sea pig. The sea pig was startled, but, having witnessed the sea beast's power, dared not fight it and changed direction to run away. The sea beast went wild and kicked the sea pig in the backside. The bristles on the sea pig's rear were as hard as steel nails, but the sea beast's foot was made of flesh too. Shuxingbai couldn't help but hiss. He felt the pain for the sea beast. A shocking scene unfolded before Shuxingbai's eyes as the sea pig, weighing at least several hundred pounds, was kicked into the air, flipping over before landing heavily on the ground. Dust flew up from the impact, and the sea pig let out a series of grunts. Shuxingbai attempted to communicate with the sea beast again. Chapter 57. Blizzard. The sea beast, however, ignored the information Shuxingbai was trying to convey. Instead, it pounded its fluffy, broad chest and let out a mighty roar. What stimulated it? Shuxingbai looked at the sea beast in confusion. The sea pig that had fallen to the ground took advantage of the sea beast's frenzy, struggling to get up and fleeing towards the sea. If it was killed, there would be meat to eat. Shucksingbai thought, holding a shotgun, wanting to shoot but hesitating over the bullets. With only 2 bullets, using one meant losing one. After the sea beast finished its roar and sensed the information Shucksingbai conveyed, it took several large strides, its hefty feet thudding on the ground, and arrived behind the sea pig. It reached out with its large hand, grabbing the sea pig by the tail and yanking it back, causing the sea pig to emit a desperate scream filled with endless fear. The sea beast bent down slightly and caught the sea pig's legs. Then, to Shucksingbai's disbelief, it lifted the sea pig high up and slammed it down hard onto the ground. The sea pig was knocked dizzy, its head cracked open, blood spurting out. The sea beast was still not satisfied and stepped forward again, lifting the sea pig once more and slamming it down again. The sea pig lay motionless on the ground. Shucksingbai tried to issue more commands. The sea beast looked at him with a puzzled expression, and just as Shucksingbai considered whether to tempt it further, the sea beast dragged the sea pig over. When it got close, Shucksingbai felt the immense pressure from the sea beast. This creature was enormous and imposing. Standing before it, Shucksingbai felt like a child in front of an adult. "I'll give you roasted meat," Shucksingbai said, putting down his shotgun. He noticed that the sea beast was still slightly confused about him, likely because of the gun. To his surprise, the sea beast nodded at him. Could it communicate and interact? This was an unexpected delight. If he had it by his side in the future, along with the beached whale, he wouldn't have to worry about food at all. Shucksingbai signaled for it to sit down while he took out a dagger from his leg and skillfully began to dissect the sea pig. He first peeled off the sea pig's skin, set the legs aside, then cut off the head, followed by the entrails. Shucksingbai divided the sea pig meat into 2 halves, but didn't continue dividing it further. Instead, he built a fire, cut a long slit in one of the pig's hind legs, skewered it with a thick branch, and placed it over the fire to roast. Before long, the aroma of the pig meat wafted through the air. Nearby, the sea ants and poison frogs were drawn over. Seeing the dense crowd of sea ants and poison frogs on the ground, the sea beast was startled and quickly stood up, stepping back a few paces. Its eyes fixed on the sea pig's hooves, drool clearly dripping from the corner of its mouth. When one of the pig legs was roasted to a golden brown, Shucksingbai tossed it to the sea beast and then started roasting another leg. The sea beast caught the pig leg and, without hesitation, took a bite, its eyes widening and drool flowing even more. "Be careful, it's hot," Shucksingbai conveyed, also calming the sea ants and poison frogs, telling them to wait a little longer. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on the sea beast. The sea beast's first bite had surely burned it, and now was being much more cautious. Its eyes were filled with unabashed desire for the pig leg, but it was also afraid of burning its mouth, anxiously scratching its ears and rubbing its chin. Then it looked toward the stream, seemingly wanting to cool the roasted meat in the water. "You don't need to put it in the water, just blow on it and take small bites," Shucksingbai thought, amused. This sea beast was indeed quite clever. The sea beast really did bring its mouth close to the roasted meat and started blowing on it. However, its patience was limited. After only 2 blows, it took another big bite. "Yummy, yummy," it squeaked, enjoying the deliciousness in its mouth and calling out to Shucksingbai, its expression one of joy. "If you want to eat, then stay on the island with me." Shucksingbai sent a new message to it. The sea beast was taken aback for a moment, then made a gesture that delighted Shucksingbai. It actually nodded at him. "Done." Shucksingbai finished roasting the other pig leg and cut it into small pieces, stacking them into 2 piles, one for the poison frogs and the other for the sea ants. By the time he got to the 3rd pig leg, the sea beast had devoured a pig leg weighing over 30 pounds and was staring intently at the one Shucksingbai was roasting. The sky had long since darkened. By the fire, a person, a sea beast, hundreds of poison frogs, and hundreds of sea ants all sat silently in the darkness, their eyes fixed on a roasted pig leg in Shucksingbai's hands. It seemed that once the pig leg was ready, there wouldn't be any for him. Shucksingbai smiled slightly. In his heart, they had already become his best friends. As for who ate first, he didn't care at all. The sea beast watched the crackling flames and the pig leg nearing completion, slurping its mouth. "Sea monkey?" Shucksingbai nodded. He knew quite a bit about marine life, But this was his first time seeing a sea monkey. "Do you have companions?" Shuxingbai asked again. The sea monkey looked at him, a flicker of hatred flashing in its eyes. Then it glanced at the shotgun Shuxingbai had put down, falling silent. In the dark, only Shuxingbai's vision could make out this scene. He guessed that the sea monkey was definitely not the only one. Perhaps the others had been shot dead with the shotgun. No wonder when he had first issued commands, it had let out such a howl. That sound likely expressed anger. However, it also couldn't resist the aroma of the roasted meat. After all, it had come ashore because of the smell of roasted fish. "Are you the only one left in this world? Then I will be your partner. From now on, I'll call you Big Monkey, okay?" Shuxingbai continued to convey his message. He wanted to win over this sea monkey and needed to get closer to it. The sea monkey turned its gaze to Shuxingbai, seeing no hostility in his eyes. After a while, it nodded. By the time the third and fourth pig legs were roasted and divided, Shuxingbai felt quite tired. "I'm going to rest now, in the house ahead. Are you coming?" Shuxingbai asked. The sea monkey hesitated, as if still making a decision. "If you want to come in, you need to lower your head," Shuxingbai said with a smile, and then turned to enter the house. Before Shuxingbai could even take the blanket out of the waterproof storage bag, the sea monkey entered as well. With a loud crash, the roof was pushed open and fell to the ground, the wooden and stone supports rolling everywhere. "It's over." Shuxingbai wanted to cry, but had no tears. Last night, he didn't sleep a wink, and tonight is another sleepless night. No, he must rest well. He needs to master the art of disguise on this island as soon as possible, at least to maintain it for about a day, which means it will be time for him to leave. During this time, Shuxingbei must race against the clock. The longer he drags it out, the more unfavorable it will be for his plan to rescue Nyelon. Not only that, but thinking of the charred remains on the suspended island, the vanished poisonous frogs, and the company offering a bounty on him, even inciting his neighbors, made Shuxingbei furious. The company's ruthless tactics are all aimed at bringing him to his doom. Even the organization he founded for helping others had to abandon him due to the company's intimidation. Thinking of all this, Shuxingbei couldn't hold back for a moment. No, he must endure. He must hold on, perfect his disguise skills, and infiltrate the company. Shuxingbei already had a clear plan. He couldn't let his anger alter it. Seeing Shuxingbei turn on the headlamp and start building a shelter in the dark, the sea monkey realized it had made a big mistake and began to help. It must be said that with the sea monkey as a helper, the new shelter was built quickly, and it had a significant advantage. It was much taller than the previous one. Exhausted until dawn, Shuxingbei finally collapsed onto the bed made of branches and stones. Not wanting to move at all, he slept deeply. Shuxingbei was awakened by the howling cold wind outside. After waking up, he could hardly believe his eyes. Outside, everything was covered in silver. The sea monkey was holding up the roof, motionless, watching him. It snowed? Or was it a blizzard? Shuxingbei stepped outside and saw the slanted shelter, letting out a sigh. He didn't know when the snow had fallen. Without the sea monkey, the roof would have collapsed long ago, and he would have been buried under the snow. He hurriedly took out the things from the house and signaled to the sea monkey to come out. The sea monkey was not foolish. It loosened its grip and sprang out. The shelter collapsed with a loud bang once again. The snow outside continued to fall in large flakes, and Shuxingbei stood in the snow, looking around. The distant sky looked like it was pressing down with a large curtain, a gloomy face glaring at the sea below, seemingly expressing great anger and discontent. Since stones and trees couldn't build a house, he might as well use the thick snow to construct one. Shuxingbei began his building project again. The snow on the island was already over a foot thick. He scooped up handfuls of snow, piled them together to form a foundation, and mixed in branches and vines to create the walls. The sea monkey was also helping. As for the sea ants and poisonous frogs, they had vanished after a night. Once the house was more or less built, the snow in front of the house was cleared away, and the sea ants and poisonous frogs revealed themselves one by one. After the snow house was completely built, Shuxingbei went inside and started to build a bed. To be honest, the snow house was warmer and better insulated than the original wooden house. Next, he had to solve the food problem. The vines and trees were covered with snow. To ignite them, he needed fuel. Chapter 58. Warship Shuxingbei found a sheltered spot and, with the sea monkey, each dragged a piece of pork, starting his new round of roasting pork. Once both pieces were roasted, Shuxing Bei, the sea monkey, sea ants, and poisonous frogs were all full. Just as Shuxing Bei extinguished the fire and glanced out at the sea, his gaze suddenly froze. In the distant east, a grand fleet was sailing towards them. The fleet was arranged in a line, flags fluttering, with a huge skull insignia in grayish-white on the banners, and the empty eye sockets looked eerie. Although it was several kilometers away, Shuxing Bei could still see clearly that each large ship was at least 200 meters long, with towering prows, and the hulls were made of solid steel. Armed soldiers stood on the gangplanks and decks, clad in armor, seemingly oblivious to the falling snowflakes. They were armed with crossbows, bows, shotguns, knives at their legs, boots on their feet, and thick steel helmets on their heads, with glass shields in front. The entire fleet looked dark, almost covering the entire sea surface. Is this the power of the company? Shuxing Bei looked at the fleet slowly advancing with uncertainty. Each ship had a high water line, and as they passed over the surface of the sea, countless white waves were split apart. No, it can't be the company's warships. Shuxing Bei shook his head. The company's warships wouldn't fly a skull flag. When he previously rented the company's salvage ships, each bore a spear mark. As he was observing this fleet, on the command ship in the center, a man in a cloak was scanning the area with binoculars. He also saw Shuxing Bei and was momentarily taken aback. There was actually someone on that small island. What was that next to him? After just a glance, he quickly turned his gaze away and ordered behind him, "Go. Bring that leading person out." Yes, a soldier responded and hurried away. In a little while, a ragged figure was brought onto the deck. "Do you recognize this area?" the cloaked middle-aged man asked, lowering the binoculars. The person brought up looked ahead, bewildered, and shook his head. "Take a look at this," the man said, handing over the binoculars. "Look, there's a small island over there. If old Chow from the Jisha organization were here, he would definitely recognize who the captured person was." This person was none other than Tao Yunlai, who had come to pick up the transport ship from Mid-Island. Tao Yunlai received the binoculars with a lowered head, adopting a subservient posture, cautiously looking around. "All right, take him down." "Yes," the guard replied and led Tao Yunlai back toward the cabin. Captain Li, you said you would spare my life if I showed you the way." Tao Yunlai seemed to realize his impending fate. He took a few steps, suddenly knelt down, and began to kowtow from a distance, his head banging against the deck with a thud. "Yes, I did promise. But it hasn't happened yet, has it?" Captain Li chuckled playfully. The guard grew impatient, raising the butt of his gun and smashing it against Tao Yunlai's head. "Get up, get down." For hours, he didn't know if this area of the sea could provide him with enough resources. Captain Li's gaze grew distant. He extended his palm, letting a snowflake land in his hand before melting into a puddle. Thinking of the chaotic zone, he couldn't help but think of the Jisha organization there and of Xinghua Bin. Should he follow them? No. Under such a massive fleet, following would be of no use. He wouldn't even have the qualification to gaze from afar, let alone save anyone. But to let them go was not Shuxing Bei's style. No matter how wary the Jisha organization was of him, Xinghua Bin was still his friend. Moreover, there was also Bian Wuxian. At least he hadn't harmed him and had even taught him the skills of natural power. Perhaps he should follow them and take a look. Maybe this fleet wasn't an enemy of the Jisha organization, but their ally. Shuxing Bei thought, turning his gaze to the sea monkey. "Can you swim?" "No, can you dive?" The sea monkey nodded. "Can you stay underwater for a long time?" Shuxing Bei still wasn't reassured. The sea monkey's strength was very important for this trip to the chaotic zone. The sea monkey thought for a moment and nodded again. "That's good." Shuxing Bei didn't ask the sea monkey for a specific time frame. It wouldn't be useful. The sea monkey had no concept of time. After confirming with the sea monkey, Shuxing Bei's gaze shifted to the nearby sea ants and poisonous frogs. At this moment, he truly understood where his shortcomings lay. The sea ant and poison frog can indeed serve as a deterrent to enemies, but that requires a premise. The enemy must allow you to get close. If the opponent does not permit you to approach, or come straight at you without any words, simply using their guns, the sea ant and poison frog are basically useless and merely cannon fodder. Last time he engaged with Zheng Tiandi sent by the company, Shuxing Bei had already realized this issue. However, today's fleet gave him an even greater shock. If the company's strength is similar to that of this fleet, then the enemy he faces is incredibly formidable. If the company's strength is far superior to this fleet, it truly becomes terrifying to the point of despair. Thinking of Hong Nyangzi's serious expression, Xu Xingbei had no doubt that the company's strength was stronger than this fleet. An hour after the fleet passed, Xu Xingbei called for the Zhiji Jing, bringing along Yuanda, and they sat on the whale's back, heading toward the chaotic area. The snowflakes showed no signs of diminishing, and the sea was colder than usual, but Xu Xingbei still chose to set off. In a corner of the Jishur organization's base, Zhou Chuanting was holding a meeting with the Seoul Department as Old Woman and Li Department as Bian Wuxing. There was news. They learned that Xu Xingbei had appeared on Chongqing Island, and combined with his previous actions, the company's high-level executives were furious and had issued a strict order to capture Xu Xingbei. Any forces or individuals that sheltered or harbored Xu Xingbei would be spared if they reported him proactively. If they stubbornly resisted, they would be killed without mercy. Old Zhou knocked on the table and glanced at Bian Wuxing. Bian Wuxing lowered his eyelids and said nothing. Since everyone was not expressing their opinions, he could only be turned in. Zhou Chuanting concluded decisively. Turn him in? Didn't he go out on a mission? The Seoul Department's Old Woman asked. There are communication devices and tags for positioning. What is there to be afraid of? Zhou Chuanting replied indifferently. Before long, the task hall sent news that Xu Xingbei's communicator could not be located. The tag could be located, but what? Zhou Chuanting was somewhat irritated. His tone grew colder. Although the Jishur organization was far weaker than the company, it was not a place where just anyone could come and go freely. Now looking at old Zhou's demeanor, it seemed he not only wanted to expel Xu Xingbei from the organization, but also wanted to hand him over to the company. Bian Wuxing was secretly shocked, but instinctively felt relieved. This kid, Xu Xingbei, was indeed quite shrewd. He not only destroyed the communicator, but also sent the tag over. But when did he arrive? Having stirred up a huge mess, Zhou Chuanting's anger could no longer be suppressed. There were far too many people with this kind of mentality. When there are benefits, they would grab a handful. When there are dangers, they would immediately flee, even kicking others when they are down. Without Zhou Chuanting's consent, Xu Xingbei wouldn't have been able to come to the Jishur organization in the first place. Ironically, he was the first to go back on his word afterward. Zhou Chuanting notified Yu Feng to report back to the company about Xu Xingbei's situation in the sea area, trying to get them out of this. Understood. Yu Feng immediately responded. Then it's settled. Zhou Chuanting glanced at the Seoul Department's Old Woman, then at Bian Wuxing, just about to announce the end of the meeting when suddenly the alarm in the cabin rang out. The alarm sounded unexpectedly, startling the three people in the cabin. Someone from another cabin immediately came out to report that a warship had entered their area. Warship? What warship? The three of them were taken aback and hurried into the adjoining cabin. If Xu Xingbei were there, he would immediately notice that there were 10 computer monitors in this place, displaying positions to the east, southeast, west, northwest, northeast, and southwest. Even the spot where he set sail, and even farther out to sea, could be seen clearly. The monitors were filled with warships. Chapter 59. Level 4 on the command ship. Among the numerous warships stood a middle-aged man in a black cloak, his face chiseled like it was carved from stone, with distinct lines and tightly pressed lips. Suddenly, his gaze turned to a certain place, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted, "Speak." Yes. The guards immediately relayed the order, and 3 warships accelerated, heading straight ahead, followed by loudspeakers blaring. People in the chaotic area, listen up. People in the chaotic area, listen up. People in the chaotic area, listen up. Let the one who can make decisions for the Jishur organization come out. Let the one who can make decisions for the Jishur organization come out. Let the one who can make decisions for the Jishur organization come out. After the 3 rounds of shouting, all the warships paused above the sea. The fleet fell silent, seemingly waiting patiently. Zhou Chuanting, Bian Wuxing, and the old woman from the Seoul Department had serious expressions. What is going on? Bian Wuxing asked. Zhou Chuanting shook his head, skull flag. I've never heard of it. Let someone go ask what they want. The old woman from the Seoul Department suggested cautiously. That's fine. Zhou Chuanting nodded slightly. The 3 of them kept their eyes on the monitors. As for Captain Li on the middle warship, they also clearly saw him. Bien Wuxing opened his communicator, looked at it, and issued an order to Qin Cheng, asking him to go ask what the other party wanted. Qin Cheng, Xinghua Bin, and Fan Xiuwu, along with Huang Yinggao, were the warriors left behind in the task hall. Now that the situation had occurred, someone had to go out to inquire first. I'll go out for a bit. Qin Cheng glanced at the other three, then looked at the task hall. At this moment, his mood was extremely gloomy. Be careful. Xinghua Bin stood up and said with concern. Huang Yinggao also came over, looking at him with a complex expression. Be safe. Qin Cheng said no more, nodded, and walked straight out. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Cheng appeared in front of the three warships. May I ask what you all need? He trembled inside, his body slightly shaking. Are you the one who can make decisions for the Jisha organization? The guard under Captain Li coldly stared at him. Can make decisions? Qin Cheng's mind buzzed. Right, when they shouted earlier, they were referring to someone who could make decisions. What did it mean for him to run out? I'm not the one who can make decisions, but I'm responsible for inquiring what you all need. As long as it's something our organization has, we can negotiate. Qin Cheng forced a smile. He was indeed a level 1 warrior. Against more than 10 ordinary people, Qin Cheng wouldn't be afraid. But now, what use was his martial power? Since you're not the one who can make decisions, just don't speak from now on. The guard's eyes turned cold. A soldier beside him immediately pulled the trigger. Then came the sound of a gunshot. Qin Cheng didn't even have the chance to say another word before he fell headlong into the sea. Half an hour time limit. If you don't come out, don't come out. Captain Li's voice echoed in the guard's ears. Understood. Following this, the guards began the second round of shouting. If the head of the Jisha organization does not come out within half an hour, we will take action. The scene of Qin Cheng falling was witnessed by countless eyes in the chaotic area. Most residents in the chaotic area had fierce reputations, and a small number had various relationships with Jisha organization members. They usually feared nothing in this sea area. But now, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. Who has the ability to confront so many warships? Even the Jisha organization, despite its deep foundations, would likely not be able to handle it. Right? I'll go out. Bien Wuxing stood up. No need. Since they want to find someone who can make decisions, I should go. Zhou Chuaning suddenly looked much older. What do they really want? Bien Wuxing sighed. In the blink of an eye, his subordinate Qin Cheng lost his life. To be honest, facing so many warships, who wouldn't be terrified? What do they want? It's nothing but money and goods. What else could it be? Zhou Chuaning shook his head, wondering why they would find their way here and how they knew of their existence. This was beyond what Zhou Chuaning could fathom. He said he would go out, but he was still hesitating inside. Zhou Chuaning stepped to the cabin door, but the old woman from the Seoul department grabbed him, saying, "You can't go. If you go and something happens, who will take responsibility for such a huge mess? Let me go instead." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Bien Wuxing. Her meaning was clear. As a big man, how could Bien Wuxing let her go? Let me go instead. Bien Wuxing's lips twitched. He understood the old woman's meaning. But if he really let her take the lead, she might not agree in the end. Sometimes, it's better to be straightened out than to be pulled straight. Zhou Chuanting valued his life. The old woman valued hers. Didn't Bien Wuxing value his life too? But with the situation at hand, not going out was not an option. Bien Wuxing took the ship away. The old woman left behind said to Zhou Chuanting, "Let's go, we will sink. What about everything?" Zhou Chuanting's eyes flashed with reluctance. What do we want? At this point, what else is there to want? Send a message to Yufeng. Let him report the situation here to the company and see if they can come and rescue us. We will sink first, the old woman urged. Zhou Chuaning looked at the place he had painstakingly built, painfully closed his eyes. After a long time, he said, "I will contact Yufeng first. Let's see the situation. Then we will leave." Okay, the old woman did not urge him further. Bien Wuxing arrived in front of the three warships, saying, "The person who can make decisions in the Jisha organization is here. My name is Bien Wuxing. I do not know what forces you are from and what you want with us." Team Li informed Team Li. The guards relayed to Team Li. All right, bring Tao Yunlai up. The command ship where Team Li was located also moved forward. Bien Wuxing's lips twitched. 108 warship supplies? Who could afford that? Even if the entire fortune of the Jisha organization was put together, it wouldn't last 2 months, let alone 6. Captain Li, are you joking? We may be a force, but we are actually just a group of people drifting at sea looking for a living, huddling together for warmth. How can we have so many resources? Bien Wuxing smiled bitterly. Is that so? Then let your people speak for themselves. Captain Li clapped his hands. Tao Yunlai was once again brought to the deck. Bien Wuxing's face darkened. Zhou Chuanting and the old woman from the Soul Department, who were still monitoring, also looked grim. It turned out there was a traitor. Just a moment ago, they thought the traitor was Xu Xingbei. Bien Lauda, let the head Zhou of the organization hand over the goods. Hand them over, and we can all save our lives, Tao Yunlai shouted loudly at Bien Wuxing. As a second-level warrior, Tao Yunlai certainly recognized Bien Wuxing. Moreover, his understanding of the organization far exceeded that of Xu Xingbei. He even knew that the real leader of the organization was surnamed Zhou. With the shout from Tao Yunlai, Bien Wuxing realized something was wrong. Although he was older, he was quick to react. He exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the command ship. The soldiers raised their guns, but Team Li waved his hand, signaling him to come up. As he spoke, he flicked his clothes, revealing a body in strong attire. Come on, let me test your skills, Li Xing said with a hearty laugh. Zhou Chuaning's gaze was fixed on the screen. The current situation was the best he could hope for. If Bien Wuxing could duel with Li Xing, perhaps he could turn the tables. Bien Wuxing landed on the deck, and Li Xing threw a punch. Bien Wuxing let Li Xing's fist come at him, resting his arm casually, and Li Xing was pushed forward a few steps, nearly falling over. Oh! After stabilizing himself, Li Xing's eyes sharpened, intrigued. He followed up with another punch aimed at Bien Wuxing's face. Bien Wuxing stepped back. Just as he was about to rest his arm on Li Xing's arm, Li Xing transformed his fist into a claw, continuing to grab at Bien Wuxing's face. Bien Wuxing had to retreat, but the soldiers behind had already raised their guns. With his retreat blocked, Bien Wuxing could only dodge sideways as Li Xing's left hand traced a large arc and struck toward Bien Wuxing's chest. Bien Wuxing could only dodge again, jumping into the sea, and he had no choice but to take Li Xing's palm forcefully. As the force of the palm hit, Bien Wuxing took a deep breath and suddenly contracted the muscles in his chest. When Li Xing's palm struck, Bien Wuxing's face turned paper white in an instant. Blood gushed from his mouth. You are fourth level? Bien Wuxing asked, his voice suddenly cut off, his eyes wide open. You guessed wrong. I'm not fourth level, but I'm getting close. Li Xing gently pushed Bien Wuxing, who fell heavily onto the deck. His earlier palm strike had shattered Bien Wuxing's internal organs. What a pity. Li Xing looked at Bien Wuxing on the ground, thinking he had been too heavy-handed. Otherwise, he could have asked this guy what skills he had used earlier. Li Xing was still somewhat interested in the pull strength that nearly made him fall. Since your organization doesn't give face and the head surnamed Zhou 1T come out, then I 1T force it. Kill them. Li Xing waved his hand. Soldiers on hundreds of warships raised their crossbows toward the chaos area and fired. In an instant, dozens of crossbow arrows flew into the air above the chaotic area. No one expected the people on the warships to act so quickly. The onlookers in the distance were shocked at the thought of Bien Wuxing's death when the arrows arrived. Chapter 60. Change of ownership. Tens of thousands of steel crossbow arrows danced in the sky, turning the chaotic area into true chaos. As the iron crossbows shot over, those who had originally stood on the deck looking out frantically ran back into the cabin. Some were alert, keeping an eye on their surroundings, their gazes already fixed on the anchor and ropes securing the tower ship. One by one, the flying crossbows fell, and those unable to evade were struck in the back, blood spurting out, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Some had just put their heads inside the cabin, their bodies not fully in yet, and were hit in the calves by the crossbows, unable to care about the pain, stumbling and scrambling into the cabin. In the outer sea area, Li Xing waved his hand, and the guards immediately understood his meaning, quickly conveying orders to each warship. Fire the fire crossbows. Another wave of crossbow arrows was shot out. Unlike the last wave, this round of crossbows appeared dark and glimmered faintly in the snowy night. As the crossbows were fired, the glimmering parts created friction with the air, instantly turning into powerful crossbows trailing long fiery tails, with sharp sounds echoing. The fire crossbows themselves were coated with oil, and the tower ship was instantly engulfed in flames. Such fire crossbows were simply beyond the capability of ordinary tower ships to withstand. The once orderly rear of the chaotic area erupted into cries of despair as this wave of fire crossbows flew past. The rear was also thrown into chaos, with one tower ship after another starting up and fleeing towards the outer area. "Captain Li, it's about time," a guard reported respectfully to Li Xingham. 10 warships directly enter. Bring that surnamed Tao on board. Li Xing nodded slightly. One by one, the warships entered the rear of the chaotic area, invading the territory that originally belonged to the Jishur organization. The Jishur organization, which Zhou Chuanting had managed for many years, was completely disbanded under the 2 rounds of fire crossbows from the Sea Eagle battle team. Zhou Chuanting and the old woman from the Seoul department sank into the sea, while the researchers in the institute had no combat power at all. Faced with the powerful Sea Eagle battle team, they didn't even utter a hard word before surrendering. In the mission hall, the 4 remaining personnel were gone, with Fan Shu following Old Chow to carry out tasks. Qin Sheng was already dead, and Huang Yinggao and Xing Guobin, seeing the situation was dire, also fled on their ships. Mi Yandong ran away even earlier than they did. The people in the mission hall had long scattered, leaving only an empty hall. Li Xing's command ship also sailed in. "What about that Tao Yunlai? Should we deal with him?" a guard asked. "Not for now. He knows quite a few people in the Jishur organization, but he keeps quiet." Li Xing's gaze is deep, and it's unclear what he is thinking. Yes, the soldiers ran out to relay the orders. "Everyone in this area, listen up, raise your hands and surrender, and you can stay here." In the past, when carrying out missions, food and drink could be found. That will still be the case in the future. Those who try to escape will be killed on the spot. And the sound of the loudspeakers echoed repeatedly throughout the chaotic area. There were still many boats in the chaotic zone that hadn't managed to escape. Upon hearing the loudspeaker announcements, their minds were racing. Surrender. Even if you can escape, without food and water, you won't survive for long. One peripheral member of the Jishur organization said, communicating with another peripheral member, "The organization once sounded powerful, but now it's easily crushed. I surrender." And on the other side, someone was also contacting through the communicator. The population of the chaotic zone is at least hundreds of thousands, apart from those who have escaped. Nearly everyone left has no choice but to surrender obediently. They raise their hands above their heads, lining up to board the warships, waiting to be questioned. Name? Huang Qi. What'd you do before? Are you a member of the Jishur organization? A peripheral member of the Jishur organization, responsible for categorizing materials received in the task hall. Are you related to formal members of the Jishur organization? Yes, I know Gu Pan. She's one of her boyfriends. The recording team member from the Sea Eagle team looked up at Huang Qi. Boyfriend, one of them? Is she a bed warmer? The team member asked. Huang Qi lowered his head and gave a soft in response. Next, the team member said no more and let Huang Qi go. The same scene appeared on other warships. What's your name? What is your relationship with the Jishur organization? Are you a formal member? Li Xing sat in the command ship, listening to the soldiers' reports. All 29 people from the research institute were accounted for. All 41 people from the task hall were also found. The strength department only found one person named Huang Yinggao. It was said that 2 had escaped outside. The reception found 4, and the person in charge is named Gu Pan. When the soldiers said this, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? Li Xing looked at the soldier Wang Yi, who had followed him for many years, with raised eyebrows. It's nothing. It's just that this woman is quite interesting. It turns out she has 20 boyfriends, 2 every night, Wang Yi said with a chuckle. Oh, are you thinking about women? ISNT this one right here? Li Xing Theasa. Wang Yi made a retching sound, nearly vomited. No, I don't want to. Additionally, I found out that their S1 Seoul department with 2 female members, none of whom have been found. An old woman is the head of the Seoul department. The head of the research institute said that the highest leader of the Jishur organization is called Zhou Chuanting. It said that the 2 should be together, currently underwater. Our people are now escorting the head of the research institute to find them. Underwater? Li Xing was taken aback. Yes, there is a derelict submarine underwater. It's their old nest. The true meaning of the Jishur organization S-base is this submarine, Wang Yi reported. Li Xing rested his chin on his hand. There's a derelict submarine? Interesting, very interesting. They can not only enter the depths of the water, but I feel they can also observe us. Huh? Wang could hardly believe his ears. Yes, they can indeed observe us. But it doesn't seem matter. They're like turtles in a jar, right? Li Xing waved his hand, taking control of this place as a base. With so many hands, is there still worry about future supplies? Wang Yi hesitated. Kaptainli. Aren't we looking for the company? I've heard that they're financially strong and have a huge enterprise. Norus, bring that Zhou person here. I want to interrogate him personally, Li Xing said firmly. It didn't take long for Zhou Chuaning and the old woman from the Seoul department to be dragged out from the derelict submarine and directly escorted to Li Xing. Hard to find, huh? Li Xing looked at Zhou Chuaning with interest. A man in his 60s, with snow-white hair and a blank look in his eyes. The G-Sure organization, built from his ancestors, has quickly fallen into someone else's hands. He hates it. He is unwilling, but he has no choice. Who are you? Zhou Chuaning didn't answer, but the old woman from the Seoul department asked first. Li Xing isa gaza sharpanat. And he kicked the old woman in the abdomen with his boot. The old woman's wrinkled face turned bright red in an instant, followed by a spit of blood. You're prisoners. Understand? Cooperate well, and you can still survive. Not much worse than before. If you don't understand the rules and don't know what is good for you, you want to live to see tonight, Li Xing said coldly. The old woman from the Seoul department lowered her head. Speak. Tell me everything you know about the G-Sure organization. By the way, introduce the company's situation as well, Li Xing said, alternating his hands, repeatedly tapping his fingers. Yes, at this point, Zhou Chuaning had no other choice. Who doesn't want to survive and live better? Since there is no one with such great power, surrendering is also an option. Are you saying that the tools you use for communication and monitoring all come from the company? Li Xing's pupils contracted slightly. Yes, Zhou Chuaning answered with his head down. Regardless of any power or organization, unless you don't use long-distance communication tools, you cannot escape their eyes. As for the entire sea area, I can't say it's 100, but at least more than half of the situation is under their watch. The only area we can monitor is within a radius of only 300 kilometers. That is still allowed by the company. Every year, we have to pay them a fee of 3,000 gold coins. Including communication tools, it totals 5,000 gold coins. Li Xing was silent for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, is there anything else? There is also that whether it's our G-Sure organization or if you take over our organization. It makes no difference to the company, Zhou Chuaning said cautiously, glancing at Li Xing's expression. Yes, it makes no difference. Indeed, it makes no difference. Li Xing had to admit that this statement was correct. Following that, Li Xing waved his hand, instructing people to take Zhou Chuaning and the old woman from the Seoul department down to be placed under house arrest. Captain Li, what should we do next? Soldier Wang, he obviously realized the seriousness of the issue and was waiting for Li Xing to give the next instructions. What to do? Ask Zhou Chuaning how they have been in contact with the company. How are the fees paid? According to the original fees of the G-Sure organization. We will continue to pay, Li Xing said in a heavy tone. Wang Yi listened, lowered his head, and slowly retreated. He didn't dare to say much. No need to guess. At this moment, the captain's mood must be very bad, and he didn't want to touch the bad luck. Wang Yi could even think that the reason for bringing Zhou Chuaning down for questioning was intentional on Li Xing's part. He couldn't afford to lose face. But even if he couldn't afford to lose face, it would still be lost. He still foolishly thought about asking the company for supplies. Now it seems that it's best to admit defeat without even opening his mouth. Your fleet is indeed powerful, but before you even reach them, they already know your every move. God knows what kind of deadly weapons and destructive arrangements are in those 10 towering spires once you make your way there. Chapter 61. Choose for yourself. As Li Xing's warship launched the second round of rockets, Xu Xingbei and Yuan had already arrived in the sea area. The scene before them stunned even Yuanda. It opened its big eyes, staring in horror at the raging flames that lit up half the sky, making the night bright as day. One by one, the floor ships rushed out from the chaotic zone, fleeing in all directions like lost dogs. Xu Xingbei directed the Zhiji whale to approach the nearest floor ship and quickly climbed aboard. Yuanda also heard Xu Xingbei's instructions and followed onto the floor ship. However, Its movements were not as agile as Shu Xingbei's. After climbing aboard, the steel deck made loud banging sounds, immediately alerting the people on the floor ship. "Who is it?" A low voice echoed from the cabin. And then, as the headlight flickered, a beautiful woman in a cotton coat walked down from the cabin. After the woman walked out, she immediately recognized the person in front of her, Shu Xingbei. "Is it you?" Shu Xingbei looked at her and quickly remembered who she was. The woman who greeted Xinghua Bin when he took him to the Jishir organization in the chaotic area was none other than her. "Your name is Zhengya, right?" Shu Xingbei recalled that Xinghua Bin seemed a bit scared when he met this woman. "So what? I don't care how you got up here. But before I lose my temper, please leave," Zhengya said with a pale face and an extremely cold attitude. "What if I don't leave?" Shu Xingbei initially thought she knew Xinghua Bin and was considering discussing it with her nicely to borrow a cabin for a hot shower and change clothes. He didn't expect this woman to be so unyielding. He had already called her name. Not leaving? As a sea beast, Yuanda had a strong sense of danger. When Zhengya raised her gun, he stepped forward. Seeing the situation was bad, Zhengya fired a shot at Yuanda, hitting him in the abdomen. However, Yuanda seemed unaffected and continued to approach Zhengya. He knocked the gun from her hand and swung a fist at her head. Zhengya didn't expect this person to be so fierce. For a moment, she was stunned, and then she felt a chill in her heart, knowing that her fate was to wait for death. "Spare her life. I have questions for her." Shu Xingbei transmitted the message to Yuanda. Zhengya, who had just lost her wits, finally recovered and shook her head at the woman, urging her not to provoke them. She realized their predicament. Just one big guy could easily take their lives, not to mention there was also Shu Xingbei beside him. The tranquilizer gun had no effect on Yuanda, which terrified Zhengya. The previous blow from Yuanda almost shattered her wrist. Zhengya didn't know how to explain, but suddenly had a bright thought. "You are Xinghua Bin's friend?" Shu Xingbei glanced at Zhengya and then at the woman named Suli. "I need the bathroom. Prepare hot water for me. Also, find me a change of clothes." He had soaked in the water for over 4 hours. Even though he could slow his heartbeat and lower his body temperature to maintain internal heat circulation, it was still the depths of winter and snowing. After coming out of the water, wearing wet clothes, Shu Xingbei felt even colder. "Dream on." Chen Suli ignored Shu Xingbei's words. "You should obediently go drive the ship." Shu Xingbei signaled Yuanda, who stepped over to Chen Suli. With a mighty grip, he lifted her into the air, leaving her hanging. Chen Suli screamed in fright. "Put her down, please put her down. I'll go prepare water, prepare hot water." Zhengya knew they had encountered a tough opponent. At this moment, obedience was the only way to save their lives. Forget about preparing hot water. Even if they were told to go into the cabin and undress, they had no choice. Zhengya gritted her teeth and prepared hot water for Shu Xingbei to take a shower, while she thought about his possible identity. Just as Shu Xingbei entered the bathroom, Zhengya still considered resisting. However, the big guy outside was too intimidating. She didn't have the confidence to escape from him. What a fate. The enemy outside had broken into the organization. She and Chen Suli had reacted quickly, but unexpectedly, just as they escaped the chaotic area. They fell into the hands of such a vicious person. She didn't know what he intended to do. Would he turn against them after taking a shower? The tranquilizer gun was ineffective. Could have malfunctioned? Zhengya's mind was racing, and when Shu Xingbei finished his shower and walked out, he said with an unhappy face, "The clothes don't fit." The clothes were indeed too large. "What can I do? This outfit was bought by Chen Suli for her brother and wasn't delivered in time. Otherwise, aside from our clothes, there are no other options." Zhengya felt wronged. A grown man comes to a woman's ship and wants to change clothes. How ridiculous. Just then, a horn sounded outside, and everyone in the area heard it, all raising their hands to surrender, still allowed to stay in the area. In the past, they could find food and drink during missions, and they still could in the future. Those who tried to escape will be killed on the spot. Zhengya listened carefully, and Chen Suli outside also heard clearly. Zhengya's eyes flickered as countless thoughts raced through her mind. But if they didn't surrender, where could they go? Would they drift at sea? Their capabilities were not based on force. They had no chance against sea, beasts, or in retrieving relics from the ocean floor. "Excuse me, sir. Can I ask your name?" Chen Suli approached Shu Xingbei, gathering her courage to ask. "Me? Nie Qingyun." Xu Xingbei replied. Nie Qingyun? No one in the organization has that name, right? Zheng Ye thought, glancing at Chen Suli, who shook her head gently, clearly having never heard of that name either. Mister. Yeah, as you can see, we just escaped from inside. Now we have nowhere to go. What do you think? Zheng Ye pretended to look pitifully at Xu Xingbei. Since they had escaped from inside, they had to surrender. Did they have any better options? Xu Xingbei could guess their thoughts and estimated they were also poor souls with nowhere to go, just like him. However, Xu Xingbei acted indifferent. What about you, Mr. Nye? Zheng Ye asked. I have nowhere to go either. I'll go with you. Xu Xingbei shrugged. Oh, Zheng Ye was full of complaints but didn't dare to voice them. She realized that this Nie Qingyun was determined to keep them both under his control. What about that one? Zheng Ye cautiously asked, looking at Yuanda. She wasn't afraid of Xu Xingbei. She was afraid of the big guy. He doesn't need to go. Xu Xingbei shook his head. Whether he would surrender or do something else, he certainly wouldn't tell them. The main thing was that Xu Xingbei wanted to see what the fleet would do next. With such a huge fleet, the costs of food, drink, and maintaining the ships were not small sums every day. Xu Xingbei didn't believe they would take over the Jishur organization and the chaotic area without having any thoughts about the company. In that case, he would temporarily submit to this fleet and decide on the next step based on the situation. Mr. Nye, I won't hide it from you. Both Chen Suli and I are members of the Seoul division of the Jishur organization. We are about to surrender, and we can clarify our identities. What about you? Zheng Ye, Chen Suli, and Xu Xingbei all arrived at the control room. Me? I'm your husband, right? Xu Xingbei answered without thinking. Husband? Zheng Ye's face turned red in an instant, and she was so angry she nearly wanted to hit Xu Xingbei. Chen Suli almost yanked the steering wheel to throw it away. She had never seen someone so shameless. Without hesitation, Chen Suli pulled out her tranquilizer gun, and Yuanda stood in front of her at the right moment. A shadow loomed over Chen Suli, darkening her heart. Zheng Ye had quietly informed her of the situation, and Chen Suli understood that among these two people, the most dangerous one was this big guy. I misspoke. I didn't mean you. I meant any one of you among us is fine. Xu Xingbei began to explain. Any one of us? You mean one of us has to recognize you as our husband? Zheng Ye and Chen Suli were nearly going crazy. You can choose for yourselves. Xu Xingbei didn't consider how his word would impact the two unmarried women, or perhaps had never focused on them at all. Where should you want to go next? To the seabed or stay on the ship? After going to the fleet, the next step is a question he must think through thoroughly. Are we choosing ourselves? Zheng Ye looked at Chen Suli. Of course, she was unwilling. Chen Suli saw Zheng Ye's gaze and immediately turned her head, pretending to be focused on piloting the ship. Hurry up and choose. If you really can't decide, Yuanda, you help them. Xu Xingbei instructed Yuanda Chapter 62. Soul techniques also, there's no need to rush. Even if we surrender, it's not something that needs to be done tonight, Xu Xingbei said lightly. If we don't go now, then when? Chen Suli was anxious. They were from the Seoul department, and drifting outside the sea was not a good situation. In the cockpit, Chen Suli and Zheng Ye exchanged glances. These two women in the Seoul department, along with the elderly woman from the Seoul department, were feared by everyone below the high levels of the Jishur organization. Not to mention the old woman in charge of the Seoul department. Just considering Zheng Ye and Chen Suli, they controlled not just one or two members. With a thought, they could send those members to their deaths without blinking an eye. Both women were quite beautiful. Zheng Ye had an oval face, and her skin was different from those who had been at sea for years. Her complexion was fair and lovely, and she spoke with a smile, appearing quite approachable. Chen Suli, on the other hand, looked much colder, with a round face that had a bit of baby fat. Ollie, what do you think we should do? Zheng Ye was in distress. This person named Nie Qingyun seemed to be staying on this ship permanently. If it were just Nie Qingyun, she was quite confident she could handle him. But with that terrifying big guy added in, she felt completely uncertain. Do you think that big guy is human? Zheng Ye asked softly. Chen Suli frowned, startled, and quickly shook her head. Then what do you think? Is there a good chance of luring him? Zheng Ye pouted. Those two guys, the scariest one isn't even human. You want me to lure him? Isn't that seeking death? How about you go instead? Didn't you practice a method for sea beasts? Zheng Ye suddenly said to Chen Suli, I'll take the helm. Chen Suli almost cried. The method I practiced is aimed at smaller sea beasts. I've never seen such a large sea beast in a cafeteria. The two discussed back and forth, but couldn't find a good solution to the current crisis. Thinking about how the Jishur organization was rapidly collapsing under the warship, they could hardly see a future. In the darkness, both fell silent. The snowflakes continued to dance, as if the heavens were venting their dissatisfaction with this world, expressing all their anger through the snowfall. I'll go try it. That big guy seems to listen to him, and with these two, our chances of survival will be greater in the future. Zhenya finally made up her mind. Chen Suli hesitated. However, the instinct for survival made her hope Zheng you would give it a try. Be careful, don't anger him, Chen Suli warned. Zhenya stopped speaking, turned on the headlight, and walked towards the upper cabin where Xu Xingbei had just passed. Knock knock. Emmer, nia, emmer, nia. Zhenya tried to make her tone sound softer and more gentle. The cabin door opened, and the lights were on inside. Xu Xingbei glanced at her and asked, "What is the matter?" Zhenya peeked into the room. "Oh, the big guy ISNT here. I wanted to ask if you had dinner tonight, and if you wanted me to make something for you." Zhenya, not seeing the big guy, felt a bit bolder. "No need." Xu Xingbei waved his hand. Yuanda had eaten enough in the afternoon, and he didn't feel hungry at the moment. He wanted to practice his disguise technique to make it last longer. So, of course, he didn't want to waste time talking to this woman. "Oh, I'll check if the blanket is too thin. If it is, I'll bring you another one," Zhenya said as she walked toward the edge of the bed. She intentionally bent down, raising her hips high. Such seductive techniques were also a required course in their soul department. Although she was inexperienced, she had seen and heard enough about how to entice men and had quite a bit of insight. Xu Xingbei didn't expect Zhenya to barge in directly, and he felt a bit displeased. In the blink of an eye, he saw Zhenya's intentionally posed figure. Xu Xingbei bit his lip, feeling a noticeable heat in his lower abdomen. Zhenya was capturing his gaze, and upon seeing Xu Xingbei's expression, she felt a sense of certainty. There's a chance. People are worried you might feel cold sleeping at night. Zhenya maintained her original posture. "Should I do something else to warm your bed?" Xu Xingbei instantly suppressed the surge of desire in his heart. After experiencing that night with Hong Yangzi, his resolve had grown stronger. He didn't need to guess the purpose of Zhenya's actions at this moment. He knew she was here for a reason. Is she trying to take me down? Xu Xingbei's expression remained unchanged as he pointed to the bed. "Sit down. I have something to ask you." Seeing the heat in Xu Xingbei's eyes fade, Zhenya knew she had failed. "No, I just want to care about you. What is the point of sitting down?" Her voice had a hint of coquetry. Xu Xingbei laughed coldly. "Didn't you see you on here? You're feeling bold, huh? What if I tell you he's right outside?" Zhenya shivered and quickly stood up, thought for a moment, then obediently sat back down, placing her hands on her knees, cautiously watching Xu Xingbei's expression. "What is your method for controlling people in the soul department?" Xu Xingbei had previously checked the archives in the library and was interested in mastering psychological techniques like those used by Hong Yangzi. This time, he randomly found a ship to bathe and rest, and unexpectedly encountered two women from the soul department, which was truly a pleasant surprise. "You don't understand what I'm saying?" Zhenya was startled. She had mentioned the soul department in front of Xu Xingbei, not expecting him to know what the soul department did. "If you speak properly, I will spare your lives. If you continue like this, I'll immediately have Yuan to throw you into the sea," Xu Xingbei said impatiently. Thrown into the sea? On a snowy night in the icy cold water? Could she survive if thrown in? Yes, Zhenya immediately answered seriously. She was scared. "I can control people because my mental strength is strong, usually through conversation and chatting. I can control the other person's mind without them noticing, and then plant a seed deep in their heart, making them fear me," Zhenya slowly explained. "And then?" Xu Xingbei continued to ask. He couldn't help but think of Hong Yangzi. This move was truly ruthless. If he were to be dealt with by Hong Yangzi in the same way, he would have no ability to resist in her hands in the future. "And? That's it." Zhenya shook her head. "What exactly is the process like?" Xu Xingbei was not satisfied with this answer. "How about this? You try it on me." According to Xu Xingbei's arrangement, Yuanda was sitting behind the cabinet in the cabin. He originally wanted to see what Zhenya was up to. "In 2 minutes. If you don't understand, fine, you breathe, don't understand? Fine, after you take 10 breaths, Wake me up, Shu Xingbei conveyed the message to Yuanda. At this moment, Zhengya smiled bitterly. I can't do it. Why? Shu Xingbei asked in surprise. Could it be that controlling others involves some kind of procedure? To control a person's mind, you must first put them in a completely relaxed state, meaning they are unguarded or have no suspicion. Like you are now. I can't do it at all. Zhengya shook her head. Besides being unguarded or suspicious, what about other situations? Can you do it? Shu Xingbei pressed on. Since she couldn't do it, there was no need for Yuanda to do anything. Zhengya thought for a moment and said, in simple terms, controlling a person's mind falls into two situations. One is when the other party is unguarded or completely relaxed. The other is when the person is in an extreme psychological state, such as great fear, despair, or ecstasy. Essentially, they are caught off guard. Will all members entering the G-Sure organization be controlled? Shu Xingbei asked. Zhengya was startled, Right, you. She didn't dare to continue. Just say it. Don't associate it with me. Shu Xingbei frowned. Grandma? A hint of confusion flashed in Shu Xingbei's eyes. Grandma E is the head of our soul department. All right, stop thinking of random ideas. You guys bring the ship to the outskirts of the chaotic area and dock with other ships. If there's a problem, come call me. Shu Xingbei waved her hand, letting Zhengya go. Zhengya, feeling lost, returned to the cockpit. How is it? Chen Suli asked anxiously. Did you succeed? Succeed? Zhengya laughed self-deprecatingly. Is that possible? Not only did I not succeed, but he also kept asking me questions. I feel like he is very familiar with our G-Sure organization. How could that be? Chen Suli didn't believe it. I saw Xing Guobin bringing someone into the back of the chaotic area not long ago. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, but now it seems. He gave me a very familiar feeling. That day, Xing Guobin should have brought him into the organization. Zhengya thought carefully and felt that this possibility was very high. Impossible. Once in the organization, would they let him roam freely? Either you or I must have controlled him. Chen Suli firmly did not believe such a thing could happen. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. The important thing is that he is now on our ship, and we don't even know what he wants to do. Zhengya became increasingly frightened. Also, he and they appeared suddenly. I remember there were no other ships near us at that time. The two women became more and more alarmed as they spoke. Strong mental power. To control others' minds. To plant the seeds of fear. Two psychological states. One is unguarded, and the other is in extremes. So, what psychological state was Hong Yangzi in when she cast the spell on herself? Chapter 63. Control since the Sea Eagle team took over the entire chaotic area and completely absorbed the G-Sure organization. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Not only Zhengya and Chen Suli could not sleep, but even the captain of the Sea Eagle team, Li Xing, also did not rest. Orders were issued one after another. Register and issue cards to all personnel. Gather all the warriors of the G-Sure organization together. Separate Zhou, Chuanting, and Yi Min for detention. Immediately contact Yu Feng in the company and have him convey goodwill to the company. We will arrange to send gifts immediately. The personnel in the task hall continued to operate as usual. The kitchen and bathing facilities remained open, but only for squad leaders and above. Original members of the G-Sure organization no longer enjoyed privileges. The warships spread out according to combat mode, half guarding the outskirts of the chaotic area and half sailing into the back of the chaotic area. As orders were issued, the chaotic area gradually became quiet. Although people did not sleep, the noise outside had diminished, and those who chose to surrender stayed in their houseboats, imagining possible futures. Your brother suddenly went from being a warrior of the G-Sure organization to an ordinary person, and he won't be able to look after us anymore, a woman sighed. I said, head of the family, you worked so hard on the outskirts of the G-Sure organization, and now the Sea Eagle team has come. Maybe it's a good thing for you. Another woman comforted her man. Why bother with so much? If you're going to die, die upright. If not, turn over. I say, whether it's the G-Sure organization or the Sea Eagle team, they're all the same. It doesn't matter who is the emperor. We should hunt sea beasts when it's time and fish when it's time. If we don't act, we won't get tired. Who will feed you? A fisherman skilled in fishing sighed. Those who chose to surrender were now lamenting in the chaotic area. Some who did not choose to surrender were navigating their boats in the outer sea area, feeling confused in the pitch-black night. Suddenly, someone started playing the flute. The sound was mournful and plaintive, like a woman who cries easily, leaning against the wall, recounting her tragic life again and again. Those who were unwilling to surrender did not have much ambition, and the reason they refused to surrender was simply because the situation was unclear. Now, struck by the flute sound, all kinds of sadness surged forth. The image of the end times. Any sadness that can be expressed is not true sadness, and any pain that can be cried out is not true pain. Before them was an endless darkness, and the little thoughts in their hearts were like tiny starlights, merely supporting themselves. On the other side of the chaotic area, personnel were still being thoroughly checked. Those who voluntarily surrendered reported their names, stated their identities, and received cards. Some were mixed in, neither voluntarily surrendering nor revealing their identities, just blending in with those houseboats, trying to pass unnoticed. Those with the idea of slipping through were like Xu Xingbei's choice, placing their houseboats on the outermost edge. This way, it was easy to run away at any time, and they could also observe the situation inside. These circumstances, of course, could not escape Li Xing's eyes. The Sea Eagle team, which had fully taken over the Jishe organization, naturally also possessed the monitoring of the Jishe organization. This area, send someone to check immediately. Those who remain must surrender. Those who do not surrender will be executed. Li Xing instructed his guard Wang Yi. Wang Yi immediately went out to convey the orders. Tens of thousands of soldiers had already formed small teams based on the warships. Every 10 people formed a small team. Every 10 small teams formed a medium team. And every 10 medium teams formed a large team. Above the team leaders was the commander. Li Xing's small teams spread out according to the locations of their warships, checking and registering one houseboat after another. When Zhengya and Chen Suli's ship was checked, it was already the next morning. Squad leader, look over there. A soldier saw Chen Suli and Zhengya, who had been in the cockpit all night, and his eyes lit up as he quickly reported to his squad leader. The squad leader looked in the direction pointed out and immediately became transfixed. Two beautiful women. Being a soldier was originally a hard job, and being a soldier at sea made it even harder. Women, to them, meant boundless joy. Come with me over there. Everyone else, check over here. The squad leader immediately exercised his authority. Whether it would arouse the envy of others was completely out of his consideration. Right now, there were two women. The soldier eagerly followed the squad leader, feeling a surge of excitement. The two quickly arrived on a houseboat. They did not notice Xu Xingbei at the edge of the ship, nor did they notice the half-submerged figure of Yuanda. Even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. What could be more important than going to the cockpit? The soldier ran ahead and pushed open the cockpit door. I say you two squat down. Zhengya and Chen Suli realized something was wrong the moment the door was pushed open. Seeing the expressions of the two men who entered, their hearts sank. We surrender. Zhengya hastily raised her hand. Chen Suli followed suit, raising both hands. No hiti, no hiti. Come out first, the squad leader smiled. The cockpit was too small, and it was cold. Zhengya and Chen Suli exchanged glances, both falling into despair. They knew that the reason they had seized the ship to escape last night was because they were afraid of this very moment. No matter what kind of dire situation or predicament they encountered, women often bore the brunt, especially young women. Hurry up, go to the cabin. The soldier certainly understood the squad leader's meaning. Zhengya looked around, not seeing Xu Xingbei's figure, and became even more desperate. Those two guys were completely unreliable. They still talk about helping themselves survive, but in the end, they're just bullies who pick on women. Zhengya and Chen Suli slowly moved toward the cabin upstairs. Every step they took was incredibly difficult. Once they entered the cabin, what fate awaited them? Did they even need to think about it? The two stopped in front of the cabin door, their four eyes scanning the surroundings, hoping for a last-minute change in their fate. Hurry up, the little soldier urged. The squad leader smiled broadly, almost unable to contain his excitement. Scenes that made his heart race flashed in his mind. How many lonely nights had he imagined this moment, using Wuzishan as a reference? At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The squad leader first saw a strange light appear in the eyes of the two women, followed by a muffled sound beside him. The squad leader was taken aback. Years of training as a soldier made him instinctively draw the dagger at his side, but before he could move again, a cold, gleaming dagger was pressed against his neck. Open the door. Xu Xingbei shouted at Zhengya and the others. The cabin door opened. Shu Xingbei pushed the squad leader inside. Yuanda took the little soldier's body and sank it into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Once inside the cabin, Shu Xingbei quickly tied up the squad leader with a rope he had prepared. Chun Su Li cleverly closed the cabin door. The squad leader, unable to move, coldly stared at Shu Xingbei as he approached. "You've messed with us. Are you still going to live?" Shu Xingbei didn't even look at him, instead walking toward Zhengya and Chun Su Li. "When I shout, you two need to immediately control him. Understand?" "Okay." Zhengya and Chun Su Li nodded in unison, despite their pale faces. "What is your name?" Shu Xingbei then turned and asked the squad leader indifferently. Before they arrived at this floor ship, Shu Xingbei had already heard the conversation between this guy and the little soldier. The squad leader remained silent. He didn't call for help either. Calling for help in the cabin was meaningless, as outside they would only hear noise from within. Shu Xingbei was not in a hurry. He slowly stretched his bones, letting them stabilize, then pushed his facial bones and pulled at his facial muscles, looking just like the little soldier who had just died. Upon seeing this, the squad leader looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even Zhengya and Chun Su Li were stunned. Shu Xingbei wanted this moment. Zhengya and Chun Su Li looked at the squad leader simultaneously, using all their strength. Soon, the squad leader's eyes became vacant. "Done?" Shu Xingbei asked the two. Which of you controlled him?" He asked again. I. Zhengya and Chun Su Li both answered. Shu Xingbei couldn't help but reach up to touch his forehead. "It's really me," Zhengya said, a bit excited. "It's me." Chun Su Li, though calm, had a spark of fervor in her eyes that said it all. "Stop arguing. You two try it out, but be quick." Shu Xingbei was almost overwhelmed by their bickering. "Although first," Zhengya rolled up her sleeves. Chun Su Li was also unwilling to fall behind. "Stop arguing, one at a time. You, Zhengya, go first." Shu Xingbei was about to break down from their competition. Zhengya nodded and walked over, patting the squad leader's forehead. "Look at me." The squad leader woke from his daze, his eyes wide as he looked at Zhengya. "What is your name?" "Gao Sentino." "What position do you hold in the Sea Eagle team?" "Squad leader." "Are you married?" "No." "No wonder you're so lecherous." Feng scoffed. Then she looked at Shu Xingbei. "Is that good enough?" "I said it's me." Shu Xingbei ignored her and glanced at Chun Su Li. Chun Su Li understood and walked over, looking at the squad leader. The squad leader's gaze shifted to Chun Su Li. "How do you solve your needs without a wife?" Shu Xingbei's face darkened, nearly passing out. "With my hands," Chao Sentinel replied, without even taking time to think. Chapter 64. Origins. Chun Su Li didn't ask further and shot Shu Xingbei a proud glance, as if to say, "See, I controlled him too." "It's unnecessary," Shu Xingbei sighed. "Two formal members of the Soul Division controlling a squad leader is a waste of resources. You release your control over him," Shu Xingbei said to Zhengya. "Why me?" Feng protested. Now that the Sea Eagle team had taken control of the chaotic area, she had finally gained the opportunity to control a squad leader, providing her with some security for survival. She was unwilling to relinquish that control. Besides, controlling someone and releasing them wasn't that easy. She had no idea how to undo that kind of mental control. "Then you do it." Shu Xingbei turned to Chun Su Li. "No," Chun Su Li replied coldly. "She wasn't foolish. He's just a squad leader." Shu Xingbei finally spoke the truth. "Just a squad leader? What do you mean?" Zhengya's eyes darted around, while confusion appeared on Chun Su Li's cold round face. "I'll try to release it. I'll try." Zhengya was the first to respond. But Chun Su Li wasn't slow either. "I'll go." Shu Xingbei helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Just now when I asked one of you to release it, neither of you wanted to. Now that you understand what I said, you both want to release the control? Hold on. Ask him about the origins of the Sea Eagle team." Shu Xingbei pointed at Chao Sentinel. Chao Sentinel answered every question without hesitation, having no secrets to hide. The key was that even if he wanted to hide something, he couldn't. Both women could sense his inner turmoil. The moment there was even a slight fluctuation, they both shouted, "You're lying. We are a team from the South Seas Kingdom, originally having 30,000 warships. Our commander led us drifting at sea, looking for land to settle on. Even a large island would suffice. But after drifting for 3 years, we found nothing. We didn't see any land, though we encountered quite a few islands. Unfortunately, None were large enough. 2 years ago, we came across a large island and intended to attack. But the forces on the island were stronger than us. Their weapons and manpower far exceeded ours. That battle was said to be extremely brutal, and nearly all 30,000 warships were lost. Only our unit, which was responsible for logistical support, managed to survive with over 300 ships that had retreated from the battlefield. We dared not stay in that sea area any longer. We wish we could equip our warships with wings and fly away. The faster the better. On our escape route, we used crossbows to catch fish and hunt sea beasts. Unfortunately, fresh water was scarce, and due to competition for fresh water, infighting broke out, resulting in more deaths and the loss of several warships. Whenever we encountered an island, we would rush to plunder. During our journey, we encountered transport ships and looted them, then interrogated and killed them afterward. After traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers, we came across a transport fleet. The leader was called Mo Laudiao. He said he was transporting 2 tons of rice for the Illuminati. We didn't take care about that and directly seized their ship, killing everyone. To our surprise, not long after, we encountered more than 10 people who, upon seeing us, immediately turned their boat to flee. Unfortunately, with our massive fleet, where could they escape to? After catching them, we interrogated them and found out they were from the Illuminati. Further questioning revealed that the so-called Illuminati was another name for the benevolent organization. From them, we learned there was a benevolent organization here, as well as a large company. Our team leader was intrigued and didn't kill that person, continuing on to this place. That guy surnamed Tao, his name was Tao Yinlai. He had intentionally misled us a few times on the wrong path, and our team leader beat him half to death before he finally behaved. Chao Sentinel recounted everything, and the 3 people in the cabin listened intently. It turns out that the matter of Lao Chao taking himself to investigate Chongqing Island stems from this team from the Nanyang Kingdom. Zhengya and Chen Suli exchanged glances, both wondering whether it was themselves or each other who controlled Tao Yunlai. Wasn't the Nanyang Kingdom submerged by the sea? Xu Xingbei found it a bit strange. Although we are a small country, our terrain is high. We can also be self-sufficient in food, so when the seawater first surged in, it didn't impact us much. Several generations have been looking for a way out, but since the entire glacious planet is like this, what better way out could there be? So we just live day by day, the Sentinel Chow replied. That's true. People only truly seek solutions when they are pushed to a dead end. If you can live comfortably for a day, that's enough. Since the outcome in the future is inevitable and cannot be changed in the short term, why bother worrying for nothing? The Sentinel Chow's expression darkened. I lost a soldier. Losing a person from the team is no joking matter. The higher-ups will investigate. Xu Xingbei replied lightly. How many people have died on your journey? Can't you find an excuse? The Sentinel Chow stammered. That was in battle. This area now belongs to us. Zhao Haishui disappeared for no reason. He spoke while observing Xu Xingbei's face. Xu Xingbei looked at him with confusion. What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Suli smirked. She also found it amusing. So this was your idea. Xu Xingbei realized it won't work. The Sentinel Chow's face darkened. The Sentinel Chow thought to himself, that's not how it works. He had just been frightened. After calming down, he realized that Xu Xingbei's plan was completely feasible. Zhao Haishui is not a big shot. He is not even a squad leader, just someone who follows behind him all day, flattering him. If it were him who died today and Zhao Haishui who survived, Zhao Haishui might be in big trouble. But it's Zhao Haishui who has died. The gravity of the situation was still clear to the Sentinel Chow. He nodded and cautiously backed away. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at that big fellow. Is that big guy even human? Why is he so hairy all over? Never mind. Anyway, these few people are not ones I can afford to offend. As for reporting them, the Sentinel Chow dared not do that. The 2 women seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. Anyway, they had questions and he must answer. His mind was no longer under his control. If they were reported and they died, he would definitely not have a good outcome either. The Sentinel Chow left the airship, his heart nearly jumping out of his stomach. Upon returning to his warship, he immediately reported the situation to the squad leader. There are sea beasts in the outer sea. Zhao Haishui from my squad was taken by a sea beast. The Sentinel Chow spoke in a panic. Lying must have a semblance. There are sea beasts? The squad leader was startled. What kind? How big? As for the death of a soldier, the squad leader really didn't take it to heart. Just as Xu Xingbei suspected, as long as one holds power in such a vast area of chaos with so many people, how could one worry about lacking soldiers? Very tall, very big, with a head as big as a water barrel, all hairy, the Sentinel Chow replied, probably very strong. It reached out from the water and pulled Zhao Haishui down. He didn't even struggle, just disappeared into the water. Yes, the Sentinel Chow stood at attention and saluted. Nie Qinyan, we are running low on fuel on our ship, and we also lack food. Zhengya mustered the courage to speak to Xu Xingbei. She wouldn't dare to speak to Xu Xingbei unless absolutely necessary. However, since Xu Xingbei had rescued her and Qin Suli from the hands of two soldiers, her dislike for him had diminished a lot. The fear from last night had also gradually faded. We can wait a few days for fuel. Anyway, we are not in a hurry to leave. Food is manageable. Is there fresh water? Xu Xingbei asked. Yes, there is plenty of fresh water. Zhengya nodded. That's good then. Yuanda, go underwater and catch 2 big fish. Wait a moment. Go from the lower cabin. Xu Xingbei thought for a moment and led Yuanda to the bottom of the cabin. The bottom of the airship connects to the water surface. Lifting the cover, Xu Xingbei conveyed the information to Yuanda, who excitedly dove down. Yuanda also likes cooked food, which is why it always follows Xu Xingbei. In no time, 2 big fish were thrown into the bottom cabin. At noon, Xu Xingbei roasted a whole fish. Half was given to Yuanda, and the other half was shared among him, Zhengya, and Qin Suli. I must say, Xu Xingbei's fish roasting skills are exceptional. Yuanda was overjoyed, mumbling continuously, not even knowing what it was saying. Zhengya and Qin Suli also ate exceptionally happily, their stomachs filling up. After the meal, Qin Suli and Zhengya went to their room to rest, while Xu Xingbei continued practicing his disguise skills. Now he could maintain his disguise for 5 hours, but it still wasn't enough. The 2 women returned to the cabin and began to chat. What do you want to say? Are you trying to say he is one of our organization? Qin Suli asked. Disguise skills. ISNT, that's something only Chow from the intelligence department can do. I haven't heard of anyone else who can. Zhengya still felt a bit suspicious. Qin Suli sighed. Why bother with so much? In my opinion, whether he is from the organization or not is irrelevant. Are we from the organization? Right? But has anyone ever truly cared about us? If it weren't for that detestable guy, we wouldn't have survived today. Even if we did, it would be better off dead. Chapter 65. Instant Understanding. Qin Suli's emotions clearly affected Zhengya. Zhengya remained silent for a long time. In my opinion, being able to live like this is not bad either. Nie Qinyan's cooking is good, and that Yuanda listens to him. As long as we don't cause a big commotion, we are freer than before, Qin Suli said softly. Feng Ye listened. Sitting up on the bed with her chin resting on her hand, I think you seem a bit off. You used to be cold to everyone, but you seem to have a good impression of Nie Qinyan. Go to hell, Qin Suli got annoyed, reaching out to scratch Zhengya under her armpit. Feng Ye rolling over and starting to scratch Qin Suli back. The 2 of them laughed and played, seemingly gradually forgetting that there was still a Xu Xingbei outside. However, deep down, they still harbored an unspoken worry. It was the uncertainty of the future. After all, the Chaos Zone has now changed its master. And seeing that they weren't eating, Yuanda simply finished off both of their portions, then ran to one side, collapsed on the deck, and fell asleep. Shortly after, loud snoring erupted, like thunder. Feng Ye, come here, I have something to ask you, Xu Xingbei called out to Zhengya, who was about to take a shower. 2 hours later, Zhengya entered the cabin. Her expression seemed a bit puzzled. Qin Suli watched her expression and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Zhengya frowned. What are you doing? Not doing anything. I'm afraid you've lost your soul. Qin Suli chuckled lightly. I haven't tea. By the way, do you want to know what he called me over for? Zhengya leaned close to Qin Suli's ear and asked. Qin Suli shook her head. I don't want to know. Saying this, her gaze turned back to Zhengya. Don't think of anything weird. He called me over to ask about the methods of psychological techniques. Zhengya said with a grin. Psychological technique? He wants to learn that. Those who wish to learn psychological techniques have such high requirements for mental strength. He probably can't even imagine it. Qin Suli shook her head, believing from the bottom of her heart that Xu Xingbei was overestimating himself. Who knows? Maybe yes, just curious. Anyway, I think he is not an official member of the organization. At least he is on the periphery. Otherwise, how could he know so much? Zhenya said, never mind, I'm going to take a shower. The Sea Eagle team is different from the Jishur organization. They are unaware of their existence and will not think about their own situation. Whether the Sea Eagle team goes to war against the company next or voluntarily submits, it won't affect them for the time being. With the presence of the great ape, along with the sea ants and poison frogs, no one in this sea area can threaten his safety, not even the Sea Eagle team. In large-scale battles, Shuxing Bay is no match for the Sea Eagle team. Once the warships spread out, everything becomes uncertain. If a fight truly breaks out, it's hard to say who will win. The next morning, Qin Suli got up early. She stretched and was about to wash up when she suddenly saw several poison frogs jumping around on the ship's railing. Qin Suli let out a sharp scream and was about to rush back into the cabin when she saw a few sea ants over half a foot long scurrying around. She screamed again, this time even more piercing, causing people in the nearby building ship to look over. What's wrong? Zhenya rubbed her eyes and was about to open the cabin door, but Qin Suli shouted, Don't open the door. Upon seeing the scene before him, Shuxing Bei understood. You all go below deck. He waved at the poison frogs and croaked a few times, then communicated with the sea ants, instructing them to follow Jishur to the deck. You can command them? Qin Suli's mouth fell open, momentarily unsure of what to say. Didn't you say his mental power isn't strong enough? Zhenya asked. It's not that. Qin Suli waved her hand, looking quite annoyed. Then what is it? I think I know who he is. Qin Suli took a deep breath. Unlike Zhenya, who had seen Shuxing Bei before, Qin Suli had never met him. But she had heard members of the Jishur organization mention him, saying he could command poison frogs. Just this point was enough for her to connect Shuxing Bei with the person before her. Who is he? Thing Yai. Qin Suli took another deep breath. I don't want to say. Zhenya was confused. What does that mean? During lunch, Qin Suli rushed into the kitchen first. She looked at Shuxing Bei seriously. I have something to say to you. Go ahead. Shuxing Bei looked at her deeply and nodded. Your name is Nie Qingyan. Even if someone held a knife to my neck and asked me, you are still Nie Qingyan. If you don't believe me, you can control me. Qin Suli spoke these words after careful consideration, without pausing. I am Nie Qingyan. Shuxing Bei smiled slightly. He understood Qin Suli's meaning. She was afraid he would silence her. Zhenya also entered the cabin, looking at the two in confusion, utterly bewildered. After 10 days of adjustments, the Sea Eagle team had completely taken control of the chaotic zone. The residents here were doing what they had always done. Food and fresh water could be exchanged at the task hall. Chefs and servants could also be hired if you had enough capital. If there was any difference, it was that the original members of the Jishur organization, except for those in the Research Institute and Task Hall, had all become indistinguishable from the residents of the chaotic zone. They also had to do tasks to exchange for food and drink. Another difference was that the Task Hall no longer used points to exchange for items, but directly adopted gold coins. Shuxing Bei was indifferent to all of this. He had the great ape catch over a dozen large fish, exchange them for enough water and fuel at the task hall, and then told Qin Suli that if she needed anything, just come and tell him. With the safety of the ship guaranteed, and having spies like Chao Xiaobing outside, they had no worries about food and drink. Shuxing Bei's skills in disguise and psychological manipulation were becoming increasingly proficient. By that night, he had confirmed that his appearance and form after disguising could last about 10 hours. He knew it was time for him to act. Coincidentally, as soon as he left the cabin, the squad leader Chao Xiaobing rushed onto the ship. 2 pieces of news, Chao Xiaobing reported, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Go ahead, Shuxing Bei said calmly. Zhenya and Qin Suli heard the commotion and also came out of the cabin. First, our Sea Eagle team is officially recruiting members and hiring instructors. If Mr. Nye is interested, I can sign him up, Chao Xiaobing said. Joining the Sea Eagle team would provide more security than living off tasks like they currently were. The members of the Sea Eagle team also did tasks, but their rewards were much greater than those of ordinary residents. And the second, Shuxing Bei looked at the piece of paper in his hand. Chao Xiaobing sized up Shuxing Bei, instinctively glanced at the paper in his hand, then looked at Qin Suli and Zhenya. He said no more and directly handed the paper to Shuxing Bei. As Xu Xingbei unfolded it, his expression froze, but he casually handed it to Zhengya. Zhengya opened the paper in confusion and couldn't help but look at Xu Xingbei, covering her mouth. Chen Suli had already caught a glimpse of the content on the paper, and her gaze towards Xu Xingbei now held a hint of inquiry. Xu Xingbei shook his head slightly, signaling her to wait. "Help me sign up. I want to apply for the instructor position," Xu Xingbei said to Qiao Xiaobing. This, Qiao Xiaobing stammered, looking as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Xu Xingbei reached out and took the paper from Zhengya's hands. "Zhengya, what do you think?" he asked casually. The paper was a bounty notice issued by the company. The image on the bounty notice was Xu Xingbei. Anyone who found Xu Xingbei had the right to capture or kill him. If they were outmatched, they could contact the task office in the ship area for a generous reward. Just a few lines were enough to show the company's hatred for Xu Xingbei. As for why they wanted to capture him and what he had done to incur such wrath, the notice said nothing. Did the high and mighty company need a reason to act? Of course. You're a big man. Applying to be an instructor in the Sea Eagle team is just right for you. Zhengya was also very clever. Were there really any slow-reacting people in the Soul Department? But, Qiao Xiaobing looked as if he was about to compare the bounty notice to Xu Xingbei's face. This person is really bold. He had come over to let that big guy join the team. As for Xu Xingbei, he had just come to pass on information. There was no but. Our man is called Nie Qingyun. Have you forgotten? Zhengya's face darkened, and she said to Qiao Xiaobing irritably. Qiao Xiaobing exclaimed in surprise. You think I'm a fool? You can't treat everyone like a fool. Do you think changing a name will let you pass? No. This Nie Qingyun seems to really be able to change into someone else. No, this Xu Xingbei can really become Nie Qingyun. Qiao Xiaobing understood in an instant. Chapter 66. Assessment. The squad leader left with a belly full of doubts. However, he didn't dare to say much, as his life was in someone else's hands. If it were wartime, he might still be thinking about reporting that he was being controlled, but now the entire team was stationed in the chaotic zone. It was nothing like before, floating aimlessly at sea, where there was always the danger of death. Life wasn't perfectly stable, but at least it was fairly secure. Who wants to die when they can live? Once he reported that he was controlled, the only thing waiting for Qiao Xiaobing would be death. Qiao Xiaobing understood the gravity of the situation. As for whether the person the company had issued a bounty for was the man he had just seen, it didn't really matter. He could change his appearance for someone like him. Even if the company came to capture him, it wouldn't be an easy task. Having thought through all this, Qiao Xiaobing skipped the selection of instructors in his squad and directly used Nie Qingyun's name to report it to the team. Whether Nie Qingyun could fight or how high his combat power was, Qiao Xiaobing didn't care. As long as he thought that his subordinate, Zhao Haishui, had his head smashed by a punch from that big guy next to Nie Qingyun, Qiao Xiaobing couldn't help but shudder all over. After reporting Nie Qingyun's name to the team, he focused all his energy on recruiting new team members. Qiao Xiaobing left, and Xu Xingbei signaled Zhengya and Chen Suli, indicating that they could leave as well. He still wanted to practice his disguise technique a bit more. He needed to continue practicing the natural power boxing technique that Bian Wuxing had taught him. Unexpectedly, Zhengya and Chen Suli completely ignored his intentions. Zhengya sat on the edge of the bed, looking nervously at Xu Xingbei. Chen Suli's facial expression was no longer so indifferent. She stood beside Zhengya, occasionally touching the end of her long braid, then letting it go. Is something wrong? Xu Xingbei asked them. And nothing, big brother Nya. Zhengya forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I'm only 17 this year, Xu Xingbei replied. And no, Qingyun, I'm your wife, right? Zhengya said this while feeling her face burning. Me too, Chen Suli chimed in. Didn't you say you weren't? Zhengya got anxious. But you also said you weren't. Chen Suli retorted, unwilling to back down. Xu Xingbei finally experienced the headache of the situation. Stop arguing. I said that was to conceal our identities, right? When a man is with two women, they have to introduce their relationships when the Sea Eagle team comes to verify identities. But now this introduction is no longer necessary. In other words, the two women don't need to say that Xu Xingbei is their husband. Having controlled Qiao Xiaobing, there's no need for such trouble. That won't do. You said that, so you can't deny it. Zhengya and Chen Suli both tensed up, no longer arguing, and together opposed Xu Xingbei's words. Denying it is useless. I'm not even an adult yet. Xu Xingbei sighed. He admitted that he stayed to learn psychological techniques and hadn't left in a hurry. He never expected things to develop into such a mess. Not being an adult doesn't matter. I'm 17 this year, and in a month I'll be 18, Zhengya smiled, looking like a schemer who succeeded. I can wait. Qin Suli remained proud, speaking clearly and concisely. Xu Xingbei was taken aback, looking at them, and soon he understood their meaning. Sai, isn't it just about surviving? Why make it so complicated? Is it interesting? Women, don't worry, I won't silence you. Speaking of which, I've learned a lot from you. Xu Xingbei thought he had seen through their thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhengya still didn't back down. I'm not afraid of you silencing me. After all, I'm already yours. If you kill me, I can't do anything about it. Besides, killing your own wife, does that give you any face? I'm not afraid of death. If you want to kill me, I can give you my life anytime. Qin Suli remained proud. It was as if it was not Xu Xingbei who wanted to kill her, but rather she wanted to kill Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei finally realized that something was off. So what do you both actually want? Nothing. Just want to confirm one thing. Zhengya stopped smiling, looking seriously at Xu Xingbei. I am your wife. Qin Suli said word by word. This is troublesome. He never expected a small matter to turn into a big hassle. But I only have one person. How can I marry two wives? Xu Xingbei sighed. This was a good excuse. Although he had never thought about marrying them, he had long thought about it. Whether saving or redeeming, he wanted to successfully rescue Niao Lan from the company and repay this favor. As for the rest, he just wanted to find a way to sneak into that ark, leave the sea area, and find a better, more suitable place to live. He wanted to take Niao Lan with him. As for others, Xu Xingbei wouldn't even think about them. He was someone who understood priorities. Ever since he started living independently in the boathouse area, he understood a principle. Everything is empty. Only what you get into your hands and eat into your stomach is real. He was not a savior and could never become one. That's not the problem. Don't say you want to marry both of us. Even if there were more, we wouldn't mind. There are men like that in the chaos area. There are several in the organization. Qin Suli directly interrupted Xu Xingbei's words. Fine. Simply put, what do you both want now? Xu Xingbei didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. You don't understand euphemisms, do you? Then let's be straightforward. Qin Yun, it's clear you want to make a career for yourself. I just hope you can protect yourself and occasionally think of me, Zhengya said, and her eyes seemed to shimmer. Me too. Even if you just have a little corner of your heart for me. That's enough. Qin Suli's eyes turned red. If it were someone else, they would definitely be moved by the two women. However, Xu Xingbei just sighed softly. After a long time, he said, I will go out to apply for the instructor position. You don't need to say it. I will also have poison frog and sea ant protect your safety. As for food, it will be prepared before I leave. You can go out now. Hearing Xu Xingbei's promise, Qin Suli and Zhengya knew they had achieved their wish. Normally, the two should be happy, but after going out, neither felt happy. He's really going out to do something, Zhengya said in a low voice. I think he wants to confront the company. He has already confronted it before. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have issued a capture order. Qin Suli sighed. I remember the company issued a capture order 3 years ago. At that time, the company captured 2 people. One committed suicide, and the other ran away. It seems. Zhengya looked out the window at the cabin. He can disguise himself. If he doesn't want to show up, no one can find him. But it looks like he won't stay quiet. I wonder what he will do next. Qin Suli sighed as well. No matter what he does. Do you think we can stop him? Anyway, I've put all my hopes on him. If he dies, as a weak woman, how can I survive in the chaos area? If he is alive, I can follow him and have days to live. The more she spoke, the lower Qin Suli's voice became, until at last, only sobs remained. Where's your brother? Why can't I see him? I remember he used to come to look for you often. Zhengya turned her head to ask. You are better off than me. At least you have a brother to protect you. Protect me? Qin Suli laughed coldly. He protects my money at most. The chaos area has become the Sea Eagle team's territory. He probably thought I was falling out of power and went to find another strong supporter. Do you see that I have saved up a gold coin in the past few years? It's all gone to him. Qin Suli stopped responding. The reason the two of them clung to Xu Xingbei and wanted him to confirm their identities as his wives was precisely for this reason. A man without ability is a loser, while an able man conquers the world. A successful woman only needs to conquer capable men. Xu Xingbei never expected the two women to have such long-term views. He continued practicing his disguise technique and natural power. 3 days later, Chao Xiaobing came again. Nya, Qingyan, let's go, we are going to the team. I'll take you to apply for the instructor position. Okay, Xu Xingbei replied, I'll arrange it. In the past few days, Yuanda had brought enough fish, which Xu Xingbei exchanged for food and fuel. He had communicated with Poison Frog and Sea Ant, letting them stay in separate places, ready to respond to any potential danger. As for Yuanda, Xu Xingbei sent him to the lower cabin. He had also spoken to Zhenya and Chun Suli, asking them to prepare some cooked food to feed the marine creatures that provided protection, saying it was an arrangement. Xu Xingbei didn't do much. He just packed his things into waterproof storage bags and tied them around Yuanda's neck. After inserting a dagger above his thick boots and changing his appearance, Xu Xingbei followed Chao Xiaobing out. Zhenya and Chun Suli stood in the cockpit, looking outside, feeling an indescribable sensation in their hearts, a mix of loss and confusion. This time the instructor assessment was conducted by having each squad recommend a warrior to participate in the assessment at the team. Upon arriving at the squadron, the first-ranked individual went to participate in the brigade assessment, and the top 3 automatically became instructors, as explained by Sentinel Chao. What about the first place in the brigade assessment? Xu Xingbei asked. First in the brigade assessment? Sentinel Chao was taken aback, saying he had never heard of how the brigade conducted assessments. You must know about the general assessment, right? Xu Xingbei asked again. Sentinel Chao smiled bitterly. Come on. I don't even know how the brigade assessment works. Do I look like someone who knows about the general assessment? Chapter 67. The first squad leader, Sentinel Chao, led Xu Xingbei through some twists and turns until they arrived at the floating ship where the squadron was stationed. At this time, the Sea Eagle Squad's warships had already been divided into 2 parts. One part was stationed in the inner area of the chaotic zone, while the remaining part was all stationed in the peripheral waters, with the obvious purpose of preventing unexpected enemies from invading an internal chaos. Usually, the warships were maintained but not used, relying on the floating ship for travel. After boarding the ship, Sentinel Chao ordered it to set sail, and the floating ship began to move directly towards the center of the chaotic zone. Li Xing's troop formations were completely different from the original Jishur organization. The Jishur organization remained in the rear of the chaotic zone, indifferent to any movements in the front. The residents in the front of the chaotic zone defended against the enemies, while Zhou Chuanting and others could monitor and arrange personnel for support at any time. This time, Li Xing broke their defenses primarily because his forces were too large, coupled with the fact that the Sea Eagle Squad was originally composed of military personnel, where military orders were taken seriously, making it impossible for those who built their power in the underworld to compare. The soldiers steering the floating ship curiously looked at Xu Xingbei. Although Xu Xingbei had changed his appearance and looked taller, he still appeared to be only around 20 years old. Could such a young person stand out in the instructor selection assessment of the squadron? The soldier was puzzled. However, squad leader Sentinel Chao did not even go through the selection process, which genuinely surprised his subordinates. Perhaps this person named Nye Qingyun really had some ability? Xu Xingbei sat at the bow of the ship, observing silently and showing no interest in the outside world. Initially, he was curious about Li Xing's Sea Eagle Squad, but now he had lost interest. Sentinel Chao wanted to say something to Xu Xingbei, but lost the urge when he saw Xu Xingbei's meditative demeanor. The floating ship silently reached the center. Many people had already gathered on the floating ship where the squadron was located, standing on the deck and looking towards the 2 sides of the channel. Here they come. Is this person brought by Sentinel Chao? Wow, so young, someone exclaimed. Oomph. His combat power probably isn't as good as my subordinates, another person disdainfully remarked. He was the captain of another squad and usually had a poor relationship with Sentinel Chao. Old Fong, don't look down on people, Sentinel Chao retorted. Who knows where he found this fearless fellow? Those watching the fun don't mind making things bigger, someone quickly shot back. Just as Old Fong was about to argue, a messenger suddenly walked out from the cabin, announcing that the squad leader ordered every squad to take the warriors participating in the assessment into the cabin. Yes, yes, responded the squad leaders one after another. A squad leader led a warrior towards the inner cabin, although the soldiers steering the floating ship wanted to watch. They had not received orders and could not enter the inner cabin. leaving them waiting anxiously outside. The inner cabin was incredibly spacious, nearly 100 square meters. It was clear that 3 inner cabins had been combined together. In the innermost position, there was a large table, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard. Without a doubt, he was the squad leader. 2 soldiers stood on either side of the table. Looking outside, the messenger followed in and reported that everyone had arrived. The squad leader then laughed heartily. Today we will conduct the warrior assessment for our squad. No matter what your previous identity or background is, we, the Sea Eagle Squad, will not discriminate. We judge heroes solely by their martial prowess. 10 squads will recommend 10 participants for the assessment. They will face each other in pairs. The winners will advance to the next round, and the losers will be eliminated. In the second round, they will again face each other in pairs, with one person remaining to face the 2 winners of the second round. If they lose both battles, they will be eliminated. Winning both battles will be ranked 3rd. Winning all will be ranked 1st. The top 3 will all be instructors of our squad. Now, choose your opponents, and the competition begins. Just as Xu Xingbei was about to select an opponent, 5 individuals suddenly approached him, all looking at him with ill intent. So you think I'm young and easy to bully, huh? Xu Xingbei smiled playfully. He remained silent and let the 5 individuals stand there, glaring at him. Hi, Santino Cao. Is this person you brought? Is he scared stiff? I mean, old Chow, this choice is really too young. Even if he started training in the womb, he wouldn't be able to match up. One person sneered. Interesting. 1 person, 5 opponents. What now? Squad leader, should I? The messenger walked over to ask. No, let us see what he does. The squad leader raised his hand, signaling the messenger to stay out of it. At this moment, Xu Xingbei spoke. Since you all chose me, I'm honored. I won't disappoint you. Come to me one by one. After training his natural powers and direct punches for so long, Xu Xingbei hadn't fought with anyone for a while and was unsure of his own strength. He thought he might as well have a good fight today. Unexpectedly, his words embarrassed the 5 individuals. They approached with the intention of picking on the weakest, hoping to win a round quickly. They never expected to be looked down upon by the very person they considered the weakest. Arrogant. You don't know your place. Frog at the bottom of the well. Overestimating yourself. The other 4 all shot out their disdainful remarks. The only one who wasn't good with words slowly added, heroes grow old, while beauties fade. Dizzy, is that how you use that phrase? Fortunately, they were all warriors, lacking in culture. They actually felt the last guy spoke the best, long and symmetrical, plus the important point. It mentioned a beauty. Xu Xingbei laughed. Then you're up. The guy's face turned red as he stepped forward, assuming a stance, gathering his energy, and throwing a punch. Xu Xingbei pulled him in, turned his body, and struck his dantian with an elbow. The guy let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps before crashing against the ship's wall, finally slumping down, his face pale as paper, unable to speak. After Xu Xingbei made his move, the other 4 were still in a standoff. He had cleanly taken down one opponent, and the remaining 4 had grim expressions. Everyone knew they had picked the wrong person. No way, they couldn't fight this kid. Fighting him left no chance of entering the top 3. They thought about it and decided to be smart. They faced off in pairs, ignoring Xu Xingbei as if they were too good to fight him. Interesting. Truly interesting. The squad leader clapped and laughed. Santino Cao. I just heard this person was brought by you? Yes. Seno Chao felt much better after seeing Xu Xingbei win a round so effortlessly. At least he could relax now. What is his name? The squad leader continued to ask. Report, squad leader. His name is Nie Qingyan, 20 years old. Seno Chao almost revealed Xu Xingbei's real name. Fortunately, he had memorized the registration form several times, fearing that he might forget it. As they spoke, 2 more people decided the outcome. Xu Xingbei immediately walked towards the winner. Shall we? No. The winner's face changed drastically. No. I want to wait. Then 2 more people decided the outcome. And Xu Xingbei had no choice but to walk towards the winner again. Unexpectedly, that person seemed to anticipate what Xu Xingbei was about to say, and stepped aside from a distance, then turned his head in another direction, resolutely avoiding eye contact with Xu Xingbei. The 4-rounder all decided, and they immediately chose their opponents, entering the next round of competition again. Naturally, Xu Xingbei had a bye. The person who originally had a bye was supposed to gain quite a bit of advantage. Because if the one with the bye wins one round, he's in the top 3. If he wins 2 rounds, he is first. Whether third or first, it is based on others having played 2 consecutive matches. The one with the bye could take advantage here, because the one with the bye only played 1 match. Regardless of physical strength or consumption, it was far less than others. Clearly, it was an opportunity to gain an advantage, yet no one took it, all giving this chance to Xu Xingbei. Half an hour later, the winner of the first match out of the 2 was decided. Xu Xingbei immediately walked towards the victor. Xu Xingbei ranked 3rd. Now not only did the soldier Chao not understand, even the messenger could not comprehend it. Nie Qingyun got first place without even fighting. What were those 2 trying to do? The choices of smart people are different from those of ordinary people. The team leader shook his head. No matter who faced Nie Qingyun, they would lose. This only meant they were at most 3rd. Now it was different. Letting Nie Qingyun become first gave them a chance to become 2nd. The team leader was quite clear about the situation. He just overlooked one thing. Among the 10 people who signed up, besides Nie Qingyun, the other 9 knew each other. Think about it. Although the chaotic area had hundreds of thousands of people, aside from the warriors in the Jishur organization, the remaining powerful individuals either had worked together on missions or had heard of each other's names and sought opportunities to spar. This is why as soon as Xu Xingbei arrived, he was targeted by 5 people. They were familiar with each other. The only unfamiliar one was Xu Xingbei. To be honest, these 5 acted quickly. The other 4 also wanted to deal with Xu Xingbei, but just didn't have time. Chapter 68. Not crazy, right? The team leader laughed heartily. Each brigade has 10 teams, and according to the requirements of the commander Li Xing, every brigade now has to hold instructor assessments. At this moment, it is time to show which team is strong. With a talent like Xu Xingbei, the team leader has already imagined the brigade leader's praise for him, along with some unexpected rewards and women. Let's go. I'll take you to the brigade assessment. The team leader didn't want to delay for a moment. Other teams finishing their assessments at this time was no longer his concern. The earlier they went, the more favor they could gain from the brigade leader. He had no background or connections, relying entirely on military achievements accumulated through plundering at sea, step by step rising to the rank of team leader. The team leader said this while glancing around, telling the 2nd and 3rd place contestants to stay for now. How to arrange will be discussed after I go to the brigade headquarters. Also, Soldier Chao, you come along too. Originally, Chao was sulking, feeling that his discovered talent was taken away by the team leader, but unexpectedly the team leader still remembered him. He jolted and quickly replied yes. Thus, the team leader took Xu Xingbei and Soldier Chao on a ship to the brigade headquarters further back. They indeed arrived early. Not a single person from the other teams was seen, but the brigade leader praised the team leader a few times and then let them rest while waiting for people from the other teams to arrive. It wasn't until after lunch that personnel from the other teams came for the assessment. In this instructor assessment, from our first team, an elite warrior has emerged. One proud team leader said, "Our 3rd team is not bad either. Although we don't have an elite warrior, getting into the top 3 in the brigade assessment is no problem." Another team leader said, unwilling to be outdone. "What about your 5th team? I heard you came particularly early. Did you not discover any excellent talents?" The first team's captain looked at the 5th team, amusement written all over his face. You'll find out later. The 5th team was precisely the team where Xu Xingbei participated in the assessment. The team leader was initially excited, but unexpectedly, an elite warrior appeared in the first team, making him a bit uneasy. 10 teams brought 10 people ready to participate in the instructor assessment. Not only were the team leaders joking and teasing each other, but even those coming for the assessment were sizing each other up, evaluating everyone's strength in their hearts. Xu Xingbei also looked at the others, but he was quite casual, his gaze falling on one person. That person stood right next to the first team captain. Xu Xingbei narrowed his eyes. The rules of the brigade assessment were the same as the teams. As the brigade leader announced the start, everyone was mentally prepared to find their opponents. Although Xu Xingbei did not rush to find an opponent, soon someone stood in front of him. "Step aside." Xu Xingbei waved his hand impatiently. "My opponent is him." Saying this, he pointed to the elite warrior from the first team. "You." The person who was about to compete with Xu Xingbei was quite annoyed. But when he noticed the direction Xu Xingbei was pointing, he was startled, then quickly stepped aside. The elite warrior stood lazily there, with no one challenging him. Now that Xu Xingbei directly sought out that elite warrior, it relieved this person. Turns out he is a fool, he thought to himself. Everyone came to participate in the instructor assessment. It could be said that getting into the top 3 meant becoming an instructor in the brigade. Therefore, avoiding the strongest opponent was not the best choice. Although the chaotic area was vast, there were still very few who could reach the elite warrior level. Not to mention the chaotic area. In any sea area, those who could reach elite warrior status were rare. Like Ding Xiang, whom Xu Xingbei encountered initially, his arrogant demeanor after leaving the company already hinted at this. Later, Zheng Tiandi, sent out by the company, was even more arrogant. Although Zheng Tiandi fell at Xu Xingbei's hands, until the end, his pride did not diminish at all. Without a doubt, the elite warrior brought by the first team would definitely be first, and no one would challenge him. Therefore, this person quickly stepped aside in front of Xu Xingbei and went to challenge another person. Xu Xingbei slowly walked towards that elite warrior and stopped in front of him. "You want to challenge me?" The elite warrior had never thought someone would challenge him, looking somewhat astonished. "Is that not allowed?" Xu Xingbei asked lightly. "It's not that it's not allowed. The point is I never hold back when I punch." The elite warrior looked at Xu Xingbei with disdain and began to prepare. The captain of the 5th team, who brought Xu Xingbei, had a confused look. "Is his mind okay?" The 5th team captain asked Soldier Chow. No, Soldier Chow felt bitter in his heart. He wasn't worried about Xu Xingbei's mind, but was afraid that if something happened to Xu Xingbei, he wouldn't be able to explain to that big guy. Xu Xingbei and that big guy had a great relationship. One could tell from how obedient the big guy was to Xu Xingbei. In Soldier Chow's view, Xu Xingbei not only couldn't die, but he couldn't even get hurt. Otherwise, he would definitely be in deep trouble. But this wasn't a small team. It was a large brigade. Plus, it was Xu Xingbei who took the initiative to challenge someone. He couldn't stop it. "All I can do is pray to heaven. Please don't let me down." Soldier Chow was praying in his heart when the elite warrior had already gathered enough strength and was about to punch when suddenly Xu Xingbei asked, "Huang Yinggao, you have quite the guts." Huang Yinggao was taken aback. The strength in his hand leaked out. "You know me? Knowing you is useless." Huang Yinggao thought in Ji Shi organization. His schemes were considered sinister. Even if Xu Xingbei recognized him, what difference would it make? He would still get beaten by him. Huang Yinggao had made up his mind and was about to throw a punch when Xu Xingbei's fists had already struck out in rapid succession. With the first punch, there were 7 consecutive strikes. The gusts of wind generated by the punches overlapped, the power flowing like a stream, merging into a river, the momentum growing larger and larger. As the punch's wind swept the surrounding air toward Huang Yinggao, Huang Yinggao was taken aback. He braced himself under the pressure and barely threw a punch. But as soon as his fist met Xu Xingbei's punch, his wrist was suddenly shattered by the force of the wind. "You stop! Huang Yinggao knew he had encountered a warrior stronger than himself, and his teeth began to chatter. "Brother, we're just here to apply for the instructor position. There's no need to be so heavy-handed." However, Xu Xingbei continued his 7 punches without holding back, leaping up and delivering a heavy blow to Huang Yinggao's head. The human brain is actually quite hard. However, Xu Xingbei's punch struck Huang Yinggao's Baihui point. The Baihui point is located at the intersection of the midline of the head and the apex lines of both ears, where countless nerves converge. If a person is regarded as a machine, then the Baihui point is the control center of that machine. Xu Xingbei had long mastered the technique of striking this point. When the punch landed, it appeared light to onlookers, but under the force of the punch, Huang Yinggao was like a kite with its string cut, completely disoriented. Huang Yinggao trembled uncontrollably, flailing his limbs, making sounds that were neither crying nor laughing, his gaze already unfocused, unable to find any point of clarity. Not to mention continuing with the instructor assessment, he didn't even know where he was anymore. The people in the cabin were shocked. The captain looked at Xu Xingbei with a more serious expression. The captain of the first squad had originally been confident about Huang Yinggao's promotion to squad instructor. But now he felt as if he had been doused with cold water, completely at a loss. "I say, your methods are too ruthless, aren't they?" The captain of the first squad glared at Xu Xingbei. his face dark and frightening. Before Xu Xingbei could respond, the captain of the 5th Squad, displeased, stepped forward and said, "What's wrong? Can't take a loss? Since this is a combat assessment, injuries are inevitable. You." The captain of the 1st Squad was furious, pointing an accusatory finger at the captain of the 5th Squad. "What do you mean, you?" The 5th Squad captain retorted, "If you're outmatched, it's better not to embarrass yourself." He had already been mocked by the 1st Squad, so he couldn't miss the opportunity to taunt them back. Besides, at this moment, stirring up trouble could prevent unforeseen issues later. Thus, despite his rashness, the captain of the 5th Squad understood the benefits of taking the initiative. Enough arguing. The assessment continues. Someone, help him to the side and find a doctor. The captain quickly regained his composure and began making arrangements. Although Xu Xingbei had injured someone, the injured party was not one of his team members. The captain's thoughts aligned with what Xu Xingbei had already considered. He had to incapacitate Huang Yinggao before he could enter the top 3. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble Huang Yinggao would bring him in the future. Huang Yinggao's cold mockery of himself within the organization and his collusion with Mi Yandong to have Mi Yandong teach him a lesson all indicated that Huang Yinggao considered him a target to be eliminated quickly. Given this, what need was there for Xu Xingbei to show mercy? Even though Xu Xingbei was confident in defeating Huang Yinggao, to be cautious, he called out his opponent's name before Huang Yinggao could make a move. That call interrupted Huang Yinggao's buildup of energy and caused him to lose the initiative. It can be said that Xu Xingbei was gradually maturing. He was becoming more perceptive of people's hearts and more familiar with their weaknesses. The subsequent assessment had become irrelevant to Xu Xingbei. He had just incapacitated Huang Yinggao, and everyone had witnessed it. The first-level warrior Huang Yinggao had lost his senses, and when the doctor came in for a diagnosis, he shook his head, which spoke volumes. This person who defeated Huang Yinggao was undoubtedly a madman. Niqinggun. He is not insane, right? The captain of the 5th Squad couldn't help but ask the soldier Chao. Chapter 69. Arrangements without a doubt. Xu Xingbei had become the first in the instructor assessment. After the assessment concluded, the captain announced the results, then looked at Xu Xingbei with a worried expression. "The first place, Nie Qingyun, will go with me to the headquarters for the assessment tomorrow morning. The second and third places will be the instructors of this squad starting today." After reading the results, the captain no longer paid attention to Xu Xingbei, but called over the captain of the 5th Squad, who, knowing what the captain wanted to ask next, brought along the soldier Chao. This headquarters assessment was crucial. "Do you know the details about Nie Qingyun?" The captain entered his office, and his demeanor immediately changed to one of seriousness. It was sent up by the squad. The captain of the 5th Squad quickly shifted his gaze to Chao. Gao, being well aware of the rules in the camp, did not dare to be careless in response to the captain's serious tone. "His name is Nie Qingyun. He has." Chao hesitated to speak. "What does he have?" The captain of the 5th Squad urged in a low voice. "He lives in a chaotic area and relies on completing tasks for the organization to survive. He is very capable, quite strong, and he has 2 wives." Chao thought of the beautiful Zhengya and Chen Suli and straightened his back a bit. "I can guarantee he won't be a problem." "Guarantee what?" The captain was amused by Chao's response. Chao shrank his neck. What guarantee could he offer? It was just talk. Besides, a man with 2 beautiful wives. What kind of major events could he still undertake? At most, he would control himself for their sake, Chao thought simply. "Captain, generally speaking, a man with 2 wives should have no ulterior motives." The middle squad captain assisted Chao. Seeing Chao's timid demeanor, the captain of the 5th Squad realized he had to speak up. After all, Nie Qingyun was sent up after his own squad's assessment. If he were to take 1st or 2nd place in the headquarters assessment, it would also reflect well on him. The captain was more informed about the inner workings of this instructor assessment. He pondered for a moment and finally nodded, having 2 wives. This guy doesn't look that impressive. Once the conversation reached this point, both the middle squad captain and Chao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Nie Qingyun's participation in the headquarters assessment would not face too many obstacles, despite the captain's serious demeanor when announcing the results. What if he suddenly changed his mind? The captain mused, then thought for a moment, still feeling a bit uneasy. "You remind him not to go too hard during the match tomorrow. If anything happens, he can't protect his own head, and I'll also have to face the consequences. As for you two, the captain of the 5th squad, and Chow instinctively shrank back. They understood the captain's unspoken words. Xu Xingbei followed closely behind the two, showing none of the ferocity he had when incapacitating Huang Yinggao. The captain of the 5th squad shot him a cold glance and suddenly thought of something. Once they entered the airship, he immediately asked Xu Xingbei, "Do you have a grudge against that first-level warrior?" Xu Xingbei nodded immediately. "He once tried to take my wife." Oh, the captain of the 5th squad thought to himself, so that's why. No wonder. Chow feigned indifference, but he shivered inwardly. Wasn't he also considering taking a shot at Zhao Haishui's wife? No wonder. He had narrowly escaped a disaster. When we go to the headquarters for the match tomorrow, make sure to hold back. Our Sea Eagle team is no longer the chaotic area it used to be. Everything must follow orders, understood? The captain of the 5th squad admonished sternly. Yes, Xu Xingbei replied without hesitation. A word of warning and a bit of reassurance. The captain of the 5th squad was also knowledgeable about managing his subordinates. As the soldier Chow led Xu Xingbei onto the team's ship, he immediately gave Xu Xingbei a thumbs up, impressed. Xu Xing, no, brother Nya, you're already a 2nd-level warrior, right? Xu Xingbei glanced at him and said, "We need to bring one more person tomorrow." "Who?" Chow asked hurriedly. "Prepare a set of clothing for me. The largest size," Xu Xingbei said in a calm tone. Chow felt a surge of resentment in his heart. "Kid, you actually have the nerve to act like this towards me. Do you even know you're a wanted criminal?" "You, forget it. I'm a dignified squad leader. Why should I stoop to his level?" "He wants a large size of clothing. Could it be that he's bringing that person along?" "I mean, brother Nya, you can't bring your..." "You can't?" Chow panicked. "Also, I can't guarantee that I can bring you over. I'm just a squad leader. Just prepare the clothes. You don't need to worry about the rest. I want to make it hard for you," Xu Xingbei said impatiently. "Of course, but I'm telling you, brother Nya, you must not act recklessly. If you do, I might lose my life. And if I die, it doesn't matter, but you're young and promising. In the prime of your life, that strong and capable age." "All right," Xu Xingbei glared at him, seeing the murderous look in Xu Xingbei's eyes. Chow's heart skipped a beat. "We can't let anything go wrong. This guy is a wanted criminal. Who knows what he's done? How'd I get so infatuated and end up on that bastard, Zhao Haishui's ship?" Chow felt an overwhelming bitterness. He couldn't offend those above him, or he would face penalties like confinement or dismissal, and worse, losing his head, and he couldn't offend the person in front of him either, or it would be a direct death sentence. A perfectly good squad leader, reduced to this. Among the entire Sea Eagle team, perhaps he was the most miserable squad leader. Stop overthinking. Your life will only get better from now on. Put your heart at ease, Xu Xingbei said. Having learned psychological techniques, he could see through Chow's little thoughts. That's good. That's good. Chow wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. It was really the dead of winter, and he was sweating from fear. After returning to the ship, Zhenya hurried over. "How is it? How is it?" Chen Suli was obviously more aloof, but she also stood at the cabin door, looking at Xu Xingbei. "Going to the headquarters tomorrow for the assessment," Xu Xingbei replied. "Get ready and let us have dinner. I'll go cook. By the way, the meat I roasted might not be that good. Today, Yuan didn't eat much." Zhenya cautiously glanced at Xu Xingbei, fearing to upset him. "Oh, I'll roast it later." Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. "So do I still need to cook?" Zhenya was uncertain. "Of course." Xu Xingbei pushed the cabin door open and walked in, casually closing the door behind him. Chen Suli watched this scene clearly and sighed. Then entered the cabin she shared with Zhenya. "He seems unhappy," Zhenya muttered. "He could go to the headquarters for the assessment tomorrow. So he must have done well in the assessment. Why does he have a long face?" Chen Suli lay on the bed and didn't respond. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Thing Yairi. What could it be? Isn't it just an assessment?" Zhenya said, confused. "I'm not sure. Anyway, I have a feeling he won't be staying with us for long." Chen Suli sighed. "Come on, I'll go with you to cook." Just as Chen Suli thought, Xu Xingbei locked himself in the cabin, planning for the day ahead. Whether working as a bounty hunter for the company in the shipyard or joining the Jishur organization for missions, Xu Xingbei always felt that his fate was controlled by others, and he could only follow their ideas. Not having a voice was his greatest weakness. Xu Xingbei's purpose in participating in the instructor assessment was to gain some say. This was also something he had seriously contemplated on the island. He couldn't let others control his destiny anymore. Otherwise, essentially, he would just be a slave, albeit one not directly controlled by the company like Nyelon. Now, with the poison frog, the sea ant, and Yuanda, Shushing Bei's strength was not inferior to that of a small gang. After carefully considering the things to be done tomorrow, Shushing Bei then went to the lower cabin to communicate with Yuanda. The next morning, Chow drove the ship over to pick up Shushing Bei, bringing along the large-sized clothing he requested. Shushing Bei handed it to Yuanda, who tried it on, gesturing and then broke into a grin. "Remember what I told you yesterday?" Shushing Bei asked. Yuanda nodded. "All right, let us go." Shushing Bei helped Yuanda put on the clothes. The large-sized clothing still wasn't enough for Yuanda, but it would have to do. "Go to the lower cabin," Shushing Bei whispered. To bring Yuanda to the headquarters, Shushing Bei arranged for him to stay in the lower cabin. What Chow had to do was to navigate his ship to the headquarters. Following the route, they picked up people along the way. First, they picked up the captain of the 5th team, then went to welcome the brigade commander. By the time they arrived at the headquarters, it was already 9:30 in the morning. They weren't considered early. Before them, the other 9 teams had already arrived. Each team had 4 or 5 members. The headquarters was stationed on a 4-story ship. The assessment was arranged in the cabins on the 3rd floor. Once all the team members were present, the soldier Wang walked out to issue orders. All personnel participating in the assessment line up and step forward. 10 people stepped out and form a line, with Shushing Bei among them. The order from the headquarters: for this instructor assessment, we will first determine the top 3 names. Wang's clear voice echoed in the cabin. Shaxing by his Gazanahot. He heard the word first, meaning there would be subsequent arrangements. Chapter 70. Try it out. After the 10 people stepped out, Soldier Wang immediately shouted, "Choose your opponents, the assessment begins." Those who entered the headquarters assessment were all the first names selected from their respective teams, and none of them were weak in combat. They held themselves in high regard but didn't underestimate others, each carefully selecting their opponents. Shushing Bei didn't rush to make a move. He chose a corner to stand still, quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. He had already sized up these 9 people when he entered. There were no familiar faces. This puzzled Shushing Bei. He should have seen Huang Yinggao during the team instructor assessment. So why didn't he see Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng at the headquarters selection? At this moment, Shushing Bei was unaware that Qin Sheng had already died. He couldn't imagine that the so-called instructor assessment was actually a whim of the Sea Eagle Brigade commander, Li Xing. Since Li Xing had killed Bian Wuxing in their fight, he always felt a bit of regret. The power of Bian Wuxing's punches and his strange ability to use force against force excited Li Xing more and more, giving him a sense of thrill. It was a pity that he had struck too hard and killed that old man. However, in Li Xing's view, although Bian Wuxing was dead, there was still a chance that someone in the chaotic area had learned that fighting style. Thus, the idea of the instructor assessment emerged. Rather than an instructor assessment, it was more about Li Xing selecting someone who could master Bian Wuxing's fighting style. It makes sense. How could the Sea Eagle team suddenly recruit people of unknown background as instructors? Even if they did, they had to control them, so that even if they had ulterior motives, they would still have to be loyal to him. Just like how the matchmaker wanted to control Shushing Bei back then. The Jishur organization also abandoned him because they couldn't control Shushing Bei. Shushing Bei had no idea about the true purpose of the Sea Eagle team's instructor assessment. If he knew, he would still come. Because he had to come. 10 people, paired up in 5 groups. 3 groups had already begun to fight, and Shushing Bei was facing his opponent. A lean man, his gaze sharp, looked at Shushing Bei and introduced himself. "I am Chun Hao. Niqin Zun. Please, please." Chun Hao was extremely polite, but his actions were swift. Before the word "please" was fully out of Shushing Bei's mouth, his fist was already aimed at Shushing Bei. With his right fist striking out and his left fist retracting, he was following a defensive yet aggressive approach. Normally, Shushing Bei would block the punch. However, to everyone's surprise, Shushing Bei not only did not block, but instead moved in closer, charging straight at Chun Hao. Chun Hao had never seen such a reckless person. He was taken aback and instinctively increased the force behind his punch. It was a common principle among warriors to hold back a bit when striking. If one were to go all out, their footing would naturally become unstable. Chen Hao's punch already had 7 parts of strength, yet he forcefully added another one, with the intention of defeating Xu Xingbei in one blow. Both Chao Xiaobing and the captain of the 5th squad were shaking their heads repeatedly. They did not want to watch any longer. With this punch, Xu Xingbei would either be dead or severely injured. There was no way to stop it now. The captain of the 5th squad felt no pity. He thought that his desire to gain recognition through Xu Xingbei was no longer possible. But Chao Xiaobing was terrified. If Xu Xingbei failed, he would be in big trouble. It should be noted that the big guy had been brought here by Xu Xingbei as well. If nothing unexpected happened, Yuanda was currently lurking underwater at the headquarters ship. The major was watching calmly. Li Xing's thoughts had already been conveyed to these major captains by the guard Wang Yi. The instructor's assessment, whether successful or not, was merely a game. As for injuries, they were just part of it. Those who had become accustomed to life and death would not have any compassion. Anyone who had survived to this point in the apocalypse had a heart as hard as iron. The narration took a long time, but the actual fighting happened in an instant. Just as everyone was aware of Xu Xingbei's impending fate, Xu Xingbei reached out and grabbed Chen Hao's wrist. Chen Hao was taken aback, and Xu Xingbei pulled him closer. Chen Hao instinctively raised his left fist to strike at Xu Xingbei. However, Xu Xingbei was extremely adept at timing. He lowered his body and pulled Chen Hao forward. Although Xu Xingbei's strength was not great, Chen Hao felt his body moving involuntarily. Xu Xingbei shifted his body, switched from grabbing to punching, and struck Chen Hao's back. That punch seemed ordinary, but contained the force of 3 punches combined, hitting Chen Hao's lung acupoint. Chen Hao took the blow and found it hard to breathe. His face turned red, and the remaining strength in his body vanished, causing him to drop to the ground with a thud. This rapid exchange truly surprised everyone. It took Chen Hao a long time to recover, and he awkwardly got back up, retreating to the side, red-faced. It could be said that Xu Xingbei had shown mercy. If he had delivered the full force of 7 punches, Chen Hao would either be dead or unconscious by now. Stop, everyone stop. Wang Yi's communicator lit up. The other 4 matches had not yet determined a winner, but Wang Yi's voice was undeniable. With his command, more than a dozen team members emerged from the inner cabin, each holding crossbows aimed at the people in the cabin. As soon as Wang Yi gave the order, the crossbow bolts would be fired immediately. The other 4 groups had to stop. Pairs of eyes looked at Wang Yi, unsure of what he was up to. The 10 captains sensed something, and ambiguous smiles appeared on their faces. What is going on? Someone muttered in dissatisfaction. In just a few minutes, he could defeat his opponent. It seemed that this wasn't about selecting instructors. The smart ones quickly grasped the key point. Let's go, let's go. This is the Sea Eagle team. There's power in numbers. We can't go against their intentions. One by one, they walked out of the cabin, but no one noticed that among those exiting, an elderly-looking man suddenly slipped aside and vanished within the ship. You wait here. I will report. Wang Yi shouted to Xu Xingbei inside the cabin. Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. However, the team members holding crossbows did not leave, but continued to aim at Xu Xingbei. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a face like a chiseled stone walked into the cabin, closely followed by Wang Yi. Behind Wang Yi were the captain who had brought Xu Xingbei and the captain of the 5th squad, while Chao Xiaobing trailed far behind, looking nervous. This was the closest he had ever been to a big shot. The man was also dressed in ordinary animal skin clothing, but it was relatively well made, with a shiny emblem of a sea eagle poised to take flight on his shoulder. He wore high-top black leather boots, and there was a holster at his waist, bulging with what was undoubtedly a gun. Your boxing technique is quite good, the man said as he approached Xu Xingbei, casually sizing him up before asking, What is your relationship with Bian Wuxing? Bian Wuxing? Xu Xingbei's heart stirred. Wasn't it said that Bian Wuxing was dead? Even if Bian Wuxing had died, he couldn't claim to be familiar with him, nor could he say that Bian Wuxing had taught him boxing. Heaven knows what the people from the Jishur organization said when they fell into the hands of the Sea Eagle team. As for the man in front of him, there was no need to guess. He was definitely Li Xing, the commander of the Sea Eagle team. With their brief encounter, Li Xing slowly took off his animal skin jacket and said, Come on, let me experience your boxing. As he spoke, he tossed the jacket into Wang Yi's hands, already assuming a fighting stance. Xu Xingbei's boxing technique bore only a slight resemblance to Bian Wuxing's. After watching Xu Xingbei's fight with Chun Hao on the surveillance, Li Xing had reached this conclusion. What impressed Li Xing the most was the punch Xu Xingbei had delivered to Chun Hao's back. It seemed that the power was not great, yet Chun Hao's reaction was utterly miserable. It should be noted that Li Xing's combat power was at level 3, nearing level 4. Not to mention, there was no one in the entire chaotic zone or the surrounding waters known to be a level 3 warrior. As for the company, outsiders were largely unaware of the situation inside, so they had no way to speculate. From the moment Li Xing appeared, Xu Xingbei knew that this person would not be easy to deal with. Li Xing exuded a solid aura that made Xu Xingbei feel uneasy. Competing with Li Xing could result in serious injury. When surrounded by crossbows aimed at him, being seriously injured meant death. This was Xu Xingbei's thought process. I have a senior brother, Xu Xingbei said slowly. Li Xing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you afraid you are not my opponent and want your senior brother to come? Xu Xingbei replied with an Where is he? Li Xing asked. If he is not far, there's no need to rush. After all, it's just for fun. Before Xu Xingbei could respond, another voice suddenly came from outside. He is not your opponent. I will give a try. As he spoke, an elderly-looking man quickly walked in. Swish! All the crossbows were aimed at the man. How could the sudden entrance of someone in such a heavily guarded place not startle the team members? Not to mention the team members, even Li Xing's expression changed. Besides these team members with crossbows, he secretly had security forces. Where are those forces? Why didn't they come out to stop him? How did you get past the inspection? Li Xing, no longer concerned about Xu Xingbei, asked the man with a gloomy expression. Wang Yi thought the old fellow looked familiar. He had just participated in the instructor assessment here, and Wang Yi leaned closer to Li Xing and said, Oh? Li Xing felt a bit more relaxed upon hearing this. You're unwilling to be driven away and still want to participate in the instructor assessment, right? Fine, as long as you can beat me, it's all good. The old man chuckled, revealing 2 yellow teeth, then said, Let us give it a try. Seeing the old man's smile, Xu Xingbei had a fleeting thought. Chapter 71. Sudden change. As the old man and Li Xing both took their stances, Xu Xingbei felt something was off. Ever since Xu Xingbei awakened his abilities, he had developed a vague perception of both people and marine life, allowing him to gauge their strength and vitality with reasonable accuracy. For instance, when Li Xing wanted to fight him earlier, Xu Xingbei was reluctant because he sensed that Li Xing was very strong, definitely stronger than the second-level warriors he had encountered, like Mi Yandong and Zheng Tiandi, who would not be Li Xing's match. As for this old man, Xu Xingbei could also determine that he was not Li Xing's opponent. If that was the case, what was the old man's confidence based on? Go ahead. Li Xing appeared eager. Just as the old man was about to strike, he started coughing. Cough, cough. The coughs came one after another, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. Li Xing retracted his fist, annoyed. Go away. He waved his hand impatiently. Could such an old guy withstand even one of his punches? Wait, the old man raised his hand. If you want to go, just go. Even Li Xing, with his good temper, couldn't stand the old man's ridiculous appearance. Did he really have to put his life on the line here? Moreover, Li Xing's temper wasn't that good either. Before the crossbow bolts were even shot, the light at the cabin door dimmed, followed by the entrance of more than 10 people. Each of them held a tranquilizer gun, all aimed at Li Xing. Li Xing suddenly froze. You guys dare to rebel? These 10 or so people were warriors from the Jishur organization that he had taken in after seizing the chaotic zone. Xing Guobin, Mi Yandong, Gao Xiaofei, Wu Ge, and others. After accepting these warriors, Li Xing had taken corresponding measures, thinking he had complete control over them. He never expected that their lives were in his hands. Yet they dared to come for him. Truly audacious. Rebel? Where does that come from? The old man grinned, instructing them to lower their crossbows. Li Xing azitata. Turning to the old man. It seems these are all you're doing? With the old man's command, Xing Guobin and the others stepped forward, confiscating the crossbows from the cabin's team members. Those team members were unwilling, but with Li Xing being held at gunpoint, they didn't dare resist and could only watch helplessly. Be good, Mi Yandong scolded while collecting the crossbows. You guys have ingested the poison developed by the Research Institute, and without an antidote, it's a dead end for you. The guard Wang, he never imagined such a shocking turn of events. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Oh, so whose is the research institute? The old man turned around, smiling at Wang Yi. Although his words were directed at Wang Yi, they were intentionally meant for Li Xing to hear. So that's how it is by this time. Li Xing had nothing left to misunderstand. He had struck the snake, but got bitten instead. Now, as the commander of the Sea Eagle team, he had fallen into the hands of the Jishur organization. What could he use to contend against them now? I've been clever all my life, Li Xing sighed. Can you tell me who you are? Even if I lose, I want to lose understanding. Don't worry, Commander Li. Even if you lose, you're still the commander. However, this commander will have to follow my orders, understood? The old man said, his body shifting, bones cracking as he rubbed his face. In a moment, he revealed his true appearance. My name is Chao Zhengxiong. You can call me Old Chao, Commander Li. Old Chao deliberately increased the distance between himself and Li Xing. At this moment, the captain of the 5th squad and the guard Chao had their mouths agape in shock. They never dreamed that this instructor assessment would end up like this. The captain had already turned pale, gripping his gun at his waist, but facing so many people, he didn't dare to take the initiative. I lost, Li Xing sighed. What I truly don't understand is that your leader Zhou Chuaning is still in my hands. By doing this, aren't you betraying him? Betrayal? You're mistaken. Chao Zhengxiong shook his head. You're gravely mistaken. Just as you will have to obey me from now on. Who knows what the Sea Eagle team is really like? I could assist you, just as I could assist old Zhou before. Are you saying Zhou Chuaning is also a puppet? Li Xing shook his head, unable to believe it. Chao Zhengxiong slowly retreated to the back of the cabin, sitting down at a table. You didn't lose unjustly. Our Jishur organization has been passed down for many years. Its foundation is not something you can easily destroy with a large army. Come, someone, feed him the medicine. Yes, another person walked into the cabin, holding a bowl, and walked straight to Li Xing. Here you go. Li Xing looked at Wang Yi, then at the guards who had lost their weapons. He took the bowl, but his hands trembled violently. Drink it. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I believe there are still people willing to take on the role of the commander of the Sea Eagle team. Old Chao's voice turned cold. Hee. How could Li Xing not understand the other party's meaning? Under everyone's gaze, he had already raised the bowl to his mouth, the strong medicinal smell wafting up to him. Wait, I have something to say. With his voice, a burly figure stepped out. Naturally, Li Xing stopped. The more tense the situation became, the more he had to seize every opportunity. As someone who had managed to stabilize his position as the commander of the Sea Eagle team, Li Xing certainly wouldn't just accept his fate. Li Xing looked at the speaker. He couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out this person was Nie Qingyun, the one he wanted to fight earlier. Nie Qingyun stepped forward. Is it useful? Kid, who are you? Do you have a say here? Mi Yandong shouted sternly, his tranquilizer gun already aimed at Xu Xingbei's head. No need to be nervous. I just want to ask Mr. Chao, since the Sea Eagle team is under your command, will the instructor assessment continue? Xu Xingbei asked Old Chao. Kid, you still want to participate in the assessment? Old Chao was a bit curious. Of course. If the assessment is no longer continuing, then I have no reason to stay, right? Xu Xingbei still appeared oblivious to the danger. Li Xing sighed inwardly, thinking there might be a turning point. But it turned out to be just a fool. It definitely won't continue. However, you can stay. Our organization welcomes you. Old Chao understood the significance of someone making it all the way to the commander in the instructor assessment. This guy named Nie Qingyun didn't seem weak. Bringing him in could strengthen the organization. Stay? What position would you give me? Xu Xingbei continued to ask like a fool. Old Chao couldn't sit still. What was this guy named Nie Qingyun up to? Was he trying to buy time for something? Enough. Old Chao's face darkened. If you don't want to die, shut up. Mi Yandong was already angry that Xu Xingbei had ignored him earlier. Xu Xingbei smiled playfully at him, completely ignoring him. Slap him. Old Chao shouted at Mi Yandong. If he doesn't get a lesson, he wouldn't know the stakes of staying. All right. Mi Yandong retracted his tranquilizer gun and approached Xu Xingbei with a sinister grin. Tear him apart, Xu Xingbei shouted loudly. He quickly walked a few steps to Old Chao. Yuan had already been called over by him while he was speaking. Just now, everyone's attention in the cabin had been focused on Li Xing. When Xu Xingbei stepped forward, everyone's focus shifted to him. Yuan burst into the cabin, and few noticed him. As soon as he entered, Yuan reached out and grabbed Mi Yandong. The enormous ape towering 2 heads above me, Yandong possessed immense strength. In front of it, a second-level warrior seemed like a child standing before an adult. The child might know some fancy moves, but in the face of the adult's absolute power, everything appeared ridiculous. Following Shushing Bei's signal, the ape reached out and slammed down heavily onto the ground. The cabin emitted a loud rumble, resembling an earthquake. A large number of guards from the headquarters realized something significant had occurred and rushed inside. Old Chow was already shocked and stood up. However, he was met with a series of punches from Shushing Bei. In a moment, Shushing Bei had unleashed 8 consecutive punches on Old Chow. If he hadn't wanted to inquire about the situation, he would have thrown 10 punches. Indeed, after continuous training, Shushing Bei was now capable of delivering 10 punches in succession. Old Chow was not weak. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Mi Yandong. Yet, he was no match for Shushing Bei. As Shushing Bei closed in, he realized something was wrong and was about to strike first. But he was still a step too slow. One step slow, every step slow. The force of the 8 punches hit Old Chow, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. More than a dozen warriors from the Jishur organization opened fire, but a massive figure lifted Mi Yandong off the ground, blocking the shots aimed at Shushing Bei, acting as a shield. Even so, the ape still took a few hits. The warriors of the Jishur organization were thrilled. They had hit their target. Yet, the ape seemed unfazed, grabbing Mi Yandong and sweeping him aside, knocking them down to the ground. Li Xing seized the moment, threw away the bowl in his hand, and under Wang Yi's cover, rushed toward the cabin exit amidst the chaos. Outside, he had his guard team. As long as he stepped out of the cabin, he could take care of the group inside, even if it meant abandoning Nie Qin Yun, who saved his life. He wouldn't care and would send them all to their demise. Wang Yi indeed managed to escape, but Li Xing, who was clearly ahead, was lifted into the air by a large, furry hand and thrown back into the cabin. Outside, the guards, each armed with shotguns, aimed at the headquarters cabin, ready to fire at any moment. Chapter 72. 3 parties. The entire headquarters was in a tense standoff. Outside, Li Xing's guards pointed their shotguns at the cabin. The warriors of the Jishur organization also held tranquilizer guns, some aimed at Shushing Bei, others at Li Xing, who had been thrown into the cabin by the ape. Old Chow was caught off guard by the sudden change. The force of Shushing Bei's 8 consecutive punches was no joke. Old Chow held back for a long time, but ultimately could not suppress the blood in his chest, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the only ones able to move freely were the ape and the 3 who had led Shushing Bei into the headquarters for the assessment: the captain, the 5th squad leader, and the sentinel Chow. These 3 were also bewildered by the situation before them. "Bring him here." Shushing Bei pointed at Li Xing. The ape and Shushing Bei had already developed a mutual understanding. It extended its giant hand and lifted Li Xing, tossing him in front of Shushing Bei. "Now we can have a proper discussion." Shushing Bei smiled slightly at Li Xing and Old Chow. Both Li Xing and Old Chow huffed heavily through their noses. "Old Chow, right? Tell your men to withdraw completely," Shushing Bei commanded. Seeing that the 2 remained silent, he wasn't in a hurry. He first issued an order to Old Chow. Old Chow didn't even look at him. "Not afraid of death, huh?" Shaxing by chuckled. "With you in my hands. Do you really think anyone in your pathetic organization is a match for me? Even if there is, who would dare make a move?" Shushing Bei gestured to the ape. Old Chow had already assessed the ape. Now that it was right in front of him, he could clearly see its face. It stood over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging through its beast skin attire. It also had a face full of fur. It's a sea beast? Old Chow's mind buzzed. He had initially thought the ape was merely a warrior. He truly did not expect to reverse the situation. But after seeing the ape's face, he realized the gravity of the situation. With such a massive sea beast, who among the 1st or 2nd level warriors could possibly defeat it? Even if they could land a few punches, would they be able to touch a vital point? Or would they even be able to harm it? "You all, put down your weapons and step outside." Old Chow finally issued the order. Seeing that the warriors did not react, he yelled, "Get out. Do you want to watch me die?" The warriors exchanged glances. In the end, Xing Guobin took the lead and walked toward the exit. Before leaving, he glanced at Shushing Bei, confusion filling his eyes. "Call your guards in. Remember, if you don't want to die, do as I say. Also, let him come in alone. Shu Xingbei instructed Li Xing. Li Xing had no choice but to comply. Guard Wang, he ran outside and, upon hearing Li Xing's call through the communicator, hesitantly ran back inside. Control the warriors outside. Monitor the surroundings. Li Xing received Shu Xingbei's instructions and told Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at Li Xing in confusion, confirming that the headquarters captain was safe before scurrying out. You all can leave too. Shu Xingbei waved at Sentinel Chao and the other two. The situation outside was under control by Li Xing's subordinates. Li Xing was held by the ape. Old Chao was in his hands, and everything seemed to be settled. For Shu Xingbei, the events of the day were entirely unexpected. As for what to do next, he had already figured it out. With the huge fleet of the Sea Eagle team, obtaining an ARC ticket should not be difficult. As the headquarters instructor, it was also possible for him to get one from Li Xing. The only thing he was unclear about was the Sea Eagle team's stance under Li Xing's leadership towards the company. Would they bow down, or would they use the Chaos Zone as a base to plot for dominance over the sea area? Of course, all this was supposed to be understood gradually after he joined the Sea Eagle team. To enter the headquarters as an instructor, Shu Xingbei even brought the ape along to prevent accidents. Yet, accidents kept occurring. First, Li Xing suddenly halted the instructor assessment. Li Xing even personally stepped in to challenge him. This scene truly took Shu Xingbei by surprise and made him suspicious about the instructor assessment. Perhaps there was no actual assessment at all. Before Shu Xingbei could figure out the truth, Old Chao jumped out. Not only did Old Chao come, but he also brought the warriors from the Jishu organization. This was the second surprise. Following Old Chao's lead, the entire situation was under control, with the warriors who had previously sided with Li Xing turning against him again, now under Old Chao's command. Old Chao even claimed that he was the true master of the Jishu organization. One surprise after another was, in fact, a series of dangers. A slight misstep could have cost Shu Xingbei his life today. Fortunately, he had brought the ape, which ultimately helped him regain control of the situation. Now we can have a good chat. Shu Xingbei smiled slightly. Li Xing, Old Chao, and Shu Xingbei sat down at the table, with the ape standing behind Shu Xingbei. Young man, to be honest, your abilities exceed my expectations. However, do you really think you can control the Sea Eagle team and the Jishu organization with your current strength? That's not something one person can accomplish, Old Chao said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking calmly. Li Xing also looked at Shu Xingbei. Niqinggun, I don't know what you intend to do. I just want to say, whether it's you or this Old Chao gentleman, my men are not easy to manage. If we sit here too long, I'm afraid they might rebel. Shu Xingbei chuckled softly. Are you trying to play psychological games with me? It's useless. Whether it's the Sea Eagle team or the Jishu organization, they belong to you or they belong to you. However, I have a request. If you two agree to my request, you'll be able to survive. If you don't agree, the only thing waiting for you is death. Do you think you can scare yourself just because you are young? There's no way. If you can be eliminated once, why wouldn't you be able to be eliminated a second time? Mr. Nya, please speak up. Old Chao has also opened his mouth, although he is still unwilling in his heart. Shu Xingbei didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Li Xing. Surrender your life to me. Li Xing was taken aback. Isn't this asking for his death? However, at the moment when he lost his composure, Shu Xingbei's consciousness appeared deep within his mind. I am your master. Do you understand? I understand, Li Xing replied in his mind without hesitation. Let your people in and take control of him. Shu Xingbei continued to control Li Xing with his consciousness. His lips didn't move at all, but Li Xing reacted quickly, immediately contacting the guard Wang Yi to bring in the escort team with guns. As one escort after another entered, Old Chao's expression worsened. He had suffered serious internal injuries, and it was impossible for him to compete with Shu Xingbei using force. Not to mention that there was a yuan to hear as well. The rest of the matter is up to you to handle. Leave excess life. Do not harm him. Shu Xingbei ignored Old Chao and continued to transmit consciousness to Li Xing. After studying psychological techniques with Zheng Yi several times, he discovered that he had already mastered them. Whether it was the sea ant or yuan de, he communicated with them through consciousness. The only thing he couldn't do as well as Zheng Yi was controlling others with psychological techniques. Thinking of what Zheng Yi said about controlling a person under extreme emotions, Shu Xingbei immediately understood. The reason for controlling the other party under extreme emotions is that the other party's mind has been lost. It sounds a bit convoluted, but the principle is very simple. When a person's body is attacked from the outside, they will instinctively take self-defense actions. When a virus enters the body, the human body will also produce antibodies to combat the virus. If the resistance succeeds, there will be no problem. If the resistance fails, the person will become ill. The same goes for the human mind. When disturbed by external factors, it will spontaneously form protection. If the mind is lost, this protective mechanism is destroyed. And under the strong external conscious intervention, the mind will be taken over by the other party. Just like the psychological technique Xu Xingbei applied to Li Xing. After the technique was applied, Xu Xingbei essentially buried a seed deep within Li Xing's mind. Once Li Xing regained his sanity, the seed buried by Xu Xingbei would have also embedded itself in Li Xing's consciousness. From then on, Li Xing would not have any negative thoughts towards Xu Xingbei, because inadvertently, Xu Xingbei had become a part of his own soul. Hurting Xu Xingbei would be equivalent to hurting Li Xing himself. This is the strange aspect of psychological techniques. The person being manipulated appears unchanged on the surface, but inside, they are silently protecting someone, even without realizing it themselves. Xu Xingbei looked at all of this with satisfaction. His satisfaction came from successfully applying the psychological technique. He didn't expect that his first time using psychological techniques would actually succeed. It wasn't hard at all, not hard in the slightest. If Zhengya and Chen Suli knew about this thought of his, they would surely faint. When they first entered the Seoul division of the Jisher organization, they followed old lady Yi for over a year before they could barely apply it. And Xu Xingbei had only slightly understood it from Zhengya and Chen Suli. Give me a suitable identity. Xu Xingbei continued to direct Li Xing's consciousness. Order down. Starting today, Nie Qingyan will be the instructor of my team. The second and third place of the team assessment will automatically become instructors of their respective teams, and Li Xing's order was immediately issued. Chapter 73. Powerful. After Li Xing completely took control of the situation, Chao Zhengxiong naturally became a prisoner. Take him out, Li Xing instructed. 3 trained team members approached Chao Zhengxiong. One pointed a shotgun at old Chao's head, while the other 2 came over to twist old Chao's arms, forcing his hands behind his back. Indeed, you've improved, old Chao sighed slightly, as if both lamenting and talking to himself. Xu Xingbei, do you think you've won just like this? Li Xing looked at old Chao in confusion. He couldn't understand what old Chao meant at all. However, old Chao's words shocked Xu Xingbei deeply. Xu Xingbei was able to enter the Jisher organization because old Chao accepted him, took him to the library, and even taught him disguise techniques. To say that Xu Xingbei felt no gratitude towards him would be a lie. Taking advantage of the task opportunity, after leaving the chaotic area, Xu Xingbei contacted Bian Wuxing. The implication of Bian Wuxing's words was that the Jisher organization would no longer take Xu Xingbei in, and they might even hand him over to the company. This made Xu Xingbei furious. For those who want his life, Xu Xingbei would never show mercy. This was also the reason he took action against old Chao first when faced with a sudden chaos. At that time, old Chao had controlled Li Xing and claimed to be the true master of the Jisher organization. Xu Xingbei was even more resentful towards him. Keep him here. I have questions for him. Xu Xingbei said to Li Xing. Li Xing paused for a moment. He was very resistant to Xu Xingbei's request, but he oddly agreed. Li Xing never imagined that he could no longer disobey Xu Xingbei's orders, let alone keeping old Chao. If Xu Xingbei ordered him to commit suicide, Li Xing wouldn't hesitate much either. There was no way Li Xing would refuse. He quickly left with the others, leaving this cabin to Xu Xingbei. Sit down. Xu Xingbei pointed to the seat across from him. I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed good, even better than I imagined, old Chao said slowly. How did you recognize me? Xu Xingbei showed no excitement. If old Chao said anything false, he would have Yuan to send old Chao to his end immediately. After learning psychological techniques, Xu Xingbei had become more adept at grasping people's psychological fluctuations. Lying causes a change in heart rate. No matter how calm you are, heart rate cannot be faked. Xu Xingbei was now like a lie detector. I didn't recognize you. That was just my guess, old Chao said seriously as he examined Xu Xingbei's face. What puzzled me was the name you used, Nie Qingyun. I checked your information. You opposed the company because of a woman named Nyelon. I even found out that she has a brother named Nie Qingyun, who is an outer member of our G-Sure organization. According to the data, Nie Qingyun died while helping his family on a mission in the Boathouse district. Xu Xingbei listened without changing his expression. Of course, a name doesn't prove anything. There are many people with the same name. One more thing. You let Li Xing spare X's life, which reminds me that he was the one who picked you up when you entered the G-Sure organization. What else? Xu Xingbei asked. Old Chow shook his head, that's all. I was just testing you to see if I could save my own life. Now, you surely won't deny that you were Xu Xingbei, right? Old Chow, thought I treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless towards me. You quietly read in the library, and when the company wanted to capture you, I took you to Chongqing Island to help you escape. I even taught you disguise techniques. These aren't huge favors, at least I had no intention to harm you. Xu Xingbei remained resolute, and it was impossible for him to be swayed by Old Chow's obviously self-serving words. Chao Jingxiong was left speechless. However, just a moment later, Chao Jingxiong forced a bitter smile. You know, the G-Sure organization was founded by Zhou Chuaning's father. I cannot tell lies about the external situation. Just now, you clearly said you were the true master, right? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xu Xingbei's mouth. Enough, enough. Xu Xingbei, for the sake of my good treatment towards you, spare my life. From now on, I will only be your support and will definitely have no ulterior motives. As long as you are willing, the entire G-Sure organization's power will be yours. Lao Chao can no longer gamble. The fact that Xu Xingbei can continue to be harsh with me after learning his identity shows that he no longer trusts himself. As for whether Lao Chao truly cares about Xu Xingbei, that is certainly a lie. His original intention is quite similar to Bian Wuxing's. Bian Wuxing's motives are even purer than Lao Chao's. He just wants to help Xu Xingbei because he sees his martial prowess. Lao Chao, on the other hand, is focused on Xu Xingbei's abilities. As long as this kid is not killed by the company, his ability to control poison frogs and his martial strength will stand out in the entire G-Sure organization. It is precisely for this reason that Lao Chao taught Xu Xingbei the art of disguise, with the aim of ensuring that Xu Xingbei could preserve his life, while also leaving an opportunity for himself to continue befriending Xu Xingbei. If Xu Xingbei dies, Lao Chao's plans would come to nothing. If Xu Xingbei is not killed by the company and escapes with his life, then Lao Chao can still make use of him. All of this has made Lao Chao's plans go awry. During this process, Lao Chao also thought about lying. However, with Li Xing from the Sea Eagle team being controlled by Xu Xingbei, it is evident that Xu Xingbei has considerable mastery in psychological techniques. Lying in front of someone skilled in psychological techniques is simply self-defeating. With the Sea Eagle team helping me, what do I need the G-Sure organization for? Given the art of disguise, I'll let the doctor treat you. By the way, just so you know, I can let you go today, but I can just as easily kill you tomorrow, Xu Xingbei said, standing up. Can I ask how long your disguise can last now? Lao Chao seemed a bit curious. In that moment, Xu Xingbei had already decided to kill him, but in the end, he still held back. The disguise technique taught by Lao Chao had helped him a lot. On that account, he let it go. However, Lao Gao unwilling sao that Nick Ingwin. If you want to go against the company, I advise you to give up that thought early. You will die, and die a terrible death. The power of the company is beyond your imagination. Wang Yishou, waiting outside, quickly put on a smile upon seeing Xu Xingbei come out. Instructor Nya, how should we deal with that person? Heal his injuries and let the Research Institute use drugs to control him. Xu Xingbei instructed decisively. It is certainly impossible to just release Chao Zhengxiong. Not killing Lao Chao, Xu Xingbei already considered himself merciful. Li Xing was waiting for Xu Xingbei in the office. Upon seeing Xu Xingbei, Li Xing asked in surprise, Instructor Nya, where is that very powerful warrior? He is outside, Xu Xingbei replied with a smile. He knew that Li Xing was referring to Yuan to Captain Li. There is something I want to understand. Instructor Nya, please go ahead. Li Xing politely invited Xu Xingbei to sit down, then personally brewed a cup of tea for him. This tea is made from sea spirit grass, and it tastes good. Instructor Nya, please have a taste. Good. Xu Xingbei placed his hand on the porcelain cup. Do you know about the company? Yes. When we came here, We captured someone from the G-Sure organization named Tao Yun, who told me all about the situation in this area. At first, I thought about getting some supplies from the company, but later abandoned that plan, Li Xing said without hiding anything. Oh, why? Xu Xingbei raised an eyebrow. It seems he really came to the Sea Eagle team to be the chief instructor. Initially, he thought Li Xing wanted to solidify his position in this maritime area before taking action against the company. But he didn't expect that Li Xing had no such intentions at all. The Sea Eagle team in my hands was originally just a logistics team. The real main force of the Sea Eagle team was wiped out years ago by a powerful force. Even our logistics team has lost quite a bit of strength, Li Xing said, his eyes still twitching, showing signs of lingering fear. Xu Xingbei had heard these things from the Sentry Chow, and now hearing them confirmed by Li Xing. He couldn't help but have a thought. Are you saying that the powerful force is related to the company? Xu Xingbei asked. Li Xing nodded seriously. Initially, I hadn't thought of this. After occupying the chaotic area and interrogating members of the G-Sure organization, I discovered that the company's logo is exactly the same as the logo of the force that wiped out the main force of the Sea Eagle team. One could even conclude that this force is merely a branch of the company here, Li Xing said, taking out a piece of paper with a drawing of a spear on it. This is the force that destroyed our main force. This logo was drawn by someone on the ship at that time. Xu Xingbei gasped. What Li Xing said gave him a preliminary understanding of the company's true strength. The company is indeed not to be underestimated. Chapter 74. Moving forward after chatting with Li Xing, Xu Xingbei had an incredibly clear understanding of the current situation. It could be said that he had controlled Li Xing, making him speak freely, which in turn forced him to treat the company with caution. His initial plan was to enter the Sea Eagle team, become the chief instructor, try to ally with Li Xing, and then have Li Xing lead the Sea Eagle team to attack the tower. The plan seemed flawless. But after Li Xing explained that the main force of the Sea Eagle team was wiped out under a force marked by a spear, Xu Xingbei realized he had completely miscalculated, or rather, he had underestimated the company's strength entirely. In other words, any force that wants to take action against the company or stir up trouble, as long as they use the company's surveillance or communication systems, that means they're seeking their own doom. Every move and action is under their watchful eyes. What else is there to play with? Xu Xingbei believed Li Xing's words. The psychological techniques planted in Li Xing's soul by Xu Xingbei meant he could not lie to Xu Xingbei. Furthermore, from the lucky survival at Ruins Number 7 and the information leaked during the transaction with the company, it was clear that the company could monitor the entire maritime area. The two validations led Xu Xingbei to the same conclusion as Li Xing, that the company is immensely powerful. That being the case, can those who wish for one's death still allow him to live well in this world? Reflecting on the ups and downs of that day, Xu Xingbei felt a lingering fear. Lao Chao's scheming and the G-Sure organization's low-key infiltration all indicated the existence of those old foxes. No matter what they do, there will always be a backup plan. In any case, everything in the inner domain of the chaotic area has stabilized. Those who have undergone psychological techniques can still think normally. Li Xing intensified the management of the entire inner domain, effectively setting up guards every 5 steps and sentries every 10 steps, tightening the atmosphere of the chaotic area. Those rebellious warriors were all detained and locked up in one place. The people in the research institute were also strictly controlled by the Sea Eagle team. They would not be allowed to die because they were all doctors and thus useful individuals. As for Lao Chao, after treatment, he was also locked up with Zhou Chuanting and the elderly woman from the Soul Department. The 3 heads of the G-Sure organization met in this manner. The only one who found a way to survive was Xing Guobin. As for whether Xing Guobin would suspect his identity, Xu Xingbei did not care. Wang Yi brought Zhengya and Shen Suli from the outer ship to Xu Xingbei's residence, but Xu Xingbei did not come out to meet them. It was time for the art of disguise to lose its effectiveness. In other words, Xu Xingbei could no longer maintain the appearance of Niechingya. He could only stay in the cabin, shutting himself off from the outside. Yuan stood guard outside for him, not allowing anyone to enter the cabin. The art of disguise could last for 10 hours. After 10 hours, he must revert to his original appearance and rest for 10 hours before he could use it again. Now in the chaotic zone, Li Xing's Sea Eagle team is providing protection for themselves, so Xu Xingbei is not worried about being exposed. However, it is always important to be cautious and not reveal even a bit of one's trump card. Xu Xingbei did not rush to train. Instead, he carefully organized his thoughts. With his direct punch technique, he can now perform 10 punches in succession. The power of 6 punches in succession is comparable to that of a level 2 warrior. 10 punches in succession, done haphazardly, can rival a level 3 warrior. When Li Xing was eager to spar with him, Xu Xingbei did not agree. It was not that he couldn't defeat Li Xing, but because fighting could lead to injuries for both sides. In difficult times of survival, he saw no need to engage in such a struggle with Li Xing. As for the natural force fist technique taught by Bian Wuxing, Xu Xingbei was becoming increasingly proficient. As he became more familiar with the technique, he gained more insights. Natural force is not just for combat. It can even integrate with psychological techniques to control people, control living beings, and even control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Of course, this is just Xu Xingbei's speculation. He didn't dare to think about controlling wind and rain. If he could survive in extreme natural environments, it would be a blessing. This speculation is not unfounded, as he was able to communicate with the sea ants from 50 meters away on Chongqing Island. However, he still cannot reach further distances. In other words, he lacks an opportunity to further master the natural force. If he could practice the natural force to the point of being able to manipulate it at will, Xu Xingbei believed he could not only influence people, control them, and control living beings, but also gather those people and living beings into his team and charge into the company. But for now, all of this is just a beautiful fantasy. He also didn't know where Bian Wuxing learned such a fist technique. With Bian Wuxing dead, Xu Xingbei had no way to ask. The next morning, Wang Yi came over. "Chief Instructor, Li Xing is asking for you," Wang Yi said politely. The scenes from yesterday were deeply etched in his mind. It can be said that without Xu Xingbei, the commander would have completely lost yesterday. Even if he could survive, he would be a puppet. "Is there news from over there?" Xu Xingbei asked. "Yes. Li Xing will inform you of the details," Wang Yi replied, unaware that Li Xing was firmly under Xu Xingbei's control. He thought the chief instructor was given a position by Li Xing as a way to repay him. Even with this thought, Wang Yi did not dare to be the slightest bit slack. With both martial power and the monstrous weapon at the entrance, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of Xu Xingbei. If it were someone else, Wang would have just thrown him a communicator instead of going through the trouble of running back and forth. Since Xu Xingbei did not accept the communicator, Wang Yi could only play the role of a runner. When Li Xing saw Xu Xingbei coming, he happily opened the cabin door. "Instructor, are you satisfied with the arrangements on the ship?" In Xu Xingbei's ship, it was not just about food. There were chefs, guards, and servants. Everything was complete. Even Zheng Ye and Chen Suli, who had been brought over, had dedicated attendance. "Li Xing is too polite." Xu Xingbei smiled. "It really doesn't have to be so troublesome." Although he said so, Xu Xingbei did not refuse Li Xing's kindness. With a chef cooking, he didn't have to do it himself. Having servants nearby also saved him the trouble of feeding the food. The sea ants and poison frogs were also brought by the 2 women who were accustomed to being called wives. If Xu Xingbei did not acknowledge that he was their husband, Zheng Ye and Chen Suli would probably go mad. For them, the stable life they currently had was all brought by Xu Xingbei. Without him, the 2 women from Seoul department would have no survival skills at all. They did manage to control some warriors from the Jishur organization, but those warriors either died, fled, or were imprisoned, and none had appeared before them. So what's next? Xu Xingbei felt a surge of excitement. No wonder he only saw Old Chow yesterday, and not Fan Shuowu. It turned out he directly went to the shipyard area to redeem someone. Huang Yuer, the deputy manager of the mission department, had agreed to his request, and the ransom had been paid. Fan Shuowu was waiting over there, Li Xing said. He guessed from Xu Xingbei's expression that Xu Xingbei was likely also going to redeem someone. "All right then," Xu Xingbei said. "I need to go out for a while. Have Wang Yi arrange a small boat for me." Li Xing was surprised. "Instructor Nya, where are you going? If there's anything, I can have my people take care of it." "It's nothing. I'm just going to the mission department in the shipyard area." Xu Xingbei refused Li Xing's suggestion. "That's too dangerous." Li Xing shook his head repeatedly. The company sent out a meeting notice early this morning, asking all factions to arrive at the tower on the 5th of next month to discuss the issue of our quotas. We don't even know how many factions are rushing over here. Even our Sea Eagle team has to be prepared. We could be called to battle at any moment. Oh, Shu Xingbei took a piece of paper from Li Xing, glanced through it, and nodded slightly. Don't worry. How about this? You let Wang Yi accompany me for a trip. All right. Safety first. Li Xing called Wang Yi over. You go out with Instructor Nya. Just follow his instructions. Yes, Wang Yi felt a tightness in his heart. In the past, no matter what Li Xing asked him to do, he would always give him a heads up. But this time, there were no instructions, and he was directly told to follow Shu Xingbei's orders. This also meant that Shu Xingbei was slowly replacing him, becoming Li Xing's favored person. Without paying much attention to Wang Yi's thoughts, Shu Xingbei directly had him find a small boat. The two of them boarded the boat and headed straight for the shipyard area. Wang Yi was steering the boat while Shu Xingbei sat on it, resting with his eyes closed. The boat was small, and the cockpit and cabin were connected. Wang Yi looked at Shu Xingbei and asked, Instructor Nya, where are we going? Over there. Shu Xingbei raised his eyes and pointed to the east side. He was not sleeping. He was communicating with the sea ants and poison frogs that had followed him. He had to make some preparations for going to the shipyard area. That must be the shipyard area, right? A thought flashed through Wang Yi's mind. What are we going there for? Don't ask too much. Just go directly. Shu Xingbei coldly glanced at him. He felt a chill in his heart from the look. However, he felt a bit unconvinced. What are you so proud of? Can you even drive a boat? Shu Xingbei did not care about Wang Yi's thoughts. It seemed he was resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was contemplating the feasibility of going to the shipyard area to redeem someone. It was even possible that Nye Lan had become a taboo. The company had issued a capture order for him, but had not been able to catch him. It was highly likely that Nye Lan would also be remembered by those with ulterior motives. This is also why Shu Xingbei did not seek help from Yu Feng to redeem someone. He didn't want to think too much. Being overly cautious was not Shu Xingbei's style. Since he had a plan, he would act according to the plan, setting aside his concerns. Shu Xingbei practiced the natural force once again. He wanted to combine the natural force with psychological techniques to see if he could communicate with other marine creatures like he did with the sea ants. 15 meters underwater, there was a large fish. Shu Xingbei tried to communicate with it using his consciousness. The fish seemed puzzled, and after a moment, it swam away, ignoring Shu Xingbei. Oh, there's a seal here. Shu Xingbei released his consciousness again, trying to communicate with it, but the seal was extremely sensitive, immediately guarding its mind and diving to the bottom, disappearing from sight. It seemed that this approach was not feasible. Shu Xingbei felt a headache coming on. On this trip out, whether it was the great ape or the sea ants and poison frogs, he didn't bring any with him, and the goal was simple. He wanted to communicate with more marine fish and beasts for his use. The result, however, was entirely contrary to his expectations. Was it that his released consciousness was too weak, or were those marine fish and beasts too strong-willed to be influenced by external factors? If it's the latter, then how do we explain the poison dart frogs and sea ants? Shu Xingbei was not discouraged. He decided to communicate with smaller sea creatures or marine fish. 25 meters away, there was a sea turtle. Judging by its size, it should still be a juvenile. Shu Xingbei released his consciousness towards it. Who are you? The sea turtle quickly transmitted its consciousness. I'm your family, your brother. Shu Xingbei was delighted, thinking he had made a connection. I don't have a brother. The sea turtle replied lazily. Damn. No, I meant a cousin. Shu Xingbei persisted. I don't have a cousin either. Who are you, really? The sea turtle was getting impatient. I misspoke. I'm in a distant cousin. Shu Xingbei continued to communicate stubbornly. In this area, there are no males in our family. The sea turtle looked down on Shu Xingbei. Gee. The sea turtle quickly ended the consciousness exchange and ignored Shu Xingbei, slowly swimming away. They really are quite vigilant. I underestimated them. Just then, Shu Xingbei saw a sea mouse swimming across the dark blue sea surface. It was over half a foot long, completely black, with a smooth and shiny coat, like satin. It was sneaky, not foraging but rather seeming to be escaping. Yes, escaping. Hey, brother, are you in trouble? Shu Xingbei seized this rare opportunity and quickly communicated with it. Come over here, there's a boat that can help shield you. He told the sea mouse the boat's location. Upon hearing this, the sea mouse's small eyes sparkled, and it immediately swam over. The water surface made a gentle splashing sound. Instructor Nya, there's a houseboat coming over, Wang Yi suddenly said while piloting the boat. Oh, Shu Xingbei looked in the direction Wang Yi was pointing. Indeed, a two-story houseboat was quickly approaching them. Could it be trouble? Wang Yi asked. Shu Xingbei's eyesight was much better than Wang Yi's. He could see clearly that two guys on the deck of the houseboat were pointing and gesturing toward them. This area of sea was still on the outskirts of the chaotic zone. Shu Xingbei immediately thought of what they were up to. These were the guys who had not surrendered to the Sea Eagle team. They had been drifting at sea, and while looking for food, they were definitely engaged in robbery. Their little boat was naturally their target. Don't rush to speed up, slow down. Let them come closer. Shu Xingbei was not in a hurry. Let them come closer? Wang Yi was stunned. The other party was still 3 or 4 kilometers away. If they increased their speed, the other side might not chase after them. If they slowed down, it would not be good. Although Instructor Nya had high combat power, if the other side dared to come over, they surely had weapons. It's fine. Our boat is small. Going too fast is unsafe, Shu Xingbei explained. His explanation confused Wang Yi. The small boat was more maneuverable than a large boat. So how could it be unsafe? However, since Shu Xingbei had given the order, he had no choice but to comply. After all, Captain Li had instructed him to follow his orders. The small boat slowed down. The two guys on the houseboat laughed arrogantly. They thought the people on the small boat were quite perceptive, knowing they couldn't escape, so they simply stopped trying. When the two boats were almost parallel, the two men jumped onto Shu Xingbei's boat. Robbery! A scar-faced man shouted coldly. Hand over your valuables, or you'll suffer. The other man pulled out a tranquilizer gun and aimed it at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was cursing inwardly. This Instructor Nya was completely unreliable. He thought he had a backup plan, but now even if Instructor Nya had high combat power, he could only deal with one person, while he himself would be shot by the tranquilizer gun. If he got shot, Instructor Nya wouldn't fare well either. No matter how fast his fists and kicks were, they couldn't outpace a gun, right? One shot could take him down, then another shot for Instructor Nya, and that would be it. Wang Yi didn't know what was in Instructor Nya's pockets, but he knew what was in his own. 30 gold coins, saved up to now, and he and T even dared to spend it on wine or tea. If he had known, he would have left the money at the base. Sigh. It was because he was afraid Instructor Nya would have no money to use after coming out. It was also Captain Li's idea. After all, how could Wang Yi go against Captain Li's wishes? Do you want money? Shu Xingbei asked calmly from the cabin, his expression unchanged. Of course. How can we survive in the water if we don't want money? The scar-faced man thought to himself. Isn't that obvious? After jumping on the boat, he had determined that the two guys on the small boat were not simple and definitely had money. Could someone without money dress so cleanly? A leather coat, high-top boots, spotless, without any of the fishy smell that sea hunters usually have. Wasn't that enough to prove the point? Do you know who we are? The scar-faced man asked. Let me tell you, we're the Sea Eagle team. If you want to rob us, you've picked the wrong people, Wang Yi shouted angrily. The Sea Eagle team? It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. As soon as you did, the scar-faced man nearly exploded with rage. We used to thrive in the chaotic zone, getting whatever women we wanted. And now, thanks to your Sea Eagle team, I'm like a stray dog. Let me tell you, today we want the money on you. We also want your lives. He shouted angrily. Shu Xingbei's gaze turned increasingly cold. You want our lives? With a movement of Shu Xingbei's consciousness, a shadow suddenly shot up from the surface of the sea and quickly climbed onto the man with the tranquilizer gun. What is that? The armed man screamed. Before he could unlock the safety, he was bitten on the hand, blood gushing out. He cried out, and the tranquilizer gun fell to the ground. Shu Xingbei reached out and slapped the man hard across the face. The man was knocked dizzy and fell into the cabin, landing with a thud. The other man, who had been bitten by the sea mouse, was so frightened he trembled and didn't dare to move. He had seen clearly that the creature that bit him was a big rat. He didn't know if the rat's mouth had poison. It was over, truly over. Get on the big boat, Shu Xingbei called to Wang Yi. You too. Stop pretending to be dead. One drive the small boat, and the other, come onto the big boat. I have something for you to do. The scar-faced man realized he had kicked an iron plate this time. He got up from the ground, obediently agreeing, and followed Xu Xingbei's instructions to tie the small boat to the big boat with a rope, then boarded the big boat with Xu Xingbei. With a thought from Xu Xingbei, the sea mouse also boarded the big boat. Go to the kitchen and find some cooked food. Xu Xingbei waved his hand at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to comply. After taking out some cooked food, Xu Xingbei fed it to the sea mouse, soothing it with his consciousness. Don't run around anymore, just follow me. There's food and drink. Where are you taking me? The sea mouse had never eaten cooked food before. Now, the fragrant roasted meat made it drool. Stay on the boat for now. I'll call you when I need you later, Xu Xingbei said. You have siblings. You can call some over too. Siblings? The most I have are two. Two? You don't have many friends, huh? All right. Xu Xingbei didn't want too many sea mice to come over. If there were too many, he wouldn't be able to feed them all. He couldn't handle raising too many gluttons. Big brother, the scar-faced man stood foolishly to the side, waiting for Xu Xingbei to finish before cautiously asking, can you spare our lives? You still want to live? Fine, take one punch from me and I'll spare you. Xu Xingbei smiled faintly. Can someone who wants to kill me still stay in this world? Staying in this world would just waste limited resources. The scarred-faced man looked at Xu Xingbei without even frowning. All right, he thought to himself that he had some skills. Taking a punch from this guy was better than dying. Before he could finish the word all right, Xu Xingbei had already thrown 8 punches in quick succession. The scarred-faced man's bones must have broken in numerous places. He was sent flying and fell straight into the sea. Terrified by the sea mouse, the man quickly lay on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading for mercy. Enough, you're done for. Xu Xingbei kicked him into the water as well. Chapter 76. Returning to the ship house area, Xu Xingbei's decisive killing actions were all witnessed by Wang Yi. Wang Yi, who was accustomed to life-and-death situations, was still shocked by Xu Xingbei's ruthless slaughter. Instructor Nya is truly not an ordinary person. In Xu Xingbei's eyes, the moment the scarred-faced man boastfully said he could play with the woman he fancied, their fate was sealed. Having acquired a ship for free, Wang Yi was quite happy and ran off to pilot the ship. Meanwhile, Xu Xingbei sent the sea mouse to call its 2 friends while he played with the tranquilizer gun he had in hand for a while. He had one of these before. Looking at the tranquilizer gun and thinking about the scorched earth of the suspended island, a flicker of coldness flashed across Xu Xingbei's face. Company, just you wait. By around 3 in the afternoon, the ship finally arrived in the ship house area. Crossing the protective barrier, it headed straight for the ship house area. In the vicinity of the ship house area, bounty hunter ships were also moving around. Upon seeing the ship, people began to point and whisper. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, that ship is